Welcome to the opening race of the 2025 World Endurance Championship here at Qatar. It's the opening race, which means we are in for a treat. 10 hours of racing. The JBMotorsports team will be providing you with action from 4 o'clock onwards. For the first 5 hours of the race, we'll hand over to the one and only Radio Le Mans.
As Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, car number 5, starts from 11th, alongside the second Peugeot from Total Energies of Loic Duval, number 94. Then it's Laurens Vanthoor and Fred Makovici changing teams. So Laurens Vanthoor sticking with Porsche and car number 6 as a championship driver's champion from last year, alongside an ex-teammate from Porsche, now with Alpine, Frederic Makovici, number 36, starting from the outside of row 7. 99 for Proton Competition is still there. Privateer entered Porsche 963. Neil Janney to start that, alongside the 007 Aston Martin Tour team. Valkyrie, with Harry Tinknell at the wheel for the opening stint. Sebastian Buemi in the Toyota that just did not get up to speed for Brendan Hartley, and John Hindhaug's run you through some of the reasons for that. So the 8 car was due to start at the back of the hypercar field, but now because of that penalty for the 009 Aston Martin for speeding, Marco Sorensen will start from 18th place in the second of the Valkyries. We haven't yet talked about the success and rich vein of form for the United Autosports McLarens, because they've now had back-to-back front row starts for the World Endurance Championship. They did it in Bahrain for the final race of 2024 and have locked out the front rows in GT in this race as well. So 95 alongside 59. Darren Young, who's the bronze, starting also alongside fellow bronze James Cottingham. In behind them, Akodis looked to have a very nippy Lexus this weekend. The 78 car for Arnold Robin is another bronze, the man from Le Mans, and he will start from 21st, but crucially from 3rd in the LMGT3 pack. Then it's Thomas Fleur for Vista AF Corsa in a Ferrari 296, the 54 car, ahead of its teammate, which is on the 3rd row, for a François Heriot in the 21. Then it's the 87 Lexus, again from Akodis, for Petru Umbrarescu, the Romanian driver, also a bronze, alongside, or rather in front of, Ian James, who's kind of got a double role this weekend. He's the principal of Heart of Racing team, so definitely overseeing all that is going ahead with the Valkyrie in the adjacent garage, but he's also driving for Heart of Racing team and their Aston Martin Vantage GT car. Team WRT's BMW will be started by Omani driver Ahmed Al-Hati, so 27 and 46 on the 13th row. Then it's Tom Van Rompuy, who did really well in the race here last year, pole position in fact in the 81 TF Sport Corvette. He'll start from 9th place in the GTs alongside Stefano Gattuso for Proton Competition, the 88 Ford Mustang. Then in 11th place in LMGT3 it is the 92 Ryan Hardwick Manthey Porsche. Racing Spirit of Le Mans in the second of the Aston Martins, Derek De Boer to start the 10 car. The 16th row, the 33 and 31 cars, which is Ben Keating in a TF Sport Corvette, and the Bend Team WRT BMW for Yasser Shaheen, car 31. The Iron Dames are back again with a changed driver lineup, so welcome Celia Martin, and she will take the starting duties as the new bronze in the 85 Porsche. 77 Proton Competition Mustang is the Bernardo Souza started car. And finally, the 2 Mercedes AMGs, much anticipated cars into the GT category. Starting at the back, though, Christian Reed, still with his associations with Proton Competition, of course, that's his team, but he's driving for Iron Lynx and doesn't have a great deal of experience behind the wheel of a Mercedes either. So 61 and 60 alongside one another at the back. I wonder, though, Bruce Jones, whether the Mercedes are actually carrying a bit more speed than that. We've only seen them, as far as qualifying is concerned, in the hands of bronze drivers, and 2 bronze drivers that have never driven Mercedes before. So I think they could come to life come the race.
I absolutely agree. I was just thinking yesterday about how things get slightly hidden when you have this format of putting a bronze driver in, for the first GT3 qualifying, and then obviously the silver does for the top 10 that get into the shootout. So wait and see. We know it's a really good car, and Matteo Caroli raving about it and saying just it's the easiest car he's had to drive in GT3, and therefore very, very good for bringing on, the gentleman driver, the less experienced driver. So we'll look and see, but I think it'll take its point through the season. But it's not been a car that's been slow since it was introduced several years ago in GT3 racing. So we'll watch. But again, I like stories that are slightly hidden. You have to scratch the surface a little bit to get down to them.
And the mood has been excellent all week, really, John. They took some cars into the city for a publicity shot. Tom Christensen's just giving the instruction now to all on the grid as the Grand Marshal of this year's race to fire the engines into life. And we're going to get 2 rolling laps ahead of a 10-hour race. But it feels like this event is starting to be really embraced by the local community as well. And, you know, when we get sports car racing as good as this, it's very difficult not to fall in love with it.
A week on Wednesday, when I walked through Hamad International Airport on my way to Customs and Immigration, big illuminated LED signboards publicising the race. It's been on the lamppost. We had the cars, at least one of every manufacturer's cars, down at Le Sale on the boulevard at the early part of this week. The local TV and radio station have been covering it. It's the holy day today, and it's the last holy day before the start of the holy month of Ramadan, which starts at sunrise in the morning. And so this is a particularly auspicious time to be here in terms of what's going on in the local communities. Saif Al-Hamid, the former Middle Eastern Rally champion, and Tom Christensen getting the cars underway, the Qatari flag and the green flag being waved together by those 2 giants of motorsport in this area of the world. And further had a quick chat with TK yesterday. He was in good form, looking forward to doing a bit of broadcasting. For those in the UK, of course, at 2 o'clock your time this morning, the end of an era, and certainly the end of an era from my motorsport viewing in the Eurosport, as the 2 Eurosport channels have ceased to be in the UK. So I expect there'll be quite a lot of you tuning in to RS1 as the only way to listen in live and follow the FIA WEC this season in the UK without subscription. Good to know that many of you have done that, and thank you for all the messages at RSL_studio. Rolling on the warm-up lap, on the formation lap, JP?
Yeah, I was paying close attention to what tyres most people have chosen, and I could see red throughout the field, apart from that Toyota that sits towards the back, the number 8. I reckon that's on mediums for the opening stint, and could possibly be the only hypercar to be doing so because of the temperature. So you want a tyre that is going to be a bit more resistant to the heat of the day. Yeah. But, when you've qualified so badly, they thought it was going to be a final position on the grid. It's turned out to be marginally better than that, as in 17th rather than 18th, because the 009 Aston been put to the back of the grid. But you might as well roll the dice and stick some mediums on, see if you can make some ground in the early stage of this, what's it going to be, 45, 50-minute opening stint.
But that goes to what I was saying earlier, JP, about the fact that car is much lighter on its tyres anyway. It's a characteristic of the GR010 hybrid that it has done that, and I do think we'll be talking about this much more than the teams will be. So then in the coming weeks, before we get the next round in Europe, which is the Italian round, we'll be talking about this. We've asked for a visit from Thierry Bouvet, who is normally absolutely brilliant when we put questions to him, to see if we can find out the rationale behind this change in the calculation, the algorithm, if you want, of the balance of the performance. Just taking a straw poll through the press room and up and down the paddock when I have ventured out of the For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, I think most people, and I'll take your views on this as well, Mr. Jones, I think most people thought that the balance of performance last year was pretty decent. The way things were going had been refined since the previous year in 2023. But I think last year it was pretty decent, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it was, and I think it's always a talking point, because if you're trying to imagine you meet someone you're out for dinner and you meet someone and they don't understand about this racing. You explain balance and performance, and they get quite confused. And in fact, trying to explain it, you can get quite confused. It's a bit of a black art, but I think they really got it almost bang on the money through last year. Will it be revised this year? No doubt it will. They will have other ways that they can just keep on improving it. But when you've got all these top manufacturers, balance performance gives them all pretty much, apart from Aston Martin at the moment, who are just the new team in here, a shot for glory. But certainly seeing other manufacturers work their way to the front, I think they've got it spot on.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're right at the start of a brand new season for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Thanks for tuning to us for the countdown to green. The race is next. Ferrari on pole position with James Calado driving the 51 car. He's coming towards the end now of the second of the green flag laps, and just about bang on time at the hour of 2 p.m. We actually started this race last year at 11 o'clock in the morning and ran through till 9 in the evening. So we're going to be 3 hours further into the night. In fact, they'll be heading to Victory Lane at the end of, we hope, 335 laps on Saturday morning. But this race moved back a day compared to 2024 as well. So the final day of Feb, the first race of the new season for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Welcome to Aston Martin Tour Team Valkyries. They'll start from 16th and 18th places after Marco Sorensen's 009 car was put to the back of the grid. But Ferrari looking strong. BMW likewise alongside them. This first of the M Hybrid V8s will be started by Danish driver Kevin Magnussen. But Cadillac are for sure in the mix as well, starting 4th and 5th. And who's going to go well in LM GT3? Because McLaren look to be riding the crest of a wave, locking out the 2 positions on the front row in the last couple of races. So first and second in Bahrain, likewise here in Qatar. But the Acodis Lexus crew look to have turned a corner significantly, and Vista A, of course, the Ferrari 296s are also there or thereabouts. Nobody other than bronze drivers starting the LM GT3s, and if you're a bronze or silver racer in GT, you've got to do a minimum of 2 hours and 55 minutes. That is some schlep. The 2025 season is go here on RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Already it's 3 abreast as the Ferrari number 50, driven by Nick Nielsen, is going to try and take the lead. He's threaded the eye of the needle and already got past the BMW, but they both run out wide coming out of the first corner and very nearly didn't get back into line for the next left-hander. But Kevin Magnussen has dropped to 3rd position. Is that going to be 4th by the next corner? No, not quite. But Earl Bamber is really charging hard as well. So the Ferraris not hesitating at all in starting to get their elbows out. And also there were some peculiar lines much further back down the pack as well, as the big gap between the GTs and the hyper cars continues to grow. Still a McLaren 1-2 in LM GT3 with that Lexus that started 3rd, Arnold Robin at the wheel. He's held on to that position. Now it's door mirror to door mirror between a Cadillac and an Alpine, and that is the second of the Hertz team Jota cars fighting away with Fred Makoviki's Alpine. So Will Stevens and Fred Mako side by side for a short spell. But Ferrari, well, they're in the perfect position now. They didn't necessarily argue that at the end of qualifying because they were 1st and 3rd, but it's now a 1-2, Bruce Jones, for those 499Ps.
Absolutely enthralling first half lap of the 2025 World Endurance Championship. Some really cracking racing, clean. A few interesting lines you pointed out, Johnny. Some of the drivers even near the circuit at the end of that. Aston Martin's bringing up the rear of the 18-car field in the hypercar class. Then, as Johnny pointed out, the gap. But Ferrari did what they needed to do. Started 1st and 3rd. Calado on pole, Nielsen in 3rd. They've got up to 1st and 2nd. And now behind, the field is starting to string out into after you, Claude, running nose to tail all the way down the start-finish straight. First lap is on the board, 0.8 of a second between James Calado and Nicholas Nielsen.
Certainly one of the cars we've got to look out for is Sebastian Buemi. I reckon he's on the medium tyres, and that's the only hypercar to have gone that way. He started 17th. He's already up to 14th position in the number 8 Toyota. Also making progress, Julian Andlauer in the best of the Porsche 963s. He's now into the top 10, having started outside it. So up to 9th place and ahead of Paul Di Resta.
But the absolute clue, the driver who made the most moves early on, he was sort of just in the background of the lead shot to start with, but he's got right up there to 4th place. It's Ferdy Habsburg, started down in 9th. He was the driver who may have just guessed right, because when the cars were running two abreast, you know, two drivers might have been just having a go, and he went around the outside, going into, I think, turn number 6, I saw him make a move, but he's kept on going. So he's the leading Alpine driver, and tall Austrian doing an absolutely fantastic job.
Yeah, pressurising Kevin Magnussen now for the 3rd place. So all over the tail of that BMW M Hybrid V8, and that might bring the second of those BMWs into the mix as well, driven by René Rast. But there is a gap emerging between Nicholas Nielsen and Kevin Magnussen, 2nd to 3rd, as Nielsen takes on the role of rear gunner to James Collado. They chose not to put Giovinazzi into the car after his terrific performance yesterday. Giovinazzi therefore being reserved for the final of the sort of trio of stints. It remains to be seen whether the Ferrari drivers are going to be on doubles. That would limit the amount of times they need to be changing drivers. So if they start with a double and then work through all 3 drivers to the middle of the race, then they can work out how long that generally takes. Because this race is different. We're aiming for 335 laps rather than a prescribed time.
Now, of course, if you have winners, that's Ferdy Habsburg gaining 5 places in the opening lap. You can have drivers that don't get the shiny end side of the coin. Will Stevens started 4th for Cadillac. We had the 2 Cadillacs starting 4th and 5th. Will Stevens ahead of Earl Bamber. Earl is still going well. He's up in 5th place, but Will Stevens shuffled back down the order on that opening lap down to 12th. Now he's got to try and pick off Fred Makovici in the second of the Alpines, and ahead of them Paul Di Resta. That's just to get into 10th place, and so to lose so many positions, it's going to have to be a different way of doing the race to get back up to the front.
Good lap from Arnold Robert. The Codis Lexus is now up to 2nd position to get ahead of James Cottingham. So the Lexus, which struggled at times for quite a number of races last year, they have found something for maybe season 2025 or maybe just this race weekend. The McLarens got away well, and actually the initial job for Arnold Robert was to fend off Thomas Floor in his Ferrari 296. So those 2 cars arriving into the first corner of the first lap side by side, whereas the McLarens were scampering free, and all those at United Autosports will be very grateful that there was no kerfuffle at the sharp end. Darren Young and, to a certain extent, his Indonesian teammate were saying that it was more down to bragging rights. So Jean Galea was saying, well, it doesn't really mean a great deal. We've got a 10-hour race to battle, as a Corvette ran wide a few moments ago and through one of those relatively narrow gravel traps. That's the yellow-roofed one.
That's Tom Van Rompuy, I think, who's going for a little charge-off. But it's always interesting, isn't it, the opening lap of the opening race of the season, the intake of breath in a pit garage. They just want to get their cars, wherever they've qualified, not to be knocked out at that first corner. And I must say, 36 cars came out to play, 36 cars are still playing, so that's very, very good indeed.
It was a relatively easy overtake for Arnold Robert on James Cottingham at the time. I realised James, thought, well, there's no point fighting this and, making contact. It's such a long race, and very early on in it, you can have that position. That's your only freebie of the race, and I'll just follow suit to find out where the Lexus is strong in comparison to our McLaren.
Yeah, we keep forgetting, of course, they had the prologue and then the practice sessions here, but they're still trying to get the measure of their rivals. And in fact, Codis ASP really struggled in 2024 and now into the lead. So Arnold Robert going past Darren Lung. So Darren is in 2nd place. He's a United Autosports McLaren. But now it's Lexus from Jerome Policon's team, Codis ASP, to the front of the race in GT3.
Yeah, and the question is, can they open up a bit of a gap now on the 2 United Autosports cars? Qualified in 3rd position, but have been clearly tuned up to be strong in the opening portion of what's likely to be maybe just short of an hour, because just like the hypercars, the LMGT3s are measured by virtual energy across a stint, and that has meant that typically a GT of old could do 60 minutes, maybe a handful of minutes more than that, but now they'll be just short of an hour, I would imagine. what I don't know in comparison to other tracks is how kind of thirsty it creates the cars. There's quite a lot of open throttle here, and also fast and medium speed corners, so I would imagine, unlike some of the tighter twisty tracks where you're not as much on the throttle, this will burn through energy rather than just plain fuel, more so than other places we visit, and therefore shorter stints before we get to each pit stop.
John, what's your thoughts on the GT3 battle? Because it's been really clean, but I mean, the fact we've got a Lexus at the front, that's a change of scenery, isn't it, from 2024?
That is the oldest car, Bruce, the car that was homologated the longest time ago. And funny enough, we were talking about tyre degradation earlier on. In its early years in the American Le Mans, in the IMSA series.
See what you did there?
Back slightly too far. In the IMSA series, rear tyre wear was a real problem for them. It has become something of an advantage to them, and it's quite clear that they are making a statement here with Arnaud Raban pushing out quickly to an almost 2-second lead. Had a long chat with James Cottingham from United and the McLaren team, and he was saying basically, look, this is year 2. We've all learned a lot because that was the newest car. That was the car that had the least miles under its wheels with the team and in the championship. And I think they're happy with the pace that they've got. They think that perhaps on the long run they might just have to be a little more conservative. So Darren and James at the moment, I think, will be working to a plan to bring those Goodyear tyres up and to make sure that they've still got pace at the end of it, under the stint. Getting a note from race control, by the way, Mai, that we may have a little bit of car debris at turn number 3, so keep an eye on that at the moment. That Le Mans GT3 battle throughout this season is going to be amazing, because there are, I think even more than in the hypercar class, there are tracks that suit some cars better than others, and it is not going to be the Porsche benefit that we saw last year, for sure. So Lexus from the 2 McLarens, then the 2 Mercedes, and we've got a yellow flag, a double yellow flag at turn 3 now, which would tend to suggest that we need to have some remedial action with that car body part that we believe's on the track.
There were 4 occasions last year when Acodis ASP Lexus were in the points. Best result was actually at Le Mans for the number 78 car when they finished in 6th place. That Lexus has been eligible for GT3 competition since the 1st of January 2017. It was chassis number 46 of the GT3 era, made by Toyota, of course, but with the Lexus badging.
The secret has been revealed.
It's a Lotus Lexus, everybody. And by the way, the debris that was concerning us has been cleared under local yellows, and Marshall running absolutely at top speed to have retrieved that and run behind the barrier. So we stay green. Let's hope that that was all of the debris scooped up in one fell swoop. We're almost 10 minutes into the race, Bruce.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds between first and second, between Ferrari 51 and Ferrari 50. So poleman James Collado out front. Nicholas Nielsen holding a watching brief, but he's got a buffer of 9/10 of a second back to the third place. BMW, that's Kevin Magnussen, back on board in the championship after his second spell in Formula 1. And Ferdy Habsburg, the driver normally with the largest smile on his face, but going from 9th at the start to 4th has been a brilliant start for him in his Alpine. Further down the order, we've got a Lexus limping, having just been off the track. It's been a bit of car-to-car rubbing, I feel. He made a move down the inside of one of the Vista AF Course Ferraris, spun it around, and then got clipped by the Ferrari he'd clipped and tipped into a spin himself, sending the number 46 BMW way off the track in avoidance. So having been so good, unfortunately, we had a little bit of contact there, and the Acodis Lexus, the second of those, and the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari down the order now.
Yeah, and that has delayed Ahmed Al-Hati as a result, although he gained a couple of places in it, I think. He went very, very wide through the last split, shown in 6th position, but the big delay has been for the second of those Lexus, for Petru Umberescu, and the Ferrari of Francois Heriot, number 21. And Francois was, well, even Stevens with his teammate Thomas Floor for the opening few laps. It doesn't affect the top three. Still Lexus from Arnold Robban, number 78, ahead of the two McLarens, the United Autosports cars of Darren Young and James Cottingham. All of that carnage was happening right behind them, so they remain unaffected as the Ferraris head across the line for the 7th time. Collado still leading Nielsen.
But in fact, on that lap, a second was gained over the third place Kevin Magnussen, BMW, but behind the up in front, the hypercars are going at it hammer and tongs. They're keeping it clean. Unfortunately, in GT3, there have been a few off-track moments. Poor Ben Keating, he's had not one but two of those in these early laps of the race, but he's still going, whereas Petro Umbarescu is limping back round to the pits with car damage. But up front, Ferrari's escaping, but everybody else is trying to claim effectively positions 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 at the moment. Hyper close in hypercar.
And Umbarescu in the pit lane for essential repair work there, so that's going to knock them straight off strategy early on. We're not even 15 minutes into the race. I would have expected that car to have done at least another 35 minutes before needing fuel/energy. In fact, the dolly jacks are going to go underneath the 87 Lexus, so that rather suggests it's going to be spun through 90 degrees. Oh yeah, it's been very badly beaten up on the sill as well, right underneath the number 87 number on that left-hand side. It's a bit of a squeeze to get cars into garages as well, around the fuel pump assembly section. It's a big old block, that, and it kind of compromises the aperture of the garage to maybe 3/4 of its normal size.
Now, when you've got multi-class racing, what makes it really exciting, it's the first time the hypercars come onto the tail of the LMGT3 group, but now they're working their way through the front, and the Ferraris are absolutely threading the eye of the needle. This might be a chance for the car in third place, Kevin Magnussen's BMW, to maybe reduce that margin. Of course, on the last lap, he lost a second. He's now trying to get it back, but it looks though race leader James Collado has pretty much picked off all but the top GT3 runners. But these are the laps, the first time they come across the GT3 cars where a race could really be tipped on its head.
Yeah, because the GTs have not had the opportunity to spread themselves around, and now a BMW getting a good run on the Alpine. So this is René Rast trying to find his way by Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine. Earl Bamber's up ahead in the all-gold Hertz Team Jota Cadillac, but Rast got level front wheels with rear wheels of the Alpine, but then couldn't get any further ahead. A flash of the lights from the German as he just jinks out a line from Ferdinand Habsburg's Alpine. So that's for 5th and 6th places. There's a fight on, though, ahead of them for 3rd and 4th. Magnussen now under pressure from Earl Bamber's Cadillac.
Yeah, Bamber was the one who gained. There was that fantastic battle. I said they were fighting 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. down to 9th, but Bamber got to the front of that ahead of Habsburg. Oh, I thought fleetingly I spotted a little bit of front-end damage to one of the two Cadillacs. Still trying to get used to the Hertz livery not being on a Porsche 963, but I'll get there by the time we get to the Mans. But I need another shot there to take a look. It might have just been the light, but this is a circuit. You do have straights on the circuit, mainly the main straight, but the rest of the time you're pretty much chopping and changing all the time. So you need the GT3 drivers to be complicit in this as well. And suddenly, if you get monstered by 6 hypercars coming round, and you do need to do turning of the next corner yourself, it's very tricky, but so far, so good.
The other thing I just noticed about the best placed of the BMWs, which is the black, white and blue one principally, as opposed to black, white, red and yellow for René Rast, but Magnussen's running half and half. So on the right-hand side, 2 medium tyres, the left-hand side, hard tyres. I wanted to make sure that the graphic information that we get fed was correct, because sometimes it's not. Sometimes we get fed the information as they left for the rolling laps, and it's not corrected then, because you can change your tyres when the cars are positioned on the main straight ahead of the race proper. But that is correct. So yellow sidewalls, mediums on the right and hards on the left, and now a spin for one of the Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs. It's the mighty 38 that has rotated.
That's from 4th. That's Earl Bamber. He'd done the hard work to get past Ferdy Habsburg. Habsburg right on his tail, and we saw it. I think it was also an Aston Martin running very wide indeed. It was down into turn 1, either side of one of the McLarens. Oh dear, and unfortunately for Bamber, he was on the outside. The track was turning right. He wanted to, but couldn't get it done. So all that work he's done to get right in the mix, and he had to guess, because down the inside into the first corner went Habsburg. Around the outside of the McLaren, but unfortunately off onto the painted surround went Earl Bamber. So he's worked hard, he's got it all to do again.
I reckon there was a touch there. We might be able to learn more from the team radio.
He's a car okay. Car's fine.
Car's fine, he says, but just the snap felt more like the McLaren had, well, that Bamber had run into the side of the McLaren, and it was on the edge of adhesion as it was, and that's what pitched it sideways, spun it around. Car's fine, he says. Another car on the combination of tyres, Earl Bamber's Cadillac, mediums on the right, hards on the left. Same as the BMW that it was contesting third position with, Kevin Magnussen. Magnussen escaped scot-free. My other concern is, if there was contact, has that damaged one of those two McLarens? Did you spot whether it was Darren Young or James Cottingham that was in the meat of the sandwich?
I didn't. I'm very, very keen to see another replay just to look at the dynamics. I actually think he just ended up going too wide. I'm not sure there was contact, but it was a late decision for Bamber to jink to the outside, to the left, into turn one of that McLaren. I'm just trying to work out which of the Aston Martins ran wide. I think it was Harry Tinknell, so he was the better placed in 007. So the Aston Martins now 17th and 18th in the 18 car field. Up the front of the field, though, it's pretty metronomic from James Collado. He's now 2.2 seconds clear, largely gained that as they were picking their way through the GT3 traffic. Should we talk Porsche? Penske Motorsport, better placed their cars. Julian Andlau down in 8th place. It seems extraordinary. The end the 2024 season absolutely on the crest of a wave, and here it hasn't been their dream meeting at all, Johnny.
No, and the same can be said about Toyota, I suppose. Toyota again with the half and half, so actually the 8 car not with mediums all around. I caught sight of the right hand side of the car, but they are hedging their bets to a certain extent, side by side then between the old championship foes Toyota and Porsche, and the number 6 car running very, very wide out of that turn 1 into 2 or further around the back.
They look like 1 into 2, where you double back to the right and you immediately need to turn to the left. And so last year in this part of the world, but in Bahrain, of course, Lawrence Vanthoor had actually a few off-track moments, didn't he? But somehow came through, and teammate Kevin Estre, together with Andre Lotterer, who's not with them this year, they took the title. But here he is fighting tooth and nail for 13th position against number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi on board that. So how things change.
Lawrence Vanthoor is, of course, a teammate of Kevin Pass on the Grass. Estre, as our good friend Peter Snowden calls him, so maybe it's rubbing off. Not much grass around this place.
I was going to say, you find the grass, Johnny. Better man than me.
But there's more gravel traps than I had remembered, in truth, and they're awkwardly placed as well. They're like bunkers on a golf course. So small, narrow, but if you fall off in the right places or the wrong places, then that could result in a big delay, just as happened with Lawrence Vanthoor skating through the gravel and potentially doing damage to, well, these tyres that are at a real premium. You only get 8 sets of tyres for a 10-hour race, and you needed to have decided which ones were medium and hard, which combinations you wanted prior to the race. There's only one dry compound offered by Goodyear in the GT category, so mediums all around, although the hard should arrive by Brazil later on in the year to give everyone in the GT category a choice of slick tyre. Harry Tinknell's Team Radio.
There's so much understeer, just no grip ready at all.
Okay, mate, copy.
Stick feels high, I'm also losing the rear.
Okay, mate, copy that.
So early days for the Aston Martin Valkyrie, but he's struggling for front and rear grip, it sounds like.
Yes, it didn't sound a message imbued with happiness, did it? And by the way, if you're listening in black and white, the hypercar tyres, the flashes on the side are white for the softs. You've mentioned yellow for the mediums. Red for the hards, and you don't expect to use them too much here, but there was drizzle before. Blue for the wet compound.
I said that yesterday. I said, I don't think we're using any wet weather tyres this weekend, and then it started to drizzle in free practice 3, so I've got more power than I realised. We didn't have any wet weather in qualifying. The race, well, it's still quite overcast, so with it being 10 hours, you just never know. That's the beauty of having such a long competition.
Hedging your bets there, Johnny.
I've got to, because I've already made the error this weekend. I knew I was powerful over full course yellows and safety cars by saying, we haven't had any of those. Bang. Oh, there's one.
Right.
I didn't know I could make it rain, Bruce.
Nah, well, there you go. We'll find out if it works. Right, message from race control. Francois Heriot, car number 21, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, under investigation along with Petru Umberescu, that number 87. Lexus, they had the 2 bits of contact, and the Umberescu, a Codis Lexus, had to limp back to the pits, but... we'll keep an eye on that, any messages coming through. But basically, the way I saw it was more of the problem was caused by Umberescu. And in fact, another message just comes onto the screen. Team manager of car 87, that's Umberescu's car, to the race director.
Evidence that Earl Bamber's Cadillac is absolutely fine. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.759. That rather does suggest that there wasn't any contact, therefore, between the McLaren and his Cadillac at the first corner. It was just the way that the car all of a sudden snapped out of his control, but it can do that when adhesion just dissipates entirely. Flashing of the lights now from Tom Van Rompuy, who's good around here. He took pole position in the same car, although a slightly updated car from TF Sport. And nice new paint job as well for 2025. Both yellow, although one with the black roof, one with the yellow roof. That's how we tell the difference. And Tom Van Rompuy's with the black roof, now charging its way almost down the inside of the 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor. This would be for fourth position. Had to back out of it in the end. I just wonder whether Tom Van Rompuy is now round the outside of his Corvette. Arrives Ahmed Al-Hati in the Team WRT BMW, but I thought Tom's thinking we're losing ground here on the two McLaren, certainly. Let's hurry things up, Thomas Floor, and I need to get by you. But as that was happening, then arrived Al-Hati with very different plans.
Yeah, and now Ian James is on the tail of that group. Definitely the Ferrari that's running very nicely in its own way. Fourth in the LMGT3 class, is the slowest of that quartet of cars. But Tom Van Rompuy, you can't fault him for trying. Likewise, you can't fault Bamber for trying. He just gained another place, picked off the Proton competition Porsche of Neil Yarni. Gosh, I remember eons ago, they used to race together in A1GP or against each other in those nation-by-nation teams in single-seaters. How I miss that series. To spend your winter, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Indonesia, great fun. But you just suddenly realise how long some people have been pro drivers.
Yeah, it really does tick by very swiftly indeed. So Earl Bamber's fastest lap, he's down the order after that spin, but a 1:43.7 is the best hypercar lap so far. Arnold Robert, as the race leader in LMGT3, has the fastest lap in that category, 1:56.4. Still, Ferrari and Corvette and BMW, and Ahmed Al-Hati's got a good run on Tom Van Rompuy, but the track's going to turn left next time around, which should favour the Belgian. He still can't get clear or get underneath Thomas Floor's Ferrari. I still think both the Corvette and the BMW are marginally faster than the silver Ferrari, but they've got to find a way safely past.
Yeah, I thought Ian James was going to attack onto the back of that group. He's actually fallen away, and I think what that showed was the Corvette and the BMW were delayed. They got a little bit chopped by Thomas Floor, lost their momentum for a bit. But if they carry on fighting like this, Ian James may be able to get in. But, I mean, there is no gap up the inside of any corner inside Thomas Floor. He's absolutely hugging the racing line. If they're going to pass it, it'll be on the outside. I sort of get a feeling if they pass, it's going to be an explosion of bodywork at the moment, because it's very, very robust racing. They're not touching, but they're super close, and their teammates don't even really know where to look in the garage. You know that moment you think, that bit about it being a 10-hour race, did they remember? Did they get the memo?
I kind of hope they didn't. It got lost in the post, because this is like a 10-lap sprint race, and if we can extend this on for another 300 or so laps, then it's going to be exciting times. Another great lap from Earl Bamber. He's got it down to a 1:43.1 now, fastest so far.
Well, he's flying, but one person who isn't flying, because they're in the pits, is Julian Andlauer. That's Porsche Penske Motorsport, and what time is on the clock? Well, yeah, that's a very early pit stop. Maybe they're just thinking we're in desperate straits, and they might have listened to John saying you count back from the end of the race, and it's the hard thing, because when is the end of the race? Is it 12 kilometres, that's 335 laps, or is it 10 hours? What's the contact that the cars return to the track? That's the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, but I'm not sure that was quite what the doctor ordered.
No, agreed. 25 minutes when you would expect it to be about 45 minutes as a minimum.
OK, well, what's a good lap time? So we're talking, 1 minute 40, let's call it 1 minute 45. So a ballpark figure. So that's only 13 laps they had on the board. So I'll jot that down in my notes.
Excellent. We'll come back to that, because that Porsche, should it have a good result, is going to be pitting at different times from everybody else. I wonder whether there was a bit of contact for the Alpine, which is doing battle still with René Rast, scraping itself down the side of one of the GT cars. Smallish tap, but has that put it on the back foot compared to René Rast's yellow and red BMW? And here comes Robert Kubica in the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P as well. So 3 hypercars absolutely together for the positions immediately off the podium. And ahead of them, not that far away is Kevin Magnussen. So there's a 4-second gap now between the second of the Ferraris. Remember, it's a Ferrari 1-2 for the factory cars, and then a 4-second gap back to this quartet that are tightly bunched.
You know what? Not even half an hour into this race, I've thoroughly enjoyed it because there is battling absolutely everywhere. And they're not just 2-car battles, they're sometimes 4-car battles. And then, of course, if you're having your own battle in GT3 and you suddenly get the front runners coming through, as we're witnessing at the moment, this fantastic battle for 4th place. Ferdi Habsburg in his Alpine, the René Rast BMW tucked in behind Robert Kubica in the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari. You know, this could change. The swing of the pendulum is coming up very soon indeed. But I'm super impressed with the GT3 drivers. Try not to lose too much ground to their own rivals as the hypercars come through, but not really getting in the way. So, again, it shows the rising driving standard through the field of the World Endurance Championship.
And it's quite a daunting prospect to have to do 2 hours and 55 minutes as a bronze in the opening race if you're not used to that amount of drive time required. So whether you're bronze or silver, a minimum drive time of 2 hours and 55 minutes, it's an awkward number, and deliberately so, because it won't fit into your normal stint pattern. Some thinking to be done, therefore. That is the only restriction, apart from having to, everyone's got to do 45 minutes as a minimum to ensure championship points. But, yeah, there's a prerequisite for the lower graded drivers in LMGT3. You don't have those in hypercar racing. Everyone is platinum or gold.
But another factor in this race, where we do not know how long it's going to last precisely, 10 hours or 12 kilometres, trying to fit that 2 hours 55 minutes in and not come up short if the race ends, you know, as you say, 10 minutes earlier under the 10-hour mark. So maybe you get your bronze driver to get their mileage in the first, 3/4 of the race, so you can be sure they've hit the 2 hours 55 minute mark. Julian Andlauer has left the pits, I think I did say that, but unfortunately for Petru Imburescu, well, we noted the damage on the side of his number 87 Lexus. That wasn't a polish-out job, so he is still in the Acodis ASP pit garage. Conversely, his teammate, Arnaud Robin, is leading the GT3 class by over 5 seconds now, so he can afford to be a little more forgiving to let the hypercars come through when they come through. He can shed a 1/10 of a second here or there, but we do be interesting to know what he's taken out of his tyres, because he got ahead of not one but both of the McLaren 720S LMGT3 Evos from United Autosports, and pulled clear very quickly. He made those moves and there wasn't too much resistance, but clearly happy to really go flat out from the very start. We'll see if that will cost him later, but right now Arnaud Robin, the 40-year-old Frenchman, absolutely flying in GT3.
Mike Conway's having a good fight with the third of the Ferraris, Robert Kubica, in the Écurie Francorchamps or Écurie Belge tribute livery for that yellow and red car with the Shell Helix backing. I knew there'd be one exception for the golds and the platinums in hypercar. I have to remember that Nico Pinot is silver, but there's nobody else of the silver grade, and it's dominated by the letter P on the entry list. Some golds and then that one silver for the Chilean, as James Collado and Nick Nielsen, well, the gap's come down a touch. It had extended up to north of 4 seconds, down to 3.1 now as James battles with some traffic. But the best thing for them is that actually the gap back to the third place BMW of Kevin Magnussen is growing yet further. It's now 6.5 seconds, a nice little cushion as they head to halfway distance or halfway point of this opening stint. I
think part of that is also not the Ferrari domination, is the fact that almost all race, Magnussen, since he got ahead of Habsburg, has had Habsburg still attached to the tail of his car, keeping him absolutely honest. But really the best racing in the first 40 minutes of this race or so has been third place back to about 10th. It's been a cracking tail, and we'll see how that one shakes out. But still, once you've got the first time the hypercars start working through the GT3s, it will carry on all race. And now the field is pretty much spread around the circuit, all 5.4 kilometres of it. Well, we have got 36 cars. You have to remember just that's the number that's depicted as comfortable. You pointed out that we might have expected some extra ones that we can't get at Imola. I mean, if anyone's not been to Imola, you would not imagine how narrow the paddock is and the scope to put any more garage. It ain't happening, because it can't extend backwards. There's a thing called a river there. Yeah. It's an absolute sliver of a paddock, so no extra cars there. I'm surprised we're not getting any necessarily, or not considered to be getting any, for Spa-Francorchamps, famous circuit for going to, not just because it's famous, but because it's in the lead up to Le Mans. But right here, right now, 36 cars seems about the right number for this circuit, because anywhere you look, there is something happening every single lap. And again, it's a circuit with a couple of hairpins, and then you've got that long sequence of corners. 2/3 of the way around the lap, it effectively starts with a fast left, that's turn 11, then those right-hander, 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 3 right-handers in a row, that's turns 12, 13 and 14. And if you hang it out around the outside, you're going to have your heart in your mouth, because really the inside line is where you need to be on all of those. But we have got the 2 classes of car, we have got the hypercars coming through, so sometimes you can find yourself off the line, and half the skill of a GT3 driver is to make space but not compromise yourself so much. And here is a circuit where there's a lot of scope to be too kind and find yourself paying the price by being shoveled off the side of the circuit. Not much to hit, you've got painted tarmac on the outside, you've got the gravel traps, but actually not to the favour of anybody if you go off and bring the gravel onto the circuit. And certainly the GT3 cars are the ones that have been going off the circuit rather more. So you can imagine the hypercar drivers again, please stay on the circuit. I know I put you off, but it's not my fault.
There's an awful lot more hypercars than I had anticipated that are on this mixture of compounds from the tyre perspective. So the question is, what are they going to change at the first pit stop, if any, or are they going to choose deliberately to double stints, mediums on the right and hards on the left? But I would imagine about half the field have gone in that direction. Ferraris that lead the race are hard tyres all round, I believe. We'll get more of an idea of tyres. It's difficult to tell when they're at top speed, but when they come in for that opening pit stop, we'll report on that in more detail. More door banging, this time between a recovering Francesco Castellacci and a Ford Mustang on its outside. So they came to blows into the first corner. It was the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot and Bernardo Souza in the 77 Ford Mustang. And the Iron Dames are returning to the championship, but this time with a car that certainly Michel Gatting and Rahel Frey sported in the European Le Mans Series last year. They were bouncing between manufacturers, racing a Lamborghini in the WEC and a Porsche in the ELMS. Well, they're back with Porsche, and they're with Manthey of all the Porsche teams. So they should be, well, fit hand in glove, really. It's just a question of Celia Martin becoming used to a 911 GT3R, which he is doing event by event. They've done plenty of testing over the winter period, and I know that the prologue was very useful to the French woman as well. 8 seconds is now the gap between Nicholas Nielsen in second and Kevin Magnussen in third, but it's less than a second. Magnussen to Habsburg in his Alpine to BMW, Habsburg to Rast is 0.7 of a second, and then Rast back to a chasing Robert Kubica in the yellow and red Ferrari is only half a second. So that's where all the scrapping's taking place. Third and fourth and fifth and sixth, with Mike Conway trying to hang on to the coattails of Polish driver Robert Kubica's Ferrari as hard as he can. What about Peugeot? 8th place for the best of their cars and Paul Di Resta. Remember, the 93 car did make it into Hyperpole yesterday. Running a touch wide there was the mighty 38, again on a recovery drive, but still the fastest car out there on the racetrack. So Earl Bamber might be down in 14th, but he's still in the low 1:43s at times. The average slightly, as you would imagine, higher than that. In fact, last time around he did a 1:46, which is a couple of seconds slower than our race leaders. I'm impressed, though, with the consistency of the 2 Ferrari 499Ps out front. Whether they be in clear air or traffic, their pace is very good.
Yeah, I just wonder, again, are they running slightly different tactics? With a 5-second margin, it really built up very quickly. It stretched through traffic, but at every point in this race, really, Colado's had the legs on Nielsen. At first, I thought Nielsen was just, having got from third into second, he could play the watching brief, he delay those behind. But unfortunately, he can't delay them behind because they're not on the pace of the Ferraris at the moment. As you pointed out, the gap back to Kevin Magnussen is over 9 seconds from second to where the Dane is in third. So they're controlling the race, but do they go too hard too soon? I just think Ferrari looks supreme around this circuit. You pointed out how good they were in practice, how good they were in qualifying. Pole position, they made it work, and it really was a super clean start to this race, and the job was done for Nielsen. He had to get his head down, get his elbows out, but actually didn't need to get his elbows out because not only did he sweep past Magnussen to go into second place, Ferrari, into the first corner. He was fully clear and then thought, well, you know what, I'm going to have a little tilt and see if I can get the lead from Collado. But anyone who knows Collado just would know that ain't happening. So he just ran a little bit wide on the exit of the first corner into turn 2. Nielsen had to back off. Magnussen thought, hey, I might get back into second place. No chance. So the Ferraris look fantastic.
Very sideways for a moment there in the first of the Cadillacs, which was Earl Bamber at the time. Oh, it might have been a touch, you know, from... Which car was that in immediately behind? It was... There's a Hertz car, well, and then the Alpine, but it was happening in front of them. Yeah,
and that was... the replay showed going out towards turn 2 from the exit of turn 1. That's where Will Stevens lost all the ground, shoveled off to the side of the circuit, definitely given a bit of a push and a shove. So while he was going backwards, Ferdy Habsburg was going forward. He was on the right-hand side of the track as they ran between turns 1 and 2, and certainly benefited from that. And in fact, a head-on shot long ago on that run from turn 1 to 2. One car went very wide on driver's right, but again, it was very, very clean when said and done, to get all the hypercars doing what they did so cleanly.
Yeah, so it might have been the René Rast BMW into the back of a Cadillac, which really unsettled, probably was Will Stevens, rather than Earl Bamber. And Earl Bamber then, many laps later, had that indecisive moment, maybe. Which side of a McLaren am I going to go? Into turn 1, he decided the outside, where grip was very low level indeed, and the car snapped to the left. Still tough for us to tell whether there was a bit of a touch with the McLaren which forced the spin, or whether it was just a break of adhesion. But the Cadillac, driven by the Kiwi, spinning as a result, and dropped him significantly down the order to 14th position for car number 38. We've gone for a full course yellow now, and is this down to debris or another reason? I can't see any messages on the screen suggesting that there is a car off, but prepare for full course yellow at 14:39. Full course yellow is kicked in, and this automatically closes the pit lane as well, so there is no chance of a cheap or a free pit stop at about the right sort of time. I mean, ideally in the old days you would be getting the car in now for some fuel.
It certainly would. And it's down at turn 1. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, marshals are on the track at turn 1, and they are on the right hand, on the left hand side of the track. So the cars are being told to go across the circuit to stay out of the way. I suspect it's more debris, although, as Johnny said, we haven't heard that. By the way, we have now had a decision. The Lexus that is still in the pits, damaged with the damage to the left hand side sill. If it comes back out again, it will be penalised with a drive-through after that contact with the Ferrari at turn number 6 as well. But there's still work going on down in the pit lane for the Akkodis machine, and everybody trying to slow down. Right, there was a spin for one of the VistaJet cars. No, that was the, excuse me, I've done exactly the same thing as I normally do, which is looking from one screen to another. That was why the Akkodis Lexus got its penalty. They caused the incident, spinning the Ferrari, the number 21 Ferrari, around. Then they actually picked up a bit of karma, because the Ferrari, in spinning around, reversed back across the track, out of control, clobbered the Lexus going around the side, and that's caused the damage. The driver has been out of that car for some time. The issue is that they have damaged the left-hand sill, and that's where the exhaust is. The exhaust runs down that sill, and I think there's an issue with either the exhaust having been flattened, and therefore the engine probably not breathing correctly, no back pressure, or the wrong type of back pressure, and...
You're so much faster than it, even with the energy saving, might as well save the energy. You're going to get him and the BMW on the next stint, I guarantee it. This is for debris at turn 1.
And that's Tom Van Rompuy for TF Sport being told about what's going on in the Corvette. It's the first time we've been talking about the energy 10, for the GT3 9, cars.
8, 7.
We're going back to
6,
green, and we have
5,
the
4,
automatic
3,
Is he staying fewer? Yes, or still less?
Full course yellow removed.
Back to green flag racing. The FIA World Endurance Championship opener, the 1,812 kilometres of Qatar. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, John Langdorf in the press room, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones watching over the action as well as we get back to fast and frenetic action. And what a 40 odd minutes it has been. Just over 42 minutes of 335 laps. We have completed 24 at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the laps because that is what will pick it. What will determine the lap times. If you are just joining us, Ferrari with a storming start, 2499Ps at the head of the field. And as we get back to speed, it's the number 51 of James Collado that leads by 7.2 seconds over his teammate Niklas Nielsen in the number 50. Then a 10, call it 11 seconds gap back to a super run for the Alpine A424 and Ferdi Habsburg. That's the number 24 car. The 35 car. 424. In fourth place, René Rast for BMW in the number 20. That's the Shell Helix car, the Écurie Francorchamps, the Écurie Belge, as we've been calling it. Robert Kubica is behind the wheel of the number 83 AF Corsa, the privateer Ferrari. One of only two privateer cars in the hypercar field now, with the Proton 963 being the other. And that has meant there'll be a slight change to the end of the race. We will not have a separate podium for the Privateer World Cup, or the Hypercar World Cup. Behind that, top six made up by Mike Conway and the best of the Toyotas. That's the number 7 car, with Paul Di Resta in behind him by about a second. And
John, something's happened to the BMW of Kevin Magnussen. Yeah, coming out of the full course yellow. It didn't get away, and I was wondering why it had dropped from third position. So Magnussen, who'd been having a stormer and being ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg, that now explains it. So everybody lit their engine note up, apart from Magnussen.
He's still got the limiter on.
Yeah.
He's still got the limiter on. The lights were still flashing on that car, and I don't think he cleared the limiter, or if he did, he went onto the pit lane limiter because it just didn't rev.
Well, it could have been a disaster job because Habsburg was so close behind him. He had to absolutely explode one side. It was like he had to jink very, very rapidly to the left, and the next car in the line likewise had to do the same, which is Robert Kubica. So that's and René Rast, his own teammate. But for Magnussen, he's tumbled way down the order. He completed the lap. That's lap number 24 on the board, down in 9th position, third place to 9th. So cruel. He had such a good start to the race. Did lose a position to Niklas Nielsen to fall back to third on the run to the first corner. But that was really well. Let's hope it's something that could be fixed, but can he get back? But that could have taken out a whole group of the front runners, because nobody expected him to suddenly just be at limp speed. They'd all taken the signal. What do you do as a driver when you get the signal to get going? You get going. That was close.
Well, you're literally on the G of green, aren't you? You're on the gut of green. You've got to be going. And the good thing about how this works, Bruce, is that we're hearing the countdown from race control. Now, that doesn't go directly to the drivers, but it's being relayed by their team. So, they will be asking that, yes, they'll be looking at the trackside boards, but if you are between boards, you absolutely need your team to be telling you when it actually fires back to green again. And this gaggle of cars behind the Alpine in third position, René Rast, Robert Kubica, the Toyota of Mike Conway, Paul Di Resta for the Peugeot, number 93, all coming through GT traffic now. The Iron Dames with that bright pink Porsche that they are racing this year. That's Celia Martin stays to driver's left down the start-finish line. Driver's briefing was, as usual, if you are in a GT car, hold your racing line. It is up to the hypercars to find their way through and find their way through cleanly. Lawrence Vantor trying to make up some ground here, right off the back of the Peugeot that sits ahead of him. This time last year, of course, the Peugeot had no rear wing. It has a low slung rear wing now, but that whole car was redeveloped, and the new car debuted after this race last year. They should have been on the podium, but made a refueling error in their last pit stop.
Yeah, it's so cruel. Actually, a little anomaly just popped up on the previous lap. Suddenly we had an Aston Martin, one of the two Valkyries, with the one with Marco Sorensen at the wheel. That's 009, setting the outright fastest first sector time and second sector time, putting in a good lap. Not the fastest lap of the race so far, but somewhere in there. Doesn't just get prizes for sounding great. At this point in the race, suddenly Sorensen's gone, hey, I'm pressing on. Maybe there was clear track around him for once.
We've got to be careful with that, Bruce, because that car actually, due to an anomaly of how it is, I don't think that car is being properly featured in the hypercar class, because it doesn't have a positioning class alongside it. And like we used to have with when we had hybrids and non-hybrids, although they were all in the same class, sometimes you'd get a position in class that was indicative of the fact that it was non-hybrid. If you remember when we had the grandfather cars in. Into the pits, however, for Toyota Gazoo Racing, and the number 8 car, JP, now dropping into the pit lane after the early stop from Julian Andlauer in the Porsche, and we haven't heard from either Bruce Giuliani or Alex Legui about why that car came in, but it has continued to run. But now Toyota Gazoo Racing, 25 laps into the race, and Seb Buemi has peeled into the pits.
On this half and half makeup of Michelin dry tyre compound, so the mediums on the right and hard on the left, if those times are correct for the Aston Martin, I take your point about it being in a different class, but they're the best of all the hypercars. So some terrific sectors at the very least for Marco Sorensen from the back of the grid, remember, but a 36.9. Nobody else has done a 36 through the first sector, and then a 34.7 backed up. So that Valkyrie's finding a bit of speed here and there. It might be in comparison to just being a busy racetrack for everybody else. It certainly is for James Collado, who leads by 8.5 seconds over Nicholas Nielsen. Ferdinand Habsburger now, surprise for him, at third position after the BMW driven by Kevin Magnussen did not pick up speed, or it might have done initially and then it just bogged down again. So whether he caught a button having released it successfully initially and then something then clicked back in to slow the BMW down, I don't know, but it was a sort of staggered affair which resulted in the BMW being caught at perhaps 80 kilometres per hour. The speed limit in the pit lane here is 60 kph as opposed to the speed limits that are in action for a full course yellow and a virtual safety car. We've managed to avoid the VSC so far, and therefore a safety car as well. And 28 laps completed of this 335 lap affair, or if you prefer 9 hours and 10 minutes to go, Bruce Jones.
I don't know which I prefer at the moment. I'll let you know later. Right, just to refer to where Magnussen dropped to, 9th place is the answer, but he's best part of 4 seconds down on the car in 8th, which is Fred Machiavicchi's Alpine. That's car number 36, who's actually running very close, second or so down on Paul Di Resta, but for now Magnussen just has to get his head down and see what he can do about trying to catch up with Loic Duval as a driver immediately ahead, Machiavicchi ahead of him. So they're fighting Machiavicchi in 8th, the Peugeot with Duval in 9th, but Magnussen now down to 10th, so he's lost another position there.
Sebastian Buemi rejoining in the number 8 Toyota. So far we have had pit stops for 2 hypercars. Julian Andlauer, get the right line. Julian Andlauer's number 5 Porsche came in very early on, but the Toyota a more expected time. A spin for one of the LMGT3 cars away in the distance. Now, was that at the point that Will Stevens was putting a lap on it? It's at turn 13 and the yellow flags are out. It looks like the cars rejoined very swiftly indeed, though, because the track's gone green already. It was a very long distance away, but I wonder whether it was one of the GTs with the long nose, so perhaps a Mustang, but I'd like to be able to revisit that moment again to be fully sure. I just wonder whether it was as a result of a few too many cars in the wrong place at the wrong time, and as some hypercars swept through, there just wasn't room enough for everybody.
Yeah, and also if you go around there, bear in mind it's one of those 3 consecutive 72-degree right-handers. You're travelling at some old pace, so That would have been a very quick spin and rejoin.
It could well have been. I know Ben Keating's just come in the pits, and now I'm going to plump for, what about the BMW of Yasser Shaheen? Didn't pit, did he? But he took 51 seconds through that final sector rather than 36, so it's lost him 15 seconds or so, and that was the spin for Australian Yasser Shaheen in BMW number 31, the Bend Team WRT M4. So apologies to all Ford Mustang fans. They are still very much on the straight and narrow. And have we had either of those cars pit yet? Either the 77 or the 88? Yeah, Bernardo Souza has brought the 77 Proton Competition Mustang in for their first pit stop. This is well short of an hour, as expected. About 50 or so minutes for some of these LMGT3 cars. They've done 2 rolling laps as well. So we shouldn't necessarily say 50 minutes is your limit when we get properly into the race. The first stint is always the anomaly. 2,499Ps separated by 7 seconds at the head of the order as we head elsewhere in the Ford Performance Global Broadcaster, and John Hindhaugh for these updates.
Quick couple of things from race control. That 77 Mustang that's coming into the pit lane, that is under investigation for contact with the number 21 Ferrari a little while ago, and their team manager has been asked to go to race control. Also a reprimand for Peugeot number 94, that's the Loic Duval car, sitting in 9th position overall. That is an ERS infraction, so basically hybrid management in terms of that. Exactly what that is, it sounds like it's probably been overpowering. And just when you were talking about people going faster in that Aston Martin, the lap after that, Fred McAvecchi put the fastest middle sector of anybody in the Alpine number 36, the A424, 8th position, as I say, and he's just put his and the car's fastest lap in as well. There's performance out there, gentlemen, as we're coming to the end of these first stops.
Both Aston Martins pitting on the same lap, Aston Martin hypercars, that is. So the Valkyries together in pit road, 009 and 007. They pit from 15th and 16th positions. Ferdi Habsburg for Alpine. So the battle of the French brands very much going the way of the royal blue of Alpine and their A424 car. Best of the Peugeots is still in 7th position, and a rather tattered rear left-hand corner of the Ferrari that got touched, I think that was.
Touch times too, because John just mentioned the car 21 had been assaulted again, and that's under investigation. Just worth pointing out the rising pace of Will Stevens. He's just put in the fastest first sector, the fastest second sector. He's down in 10th position in number 12 Cadillac, but he's been good whenever there's a bit of space around him. But one person who's now really struggling, down to 13th place now, Kevin Magnussen, and he's lapping a second and a half, 2 seconds off the ultimate pace in the hypercar class.
007 Aston Martin stranded in the pit lane and therefore blocking some of the other pit bays. Is that Iron Lynx who are wanting to pit their all-yellow Mercedes? Yes, and the replacement driver screaming and shouting, saying, hey, marshals, we need this Aston out of the way, otherwise we can't do our pit stop to the best of our ability. There was a bit of an issue in free practice 3 with one of the Aston Martins not making it to its pit stall and stopping at pit entry, so it was lowered from the jacks. In comes the all-black Iron Lynx Mercedes GT car, and yeah, there was, well, all I could hear was starter there, no engine firing into life. It doesn't have a hybrid, this new Valkyrie, so we're not going to get it powering away on electric power alone. These are the first racing stops for the Valkyries here, of course, and lots of milestones quite clearly, and lots of lessons being learned, I'm sure. But the 007 has now fired into life. 009 got away with no problems at all, but that's the issue, is if your car rolls into the adjacent pit bay and they're about to pit as well, panic stations can be hit.
Yeah, it absolutely was on trickle speed, and how long was it stationary for after it had trickled to a halt? About 3 or 4 seconds and then got going. But again, it could affect lots of cars around it, because it's either on their way in or their way out, but I'm sure they'll be looking into that. So pretty much everybody has been making their stops now, but the Ferrari's out front, 6.3 seconds between James Collado in the lead and Nicholas Nielsen. There's that pit stop, and we'll see them powering in soon, but they really have looked very much in control. But Just remember, before the start of the race, John pointed out track temperature was much higher than yesterday, where the sun didn't come through. It was 33 degrees before the start of the race, and that suddenly, it might be the same tarmac, but it reacts very, very differently indeed. Now, door up. Unfortunately, gull-wing door on the 009. That's the other Aston Martin, so that's Marco Sorensen's car. Oh, dearie me.
Let me tell you about the times, because Marco spent 1 minute and 17 seconds in his pit stop. It all went brilliantly to plan there.
Close the door or bring in the car to repair. 009 closes the door or brings the car into repair.
The issue for Marco is he's sitting on the wrong side of the car for that door, because it's the right side door. It's a left-hand drive Valkyrie, and he just cannot reach around sufficiently, being strapped in so tightly. So I can't imagine he's going to be able to solve that without the car coming into the pits. Just to finish the point, he was 1 minute and 17. The other car that stalled 1 minute and 59 seconds, so nearly a 2-minute pit stop for 007.
Well, that's 2 minutes that Aston Martin Team Thor will not be enjoying. And every time the door almost comes down close enough to Marco to grab, it then bobs up. Oh, and it's blown off. Hoping to get back to the pits, and the upper part of that gull-wing door has exited stage right, followed by Bear, unfortunately, into the... Luckily, it's not landed on the circuit. It's out on the painted stump. But it's one thing... Well, let's see what damage is actually done to the car. Can they just mount another door onto it? So he was planning to come in. He'd had the official message to come in. Other cars are coming in to make their pit stops, including Robert Kubica et al. But he's coming back in for a second time.
Now, does the fact that it's broken clean off make the repair easier or more difficult? We will find out in a moment. The new fastest car out on the racetrack and yet to make a pit stop is the Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari, number 50, as here comes the number 7 Toyota into pit lane, together with Marco Sorensen's rather second-hand Aston Martin Valkyrie. Now they're going to have to work out a way of attaching a new door. Let's hope it's a clean break. It is exactly 3 o'clock at the Lusail International Circuit, the opening round of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. It's time for our first hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Aston Martin having to go into the garage for the door repair. We're right in the thick of a number of pit stops, but helpfully for us during this first hourly update, the leaders are staying out on the racetrack and doing just about their best laps of the race so far. Car 51, James Colado's Ferrari 499P, onto a 34th lap, so impressive mileage from the Italian cars as well. A gap of 6 seconds back to Nick Nielsen, who does pit at the end of lap number 33. Car 50 then into the pit lane, but still scored as in second position, ahead of Rene Rast's BMW M Hybrid V8 from Team WRT, number 20. Fourth position is the 93 Peugeot 9X8, now of Paul Di Resta. Fred Makovici and his Alpine has slipped to 5th place, and these are positional changes rather than anything to do with pit stops, although Mako's just pitted as well. Then it is the number 12 car of Will Stevens in 5th position. Earl Bamber's going well in a similar Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, just doing the fastest lap of the race in car number 38. Then Loic Duval's Peugeot and Laurence Vanthoor, there or thereabouts in the lower portion of the top 10, but we'd expected the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s to be doing a little bit better considering their very successful year in 2024. A Codis ASP team, Lexus, leads in LMGT3 with Arnold Robin at the wheel. He's yet to pit in car number 78, ahead of 2 United Autosports McLarens, although they have each made a call to pit lane. Car 59 ahead of number 95. Then it's Ahmed El Hati in the Team WRT BMW, number 46. The 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin of Ian James. Thomas Floor in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54. That car is completely straight, as opposed to the sister car at Vista, which has got quite a lot of chunks taken out of it after 2 separate bits of contact. The Corvette of Ben Keating, number 33, is in 7th, ahead of the aforementioned Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Francois Herriot, number 21. It's Manthey with a 92 Porsche for Ryan Hardwick in 9th, ahead of Stefano Gattuso's Ford Mustang, number 88, the Proton competition car, in 10th. The next hourly update is at 4 o'clock.
Keeping you up. The hour.
coming back out. And that's Will Stevens, who was one of the quickest drivers just before that final round, that first round of pit stops. Tumbled down the order, had qualified very well indeed, was fourth on the grid, but remember he lost 8 places, and replays showed that coming out of the first corner on the opening lap of the race, he was given a bit of a push and shove before turn 2 and fell down to 12th place. He's been fighting back ever since, and now the sister car of Earl Bamber into the pits, and that concludes the voting. All of the hypercar class cars have made a pit visit.
So, John, early information prior to race day that you were getting suggested 32 laps in a fully green stint, but as we've said, that wasn't fully green. There was a full course yellow out for a couple of laps, maybe 1.5 laps, and that's some more fuel mileage for Earl Bamber. He's pitting after 35 laps.
Yeah, and this is going to get people talking up and down the pit lane. This is the biggest capacity engine, albeit it's normally aspirated. Get the opportunity now as well to do a little bit of cleaning around the front end of the car. We'll get the countdown on the side of the car as well to show us how much fuel, how much energy replenishment is going in, and then there's a second countdown on these new very whizzy side panels that tells you how long the car's been up on its jacks, back through to the lead for Ferrari and AF Corsa. The number 51 car goes back to the lead. In fact, they'll go back to first and second. And how about this? After a nightmare early on in the week, and what did we say, Johnny, when we were talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport? They might not have made hypercar hyper-pole, but they are now running in third place with the number 5 car. When it comes to race day, you never count out Weissach, and you certainly don't count out the captain himself, Roger Penske.
Quite right too. I was marginally alarmed just then to see a Toyota going right across the blend line, but crucially it hadn't come out of the pit. It was completing a normal lap, so that's fine.
JP?
Yes?
Yeah, JP. Something has just popped up that was from earlier on, and this is a drive-through penalty. If you remember, we had some penalties that were suspended for the race. 2 cars, the number 8 Buemi and the number 60 Claudia Schiavone, not respecting yellow flags in FP3. It was suspended for the rest of the meeting. It has now been applied to car number 60 for that earlier miscalculation by Schiavone, and it's Matteo Caroli who's in the car now, but I presume Claudio Schiavone started it, so it has been applied. So that car will have to come through the pit, and in fact has come through the pit for a second time. The other car that has that hanging over them is the number 8 Toyota.
It's interesting that qualifying was missed out, so it's suspended from free practice into the race. So is that going to be the normality for the rest of the season? Is that, suspended sentences from free practice will actually go into the most important portion of the meeting?
Yeah, and that's a safety. I mean, that's safety. That was yellow flag, overtaking with the yellow flag, JP for those two. There were those 5-minute penalties for the full course yellow, 5-minute stop and hold for the full course yellow in FP3, which there was, I think, 5 cars, the Iron Lynx, the WRT, Part Racing 007, one of the United McLarens, it was the 95, and the 88 Proton Mustang. They, I think, all served doors. I haven't seen that those are hanging over them. So, now, good news if you are an Aston Martin and Valkyrie fan, because the 009, which had had its problems restarting after its first ever racing pit stop, is back on the concrete apron and ready to hear that glorious V12. And I can tell you, Bruce, you were talking about it earlier on. Simon Strand, well known to both of us for many years, who is the PR guru at Aston Martin Racing, summoned me quite cryptically to the Aston Martin garage last week on Wednesday.
Lunchtime?
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you got to plan these things, John.
It was before the prologue started, and so Thursday, excuse me. He said, "Be with. I want to see you 12 o'clock sharp." So I go in there, and the reason he asked me there was that was the first time that glorious V12 had been fired up in an FIA WEC pit lane, and I was standing there. In fact, actually, we made that the start of our first prologue programme on Friday. Absolutely glorious.
What an honour.
It was, mate, and it was me and Simon.
Full course yellow.
Oh, now there's been an incident at turn 11, Johnny.
Okay, and therefore, is that leaving debris on the racetrack or something more serious, i.e. a car that cannot leave the scene? But we got information for about 30 seconds before that we were going to go into another full course yellow. Marshals are on track at turn 14. That's clearing debris, presumably, therefore. Yes, and it's ended up right next to the curb. So a dangerous place for that to be sitting.
Is that the door that came off the Aston Martin, perhaps? So that would be the right part of the circuit. It was pretty much towards... Gosh, the poor Marshal running out to get it has to go through the gravel trap. Never easy at the best time. Nice souvenir, but great officialdom. Just want to point out one little thing. You were talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 5 eking its way from nowhere up to, after the first pit stops, to third. But just remember, of course, that was... a car that pitted after only 13 laps, as opposed to most of its rival pitting after 33, 34, so it's running at a different schedule. And, well, there we have it. So good work by the marshals and the officials. Get that cleared. It was off the side of the circuit, but when you get to turn 14, it's very easy to go off the side of the circuit. It's the third of those 3 very fast right-handers, and push can come to shove. So the full course yellow period shouldn't be lasting too much longer now. The door has been removed.
And... actually, through luck rather than judgment, Mike Conway saw that door leaving the Aston Martin directly in front of him, was just hoping he wasn't going to head his way. Well, it flew way up in the air.
I was going to say, did he duck down in the cockpit? You know, that's a ridiculous reflex you can have if you see something coming your way. Yeah,
but it was well clear of the Toyota, and then thankfully landed in a relatively safe position, but... it couldn't be left there. I think they wanted really to get all of the pit stops completed before then the full course yellow comes out to clear that debris, because a full course yellow, to remind you, closes a pit lane. Yes, John?
And we've got Ferdy Habsburg side by side here with Sebastian Buemi under yellow, waiting to go back to green. And I'm not sure who was meant to be ahead, but I'm not sure how race control will look at that as we go back green again. There's no specific rule about overlapping, but quite clearly, if you're on one side of the track or the other, you're going to get an advantage depending on which way the corner goes. I've not seen that before. Either heads-up racing or something that needs to be looked at. You'd be the judge.
Well, they'll argue, well, if you talk to them independently, they'll say, I was ahead, and then the other one will say, no, I was ahead. But the thing is, if you are going into a full course yellow side by side, you're hitting the limiter at the same time, 80 kilometres per hour, and you're never going to wriggle free of that side by side action. But, I mean, I was always told side by side is overtaking, and you're not allowed to overtake under a full course yellow, so I'm sure that's going to be looked at again.
Okay, my read on that is Ferdy Habsburg has now dropped back from that group. It's almost so he went, oh gosh, what have I done? Because between the car he was attacking, which is the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, Paul Di Resta is now inserted between him and the chasing Alpines of Habsburg and Machiavicchi, but they were fully alongside the Toyota.
And Di Resta's under investigation for that full course yellow, as is Celia Martin. And Tom Van Rompuy is under investigation for pit lane speeding. Well, that tends to be a slam dunk. So possibly the 81 of TF Sport has a problem. Head to the pit lane.
Marco, what have you learned out there? How was it?
First of all, it was amazing to do the first stint in the car. Get into the rhythm of in the hypercar class, overtaking the GTs, all this kind of stuff. So obviously we're still learning every day we go out there. But yeah, I literally, the door off, with being off, so you can kind of say that I drove the doors off the thing, even though we're not really fighting for top positions. But yeah, good fun, and we still managed to learn a lot.
Qualifying temperatures were vastly different to the temperatures out there now. So just how different is the strategy and setup of the cars?
Obviously, you have you do a little bit of a quality setup, and then the race is fully different because you still, even though this track is not so abrasive of the tires, you still need to manage the tires a little bit. But that's also we did a whole stint in one go, and it seemed to actually be working quite nicely. So obviously, there's a lot of managing from the driver, but yeah, it's we're kind of in the mix. We're in the back, but they weren't pulling so much away, so it'll get better.
It's a long race. It's done.
Well, they had the hiccup for the 007, which cost the Harry Tinknell-driven car now about 45 seconds or so in the pit lane, and then for the 009 that got away cleanly, obviously that complication with the door flying off. But I do like Marco's line, and it always looks good on a press release, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Johnny. Yeah, drove the door. He didn't drive the doors off, only one of them, so he's going to have to, pull his finger out soon.
Let's hear from Gregoire Sauce now, also in pit lane.
Gregoire Saucy, we are all following James Cottingham right now on TV, and he's leading the race. Strong start for the two cars, but the Acodis ASP Lexus seems to be a challenge.
Yes, of course, yeah, it's a really good start. James at the moment is doing a really good job. Now we need to see. I think it's possible that different team is doing some different strategy. The race is really long, so we need to keep it clean and keep pushing.
Keep it clean is the solution today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, McLaren certainly have a quick car, and I don't think they're going to be overly concerned about Arnold Robin, particularly now after the pit stops. It's a United Autosports 1-2 again. And the one thing that United Autosports always boast about and always complete to absolute success is those pit stops. It's about turning the cars around as quickly as possible, keeping the car on the racetrack for as many minutes as you can, and no surprise that they've come out ahead of the Acodis ASP Lexus. Exactly what they did as far as changing that car, tyres, are they still double stinting because the drivers were retained? And now James Cottingham ahead of Darren Leung, so looking to burn as much of this 2 hour and 55 minute minimum drive time for their bronze drivers. In fact, I don't think we had a driver change at all in the top 10. Further down, though, Eduardo Barrichello, who is the silver rated driver for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, has taken over the number 10 Aston Martin, and Maxime Martin is in the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. That's the all-black car. Matteo Cairoli, as you've mentioned, Bruce, now drives the number 60. So some changes, but in the top 10, they're keen to burn as much bronze time as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed the fact you don't really know the end time of this race because it's the very unusual format, not running to a time necessarily. It's a time or a distance covered, and the distance covered, if they reach 1,812 kilometres, that could bring down the checkered flag, or 10 hours, whichever comes first. But, so maybe at the end of the race there could be an element of unpredictability, a swing of 10 or maybe even, let's say, 10 minutes. Last year it was rather less than that, but that could make a difference. So if you have to do 2 hours, 55 minutes minimum for your bronze driver, really eke it out in the early part of the race, and that would put you on a sort of more sure footing going into the final hour of the race, according to your driver lineup down in GT3. And as Johnny pointed out earlier, in Hypercar you can run pretty much as long as you want.
And it's still a Ferrari 1-2. About that 5 seconds is still the gap between James Collado and Nicholas Nielsen. Then it's a 5.3 second gap back to the best of the non-Ferraris, which is a Porsche. And considering its first stint, Julien Andlau's done phenomenally well there. I haven't yet investigated how long the number 5 car was actually on pit road. And whereas other teams might have changed tyres, did Porsche Penske Motorsport ensure that they wanted the track position and to get ahead?
I think that's entirely it. It was in after 13 laps. Its rivals did effectively another 20 laps on their stint, so depending what fuel load they started with, it could have been a much shorter fill. Of the hypercars, just the BMW drivers have swapped over so far, so Raffaele Marcello, Swiss driver, taking over the number 15, and the sister car, car number 20, Robin Freitz, has taken that one over from René Rast, and at the moment they are not quite at the sharp end of the field. The better place, the two, is Freitz in 5th place and Marcello down in 14th, but actually setting some very competitive lap times. He's setting off after Neil Yarni. That's his next target for Proton competition. One of the two Privateers cars. That's the Privateer Porsche in the hypercar class.
But as you remind me, of course, that Porsche came in a lot earlier than everybody else, so that is a false position for Julien Andlau's car, and it will drop away well before everybody else needs to pit. In fact, it's already done 27 laps in a fully green stint. We're back to green again now, by the way, after the latest full-course yellow to recover that Aston Martin door from the 009 car. But within the next probably 5 laps, going to see that number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport needing some more energy. So that will develop into Earl Bamber being the chasing car, chasing the 2 Ferraris, and a full 13 seconds back from Julian Anlau's car. So although Cadillac will be in a good position, they'll be concerned about the amount of time they're giving up to the Ferrari 499 piece this early on.
Yeah, and just looking at lap times, James Collardo's car, last lap, 1 minute 44.7 seconds. The chasing cars, 1 minute 45.5, 1 minute 45.0, 1 minute 45.2.3. So he's just got the pace. And he's just looking super, super comfortable. He's not taking risks, but he's also doing that thing that all absolute top pros do, which is do a lap and do many laps very close to that pace. He seems to be working the traffic very nicely too. But I must say, 36 cars in the field, split 18 hypercar, 18 GT3 class. And they're behaving very, very nicely thus far. I don't want to put a jinx on anything, but, you know, wherever you look, there seems to be overtaking a hypercar going around a GT3 car. John's point that the GT3 driver is told to keep their position, and it's up to the hypercars to work their way round. So that is why you do sometimes see drivers to the left, drivers to the right, and most notably, of course, that happened down into turn 1. 2 cars going around the outside of a McLaren. 1 car came off second best with a spin down onto the outside of the circuit, and then rejoined, of course.
Ferdy Habsburger's just made a pit stop in the Alpine number 35, so drops a significant chunk of places as a result. Now, car 35, that's very early, 9 laps into a stint.
As soon as you said that, I started seeing, had he just been pinged? Remember, we had that incident on the restart, but there's been no message unless it came through so quickly, and I missed it because we were slightly concerned that he seemed maybe to be almost getting ahead of Sebastian Buemi. And obviously no overtaking before we went back to full green.
As far as I can tell, he spent 1 minute and 20 seconds in the pit lane, so that's a peculiar time. If it was a drive-through, stop and go, that might fit a little more, but precisely what was done to the Alpine, if the team worked on the car, then it was for sure not a penalty. But
no,
I don't understand why it's come in after 9 laps when the first stint was much more like it, 30 or so laps. So that's a possible concern for the Alpine, unless, as we say, there's a penalty that we've missed, and we'll keep a keen eye around that.
I don't think we have missed it, because the last messages from race control were about just under 20 minutes ago, and that was but before we got to that full course yellow. We talked about the few drivers who've changed in the LM GT3 class. One was Edu Barrichello, and you know, if there's a Barrichello here and they're racing, there's going to be Rubens in the pits. And I tell you what, across the decades I've been involved in motor racing, you will not meet a nicer man, and he's just full of smiles. He's so proud of his boy, but this is a big change for him. He tried single-seaters and it wasn't really clicking, but you know, we'll see how he gets on in this. And you can be sure in terms of mentorship he's not lacking for anything. And the Barrichello clan, and they really are, been deeply involved in racing for a long time, and it's a whole family enterprise, which I really like. It's not a case of one parent just wanting their son or daughter to do well. It is the whole family, aunt, uncle, etc., all involved. It's great to see, so let's hope that Edu can really get stuck in. Aston Martin driver this year, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and they're running in 12th position in class. That means there are 6 runners in their own class behind them, so that's not too bad for them. In fact, the best placed Aston Martin is the Heart of Racing team on in GT3 in 5th position. Ian James still on board. He started the race. He's still continuing through this second stint.
And Rubens himself has had fairly recent experience of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, racing for the Jumbo team in LMP2, Racing Team Nederland. Never did compete in the hypercar era, though, concentrating far more on stock car racing in his homeland of Brazil. But great to have Barrichello Jr. at 23 years old as part of the World Endurance Championship now. And in fact, it's the engine powering his number 10 Aston Martin that you can hear in the background. Turbocharged, of course, in LMGT3, supplied by Mercedes to the Vantages, but again front-engined and great sound, but not quite the same as the V12 that is offered in the hypercar category.
Right, message just on screen, sudden flurry from race control. Yasser Shaheen, Kevin Magnussen, Earl Bamber, all under investigation for possible contact at turn 13. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Drive-through penalty has now been issued to 93 and 85 for full course yellow procedures. So that's spread It's in the hypercar class. 93 is one of the two Peugeots. And what was the other car? 85. Of course, that's one from Iron Dame's Porsche. So penalties are being issued.
So the incident that involves three drivers, namely Yasser Shaheen, he was the one that rotated, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was how that BMW ended up spinning at quite a high speed. And I'd mentioned that a number of hypercars had just whipped through that area at the time that it was happening. So, yeah, was there some contact to lead to that worrying-looking spin? He got going again quite swiftly. But the 31 car, Yasser Shaheen, a touch frustrated with how qualifying went yesterday and not to make it into the hyper-pole session, the top 10. He is in the top 10, though, at the moment in the Bend Team WRT BMW M4. But it's a class led by James Cottingham's McLaren in the very recognisable papaya of the Woking squad, or Woking team. And United Autosports back to a 1-2 as Rubens Barrichello, I thought for a moment, is he taking selfies? But no, I think he's filming other people. He's filming the team, in fact, in the garage with a big smile on his face.
And I think he was also filming the fact his son was on the screen. Eddie was on the screen, so he's sitting in a deck chair. Rubens is watching it, and he's just lapping it all up. There's not a weekend that he won't be at a circuit.
And you wouldn't expect anything different, frankly, with his racing history and pedigree. 5.3 seconds is the margin between James Collado and Nick Nielsen. They're good at keeping that at about the same distance. Slightly more than that now to Julian Andlauer. How far into the stint is Julian in the number 5 Porsche? It has stretched out a little further to the 30-lap mark.
He's done 33.
This is his
32.
Yeah, this is probably his 33rd lap now. But again, there was a full course yellow in the middle of it. So can he make the 35 lap marker, which is what race leader Earl Bamber managed to do, or ex-race leader Earl Bamber managed to do, slipping back to 4th place after that pit stop.
New fastest outright lap of the race for Earl Bamber. Mentioned his name and he delivers. 1 minute 42.568 seconds.
In comes the Peugeot to... That looks suspiciously like a drive-through. It is a drive-through for Paul Di Resta, number 93. And, yes, for the full-course yellow impropriety, and the 85 car we're expecting to come in as well pretty soon, but Paul Di Resta back out again. Now, that's going to be useful for a reference time. In at 26 minutes and 32 seconds past the hour, back into the race 27 past the hour, so that takes you 29 seconds to do a drive-through penalty, and we can then compare and contrast other pit stops, stop and goes, if we ever get to there, because of course the pit stops tend to be accumulatory, so you get a drive-through initially and then a further penalty for the same offence will be a stop and go, and then a stop and go with certain times that you need to be stationary for, and they get more and more severe.
John, we saw a door fly off an Aston Martin. I gather you've got news from the world of Aston Martin Team Thor.
Yes, thank you very much indeed to the team, as ever, for letting us know. Simon Strang right on the case. The door, and it was eagle-eyed Tim Gray, our executive producer, who spotted the aerial that was part of that door disappearing, and the question was asked, what was it the aerial for? Well, still, if that had been the telemetry, that was going to be a problem. It was the pits to car radio that connection has been replaced when the new section of door went on. So good spot by Tim. Question answered from the Heart of Racing Valkyrie Aston Martin team.
Only 3% of energy remaining for Julian Andlauer's Porsche, so we're expecting him in very shortly. The car behind, Earl Bamber, holding on to the fastest lap of the race so far, and with it, all 3 sectors being absolute bests. Doesn't always work out like that, but Earl Bamber's Cadillac is in a very good portion of the race. We'll be looking to try and keep things neat and tidy. Had an early spin, which took that car out of the hunt for those 2 Ferraris.
Forgive me if you've mentioned this already, but now official retirement, that number 81 TF Sport Lexus. That was the one that had contact with the number 21 Vista.
Corvette.
Sorry, did I say Lexus? I'm going complete Corvette. Beg your pardon. So damage to that. No, the Lexus is still going. Rompoy's car. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
You said 81, but you just then said Lexus.
Yes.
So,
yeah. Right. No, the Lexus is still in the pit garage with only 6 laps on the board, but the first official retirement, having done 27 laps, now at the bottom of our time charts, is the TF Sport Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy. He was going really well in the first part of the race, and so unfortunate retirement. But the Acodis 87 Lexus still in the garage, still only 6 laps on the board, still being repaired.
Here's the number 5 of Julian Andlauer. Been building up to this. The blue, or sky blue headlights as the car reaches pit lane itself and the 60-kilometre speed limits. Windscreen wiper, or windscreen is going to be wiped by a mechanic who hops onto the nose of the car, and the Michelin tyre engineer just checking the wear rate. So down the left-hand side, I thought were mediums. No, it's possibly hards all around actually on this car now, as the fuel/energy is still going in. Interestingly, the scoring system is still timing things to a 335 lap race. That means there's 287 laps still to go. I think we're going to be short of that already, though, with 8.5 hours still to go. And Andlauer is going to get a change of tyres. Is this going to be on all 4 corners, though? Yes, it is. Hard's been taken off the left rear and replaced. So hard's down the left, but only the left-hand side tyres. So the hards on the right remain. They will be wearing at a lesser rate compared to the outside tyres, this being a clockwise circuit. And the Porsche number 5 rejoining right in front of one of the Aston Martin Valkyries, which is the 007 car. Was the 007 on our penalty list, or...?
No, it wasn't.
No.
And that is now penultimate position in the race. It's 2 positions behind the 009. And bear in mind the 009 that Marco Sorensen hopped out of after the door had vacated the car. Now in the hands of Alex Rebras. It's a couple of positions further ahead. But have there been any other further problems in the pits? Bear in mind, the first pit stop for 007, it just trickled to start and then stopped.
Gap ahead down to 2.5.
So apologies, Harry Tinker's actually been in the pits for about 10 minutes. Came in at 20 past the hour, rejoins at 15:32, just about, 15:31 in fact, so it's lost a further 10 minutes there. And, well, this is all providing very useful information to the team that are looking after the Aston Martin crew, and the Valkyrie, a brand new beast. It's been many years in the making, of course, but they are learning with every turn of the wheel, every corner of this racetrack. And we are working lap 50 of the opening round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, with, in the pit lane, Bruce Giovanni and Alex Legris. And Ferrari will be very happy with their opening hour and a half of this race. Ferrari's a touch closer this time, but the crucial thing is that gap back to everybody else, which is nearly 13 seconds now.
Yeah, it's a buffer of 12.3 seconds. The gap between first and second, it had been sitting for quite some while. James Collado leading by 5.5 seconds or so. It's suddenly come down to just under 3 seconds, but that could have been traffic induced. But James Collado, Nicholas Nielsen, looking in supreme condition at the front of the race. Earl Bamper, of course, ran the longest first stint of anybody in the hypercar class. He got 35 laps on the board, whereas most people were pitting after about 33, a few on 34 laps. But now in full race running without those 2 extra formation laps at the start of the race that had to be knitted into that first stint length. We've already seen that Julian Andlauer did his second stint after a short first stint was 35 laps. So expect 35 laps, but if we have many full course yellows, we could yet get 36, which will give the mathematicians a chance to start counting down from 335 laps, and effectively it does mean you're going to have a half stint somewhere in the course of this race.
Detail the...
You're the only guy, one of the only guys in the 43s last lap. Gap to leaders come down to 25 seconds. You're doing well. 9 to go.
9 to go for Sebastian Buemi as we home in on the team radio for Toyota. Number 8, but now he's all over the curb, and he got some contact from one of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris as well. I think he sensed that Ferrari was wanting to get to that bit of the racetrack. Buemi had already shortcut the corner, but the contact was still made as that Ferrari I don't know whether it was trying to make space for a car on its outside, but everything got very compromised indeed. It was the 54 Ferrari that was started by Thomas Fleur.
Well, at least that's fair. It's sharing it between the Vista A, of course, the Ferrari as magnetic cars with magnetic parts, because the 21 sister car's been monstered a couple of times, but...
Okay, so a chance to revisit that from the outside, and there wasn't really a gap there. Buemi's gone for it, and the Ferrari doesn't have to make space. It's the Toyota's job to go around the outside, being the quicker car, but Buemi had already committed to the inside line, and the Ferrari was compromising the curb anyway, and then the Toyota's gone underneath it, scraped the gravel trap, and also whacked the side of the Ferrari as well, potentially doing a slight bit of damage to both cars.
I'll keep an eye out for possible communication from race control on that one. Absolutely no blame could be laid at the door of the Ferrari driver, and it almost had to be somewhere. Just reiterate, is the hypercar driver has to make the way around them. They do not have to move to make space for them. And there was no space, but the veteran Swiss racer still went for it, still pressing on, still trying to, keep in the battle. The sister, he's running around, the Swiss driver in 6th place. Sister car, Mike Conway, just a second or so behind in 7th. But it could have been very different just then.
Confirmation that the 85 Iron Dames Porsche of Celia Martin has also served that pit stop for the 85 car, which was, a drive-through penalty for the French woman, and that was down to breach of full course yellow procedures, similar to the number 93 Peugeot. So I think we're up to date regarding drive-through penalties. We were talking about Rubens Barrichello. Barrichello Jr. is in this race. Let's hear from his dad.
Rubens, I know by now you're used to it, but how is it to keep looking at your son racing? What's the emotion inside?
Well, I'm super proud. It's just amazing to see his pace, and I mean he's been working so hard to have the seat. He was my teammate for the last 2 years at Stock Car, so I'm actually more nervous now. I would rather be in the car with him, but it's super good.
Okay, well, it's very good to have you here, and I think you'll be in the booth a little bit later with the commentators.
Okay, cheers, thank you.
I couldn't tell whether Rubens knew about that or not, but he's joining the other commentary team rather than coming into the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, which is a shame, but it'd be nice to catch up with him maybe at Le Mans later on in the year.
Absolutely. Right, we've just heard a message to Seb Buemi saying 1 minute 43 is the fastest lap of the race. As that was being told to him by his engineer, Earl Bamber thought nonsense. 1 minute 42.5 seconds for the Cadillac driver. He's running in 3rd place. However, he's now fallen back from 12.5, 13 seconds down on the 2nd place Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen. He's now over 15 seconds down. But with the pace he's showing at the moment, he's slightly eking an advantage over the car in 4th place, which is Robin Freitz, in the better place of the two works BMWs entered by BMW M Team WRT. Right, he's setting pretty good lap times as well, but certainly Earl Bamber has, he's worked his way up very nicely, but we have to remember he did have that little moment down into turn 1 where he got on the outside of the McLaren. You thought there was contact, and it turns out there was none. He simply ran out of track and went for a rotation, rejoined very quickly, shed a lot of positions, but by dint of running the longest first stint of any of the hypercars, he's there in 3rd position. Can he hang on to that? Well, let's wait and see.
Arnold Rabat is catching Darren Young. The gap's less than a second now for 2nd position in LMGT3. James Cottingham seems to be in a good groove as James Collado goes by Darren Young. So the Ferrari that leads the race is very nearly, in fact now, catching up with the leader in LMGT3. They occupy the same bit of racetrack for a very short period of time, and Collado with the next GT car will be into some clear air. Let's get to John about recent times being set.
Yeah, just picking up on what Bruce was saying there, that 42.5. I don't know what your research. Hang on a second.
Yeah, copy. Copy, exactly. The thing is, James is saving as well, so.
A bit of management on both sides of the steering wheel there, because James Cottingham and Darren Young managing their resources in the two United Autosport McLaren, running 1 and 2 at the moment, and Darren's race engineer managing him at the same time as Robert Kubica comes in the mostly yellow number 83. This is the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P, one of just 2 cars running in the Hypercar Cup, the World Hypercar Cup. Don't know what you've got for lap records here, JP, from last year. I've got a 1:39.7 from Matty Campbell in the 963 as the best Hypercar lap for an LMDH car, and an LMH car of 44.4 from the Peugeot, Neil Janney, I think that was. If that's the case, the Ferraris have gone quicker than that this year, and the Toyota's pretty close to that, but nobody's got close to that 1:39.7 if that was a race time last year, and that's how I'm reading.
Yeah.
It's been given by the series.
Yeah, set on lap 64 of last year's race, 1:39.748. Yes,
10 laps away.
True. And, well, nobody really got close to it in last year's race either. The next best was set by Laurens Vanthoor, a 1:40.5. So Matt Campbell clearly caught the ideal lap to be almost a second clear of everybody else last year. And, yeah, we're struggling for that sort of speed in 2025. 1:42, the best so far from the 38 Cadillac.
And in GTs, we've got a 56.4 is the best from Arnaud Rabat and the Acodis Lexus. That was set pretty early on. Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari last year did a 53.5. So, again, nobody getting close to that. Track temperature hovering around that 31, 32 Celsius. And it hasn't got any hotter than it started, really.
Jose Maria Lopez.
Yes.
Down here with Pachito Lopez of the 87 Acodis Lexus. You've not spent a lot of time behind the wheel this weekend, have you?
No, not really. It's been a long 10 days here preparing. Unfortunately, it didn't go very well for us. Very early on the race, so already looking forward for the next one.
But positively, it does all look a lot stronger as a package for the season. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, if you see where we were last year, I've been here fighting for the first positions and feeling that, we're competitive is a huge step for us. It really changes also when you jump in the car, for everyone in the team as well, the motivation. So as I say, it's really a pity that we can't really do the race. It's a long race. It would have been nice to see how we were fighting, but racing is like this now. We only can look forward and prepare for the next one.
And what does it do for you now, having to stand here for 10 hours?
Just supporting the team and looking how everything is going, and just be supportive and be here for sure.
Thanks, Pachito.
He had an amazing result and an unexpected result at Le Mans last year because of Mike Conway's injury, and Jose Maria Lopez filled in for the Brit in the number 7 Toyota. They didn't win the race, but they came within 14 seconds of doing so, trailing the number 50 Ferrari that eventually did take the victory in La Sarthe. But Toyota Gazoo Racing don't have a declared reserve driver. Lopez fulfilling that role again, it seems, in the LMH car, but his day job is piloting the Lexus for Acodis, and although the 87 car has looked pretty fast, similar to the one that's fighting for the LMGT3 victory today, they haven't had the luck at all, and Petru Umbrescu with that damage to the sill, but it's the exhaust complication in that's where the gases escape from the side of the car, and they were never going to fix that quickly, sadly.
Somehow it makes it worse, the fact they've been here for the prologue and hung around to get to this race. It's one thing if you roll up 3-4 days before the race, but to go out so early on, lap number 6, out of potential, well, for them, let's say, well north of 250 laps, it ain't happening. But the sister car being driven really, really impressively by Arnaud Rabat. He's keeping those two McLarens. Darren Young is his first target. Very, very honest indeed. He's 0.6 of a second down. That puts him 3rd in the LMGT3 class. So there is scope, and I must say, there were times last year the Lexus really didn't look in the ballpark, but this year it very much is. So that's great. I love change. But again, they have to deliver across all 3 drivers, and vast majority of the cars have still got driver number 1 doing this second stint, and then I'm sure we'll have a flurry of driver changes coming up. But and we talk of Lexus, and up from third to second goes Arnold Robin. He's picked off Darren Young. Next target is James Cottingham. How far ahead does he have to look? Just 0.4 of a second. So McLaren, Lexus, McLaren, with United Autosports running those orange and black, papaya and black McLarens, first and third in class, but plenty of company from behind, because Ahmed Al-Hati, the Omani driver, has got his blue and yellow BMW right on the tail. It's a 4-car battle in the lead for an MGT3.
If you're interested in the sort of distance that a GT car might do in this race, last year the winning Porsche number 92 did 299 laps when the hypercars were completing 335. Really big scrapping here between Peugeot and BMW. This is for 10th and 11th places. The 93 Peugeot was 10th, but now through goes the number 15 BMW and up into the top 10 places. This earlier on could easily have been for 4th and 5th places. And the BMW was forced out wide. That then gave it the inside line for the right-hander to follow. But certainly that Peugeot was not going to give up 10th place without a stern fight. It was Paul Di Resta and Raffaele Marciello going side by side, and Lello through the gravel at one point as well, so that means his tyres will not be in a great state.
No, and a face full of dust for the driver who they're just overtaken in a GT3 class car. One of the Mustangs in the pit, so we're now starting to get to, I'd suggest, the flurry of the second pit stops. Driver changing, going on down there. So, we've just been waiting for the time, and it's Ben Tuck who's just taking over, climbing on board.
Now, John, number 5 Porsche, off strategy. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the advantage of me being right in the thick of it here in the press room, the media centre, which is on the paddock side of things, is that we can talk to the teams. And thanks very much to Rebecca, who immediately answered my question when I asked about that early pit stop. Julian Andlau, by the way, did a 34-lap stint after coming in after that first 13. He's on lap 9 of his next stint now. It was a front right slow puncture that brought him into the pit lane. So a bit unlucky. They don't think it was contact. They're not really sure. Obviously Michelin will be having a look at the tyre in the rim. But all of these cars have tyre pressure monitoring systems, like most road cars do nowadays. And this is a very fast circuit in part, and you don't want to risk it. So Julian Andlau, the newest member of that hypercar team for Porsche Penske Motorsport, into the pits. It hasn't slowed him down. Briefly up into third when he was off sequence, and now they'll be looking to see what strategy cards, Bruce Jones, that they can play to really to make an advantage out of that necessity. And sometimes, that's just the way the cards fall.
It is. It's not the way your number crunchers would have chosen to divide up this race. However, I do like positivity in life. Easy for me to say sometimes. It's forced you to analyse the race entirely differently, because it was never going to be a race that was a clean number of full stint lengths, effectively. We know the cars can do, in hypercar class, can do 35 laps pretty comfortably around here, but they've just got to slice the apple in a different manner. But, John, we've been around the block a few times, and it's amazing how someone sometimes gets forced onto an undesired race strategy, and something else occurs, normally something with a fairly long period of interruption, and suddenly they've got the golden ticket. One driver who doesn't have a golden ticket is one of the Toyota drivers, waiting for the smoke to clear, tyre smoke, to find out who went off, but that is rejoined. A lot of dust coming back onto the circuit with it.
Turn 6.
Oh, there we go. Okay, turn 6. Happened all on its own. The driver just ran a tiny bit wide, dipped a wheel to the left. It's a right-hand corner, wheels off on the left, and Mike Conway, and that's not a common sight, a Conway spin, rejoined the track the very following corner.
I was just about to say, it's got to be the 7, because the 8's in the pits at the moment being serviced, and Brendan Hartley getting on board that car from Sebastian Buemi.
No cars behind.
So that was the spotter information, if you like, to say you are okay to rejoin because there are no cars immediately over your left shoulder. But a wide-eyed Mike Conway selecting first gear again and back into the race, but it's going to take him several corners to clean those tyres up. Again, the medium-hard combination.
Well, he was 6th at the time of the spin. I would suggest he's probably lost the position to Fred. Sorry.
Just trying to work out how far into the stint Mike was and whether that was cold tyres or something entirely unrelated. No, he's 22 laps into his stint, so it's nothing to do with that. A bizarre spin and catching one of the few gravel traps that are around the Lusail International Circuit. The all-black Iron Lynx Mercedes into pit lane as well. There was one driver change I was going to tell you about, which was Ben Tuck taking over from Bernardo Souza in the 77 Ford Mustang. Number 31, Yasser Shaheen, remains under investigation for that incident in the 31 car for his pit stop, which was about an hour ago. Not the investigation, but the pit stop in question. And the 8 Toyota being checked for its side-to-side contact with the Thomas Floor Ferrari. We haven't yet had a decision on that either. But there are more driver changes taking place now. This doesn't complete any bronze drive time, though, in LMGT3. You've got to do for another hour and a bit yet. But I think a lot of bronze drivers just wanting to get out because this is relentless on the body, if nothing else. I mean, I was surprised to hear the Harry Ticknell radio message, admittedly in a hypercar, but he sounded out of breath fairly early on in his stint behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. And that just reminds us, you know, the brutal nature of this track, constantly turning right, the occasional left. But there's, yeah, it's easy to get dizzy around this place.
Yeah, well, that was definitely one of the complaints. Dizzy and feeling slightly sick. Another driver change was Stefano Gattuso. You talked about the Proton competition Ford Mustang. I'm talking about the sister car. Gianmaria Leverato has taken that over. No point giving you a particular position in class at the moment because there's a sudden flurry of pit stops in LMGT3, so it'll be inaccurate before it's even left my lips. But the motion for the Ford Mustangs was gaining a few positions through those first two stints, working their way up to sort of the LMGT, just behind the midfield in class. Iron Dames in the pit at the moment. You have to remember what manufacturer they're with this year. It's with Porsche, run by Manthey. The car's pink and white. Celia Martin did the opening stints and waiting for double check if there's a driver change there as well. The car is about to go onto a new set of Goodyears, back into the race. In fact, as the light starts to fall a little bit, the light is changing in the pit lane. It's not been a full sunny day. It's been good at moments, certainly before the start of the race, but it does look fantastic in the 2 shades of pink, 3 shades of pink and white, striping mainly over the rear end of the car and the nose. Certainly stands out in the field, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a take or a revision of a well-recognised livery from other categories, and this one as well, but last year it was on a Lamborghini in the World Endurance Championship. But I do like the revision for 2025. And I know Michelle Gatting, for certain, is benefiting from the Manthey knowledge of that car. She's loving being with a top team who know their 911s back to front. Bit of knee action for the BMW just to test the integrity, I think, of the panel join. That's where there's been some contact on the 46 BMW on the front left corner, and Valentino Rossi was looking slightly concerned from the garage mouth over the fueling rig to just check the car out. Never off duty, Valley.
No, absolutely. You mentioned Michelle Gatting. She's actually just got into the Iron Dames Porsche. We're looking for confirmation of that. Another driver change. Actually, the first crew to go through all 3 drivers is the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. That was started by Christian Reed, then Maxime Martin, and now Reed is back on board again. So it hasn't rotated through all 3 of them, but they're just doing stint, without doing any doubles thus far in the race.
Mike Conway is in, so that Toyota get a chance just to assess whether there's any damage been done to that car. I would be surprised other than the tyres. And remember, only 32 individual tyres for each car in a race of this length. So you don't get endless tyres to be able to throw at the car. That is the case in both Hypercar and LMGT3. Some other GT categories in ACO rules racing actually allow a limitless amount of tyres, depending on your budget, of course. So in the European Le Mans Series, you can just keep throwing Goodyear tyres at LMGT3 cars. That is not the case, though, in the World Endurance Championship. Freshening up the number 7 Toyota's tyres on all 4 corners. and it is certainly mediums on the side closest to the garage, i.e. the right side of the car. Didn't quite see which tyres were replaced on the left side, and indeed whether they did both, because sometimes only 3 tyres may be changed depending on how many they want to use early on, and we still are early on in the race. 29 laps for Mike Conway, so coming in slightly early but not by a huge margin. The Aston Martin Valkyrie pitting a short time ago on its hard tyres, but Kamui Kobayashi has taken over from Mike Conway and will rejoin now then, so I'd imagine they're looking to try and give him as new tyres as possible, being a new driver going in. We have a new fastest lap time now in LMGT3. This is as the silvers take over from mainly bronzes at the start, and Ben Tuck in the number 77 Ford Mustang has just done a 156.4 quicker than anybody else. So that 77 Proton competition Ford Mustang could be making some real progress now towards the sharp end. Ahmed El-Hati happy for a 3rd stint in a row. So are they looking to get that 2 hour 55 minutes out of the way entirely in one swallow, effectively, for the Omani driver?
I mean, I thought it was definitely a consideration for some of them, but then hearing how the drivers really do find this circuit physical, because you effectively, apart from the start finish straight, you're pretty much turning all the time, or only very short straights in between, but it's neat and tidy if you can get the job done. Right, James Collado leading by 6 seconds now. Remember, it came down to about 1.5 seconds over the sister Ferrari. So it's 51 ahead of 50. It's Collado ahead of Nick de Sneelson. They've done all the driving thus far. Their next round of pit stops should be coming up fairly soon indeed. Remember, the bulk of the front runners came in after 32, 33 laps, and we're sitting at 63 laps. We think a full racing stint without those 2 extra formation laps before the start of the race should take it to 35 lap stint. So you should be looking at 68 laps. Coming up to that, we're completing lap number 64 at the moment, but the gap suddenly has gone out to 6.7 seconds first to second. We know, we've seen the gaggles of traffic, we've seen how the GT3 cars, you know, they can delay you if you're in a hypercar a little bit, but Collado, I was just sort of thinking maybe Nielsen was doing better in that second stint, but Collado, he's taken the status quo and re-established it.
Simon Mann even quicker than Ben Tuck now in the 21 Ferrari of AF Corsa, so that car with the fastest lap of the LMGT3 field, but green times flashing up all over the timing screen currently as these new drivers bed themselves in. Stoffel van Dorne has taken over the 94 Peugeot and going quicker than his teammate. And Gianmarco Liverato, Ricardo Pera into the 88 Mustang and 92 Porsche.
Full engine braking. You can try Bravo 510. Mike preferred full engine braking.
Okay.
So some advice there for the ICE/hybrid balance to the new driver Kamui Kobayashi, who came very close to the number 15 BMW a short time ago. We can catch up with Toyota driver Sebastian Buemi though now in pit lane.
I am down here in Toyota Gazoo with Sebastian Buemi of number 8. So you've just come out. How tough was that last stint? Doesn't look easy out there.
Yeah, I mean it's a wild race. Clearly very hard to pass. So you've got to somehow take some risk. Had a contact with one of the GTs. So yeah, luckily not much happened. So now we need to focus, try to get into the race. We did stop a bit early on the first stint just to try to offset ourselves, because clearly I felt like I was much faster, but I couldn't pass. So now it looks like we are a bit on a different strategy to the others, and hopefully we are a bit in clean air, and Brennan's able to use those new tires, but yeah, was not easy out there.
Was that the same for number 7 as well? Because that was an unexpected driver change from our perspective.
No, I think was planned, but the thing is, I think Mike spun just a few laps before, and I don't know if after they got out of touch, but yeah, no, it was always planned to do a double stint and then change drivers.
Tyres look pretty grotty as well when you come in. Are you matching expectations for this stage here in Qatar, or exceeding, or worse?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we know we don't have the pace, but we just want to try to grab a few points basically at the end of the race. Hopefully we do get some good points. We'll see, but no, so far we are not exceeding expectation.
All right, thanks, Deb.
Some honesty from Sebastian Buemi, being interviewed by Alex Le Guy there, what I was going to check was that with these points that are increased for a second longest race of the season, you get 38 for a race win, but to finish third is almost equivalent to a win in a 6-hour race, so not to be sniffed at. I mean, anything within the top 6 could be absolutely vital come the end of the season, so I can see where Buemi's coming from. It would be a very peculiar result if Toyota could win this from this position, but any few points that they could scrape together could be so crucial at the end of the season.
You know, Sebastian Buemi has been playing this game for a very, very long time, and you know he's got to wear the corporate hat as well. But it's not. He's not a driver who's bouncing around on the balls of his feet at the moment, full of happiness. But you know, he's honest. He fully understands where it is, and it's you're looking down the order at the moment. Hold on, it's Ferrari, it's Cadillac, it's BMW, it's Cadillac again, it's Alpine, Toyota down in 12th and 13th position. So it tells a story.
4 o'clock, and it's the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 1812 kilometres of Qatar, for the opener of the 2025 season. 8 races on the bill, but this is a very high point scorer, as we've been detailing. 2 hours done, 8 to go. Here is the next hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
And just in time for my first words in this hourly update, we have a new fastest lap of the race as James Collado crosses the line for the 66th time. Car 51's just done a 1:42.5, which is better than anybody else. Still nowhere near last year's race record, though, which was into the 1:39. We've a way to go yet, but maybe that was about the equivalent time of the race. Then again, we did start 3 hours earlier last year, so we can't compare exactly. Second position is the 50 Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen, 11.5 seconds adrift. And then it's the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series Rs. The first for El Bamba, the mighty 38. He's 13 seconds in front of his teammate Will Stevens in a similarly gold Hertz livery for those 2 cars. Number 12 is in 4th position. Just pitting from 5th, Robin Freins in the Shell Helix-backed BMW. Car number 20, the M Hybrid V8 from WRT. Then it's Paul Di Resta in his Peugeot Total Energies 9X8, the 93 car. Robert Kubica in the principally yellow Ferrari 499P, 83 is in 7th. Ahead of the best of the Porsche 963s, Lawrence Vantor is only 8th in car 6. Alpine are 9th in number 35 for Ferdinand Habsburg. And then Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche is in 10th position. In LMGT3, Acodis, ASP, Lexus were leading. They've actually just pitted for Arnold Robin. Now, do they get the Frenchman out, or is he happy to do a third and possibly final stint? Got to do 2 hours and 55 minutes as a bronze in LMGT3. So if he can stay in, that would be perfect for Acodis. Car 78 still just about the race leader. Ahmed Al-Hati has been doing a terrific couple of stints as well. So, in fact, we confirmed, did we not, that he would be in for a third after he re-emerged from his latest stop. So the BMW car 46 up in second and going very strongly. Ahead of the 2 United Autosports McLarens, James Cottingham and Darren Young, 59 and 95. Then it's Ian James in the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. The Bend-backed Team WRT BMW of now Timur Boguslavski, number 31 is 6th. Ben Keating 7th for TF Sport, the sole surviving Corvette, number 33. Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, Simon Mann is in 8th place in car 21. Ahead of 2 Proton Competition Ford Mustangs, 88 in front of 77, driven at the moment by the silver drivers of Gianmarco Liverato and Ben Tuck.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So we move into our number 3 with pit stops on the way. Those proudly air guns are for the Ferrari in the pit lane. V6 engine fires up and rejoins. If you are just joining us, hello, welcome along to RS1 live around the world. And just as that has happened. We've got a problem out the circuit. It's turn number 9, and that's an Aston Martin that is stuck in the gravel. This could be a full safety car. And or is that one of the Iron Lynx cars? My apologies, I forget we've got AMGs now. Double yellows out at turn 9 now. If we have to, we will go to a safety car, a full course yellow. Ferrari getting the second of their cars in. This is the 51, having just had the number 50, Antonio Fuoco, now behind the wheel of that car. They have, if not dominated, they have certainly been controlling this race, and that's another swapper that has happened, and it's going to be a virtual safety car, and indeed it is the Iron Lynx number 61, the black car that has gone around on turn number 6. So that is Christian Reed, the man behind Proton and Ford, who is back racing. Oh, is this good news or bad news for Ferrari, Bruce Jones, because they have just done their pit stops?
I think it's fine, but the one that's going to probably catch out is Earl Bamber in his Cadillac, because did he want to come in this time around? I think he might have had one more lap in the bag, because you suddenly could be compromised.
VSC.
Full course yellow.
VSC is on, and despite what it says on our race channel, that's turn 9.
Yes, he lost it at turn 9, which is a fast, slightly downhill right-hander, and ended up just on the gravel on the outside of the entrance to turn 10, which is the sharp hairpin. Sharp hairpin, there we are. That redefines itself, doesn't it? Before you head back up to those constant corners after that. But it was all on his own, and a loop from one corner to the next. Yeah,
a very quick swap as he was leaning on it through the kink at Mobile 1 that it was 51 years ago.
No, I mean, it began life in Mobile 1's origin started in aircraft. So it was really, its base stock was originated for jet aircraft. And back in 1973, we decided it could work very nicely in automotive. But like you say, John, when we first did it, our first test was motor racing. It was a rally car in Europe, in Germany, and the rally car went on and won. And everybody thought that our pod was over-engineered for everyday road cars. It was only going racing when people who knew about cars, knew about engines, started to see the benefit in the product, that it really kind of, started to become a thing and really sort of created this marketplace.
Timing, by the way, popping in is impeccable, because as the regs dictate, we've upgraded to a full safety car. So Jenson Button will be leading the race when we go back to green. They're just going to pack up behind the Porsche Turbo, Porsche 911 Turbo safety car. That's a 992.1, I think. That's not the very newest of cars, and that will be running on Mobile 1, as all Porsches are.
Absolutely. Closely followed by Jensen, who is also running on Mobile 1.
He's run on Mobile 1 for quite some time. It's amazing, because all of these race teams have the free choice and opportunity. There's no mandated lubricants within the regulations here, and the majority of the sharp end of the hypercar teams, and indeed the GT3 teams, they are working with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing I'd say is that we have a principle. If you see Mobile 1 on a race car, there will be Mobile 1 in that engine. We do
so that you just don't put a sticker on it?
We never put a sticker on, so we know.
Interesting.
Because if we do that on one car, it devalues or puts doubt in every other one. So we always make sure that is the case. So if you see that Mobile 1 on it, there's Mobile 1 in it.
Given that you are in hypercar alone, working with Porsche, with Cadillac, with Toyota, just waiting for Alex Lynn to get his notes as well. We're still behind the safety car with the lights are on. Is it the same build? And I use that word. Is it the same build? Because you are engineering at a molecular level.
Yeah.
For the big, normally aspirated V8, the hybrid on the bespoke Toyota engine and that 4+ litre twin turbo on the Porsche? Are they all subtly different?
Yeah. So we, for high performance racing, what we're doing is designing bespoke products for each of those engines, based around their appetite, what they need from us to make the chance of winning that race as high as possible for the teams. But of course, for us, what we're also doing is testing that chemistry out to see how it performs. And there may be gems in there that we can then take to the product we sell to consumers. May not be. Some of that technology is very high cost, and consumers just wouldn't get that benefit. But we try. I mean, and that's the exciting thing for us.
So when a new manufacturer comes in, let's say when Porsche came back into the top flight, were you working with them as they were making their engine choices? And they had a lot of engines to choose from. They went for an engine that they'd used in racing before, although it was considerably changed. Were you working with them from that moment that they made the choice to say, this is what we can do to help?
Yeah, I mean, a manufacturer like Porsche, it's constant, because we're very, very close to Porsche, as we are with, Cadillac and GM and a lot of our key partners around the world. And yes, we do get involved at the beginnings of these projects. We're there, with them along the way. I mean, I don't want to overextend the credit we have. Their engineers are super smart and doing their thing, but we're there to help them.
Do you ask them? Do you suggest to them? Do they ask you? How does that symbiosis work?
It's a collaborative process. Clearly, we're able to help guide them. We're within our area of specialty. But then, of course, they're manufacturing, they're making that engine, and they know what their objectives are. So they will make demands on us as well, of course.
Pit lane has been opened, and the pass around has just started. So any cars that are a lap down, including the yellow Iron Lynx, the 61, by the way, the Christian Reed car, has made it back to its pit box and it's being worked on there. Mark Humphreys with me from Mobile 1, so it's going to be a lap or two left, so you're not missing any racing. Mark's timing is absolutely exquisite. Is how you tell everybody. Excellent stuff. Where are the challenges now, Mark? Because you've got so much experience. It would be easy for you guys to just sit back and go, yeah, we've done all this, we know all this. But I suspect that isn't the case at all.
No, I mean, the technology, the cars are constantly developing, the racing's always developing, it's always changing, the demands of the consumer is always changing, so we have to change with it. So as you said, a little bit earlier, the product that we started out with in 1973 for Mobile 1 isn't the product that we go racing with today. And as I said, we are constantly evolving the technology and trying to find new things better and better, because that's our job.
We accept that oil, just getting everybody packed up behind the safety car.
4 new tyre,
Copy. So that's Giovinazzi behind the wheel of his Ferrari LM8. We've got the Acronis number 87 Lexus in the pit lane. We accept that fully synthetic oil, and Mobile 1 was the first one that came to market, protects the engine. We accept that. We accept that the engine technology's changed and you've worked hard to keep that. But reducing friction in the engine, cooling the engine, as someone who's got everybody talks about my Porsche 993 and says it's Luftgekühlt, air-cooled. It's actually air and oil-cooled, and the oil is a really important part of that cooling. Now, in racing terms, if you can make an race engine run a degree or two cooler, that's less intercoolers, less radiators that the designers need, and the aerodynamicists must love that, because then they don't have to cut lovely holes in their aerodynamic bodywork.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's part of the benefit that we offer. There are all these subtle things, to be honest with you, John, that we are able to help the team do. So, yeah, you're right, helping the aerodynamics. So when you say the oil can help aerodynamics, people look at you like, really? Are you just making this up? But no, as you just described very, very well, Maya, yes, of course, we can help with that cooling. We can help the engine run hotter if it needs to, and therefore the aerodynamicists can remove some of the vents from that car and spoil that and help smooth that aerodynamic out. But of course, I've always said to people that ultimately a race car is just like it has the same basic demands as the car that you and I drive, to the shop.
One more lap behind the safety car, so we'll ask Mark a couple of final questions. we talk a lot in motor racing now and in automotive in general about sustainability. You're an oil company. Yep. An oil and fuel company, ExxonMobil, one of the biggest in the world. It's easy to point the finger and say, what are you guys doing? Well, there you go. Here's your opportunity. What are you guys doing in terms of sustainability?
A great deal. I mean, I think we, as ExxonMobil, see ourselves as part of the solution for society. You know, people don't tend to realise the work that we've done in the past. I mean, the lithium-ion battery in the EV cars or in your laptop and phone, that was designed by ExxonMobil.
I did not know that.
Yeah, we are out there, actively changing things for society. And it's not just that now. We're working on carbon capture and other new technologies to help society move forward. So,
And is that where the next set of challenges are? Because, look, whatever anybody says, there's, nearly 8 billion internal combustion engine cars in private hands around the world. And even if we flicked a switch and said, right, we're going electric tomorrow, you can't, because those cars aren't going to disappear. So we're going to need you, and we're going to need your technology for quite a long time to come, whatever the politicians decide. And I'm not talking about politics here. I'm talking about realities and real life. So is that the next challenge for you, to continue to provide your protection, your service, your performance, whilst being a bit kinder to the planet?
Yeah, we want to be part of that solution for society. I think that is important for us. It's important for the future of our company. We're not naive. We're human beings just like the rest of us. We have families, we have children, we have grandchildren. We want the world to continue. So, we are working very hard to make sure that happens.
You've got plenty of cars and teams in this race. We've just seen the Porsche Turbo disappear with the lights off, so we're going to go back green. One of your team's wins. It's a little win for you guys as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's part of why we love going racing. We feel that small part of that victory, that small part of the trophy.
And
okay,
that is not great. As we were coming back to green, Mark, thank you very much for being with us. Huge damage to the front of the number 12, Alex Lynn, Hertz Team Jota, and he's running at the back of Jenson Button on the restart. They didn't get that right. Well, I've got to say, I didn't see Jenson slowing down there. I've no clue, but the communication between the teammates has gone terribly, terribly wrong for Cadillac. Hertz Team Jota, they timed their pit stop perfectly for the virtual safety car, the safety car, and now we've got two very damaged cars. Jenson Button's the 3B, the 38 at the back, and Alex Lynn mistiming his acceleration or getting the communication wrong between those two cars. We won't know until we've spoken to the team, but that is a disaster for the Tunbridge Wells, the Royal Tunbridge Wells based team. I think it's just bodywork, and they will get that turned around, but they have handed the advantage back to Ferrari and AF Corsa with Antonio Giovinazzi and Antonio Fuoco, the two Tonys, ahead of EFA in the third Ferrari, the AF Corsa car. Well, Ferrari have just had birthdays, Christmas, New Year's Eve and Easter all come together there, and it's exactly the opposite of that. It's been a nightmare for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Sorry to have had to have you in whilst that happened to one of your cars, but Mark Humphries from Mobile One, thank you very much, and we'll speak to you later on the season.
Thank you, John. Take care, mate.
Bruce Jones, that is about the worst thing that could have happened at any time in the race. My goodness me, have you seen anything like that between teammates before on a restart?
Possibly further back in the field, but they were running first and second, all fair and square. Alex Lynn just missed his radio message, unfortunately, but it probably would have been quite short. He's come in, he's served his pit stop to get a new nose. However, much more work on Jenson Button car, the one that was leading, and all looked fair and square at the start coming into the restart. They looked in good position, but Lynn slammed into the back of Button. And an absolute disaster. I'd like to play back James Colado's interview where he felt the Ferraris had been compromised by the timing. Just bad luck, he said, but these things can swing the other way. He can't have believed it would happen that quickly and in such dramatic fashion. So disaster for Cadillac. The pendulum swings back to Ferrari, and as you point out, Yefei is in third place in the privateer car from AF Corsa. So Ferrari looks fantastic. Best of the rest, BMW in 4th place, Robin Freitz in car number 20, but that is one of the most extraordinary things I've seen in decades of racing.
Every time I think I've seen it all, Bruce, something reminds me that I shouldn't be either so arrogant or so naive. Decide which of those. In LMGT3, it's a Codice that's at the front of the field now with the 78, the remaining Lexus RCF.
Not so,
LMGT3.
John. Not so. It's leading. The sister car just rejoined at the end of that period, so that's been in the pits for quite a long time. It only had 6 laps on the clock, and the leading car in the class has 60 more than that. So a lot of time with all that bodywork damage, self-inflicted by Petro Umbarescu, and out of the pits. But then back in the next time around is the number 12 Cadillac, the car with Alex Lynn at the wheel, who will be red of face, presumably. We couldn't see anything untoward from the pace, and safety car has been called onto the circuit. Okay.
Well, I wonder if this is bodywork or something. The pit entry was closed at 27, and Alex Lynn may have come into a closed pit, so he's driven straight through. Now, I haven't.
Oh, yes. Very, very tight. There's a lot of debris on the track. There was a lot of gravel as well, but those parts appear to be Cadillac parts. I'm no expert, but it's on the very point where Lynn bashed into the back of Jenson Button, just as they were on the very verge of restarting.
If he didn't... Oh, now. I've got Alex Lynn coming in at 13:20 at 27 minutes and 57 seconds past, 27 and 48 seconds past the pit lane closed, and the pit exit has closed just 7 seconds after Lynn came out. Now, is this another incident, or is it for this restart? I think it's the detritus from the restart, which we still haven't. I mean, I'm not going to apportion blame here because we honestly don't know, but there was a huge lock-up from Alex Lynn. Did Jenson go then stop? Let's have a listen at the radio.
Yeah, mate, JB absolutely pig-checked me. Yeah, you can't, when the safety car goes and you accelerate, you can't brake again. That's not in the rules, so...
That's going to be a tricky team dinner, isn't it? Down at Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. So the detritus from that incident on the restart has brought the safety car out again. It didn't quite pick up the leading car, so Mikkel Jensen has been asked to overtake the safety car. So the Peugeot overtakes the Porsche. Alex Lynn now has dropped off the lead lap, and Jenson Button has as well. Now, will they get a wave by here? That's the question. Depends where they're joined back in the queue. The two Ferraris are now at the head of the queue, so no. Our brilliant marshals, who have been outstanding here at the Losail International Circuit in picking up debris. They've done some of it under local yellows, some of it under full course yellows, and here a safety car. They've felt, I think what they need is that couple of minutes gap, Bruce, between the end of the tail and the safety car coming round again to get the brushes out as well.
Yeah, John,
and get rid of the shards.
Exactly, not just the shards. I'm noticing at various other points as we're running around slowly behind the safety car. Let's have Giovinazzi, race leader, on the radio.
Now we have the two sister cars behind us, same compound, same tire mileage, same fuel.
So we be smart, yeah? We need to be smart now.
Yep.
Now, as it would have been, I will bet you a lira, my bottom lira, that the two Ferraris won't do what the two Cadillacs have just done. Somehow.
Never say never, John. We've just discussed this. But no, you've got one message. Go very fast and lead. But that's truly extraordinary. What I was just about to touch on, it's behind the safety car, been looking offline. Of course, they've cleared up the debris down there, but there's a lot of gravel at various points on the outer edge. So I'm just thinking when we get to the next restart, the drivers hopefully will have clocked that, because otherwise we'll have more cars skating off. It's definitely a lot of marbles at the edge of the circuit, plus quite a lot of gravel.
Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhoff, still really trying to process what we have just seen on that restart. Quite an extraordinary set of circumstances. Jenson Button and Alex Lynn between them conspiring, and again, I'm not going to say whose fault it was. Just noticing the front of one of the Valkyries as well has some damage, and the front of the Valkyrie is very important to them. They've got their adjustable aerodynamic device at the front of the car, not the rear wing. It's a secondary wing at the front of that car. There was something hanging down from, I think it was the 007 Tom Gamble car, but I'll check the next time that I see that car. The bigger portions of carbon fibre being collected manually by the marshals.
I would suggest, John, they actually need a bit of a track sweeper down there, because the corner this happened at, it's a 16-turn circuit. It was into turn 15, which is a relatively tight left-hander that Lynn collected Button, and that's where there's a lot of debris still.
So keep some margin at the next restart. We don't want the same to happen to us.
Just if you can let me know when Bobby wants to restart, and we'll try to keep it safe.
I will let you know.
Right, just thinking about this, John. I mean, Ferrari have been dominating this race. The two works cars, 51 and 50. Then the unfortunate timing of the virtual safety car, then the regular safety car. Pendulum swings to Cadillac, and then they blow it. It's bad enough, your two drivers collecting each other or getting contact at a restart, but when you've just been gifted an advantage that's dragged you back into the race, and bear in mind, both of those cars had problems. Will Stevens got muscled out on the opening lap of the race in the number 12, and then the 38 car with Bamber got on the outside of a GT3 McLaren fighting for about 4th or 5th position, lost a lot of track time as well. So suddenly there's clearly good pace in the Cadillacs run by Hertz Team Jota, so they get up into effective sort of 3rd or 4th or thereabouts, but then they get this gift and then it's thrown away. There is going to be either a very long or a very, very short debrief, I feel, after that one.
Well, they managed to stretch that stint to 34 laps for the number 38 and 35 laps for the number 12, in that it was slightly assisted by yellows, but that's as good as anybody can do. Here's Tom Gamble on the phone from the 007.
Okay, Jules, update on the situation. We are fighting the Porsche 5 and the Toyota 7 right in front, and we are in fight with the BMW 15 behind, and actually P9.
I think that was Jules Gunon in the Alpine that was being talked to there, rather than the Aston Martin, because that certainly wasn't one of the part of racing, Aston Martin Racing team talking at that moment.
And furthermore, John, the two Aston Martins with the various delays, including the door flying off the 009, they're about 6-7 laps behind the cars that were being discussed, so you're spot on. Jules Gounon running in 9th place in the 36 Alpine. His next target, number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, and Mathieu Jaminet, not much further up the road in 7th in the number 5 Porsche.
Well, extraordinary scenes here at Losail. Local time, 25 minutes before 5 o'clock. Official sunset is just on an hour away. Be getting into the twilight and the gloaming. The twilight becomes the gloaming, becomes the dark very, very quickly here at this time of year. Earlier in the week, I went out for a walk at about that sort of time, 5:15, up the pit lane to have a chat with somebody, and literally walked into the villa at the back of the paddock. Beautiful surroundings here. Had a quick chat. It could not have been more than 15 minutes, and by the time I came out, it was the sky was pitch dark. Of course, it isn't pitch dark here, as Johnny has been at pains to talk about the sporting regulations supplementals in the first part of the supplement. This is not considered a darkness race, so there is no mandatory qualification for drivers to do nighttime laps, amazingly enough. Alright, Eduardo Freitas has freed our safety car driver, and the Porsche Turbo disappears into one of his old cars in the pits here, the Porsche 911 GT1 Evo, which I was reacquainting myself, and a lovely Pro Drive Ferrari 550 as well at the other extreme opposite end of the pit lane. Nice to see those two cars here this weekend. Now, will Ferrari leave the margin, as was asked? We are going pit lane now for the safety car. The green flag is out. So long as you don't pass the safety car, you're fine. Eduardo explaining that to everybody. The two Ferraris do leave a margin for a round about 10 cars gap as they come onto the start-finish line.
Can I just say this, John? It's Ferrari from Aston Martin. OK, the small fact the Aston Martin is several laps down, a little bit of bodywork hanging down low, but I just thought I'd get that in on the restart.
Love it. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. 3 Ferraris as far as the timing screen is concerned, with EFA in third position in the leading Hypercar Cup runner. BMW right back in this with the number 20. That's the Écurie Francorchamps car, as we call it, Écurie Belge car. There's a certain symmetry to that, isn't there, with Vincent Vos being a very proud Belgian. Looks absolutely incredible, that car, up close and in the pictures. So the restart this time has been achieved without issue. It's a Codis from Team WRT from both of the United McLarens in LMGT3, so that's Finn Gersitz, Ahmed Al-Hati, James Cottingham and Daryl Young. The top 5, Ian James for Harter Racing, Aston Martin. That's the Vantage number 27. And then Simon Mann has just passed Ben Keating. No, he hasn't. Ben Keating's just got him back as they went across the line. So this is a good comeback, because Ben Keating didn't have the greatest start of the race in the number 33 TF Sport. Lost a few positions at the start of the race. 335 laps or 10 hours. That would give us 7 hours, 21 minutes and 23, 22, 21, 20. Or, if you prefer, we have completed 80 out of 335. I suspect, unless we go green from here on, we are probably going to be talking about the countdown to the witching hour at midnight being the end of this race. 3 prancing horses galloping away at the front of the field from BMW Team WRT. And the battle's coming further down the field. Toyota Gazoo Racing right back into this after a mightily disappointing qualifying. The 8 in 6th position, the 7 in 7th position, and they are hassling the best of the Porsches. Actually, the Porsche must have gone through. Hang on a second, that's the 6 car. So that's a lap down.
Yes.
Excuse me. That's Matt Campbell, a lap down already in that number 6 car. It's not been how Porsche Penske Motorsport would have hoped for. 2 world champion teams there, 1 drivers, 1 teams championship for Toyota and Porsche last year. Neither of them, Bruce Jones, getting what they wanted out of the early part of this week. But race conditions now, time to redeem themselves.
Yeah, exactly so. We always know this is a long race. It's going to be 10 hours or 1,812 kilometres. That is a given. But, of course, there is the change from daylight to dark, from warmer track temperatures today. But interesting for me was the fact they were 33 at the start. That's your benchmark, 33 degrees Celsius. But haven't risen from there. I thought they'd rise for a bit and then drop away, but they didn't. So that's another element knitted into the race. You know, how would that affect how hard they could push their tyres? Your point is a very good one. The drivers report it's a low degradation surface here. You know, beautiful smooth track. We think of it as new, but as John pointed out, 2004 at this circuit, when it was known as Lusail, now it's Lusail. O has been swapped for U. You know, but this is a circuit that the most complex thing to me, John, when you're looking at the race here, is not knowing when it ends. It's one of 2 choices, and just the difference of not knowing if the race is going to end after 10 hours or 12 kilometres can be you could be 2 or 3 laps out in your pit strategy, in your lap strategy, and then of course that's not factoring in full course yellow periods, virtual safety car periods, and so your target number of laps is an unknown, and that is a complication. But to balance that, the fact that the circuit is low deg means it's at least the tyres aren't going to be something in a race where the temperature can really have quite a swing that's going to hit you as hard as it could at other places.
This will change if we have a long green flag period, but the computer at the moment says 302 laps on the prediction, but that will climb if we stay green for a little while. News from race control: Jenson Button and Alex Lynn are under investigation for the incident at turn 15 as we came to the restart. I think we probably could have predicted that, as Simon Mann puts in the fastest lap of LMGT3 on his 74th lap in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa, the silver Ferrari, now down to a 156.0. Best lap last year in the race was Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari with a 53.5, but we've got some of the pro drivers still to come in that Pro-Am category, so let's just keep our powder dry. Top 5 cars last time around all doing their fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap of the race by EFA in the third place, number 83. That's the bright yellow AF Corsa Ferrari. So there's pace out there, and the drivers are utilising that at the moment. Bruce, you mentioned the track temperature. It's dropped now down to under 26 Celsius. The air temperature's come down a little bit, a couple of degrees, down to 8.5. But that track temperature's coming down way quicker than I expected.
Yeah, interesting. Again, you know, the circuit's been open for 20 odd years, but you know, in terms of the number of races we've watched here, you do need the experience of how fast the temperature can go, and the difference of a tiny degree of cloud cover can be enormous this time of year. And you know, you don't think about, if you're thinking about the Gulf states and the temperatures that they operate at for most of the year, you know, the needle is being bent off the right hand side of any, you know, tacho style gauge, but this time of year it's pretty clement, actually really comfortable conditions, so the temperature swing is something that isn't going to be as great as it would be if you were racing here when the air temperature's 43, 45 degrees, you know, just hideously hot. Little point I want to make: look at the top 5 runners in the GT3 class. Finn Gersitz, Ahmed Al-Hati, James Cossingham, so it's Lexus, BMW, McLaren, second McLaren, Darren Young, Ian James. Ian's got endless experience, but they're relatively inexperienced drivers at World Championship level at the top of GT3. You mentioned that most of the pro drivers in these 3 driver lineups will come in towards the end of this race when it's darker, when their bronze drivers have done their 2 hour and 55 minute minimum. The driver in 6th place, Simon Mann, you just picked him out a few moments ago as someone who's going to be on the move, and he's got a few more years experience, not by much, but a bit more experience in the World Endurance Championship, and he's making that show. He just banged in the fastest lap a lap or 2 ago. But the reason a lot of these laps are fast at the moment is the fact the GT3 cars are running on their own, nose to tail. The hypercars haven't caught up with them yet. It's once the hypercars start feeding through that it compromises the lap times for both the hypercars and the GT3s. So it's no surprise we're seeing those really quick laps, and the best by Yefei, a lap ago for AF Corsa. Oh dear, Lexus back in the garage.
And backslapping and commiseration giving for Akkodis ASP in that lovely sanguineous red colour with the black on that car. This was the car that was self-inflicted damage earlier on when it spun round the number 21 Ferrari, wasn't it? And then got clipped by it as the Ferrari went backwards, did some damage underneath the driver's door on the left-hand side. That did get the car back out. It's back in. I suspect we'll hear that is an official retirement shortly. Also, Frankie Castellacci, staying with Ferrari and AF Corsa, he's under investigation for creating too much of a gap under the safety car. And that's a no-no as well. So, race control having a little more work to do, looking at the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars and Frankie Castellacci. Now, you might say, how will they decide whose fault that is, and why would they bother? Because it was in some ways self-penalising. As a moment or 2 ago, we had a Ford Mustang going, I was going to say grass tracking, but gravel tracking.
It's Ben Tuck being very, very flamboyant there. When you get a super slow-mo, it actually... very seldom can you run flat through gravel. It sort of forms in waves, and so you suddenly get a porpoising effect. So Ben Tuck, his job was to keep it as straight as possible to get it back on the circuit, which the young British driver has done. But the GT3 cars, they do tend to slip off the side of the circuits here. Again, it's a very, very tricky circuit. It hasn't got, landscape nearby. It's running in an open... with open sides effectively, but there's a lot of gravel. Johnny was talking about it earlier, but it'd be good if it could stay in the gravel traps. But again, you talk to drivers when they go on traditional circuits, they can see where the limits are, but here you're always coaxed out because there's all that space outside the track. Yes, you might get on the painted tarmac. Yes, you might go in the gravel. I suggest they'd be taking a tighter line and not being so effusive and running over the curbs if there was consequence, but there isn't here. But that's just how it is. It's a sort of modern circuit way, I guess.
Bruce Jones and John Hindhoff, and let's head down to the pit lane. One of our pit lane reporters is waiting for us, I think. No, possibly not. Just pause for a moment. Negative. The engine noise you hear is that of the BMW Team WRT, the M Hybrid, and that was the number 20 car, the one with more yellow on it. Great to see some classic liveries coming back, and I applaud BMW Motorsports and WRT, both of their cars running in different liveries. They've been doing it with the GT cars for a little while, and now the two prototypes. First of all, it brings back another classic livery, because the Shell livery is absolutely synonymous with racing. But secondly, for us commentators, having cars that are in the same team that have a distinct difference means it's dead easy. Iron Links, thanks again as well, because you've got the black of the 61, the bright yellow of the other car. Thank you very much indeed for doing that. But I do really like the fact that they are different. James Cottingham on the radio now for United Autosport McLaren.
Stop for a moment, James. Well done. Keep it up.
Oh, so that is a battle between James Cottingham and Ahmed El Harti in the Team WRT number 46. It's Valentino Rossi's car. Valentino was 46th on the 16th of February, earlier this year. And there's a brand new BMW M3 road car to celebrate that, the VR46 M4 road car. I'm sorry, I'm showing my age there, thinking that the two doors are still the odd numbers. Pit lane entry now for Aston Martin 007. It was the Tom Gamble car that had. Now, I think that might not be a piece of Aston Martin hanging down from the front. That might be a bit of Cadillac that's attached itself to that.
Well, it could be, but also I don't know if there are two verticals on that front wing in the middle or three. No, it'll be two. I've spotted they're centrally placed, so that can be popped down the pit lane and back to Cadillac, finders keepers, but...
yeah, a little bit of somebody else's piece, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good spot there, John. So that's Tom Gamble coming in, and that will drop him further down the order in 007. But just remember, Aston Martin wanted to finish this race with both cars. That is the ambition for this debut event for them in the modern World Endurance Championship. So they'll keep on. It doesn't matter if they lose a few seconds coming for a pit stop, but clearly that would have been annoying, that bit of bodywork just flapping around. And particularly, John, as you pointed out, it's the front wing that's the adjustable one.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Get to see pictures or video of that Aston Martin Valkyrie. Have a look just down below the headlights, which are a work of art themselves. Have a good look inside the headlights, because they're all carbon fibre units that they're mounted in. The carbon fibre is like a checkered flag underneath it. It's beautiful. It mirrors the checkered flag livery of the car. There was no need to do that, but that's just beautiful attention to detail. But just below those headlamp units, there are two tiny little, what look like black dots. It almost looks like they've got headlamp wash on them. It's not. You put a T-bar into that and twist it like you would with an IndyCar or something like that, and change the balance of the front wing. Right, let's pick up a couple of battles in Le Mans GT3. Proton competition, Ford tracking at the moment AF Corsa Vista Ferrari.
Well, actually, Simon Mann. Yeah, this is, I would say, the two fastest drivers in the class at the moment. They're running 5th and 6th, so it's the Ferrari in the hands of Simon Mann, 6th and 7th, and Ben Tuck, who had that little off-track moment, but he's homing right in, and actually he's got a far better run off the start-finish straight, and I think their positions will change. A couple of hypercars went through, and slightly compromised there for Simon Mann, and just looking for the background of the shot, he's side-by-side Mustang alongside Ferrari. Hold on, Ford versus Ferrari, that's something that's happened in endurance racing before, I seem to remember.
Tell you what, that'd be a good name for a film, that.
Yeah, something
down
like
into turn one, it was the leaders that was coming through out of the final corner. They're still, that's not that is not over. That story is not over. And meantime, at the front of the field, Antonio Giovinazzi and Antonio Fuoco and Ife are pretty much together. And the two Works Ferraris, well, that was a defensive line into turn number 4 from the leader. So they are now compromising each other's lap times. And here comes Ife, the very affable young driver, under investigation, the leader, Antonio Giovinazzi. So at just 4 minutes, so that's nearly an hour ago, 4 minutes past this 4 o'clock hour that we're in at the moment, as we're heading up to 8 minutes before 5 locally, and the leading Ferrari is under investigation for virtual safety car procedures. Now, did they come in?
They came in.
Shouldn't have.
Well, this was the question, because the number 50, the sister car, came in from second place for that first pit stop. Of course, that was the car started by Nicholas Nielsen. James Collado had been dominating the race, sitting on a 5 or 6 second advantage. But his car, when he came in to hand over to Giovinazzi, I thought was the pit exit closed. I was trying to look, and then we talked about something else. That is a possibility. But even if you just look at the atmosphere on the track, the situation on the track, Giovinazzi with Fuoco behind him, Fuoco has never knowingly not attacked if there's half or even a quarter of a scintilla of a chance of an overtaking manoeuvre. That is just his DNA. So he's sitting, just 3/4 of a second behind the race-leading car. But 51 under investigation. Giovinazzi, the pole setter, at the wheel of that. Are they trying to get through the whole season's storybook in the first race? Just a thought.
Yes. How many headlines have already been written and scrubbed out?
How many scripts have been thrown in the bin? That's the question.
Yes, exactly. So Antonio Fuoco, the John Lewis of motor racing, never knowingly under-raced.
Just under-attacked.
I think he would say rather than undersold. Yes, absolutely. 3 cars side by side on the end of the end of the first sector, as we had 2 different classes of cars, and once again it's a Ford that is battling the AF Corsa, and I think that's Ben Tuck that's got back ahead of Simon Mann. It is.
Well, he's got ahead, and Ian James has got through as well. So Ben Tuck up to 5th in class, Simon Mann in... No, hold on a second. Sorry, anomaly there. Jumped on the timing screen, but hold on, there is an Aston Martin right in the mix. Beg your pardon. Thought it was Ian James for a second. I'll double check that.
Ben Keating's in there as well, a second further back, and again that was assisted by traffic. It was one of the Valkyries coming through. Now the Peugeot coming through there as well is Michael Jensen in the number 93 car, and he's got Chamonix right up his tailpipes as well, I think.
Yeah, what's happening? Go, sorry.
I was going to say, we've got some big names that have dropped off the lead lap here, and that we're going to have to keep an eye on that as to whether they've changed their strategy to try and get back on the lead lap in hypercar.
Yeah, and sort of all the sorting out in GT3 is because it's the first time since the safety car withdrew that the hypercars are now coming through. So you get a gaggle of cars, and they can really be shuffled around as the hypercars go to the left, go to the right, and head on the road. But Giovinazzi leading 1.5 seconds clear of Ferrari teammate Antonio Fuoco. Yefei tucked in another 1 and a bit seconds down in 3rd place, but already they're starting to stretch the margin back to the best of the rest, the best non-Ferrari, which is the BMW, car number 20 of Robin Fines. He's 2.5 seconds or so clear of the slow progression, but going up the order, the number 8 Toyota of Brendan Hartley. Remember that started down at the back.
That was the radio for Chamonix. Again, just general information. Investigation for the pit stop for, that was the Bend car, wasn't it? The 31, yes it was. Again, that's a wee while ago. Yasser Shaheen behind the wheel of it now, but it was Boguslavsky that was in behind. Now that car got a 5 second stop, a 5 second addition to a penalty when Yasser was in the car earlier on for, I think, speeding in the pit lane, if memory serves. So hopefully that was served earlier on. Meantime, the Alpine is still winning the battle. Alpine is still winning the battle of the French cars. Charles Melezi behind the wheel of the 6th place number 35. James O'Donnell at RSL_studio. Lots of mistakes happening up and down the field. First day at school stuff. However, it does show just how much pressure you are under from minute one in this championship. Absolutely correct, James. We've been talking about this all week. Everybody's been sitting around nice and relaxed, got out, knocked the rust off after the winter's break in terms of their driving, but the teams have to do that as well. Now, the result of the investigation to the restart has placed the blame on Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. So Alex Lynn is going to have a drive-through penalty for running into the back of his teammate. Now, does that... I don't know if that makes it better or worse for the team, to be honest. I said I didn't see very much going on with Jensen. It looked like he was holding his line and his pace, and it certainly, from the onboard that we heard and saw, looked like Alex was speeding up, and then there was a big lock-up on the front Michelins, and that is how race control have seen. It doesn't matter what we think. And race control will be looking at data. They'll have talked to the team. They'll have asked for telemetry, and they'll have looked at everything that they have got, and they have therefore made their decision. And the decision is a drive-through penalty for the already delayed, after that incident, number 12 car that has now that is back on the lead lap. So that is right on the end of the lead lap for the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series are in 13th position. But when that car comes in, it will drop off the lead lap. Its teammate is not on the lead lap. In fact, that car at the moment with Alex Lynn is the last car on the lead lap by my reckoning, and that will lose the lead lap due to that penalty. Alpine turning into turn one. Toyota Gazoo Racing behind Charles Malaysi is Kamui Kobayashi. Mathieu Jaminet is right there as well in the best of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. Then the Alpine of Jules Grunon still in 9th position. Remember, he was told over the radio, you're racing that Porsche ahead, but we've got BMW and Dries Vanthoor behind us, and then Stoffel van Dorn behind him for Peugeot Total Energy, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Mikkel Jensen. So it's really getting on for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Add 11th onto that, all racing together. And you want a bit of action? Go to LMGT 3, and down at turn 1, it's BMW in second place. Ahmed El Harti and James Cottingham trying to take that position. The blue and yellow number 46 goes a little bit wide. Cottingham dives down the inside. The two different cars really beautifully illustrated there, because as soon as James Cottingham went to the left of Ahmed El Harti's BMW M4, I couldn't see it. It was lower and shorter than the BMW, and when people complain about BOP, that's why you need BOP, so that we can have different manufacturers with different philosophies of car making together, competing on a level playing field as we are in the WEC. And that's a new second place in LMGT3 for James Cottingham and United Autosports. Remember, they locked out the front row after Hyperpole yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of these cars, John, are coming towards the end of their stint, so James Cottingham will have done his 2-hour 55 minimum, because we're almost bang on the nose of 3 hours. We are on the nose of 3 hours completed. Another hour on the clock. The light is definitely dropping, but the battle is not backing off. Another
investigation for Joe Venazzi, our leader, this time for overtaking beyond track limits at turn 1. That's in addition to the virtual safety car an hour ago. We'll keep an eye on what's going on race control. Take a breath. It's time for an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
T3, where a new fastest lap of the race has just been put in by Simon Mann. He sits in 6th for Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21, and he is just 3/4 of a second behind Darren Young in 5th for United Autosport McLaren number 95. 4th is Ben Tuck in the Ford Mustang. He's half a second away from Ahmed El Harti in 3rd in the number 46 Team WRT BMW M4 GT3. New second place just that last lap, James Cottingham is 6.1 seconds. Remember that, behind Finn Gersitz for Akkodis ASP Team Lexus. Now, that is the sole Lexus running now. In Hypercar, here's your top 6. Charles Malaysia, with about half a dozen cars behind him, as we were mentioning, has got Kobayashi, Chamonix, Gunon, Vantor and Stoffel Van Dorn in respectively the Toyota, Porsche, Alpine, BMW and Peugeot Total Energy cars right down to 11th. But in front of him, 5.5 seconds up the road, is Brendan Hartley. What a comeback from Brendan Hartley from the back of the grid in the number 8 Toyota GR010. He's in 5th. He is just under 2 seconds behind Robin Franks in the BMW Air Hybrid V8 for Team WRT. He's in 4th in that number 20 Shell Helix car, and he's 3 seconds behind EF8 for Ferrari. EF Corsa number 83 in 3rd, and it's the two Works cars separated by just on 2 seconds. Tonio Fuoco in the number 50 behind Antonio Giovinazzi, with 2 investigations going on for him and the 51 car, both when they were under his stewardship actually. 93 laps completed, 6 hours 57.5 minutes to go, and we are into another hour of racing as we're just past 5 o'clock here in Qatar.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
I have a suspicion, Bruce, that Cadillac Hertz Team Jota are having a word about this penalty for Alex Lynn, because he hasn't yet come in to serve his pit stop, to serve his drive-through. Still sitting right on the end of the lead lap in 13th position. Now, he can only go 3 times past the start-finish line before he is going to take another penalty from that. So I'm not sure how careful you've got to tread with that, because effectively you're arguing against the other car in your own team.
It's Johnny back now, by the way, but yeah, I can answer that question. Yes. That's all right, because we've done a little change around, and there was plenty that...
God, complete, too excited.
Bruce, during your hourly update, was able to give me a resume of the craziness that's been going on. I take the point about...
Nothing like it, mate. Nothing like it.
I take the point about the penalty being discussed, because it's not exactly a conventional one. Alex Lynn, though, has now entered the pit, so...
there you go.
Yeah. So it was coming out of a safety car. We had a virtual safety car followed by a safety car, correct?
Correct.
And then the safety car comes in to allow the field to get going again. The Cadillacs are 1 and 2, and then they end up running into one another, or Lynn smacks into the back of Jenson Button at the restart.
Coming through to that left-hand, it's a bit more than left-hand kink to turn 15, isn't it? Coming down to that, they're getting ready to go. Jenson's got a decent gap between himself and Alex. They're, look, again, it doesn't matter what we think, but as far as the stewards are concerned, Alex accelerated into the back of Jenson. Yeah, Alex was massively locked up before he hit him, and totally out of control of the car. And maybe that's what they looked at. I don't know. Let's not second guess that. But extensive damage to the back of Jenson Button's car. It cost him a lap. They did a nose on Alex Lynn's car. Here's Charles Malaysia on the radio.
Just trying to survive, basically.
New nose, I think, as well for the 35 Alpine as he comes in this time around. They were quite cute with the number 12 car, Johnny, because we had safety car come out again pretty much straight away. I don't even think they had a full. May have just had one full lap of green because of the debris, and so they sent the 12 car so it didn't drop a lap to the leader, and then they brought it in again to finish off the repairs. And that car was sitting on the back of the lead lap. Now, of course, it will drop away from that with that drive-through penalty, and Alex will just look to see where the leader is actually. Do you know what? He might not. I'll see that. We haven't got a tracker here as we do for some other series. It's not, and I haven't even got one in the press room, which is unusual. Nose change for the Alpine then.
This is the 35 car that has just been brought in, and very well rehearsed indeed. You've got to get everybody carrying the nose that is being taken off out of the way as quickly as possible, and then the new team with the new nose come in, but yeah, scarring down the left-hand side. At least one dive plane, which was out of position on that 35 car. Your reason for the ooh?
Well, also the other big news in that last hour is Antonio Giovinazzi with a pair of swords of Damocles hanging over the 51 car. There's a VSC. Oh, we've just had a spin out on the circuit. That was the Alpine, so that's why it needed a new nose, and that was a Ferrari. That was the number 50 Ferrari, I think, that was involved in that with Antonio Fuoco. Yes, it was. And so that's why the Alpine needed a new
But
nose.
that was a BMW that was clashing with it, not the Alpine. That was Dries Vanthoor.
Oh, yes, you're right. I saw the blue car and just assumed that was why it needed the new nose. Apologies. Yeah, good spot. Let me finish this off before something else happens. So Antonio Giovinazzi had a VSC investigation, and then he had an investigation for overtaking beyond track limits. The track limits overtake has been cleared, but I've not yet seen that the VSC potential penalty, has been cleared yet for that car. Yeah, that was announced quite a while ago, 10 minutes ago. So we haven't seen that yet. 16:04 the offence happened, and they do tend to be looked at in chronological order. So let's see what happens with that. Another ERS deployment warning under investigation, and that's the same Peugeot. That's a 93. That was the car that had one earlier on as well. Oh dear.
Yeah, so clearly something that they need to straighten out in that car, because its ERS deployment is proving to be somewhat compromised, perhaps, or temperamental. And yeah, that extra incident, which hasn't actually been flagged on our race control stream yet, but it was between the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco and the 15 BMW of Dries Vanthoor. Now, at the time, I don't think they were even on the same lap, because the Ferrari number 50 is in 5th on 97 laps now completed, but Dries Vanthoor and the 15 BMW have had various issues, and they are now a lap away from the lead lap, so clashing with a car that is actually trying to overtake you to put a further lap on your car, and both were delayed in the process. Antonio Giovinazzi leading the race then, but with that information coming through about the 51, a warning flag for overtaking beyond the track limits just before 5 o'clock, so about 20 minutes ago. And the third of the Ferraris from the start, i.e. the yellow one, has now become the second best, because the 83, Yifei, keeping its nose out of trouble, is now only 2 seconds away from Antonio Giovinazzi. Skyline is changing. Remember that the official sunset time is in less than half an hour now, at 25 minutes to 6 tonight. And without doubt, the track takes on a completely different look with the floodlights taking control, but it's not dark, and the officials recognise that, although the headlights are fully on now for so many of the cars. Also, the number panels have not been needed to be illuminated in this race, but we've got these sparkling new LED squares that are on the side of each car, which can give us all sorts of information, including when the cars come into their pits, the amount of time that they are taking during that stop, or it might be a drive-through or a stop-go penalty. I assume that the time ticks up for that as well.
Oh yeah, Johnny, it's brilliant, because it shows you the energy replenishment, and it shows you the time it's up on the jacks as well.
Oh, nice.
And then it shows you the total time in the pit lane. I mean, it's like, for anybody at the circuits, if you're going to a WEC race this year, make sure you see the little video about it and realise what is going on there, because there's a slightly different character to go with each of that thing, as opposed to when they're just driving around. It does have, obviously, a different colour. It is green for GT3 and red for Hypercar, but it actually 1 ST first, 2 ND second, 3 RD third. It isn't just the number on the side of the car. Battle going on in GT3. It's McLaren versus Ferrari again.
for second place, and the bronze-rated James Cottingham, who's been in from the start, is still battling away with Simon Mann. Or did they do one driver change in the 59 car? I only think I'm double thinking myself, because James Cottingham, if he'd been in from the start, could now have got out, but it does still need to fit in with the pit stop cycle as well. Okay, so Cottingham, he certainly did a double to start off with, like his teammate did, but the other McLaren, still in the hands of Darren Young. So they've potentially done 3 hours and 10 minutes, slightly more than that.
I think James has been in from the start. Let me see. Might have jumped out at one stage. Just let me change the scale of this so I'm not scrolling for 2 hours to actually get to the bottom of that. Nope, James has been in from the start. 25 lap stint, 27 lap stint. Then there was a shorter stint of just... how many is that? 54 to 61, 6 laps stint, 7 lap stint, and he's been in 27 laps. So he's due in any time shortly in that car, and I think that's him done.
Yes,
if he wants to be.
Yes, and the same with Darren Young as well, because he's been in from the start too. So McLaren keeping it nice and simple, as in they have identified that their bronze drivers are more than capable of doing 3 hours. Back to back, and that ticks you over the magic 2 hour and 55 minute marker, and then it can be turned over to the silver and the fully pro drivers. So in the case of the 59, they got Greg Sosi in the car, who's a gold, who's already chatted to Bruce Giovanni in pit lane, looking very chilled as he did so a few hours ago, and Marino Sato, who was interviewed after qualifying yesterday, sort of shrugging his shoulders, really, saying, well, I didn't really have much to do with it, but I'm happy to be in amongst the pole-sitting team. You did need 2 drivers, though, in qualifying yesterday. That's a change in the regulations for 2025. The bronze does the normal qualifying to get you into Hyperpole, or not, and then if you do progress, it's the silver that takes over. So the gold, first opportunity to drive much later on in the weekend, although, of course, Marino will have done a bit of driving. He has to during the free practice sessions. So there's a lot of cars in the top 8 of LMGT3. Pretty much all of them are going to need to pit in the next few laps. The Lexus in a slightly better position, but they're all running very, very short of energy. So we're going to get a flurry of LMGT3 cars all to the pit lane, maybe at the end of this lap. By the way, the race leaders have completed 100 laps now in a time of 3 hours and just over 10 minutes. Flown by.
Yeah. And EFA is catching the leader. Not by much, a couple of tenths the previous lap, 3 tenths that lap, but it's back down to 1.6 seconds again. Behind that, BMW of Robin Frines is gently being caught by Brendan Hartley, but only very gently, a couple of tenths here and there as well. But that gap's a little bit larger. That's 4.2 seconds. But the reason that Brendan Hartley, I think, is got his foot down is because he's got the recovering Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari right up his tailpipes, as it were. Hello, by the way, to Blur Fiend, who's working in the Porsche dealership at the moment. I love the fact he's got us on the workbench whilst he's listening. Let's go down the pit lane.
Looking at the fight out there with the McLaren, how did it go?
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite early in the race. And so just trying to make smart moves, not take unnecessary risks, because it's still a long way to go. So, yeah, easy, no risk, and try and keep the car clean until the end.
We saw you going off a little bit. Is it hard to stay on the track? Is it like dusty?
Yeah, it's just difficult to follow. Once you get very close, you lose a lot of front, and it becomes very difficult to follow the cars, especially the last sector and even through the first sector.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So that's Simon Mann, who's got out of the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari after... did he do a double? Francois Herriot's taken over. They are utilising their driving staff slightly differently from McLaren. So it's a 21 Ferrari. And
we've got a drive-through penalty for the leader. For the leader, JP, what I was telling you about when you came back on 16 minutes ago. So Antonio Giovinazzi cleared of the overtake outside track limits, but has been pinged for the VSC procedure. Bruce thought they might have run a red light in the pit lane. We have no other information other than what it says. We'll try and find that out for you. But that was at 4 minutes past 4. It's now 16 minutes past 5. So that car will give up the lead, and EFA will go through into the lead for AF Corsa. That will promote Robin Frines up into second, and Brendan Hartley for third. It will be Ferrari, BMW, Toyota in the top three. And I did say Brendan Hartley was having to respond. He's responded exceptionally well to Antonio Fuoco, because he's pulled out a little bit now, and he's leading on for a second, and now comes back to 3/4 of a second. GT3 pit stops from the front of that LMGT3 field.
And as a result of the Ferrari now coming into pit lane to serve its drive-through, a new race leader is Ye Yifei in his Ferrari 499P, so it's the same manufacturer, but this satellite team with the Écurie Francorchamps style yellow and red livery from the 1950s and 60s. Saw that so often on the cars of the time running out of Belgium. There's no actual Belgian connection from that Ferrari, but they just liked the livery, and they kept it into 2025 rather, for a second year, and it's looking resplendent. This Ferrari has won a 6-hour race, and they're now out front from a BMW by 3.4 seconds. So when I went away, it looked like it was going to be a Ferrari benefit for the two Scarlet cars. They had it absolutely in the bag with about a 15-second lead.
Keep managing the tires, 4 laps to go, currently P1.
But it just shows that a virtual safety car in the wrong spot, according to your strategy, can really throw the race off the rails for the 50 and the 51 car. So 50 now slightly ahead after Giovinazzi rejoins in 6th position. Antonio Fuoco running 4th, but neither of the other 499Ps currently on the podium.
I'll tell you what's noticeable, Johnny, is how much even a short period of BSC or safety car extends your laps. Did you say 4 more laps there for EFA?
Yes.
Well, he's on 34 now. So that's going to push him to 30, probably 37 or 38 laps.
Margin for the in-lap in full push, I'll let you know.
With the small caveat that these radio messages are sometimes delayed.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly what. That's why I'm not going to say it's going to be a full 38. It could be 36 or 37, but that is still going to be the longest stint we've seen. Again, yellow affected. Push on the in-lap, that was Antonio Fuoco who's been told that. He is chasing down Brendan Hartley, and they will be coming to the pit lane shortly. They're all there or thereabouts. Robin Franks has been out there, the second place BMW. He's been out there for 34 laps. Brendan Hartley, 35 laps. Antonio Fuoco, 34 laps. Mathieu Jaminet a little bit further back for the best of the Porsches. He was on a completely different strategy, but things have kind of evened themselves up just a little bit now. He's on his 35th lap. Antonio Giovinazzi on his 35th lap as well. And once again, a reprimand for the Peugeot for the ERS deployment. So Mikkel Jensen actually just come into the pits in that Peugeot Total Energy 9X8, came in out of 7th position. Alex Lynn goes back up again. Has Alex Lynn managed to stay on the lead lap? I think he has. Alex Lynn stayed on the lead lap despite that drive-through.
Incredible.
I felt for sure he would have dropped off the lead lap there. Let me just check the working out here in the margin. There's Ifeye just gone across. Yeah, I think he has. Pit lane for the second place car. Robin Frines into the pit lane, and also followed in by Brendan Hartley in what was the 4th place car. Toyota Gazoo Racing in the best of that car, those two cars. That's the number 8. So they have come in after that last lap, and here's where it all starts to kick in. This is Mathieu Jaminet moving up to 3rd place in the Porsche, and as I said, the key thing for me here about the Porsche, Johnny, is that's equalised, pretty much equalised its pit stop strategy now with the cars around it after making that first stop after 13 laps for a right front slow puncture.
Yasser Shaheen's just got out of the 31 BMW, and I wanted to check the amount of time he's been in that car because his teammate Timur Boguslavski's taken over for Timur's second stint. It's very tight. In fact, the data I have rather suggests they've done it too close, but there is a bit of margin.
Correct.
In terms of when these cars come into the pits and back out again, and I'm hoping that the 9 seconds that Yasser Shaheen is beneath the 2 hours and 55 is purely a kind of glitch of the system, if you like. I cannot believe WRT have run it that close. I fancy that they're okay, but they're very, very close.
2 hours, 54 minutes and 38 seconds is what I've got.
Oh, you have 38. I have 51, you see, so
right,
that's better.
See, there you go. There you go. There's two. Now, because I watch that much racing, does the time in the pits count for this one?
No.
It doesn't. No, okay. Well, then I'm going to suggest that's going to be very, very tight, isn't it? For that. Let's see. It's not up for us. I will. You talk amongst yourself, JP.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll consult here.
It's just that there are others that are well over because it just fitted better with the strategy. But WRT have taken the approach that we'll put Yasser in the car for only the 2 hours and 55 minutes, and we're hoping there's a bit of change on the right side. But the information we have at the moment from two sources, as in mine and yours, John, rather suggests it's been a bit too close. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt purely because I'm not getting direct data from Al Kamel, and they will have it absolutely on the nosy to the 100th of a second to make sure that he's done the 2 hours and 55 minutes. We're giving them fair warning if they are the wrong side of it, because there's nothing to stop Yasser going back in that car, but it would massively wreck their route to the checkered flag, I'm sure, when they're looking to try and shave off as much time as possible and be in a good position for that number 31 BMW. The other Beamer is the better placed after 3 cracking stints from Ahmed Al-Hati, and now Valentino Rossi has taken that 46 car over, is in 8th position.
Drive-through penalty for Proton, Gianmarco Leverato. This is a tyre pressure infringement. We've seen these before. That to be done. That's basically a black and orange flag. You have to give it straight away for that. Now this will be tyre pressure's too low, and you have to come straight in for that. Also, car 54, where are you? Well, Frankie Castellacci is out on the circuit, but his team manager is on his way to the stewards for a little chat. I've spoken to the representative of WRT, who is not a million miles away.
Nice.
From me, to my left, and I have been assured that the engineer on that car is very precise with his timings, and the exact words were, I would be very surprised if we were that close.
Okay.
To what is being shown on some of the data. So the belief is that Yasser Shaheen has completed his time in the Bend WRT car.
Good. That's the news we wanted to hear.
Yes, that's exactly it. Absolutely. We're not trying to put anybody in trouble, but people will be looking at the same information that we are and asking that question.
Yep.
So it's an absolutely valid question to ask, JP. And that was taken as such by the team representative, and a fulsome answer was given.
Splendid.
That's and good, great being here, actually.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, good work on. You need to know where everybody is, but as soon as you've psyched that out, then you got sources galore.
Yeah, good fun.
And I don't mean condiments either.
There's plenty of that too.
Oh, good. Ye Yifei rejoins in the number 83 yellow Ferrari. 106 laps now done, and the Chinese driver staying on board. Antonio Fuoco stays where he is in the 50 car. 7 seconds the difference then between the satellite team and the factory outfit, and in the favour of the yellow car. Toyota up to 3rd and 4th positions now.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you at the start of the race?
Yeah.
I said definitely a top 5. Maybe not podium, but definitely a top 5. 2 cars in the top 4 at the moment.
Now, when does the first one need to pit? Well, they've just made pit stops, so that's a true position for their two cars. 8 ahead of 7 and 3rd and 4th positions. They haven't done anything sparkling necessarily, or not visually, but they know how to go about their business just very carefully, under the radar, if you like, and the two Japanese cars are building some momentum. Bouncing its way off the racetrack a moment or two ago was one of the Alpines, and through the gravel trap, in fact, early on in the lap. That's the 36 car that ran out wide. 36 currently being driven by Jules Gounon, and he's ahead of Charmy Lacey in a similar car. So the Alpines running 6th and 7th, behind that lone Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Mathieu Jaminet. So Porsche in the top 5 now.
There has been an incident between BMW number 15, Dries Vanthoor, and once again it's a Ferrari AF Corsa, one of the works cars. It's Antonio Fogo, the number 50 car.
Well, remember when you were identifying that spin that you thought was an Alpine?
Yeah, oh, yes, of course.
And it was, in fact, a BMW. Yeah, that's the one.
Right, okay. That's a while ago, isn't it?
Just after I took over again. So, yeah, 5:05. And I was trying to work out how that came about. Looked like Dries Vanthoor was attempting a move, but as I said, I don't think they were on the same lap at the time.
I'd agree with that.
15 car, well, has completed 107 laps now, but we've had, well, have we had a safety car since then? No, we haven't.
No, but they're a pit stop behind, though, Johnny, I think.
Right.
I think the 15 car is due... no, actually it's not. It's further into its stint at the moment. It's in 12 laps into the stint, whereas the Ferrari's just stopped. So no, yeah.
But it might have been very close to a pit stop for the 15 BMW, which had taken it a lap off the base, therefore, and the Ferrari needed to pit next. So I'm impressed with the amount of cars that have all completed 107 laps together. There's less than a minute that separates the race leader from the 13th place Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen, and that with 3.5 hours on the clock.
So Alex Lynn's managed to stay on the lead lap.
Mm-hmm.
Jensen Button in the other Cadillac Hertz team, Jota, is the first car off the lead lap. Let me just see this cycle through. So the leader has now completed, EFA has completed 108 laps. He's 9 seconds ahead of Antonio Fuoco. That's stretched out just a little bit. Let's see these cars go through the start-finish line. There goes the two Toyotas. 2 seconds between them, and they're about 11.5 seconds behind the second Ferrari. There's Chamonix in the 963. Two Alpines are together now. Well, not together, but together on the timing and scoring. Jules Gounon goes through, waiting for Charles Malaysi. He'll be the next one to come through, and he should be through any second now, because he was only 3 seconds behind his teammate the last time I checked. There he goes, 3 seconds behind his teammate. So he's on the lead lap.
Copy. Copy. We'll monitor the vibration, and currently same level as Seb for the same laps. Once you pass this GT, have clean air.
That was Brendan Hartley, and it sounded like he was in a helicopter there. He was getting vibrated around so much. Sounded like somebody was beating his chest, and he was talking like that. So he definitely had a vibration. 108 laps down to Alex Lynn, and I'm waiting for Mikkel Jensen to come through as Jensen Button goes to the pit lane, so he's definitely going to drop a lap. Mikkel Jensen's on the lead lap. Is Matt Campbell back on the lead lap in the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6? Just waiting to see him come through. 59.37. That's going to be tight. He might be right on the end of it. Waiting for EFA to come back around as Jensen Button's car is being pushed back into the pits. Still waiting for Matt Campbell. Still waiting for Matt Campbell. Come on, Matt. Nope. So Matt Campbell is the first car off the lead lap in 14th position, and the 3 Bs are back in the pit box, not the way that Sebastian Bourdais wants to celebrate his birthday, which is today.
Certainly not. Cadillac looking like they had a strong car and have done for all of the last sessions over the last 2 days. 38 in the pits then, and the 12 car which is just clinging on to the lead lap, a full minute down from Ye Fei's AF Corsa Ferrari. The number 20 BMW with that yellow rear wing with the Shell Helix backing. That car being driven by Sheldon van der Linde now, just half a second off the back of the second of the Alpines, which is the 35 car, and that is in 7th position then. A424. You said they weren't together. Well, they're getting a bit closer now, less than a second closed in again, 2.6 separating those two Alpines.
Can I just square the circle on Yasser Shaheen's drive time? And I'm indebted to Stephen Walton, who's done some digging and some base 60 maths for us as well. According to official WEC timing, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 45 seconds. I bow to the knowledge of Emma from WRT, who's sitting 2 seats to my left. And she was spot on about that race engineer. So that is literally the correct lap for them. They're turning a minute and 55, a minute and 56 second laps. So 1 minute 56, 1 minute 55, 45 seconds. So that is absolutely spot on. That was the first lap on which he could have come in, having fulfilled his 2 hours and 55 minutes. Emma is nodding knowingly as if I was a fool.
It is our job to build a bit of jeopardy now and again.
I know.
So
no, but you see, as I said, it was offered because I know people would be asking the question. Johnny Edgar's under investigation. This is another tyre pressure infringement. This is in Johnny's driving the 33 TF Sport Corvette. Fastest lap of the LM GT3 race for that. And that was Sheldon van der Linde saying a lot of front locking. You do not want that in any car, but particularly not in one of the hybrid hypercars.
Yeah.
20 BMW.
So the AF Corsa Ferrari leads, number 83. Ye Fei's at the wheel, but let's hear from his teammate, Robert Kubica, in the garage.
Robert, leading the race because you had a trouble-free race so far, but he's also posting very good lap times and he's creating a gap. And I was seeing you talking a lot on the radio. What are you sharing information with your engineer? What are you talking about?
Well, I cannot really say what we are talking about, but yeah, I mean, until now the race is very smooth for us. Of course, it's only 1/3, so there is still over 220 laps to go. So it's a long race. We'll see. We'll have to keep it clean as we did until now, and yeah, we'll see how it evolves. But of course, now with the ambient temperature and track temperature dropping, there is a bit of things to, I would say, anticipate and take care of them, and then see how let's say the strategy will develop.
Okay, you're participating a lot into the strategy, I think.
I don't know. I mean, I try to follow the car. I try to give also a bit of inputs, you know, because you have been in the car, you know how it feels. And one thing is being on the pit wall, where you have all of the information, but in the end, the feeling of the driver is also important.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you.
Robert Kubica of AF Corsa, not giving too much away, but providing just about enough information for us. I think he's quietly confident. Whether you'd asked him yesterday from where they qualified the car that they would be leading after 3.5 hours, I'm not sure how confident he would have been of that, but it's been a good rise from 8th place to now be leading the race. 1:39.2 was the qualifying time put in during Hyperpole, and all three Ferrari 499Ps got into that crucial top 10 for the extra bit of qualification. So both those cars have recently pitted, by the way, and are now rejoined with 11.5 seconds between them. Toyota's running 3rd and 4th, as we've mentioned. Oh, but there's a huge spin now for the Alpine number 35 in amongst a lot of GT traffic. Looks like the rear right tyre is down on Charles Milacci's car as well. That immediately shows yellow flags locally at turn 16. They have now cleared, but the Alpine of Milesi's not got that far to go to limp back to the pits. Not entirely sure how all of that unfolded, but with it, Celia Martin's pitted as well in the 85 Iron Dames Porsche.
So tidy, wasn't it? This is traffic. There was 4 cars across the track at one stage.
It was Celia in the middle.
It looked to me as though the Alpine cut across the nose of the Porsche. WRT was in there as well. There was a little turn to the right on the steering wheel of the Alpine, and they hadn't cleared the Porsche. And one more chance. Oh, it's tight. I wouldn't like to have to call that.
No.
I tell you what, how close was that 31 car? And Timo Boguslavski in getting picked up there. That was absolutely. That's when you say, when people used to say, Alan McNish used to say to me, "There's no such thing as luck, only bad preparation." That was sheer luck that 31 car didn't get picked up there.
So Celia Martin, who was the car that made contact with the Alpine, and I'm not suggesting any blame there, it was just the two cars touched one another. She's only 10 laps in to her stint, so this is an early pit stop as well for the Iron Dames Porsche. Clearly, Charles Milesi had to pit because it popped the rear right tyre, and the spin was going to happen anyway, but shows where the contact was made. And they're a tyre down, therefore, of their allocation of 32, as everybody has in up and down the field in both of the categories. 35 has actually been turned around very quickly indeed, so that wasn't potentially a full fuel fill. Maybe they just did the tyre and as much fuel as they could get into it to get Milesi back into the race. But yeah, 4 abreast, and the Alpine had a decision to make whether it was going to thread the eye of the needle and go between the 2 GT cars. In the end, that's what Milesi did, and he'd avoided the BMW until the spin was initialised. The other car was involved was the 20, wasn't it? It was the 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde that didn't get any contact, but only just squeaked through as they were 4 wide on the racetrack. So you get this long spell of not an awful lot happening, and then all of a sudden, if you just catch traffic in the wrong place, when GT cars are side by side anyway doing battle, and you're in a hurried situation in a hypercar, forced into a moment where you've got to make a split-second decision, and you could put it down to bad planning or just being needing to make a choice in a split second. We've got full course yellow, presumably from the debris from that incident. Therefore,
correct. 15 and 16. We'll hear that being counted down to, I'm sure it's coming in about half a minute, and still waiting for that to be called. Haven't had a resolution on the Johnny Edgar.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
Thank you, Eduardo. Haven't had a resolution on the Johnny Edgar tyre pressure thing, but that tends to be black.
10, 9, 8.
We haven't had less
6,
or fewer.
5.
It's just a straight
4,
countdown.
3.
I'm happier.
2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Right, who does this help, Johnny?
Well, you can't do a lot in a full course yellow now, of course, so it's just a question of...
Did anybody get in? Oh, the Cadillac came in. Jensen... Oh, no, Jensen's in the pit anyway, sorry. No.
So, no, is the answer to that. When cars are off the racetrack, you can predict a full course yellow. Debris is slightly more difficult because the cameras have to be showing the right bit of the track back to the garages, and no one was quite sure, I bet, about how much debris was left on the track. So it was a BMW that managed to get its way by. That was actually the 20 car with the yellow rear wing.
Correct.
Then the next car along was Celia Martin, who was being overtaken by the BMW. The Alpine to her left, and then the Bend BMW, the 31, as you said, was nearly cleaned out by that. But the 2 cars that made contact were the ones in the middle. We're under full course yellow now, and Milesi, no, the other driver of the Alpine, which is Jules Gounon, I think, clenching his fists. He had a BMW in front of him. That doesn't actually make sense, though, because Gounon's ahead of a BMW. So unless Milesi has actually rejoined, bizarrely, after that pit stop, right behind the Sheldon van der Linde BMW, they won't be on the same lap because of the time lost by the Alpine, but it might be that BMW and Alpine are nose to tail. Better news for the mighty 38 emerging from the garage, John.
Yeah, good work from the Royal Tunbridge Wells team and Cadillac. Hertz team Jordan at number 38. Jenson Button brought it in, and I think that's JB still behind the wheel. As once again, our marshals, who have been brilliant in collecting debris. And I still, it's very odd because it was one of those incidents, JP, that really shouldn't have happened. But I understand why it did. The two GT cars are battling together, and the Alpine actually got overtaken by the BMW hypercar. But surely, as you say, those two guys weren't on the same lap. That was Malaysia further down.
No, I think they were at the time, but now Malaysia had to come in to repair the tyre.
Yeah, good point.
That sent them apart. But weirdly, I think Malaysia's rejoined right behind Van der Linde again, but there's now a lap between them.
No point in sending Jensen to the end of the pit lane, because I presume pit lane will be closed, is it?
No, pit lane exit remains open for a full course yellow, but it might be that... Well, are they allowed to work on the car during a full course yellow?
They've rolled it out of the pit lane. They've rolled it out of the garage onto the pit lane just as the full course yellow was called.
But it's more about the pit lane being closed to normal routine work, and they were already in the pits and have been for a long time, so I don't know why they're standing there waiting.
They've lost 8 laps to the lead. And as far as point scoring, they've lost 7 laps to 10th place. I reckon we have still got... Has Malaysia dropped off the lead lap? He must have with that. So I'm going to say we've got 12 laps. I really miss having the dancing ants. So that I can spot immediately where they are. I had it for the support races this morning when I was watching the classic endurance races. Hey-ho. Let's try and work it out. Jensen still shown in the pits in 17th position. Stand by. We are now 10 seconds away from the green flag, and there's a battle right at the front of GT. Sebastian Board and Finn Gersitz were right together, and we've got prototype action around them as well. The pass wasn't made for second position there. It's the Acodis Lexus was off like a steam catapult that fired him away there. That was a very, very good restart. As a couple of prototypes were coming through, those two would have been easy for Finn Gersitz in second position in Le Mans GT3 to get distracted by that. He didn't. It is the Ford Mustang of Ben Tuck, who's been quick in that car. Had a good battle with Simon Mann earlier in the race, in one of his earlier stints, and he leads by just on 5 seconds. Let's see how this works out once we get back up to speed.
I want to done some extra reading to make sure what I said about full course yellows was correct. And the pit lane exit road, the pit lane exit will remain open under the full course yellow. It's only the entry road that is closed, so that doesn't really explain why the 38 car is being held there. I wondered then there was a penalty to be served by the 38, which you cannot do under a full course yellow, but I don't think there was, because it was Alex Lynn, the 12 car, that was pinged for the incident between the two Cadillacs. Meantime, car 38 does have a new driver, Sebastian Bourdais, taking over from Jenson Button, so we know at least the 38 car is back into the race. Peugeot up against Ferrari number 51 a short time ago, all over the curb and very nearly making contact with possibly the 93 car. No, it's the 94, isn't it? Stoffel Van Dorn, which is right next to it on the timing screen. They're separated by 1.2 seconds. So that's Antonio Giovinazzi trying to recover after his 51 Ferrari was penalised. And the gap between the first two Ferraris, 83 ahead of 50, is 40. New leader in LMGT3 is Ben Tuck, and the Ford Mustang has been going as Storm with the British driver behind the wheel. Car 77, 5 seconds clear of Finn Gersitz.
So that has settled into that 5-second lead. Problems earlier on for the Akkodis ASP team. Few people asking about cars that have had issues. It came out of the pits, it's gone back in again. There was a bit of backslapping. It's not been officially retired yet, but I think that car has had far too much, lost far too much time. And the TF Sport number 81 Corvette, that has been retired. And I've just noticed that the two Iron Lynx Mercedes have been in the pits for quite a long time as well. Christian Rigg went off the track, got recovered back to the pit lane, and Claudio Schiavone's had their problems. They had a drive-through.
And brake temps are back in the window, tyre pressures are still slightly low.
That was Brendan Hartley being told about his Toyota. So those two have had their struggles as well. So that's how that stands at the moment as we're heading towards 10 minutes before 6 local time. And we mentioned this before JP came back. We kind of missed the fact that we've gone through sunset and straight into dark at almost the flick of the hall light switch. It doesn't look like it as we're looking out onto the track, but it is. It's absolutely dark.
3 laps behind Brendan, and then we can swap. Hang on with him.
Wow. So Toyota managing their two cars already, JP. Drive-through penalties coming. First of all, another penalty for the Vista AS Corsa number 54. This is a 10-second added to the next pit stop. That was the safety car infringement where Frankie Castellacci created too much of a gap. And the incidents that we saw between the BMW and the Alpine, it is the BMW of Dries Vanthoor who's been given the drive-through for that. So the number 15 car will have to come in from 10th position. And depending on where they are on the track, that's going to be tight on holding on to the lead lap. And finally, the tyre pressure for, that was the Corvette, wasn't it? The 33 Johnny Edgar car, yes it was. And that car, the tyre pressure infringement, that has been called as well. So that gets you up to date with that. Phew.
Yes, well done. So they're all going to have to be served, well, 2 drive-throughs within the next 3 laps. The 54 penalty can be left until the next time that Ferrari stops. Also in on this lap is the 007 Tom Gamble-driven Aston Martin Valkyrie from the Tour team.
If it fails to start, we need to wait 2 seconds before we have another attempt.
So that's advice about what has happened previously with... Was it the 007 or the 009? It might be an issue that they've got on both Valkyries, that it's a bit temperamental to restart this 6.5 V12. I'm sure they will iron that out after the race and work out precisely what the issue is there, but it's only an if it doesn't restart.
How good does that car look from the back? I know it's radio, but every time I see that car, I see something different on it. There's not a bad angle. And at the back, it really does look like the Batmobile. Go and find some pictures of it. The rear diffuser is actually, it looks like it's quite a simple design, but it just does look like the simplified Batman Bat. And it's incredible how much work there is that you can't see at the front. You can see a bit more at the back. But if you have a look, stand behind the front wheel at about 45 degrees and sort of crouch down and have a look underneath for the front details. But at the back, just gaze in wonder at the back of that Part of Racing Valkyrie. So what did they say to Kobayashi? Stay behind Brendan for 3 laps and then we'll do the swap.
Yes. I think they're trying to judge the speed of each Toyota and whether Brendan Hartley can edge out the gap. But
Kobayashi's about 6 laps further into his stint than Brendan, so that will play into the reasoning, won't it?
True. And yes, they're wanting the next pit stop to be as clear and as easy to carry out as possible. The gap remains less than a second between the third placed number 8 Toyota of Hartley and the 4th place car of Kobayashi, and Toyota are no stranger to switching cars around. They tend not to do it in the final hour of a race, but if they can work out that one car is a little faster than the other, well, they give each car ample opportunity. So if you can push and open up a gap, go ahead, do it now. And if it doesn't happen, then they'll switch them around and see whether, in this instance, Kobayashi can be a touch quicker than Brendan Hartley. But I take your point about the next pit stop as well, bearing in mind that car will need to come in slightly ahead, and therefore it just makes the stop earlier, makes the stop easier, I should say. So Kobayashi will be the next car in, having completed 18 laps. Brendan's only done 12 since the last stop.
Yeah. And Toyota might not be very happy with the new calculations, the new workings out in terms of the balance of performance. They can't say very much about it because you're not allowed to, if you're a team, you're not allowed to utter those words. But they have made their dissatisfaction absolutely clear about that. But what they can do is apply Johnny Palmer, well, not apply Johnny Palmer, they can apply, Johnny Palmer, all the experience that they have gained. Because effectively, in this category, they are the most experienced team. Toyota Gazoo Racing, the most experienced team, and through the years, you rack that up. Bit of a moment for the second-placed Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco into that sort of interim gravel trap that one or two of the curbs have got round here. The problem with that, Johnny, is although the curbs, the exit curbs look pretty flat, and they've been flattened out. But if you go a little bit too far and drop the outside Michelins, if you're a hypercar, and drop the outside Michelins over the back of the curb, you're not track limits there at that point. But what is happening is that the GT cars are carving out a bit of a furrow, a trench, in that interim strip of gravel. And that drops your outside wheels a bit lower, and you are absolutely hammering the floor on the exit curbs. And even though they're a bit flatter, there's damage being done to the floors. And all of the hypercar teams and drivers have been commenting on that. And the drivers have been told, look, I know you like to feel where you are, and you know where it's. The drivers say it's great because you know exactly where your outside wheels are when you come through the exit curb, because you feel the changes you drop onto the gravel. But you've got to be so careful because you can easily do quite significant damage to the floor. The Peugeot, by the way, we haven't mentioned this yet, actually, and apologies for this. Peugeot Total Energies reshelled a car overnight from FP3 into FP2 rather, into getting it into FP3 on a Thursday into Friday, because they'd been riding some curbs and they thought they'd done some chassis damage. So they reshelled. It took them 16 hours to build up the new car onto the spare chassis. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you about that earlier on.
That's all right. See, these little nuggets are being teased from your minds with every tick of the clock, but there's an awful lot been happening this week. The other concern about damaging the floor is scraping the plank a bit too much as well, potentially. Thinking back to what happened at the Daytona 24 Hours and the disqualification of the number 8 Tower Motorsports LMP2 car, I realised that were sort of mitigating circumstances about that, but nevertheless they were taken out of the win, and it could so easily happen here as well. They're sort of straddling a ditch almost here in Qatar.
That's exactly right. And Porsche Penske Motorsport lost the win at the 6 Hours declared. Here's Darren Leung down in the United garage.
United Autosports, say Motorsports then. You made the switch from BMW to McLaren. That feels like a good step. Look, that was a great stint.
I think for me, the team's been absolutely brilliant. Really welcoming, super friendly atmosphere. I wasn't unhappy with the team before and the manufacturer. There were just some other circumstances I had to factor in, and I thought if I changed car and probably learn a bit more. So here I am.
You were saying yesterday that you were feeling pretty rusty. Now it's like a third in. I'm struggling with concentration. How do you cope to maintain energy and focus out there?
I think a lot of that's taken care of in the off season. So for me, it's just keeping the kind of physical training up, which then gives you more mental capacity. And quite a lot of the time I spend, doing my physical and mental stuff together. So you sort of go in knowing that you've got the capacity to do it, and then you almost have to switch your brain off a little bit and just get on with the job.
Point taken. Well done out there. Keep it up.
He should have done all his drive time now as well, Darren Leung, so he needed to concentrate for the first 3 hours, and that's what makes it really intense. But I suppose if you're front-loading the race with all of your driving duty, then you can afford to relax a little bit. You've still got to be, glued to the screen, both the feed of the race, but also the timing screen, because you have invested so much into this initiative, and you'll be willing your co-drivers to do well. But in a sense, Darren Leung now is in that helpless position. He'd much prefer to be behind the wheel, perhaps at times, but he's got two cracking co-drivers. One proved to be in qualifying by taking that pole position. So his teammates in the 95 car are Sean Galale, pole sitter yesterday, and Marino Sato, who's proved to be a bit of a superstar in GTs, having come through the LMP2 ranks elsewhere in United Autosports program.
Yeah, and they've had a really good run. There's a lot to be said for the second year. You're just joining us here on RS1. We've been talking about this all week, that the team got that car and that program together super late last year, and I'm not sure anybody else would have done as well as they did. But certainly by the end of the year, those results were starting to come, and we've talked about it. They've had back-to-back pole positions because they finished at Bahrain on a pole position. They're the only people in LMGT3 in the short history of LMGT3 who've been able to do back-to-back pole positions. And the team from Yorkshire have knuckled down, as you would expect, a little bit of Yorkshire grit, and worked through the winter. They've made some changes. James Cottingham telling me they've brought in some more specialists on the McLaren, and that's added to their knowledge base, basically. And that I think that's showing. I described it as a quiet confidence earlier on this week. Right, more battlings out on the circuit, with again traffic, JP, playing its part here, exactly as we'd expect in multi-class racing.
Yeah, into the tight left-hand hairpin partway around the lap. All the prototypes on the left-hand side of the circuit. The GT's trying to stay out of the way as much as possible, but almost some contact between BMW and Ferrari there. So that's the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, who's now right on the tail of Sheldon van der Linde's BMW. Ahead of them is Jules Gounon in the best placed of the two Alpines. So we are at full darkness now, but you wouldn't know it because of the amount of floodlighting around the racetrack. And it's time at 6 o'clock to bring you another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
Ye Yifei, the Chinese driver, is leading the 1812 kilometres of Qatar for 2025, the FIA World Endurance Championship opener. And the 83 car has a 15.5-second lead on lap 125 over Antonio Fuoco in a similar Ferrari, but from the factory side of AF Corsa in the scarlet red, car number 50 with the yellow windscreen visor. Then the two Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010s, the hybrids, so Kamui Kobayashi and Brendan Hartley are 7 and 8, cars 7 and 8, and there's 3.5 seconds between them, third and fourth. Then in fifth position, car 5 is the Porsche 963 of Porsche Penske Motorsport and Mathieu Jaminet. Also on the lead lap is the first of the Alpines of Jules Gounon. He is in car 36 and in 6th place. In fact, the top 10 and beyond are all on the lead lap, probably all the way back to 12th position. But behind that Alpine is the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, car number 20. He's having a cracking fight with Antonio Giovinazzi, former race leader. But then there was a penalty for the 51 car, which was substantial, and therefore took the car out of the race lead and all the way down to 8th position. Stoffel van Dorn in the Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 is in 9th place, car number 94, and in 10th it's the 12 Cadillac of Alex Lynn. Caddy were in such a strong position with their Hertz Team Jota prepared cars first and second, and then unbelievably they ran into one another at a restart. Alex Lynn thought Jenson Button was about to pick up the pace, in fact he didn't, and Lynn into the back of fellow British driver did damage to the front of the 12, the rear of the 38, and it put both cars not out of contention necessarily, but much further down the order. LMGT3, the 78 car, which is the Acodis ASP team Lexus RCF of Finn Gersitz, leads, but only by 0.4 of a second over Sebastian Bowe's McLaren from United Autosports. That's the 59. Ben Tuck, really good few stints for him. The Proton Competition Ford Mustang actually led. It's now in 3rd position, though, in the 77. Sean Galale, after his pole position yesterday, the number 95 McLaren is in 4th. Then it's Zach Robichon for Aston Martin and Heart of Racing Team, number 27. Valentino Rossi in the 46 Team WRT BMW is 6th. Johnny Edgar's Corvette, 33 from TF Sport, is 7th. Vista AF Corsa's Ferrari of Francois Herriot is in 8th. Then the Benz BMW for Timur Bogoslavski, number 31. And in 10th place, it's the Manthey Porsche for Ricardo Pera, car number 92.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So, 4 hours done. Still another, regular FIA World Endurance Championship race to be completed, Bruce Jones. And every time you think there's a bit of a stability, a bit of a pattern developing, things can change. And no question that virtual safety car really did throw the narrative off.
Exemplary opening lap. There were place changes, but nothing untoward. Just seems to be something happening all the time. I mean, the drivers find it quite a hard circuit to race on because there are cars everywhere in front of them. 36 cars around the track. It's not a short lap. It's 3 1/3 miles or 5.4 kilometres, but it's just busy. It's busy, and really hard to overtake. We heard Sebastian Buemi, the long-term Toyota driver, just not complaining, just saying it's so hard to pass because corner follows corner follows corner. 16 turns in a lap of this length is probably a few more than normal, maybe by 1 or 2, but it's just the simple lack of a decent straight other than the main straight means they have got to go inside, they've got to go outside. Plus, even an hour and a half ago, there was lots of debris off the circuit line. There was racing car debris, which was cleared up, but just so much sort of tyre debris and marbles and a lot of gravel brought back in. Night falls or darkness falls here, and it just adds to the complication. However, and you pointed this out before the start of the race, the floodlighting around the circuit is astonishing. The level of illumination is, drivers described it as pretty close to daylight.
Finn Gersitz has come into pit lane in his Lexus, so it's all change again for the sharp end of LMGT3. 2 McLarens, 1 and 2 once more. Gersitz looking like he's going to hand over to a co-driver as well, so will that be... I know what question I was asking myself. Has the bronze driver in car 78 done sufficient time, or do we need to plug said driver back in again? It was Arnold Robin, wasn't it?
Yeah, who went really, really well in the opening stint. I have half a hunch that he's still got a small stint to follow.
Basically an hour.
An hour,
yeah.
yes.
So a full stint, but that sounds like it was all planned. So Robin did a double, Gersitz has done a double, and now the Frenchman goes back in again to top up that 2 hours and 55 minutes, which is the minimum requirement. So all sounds like it's in hand. We were marginally concerned, John and I, about the length of time that the Yasser Shaheen had been in the number 31 BMW, but we're assured by WRT that he has been in for the 2 hours and 55 minutes, and therefore they're looking good as well. Car 31 is in 7th position. Timur Bogoslavski back at the wheel of that car. And also in pit lane, Ben Tuck in the 77 Ford Mustang. There's been a stop for the 59 McLaren. Sebastian Bowe staying on board that car. Oh, no, actually, he was... Oh, no. Is it the fact that he was running slowly and then resumed? So maybe that car did not stop and has had a drama whilst it was leading the race. Was Bowe ahead of fellow McLaren? Sebastian Bowe...
Yeah, good point.
But information literally a minute ago to say Sebastian Boe was running slowly or stopped. I can't see that he came in the pit lane. I'd assume that's the reason why he dropped behind Sean Gelael. But there's a concern potentially for the 59 McLaren.
His last lap time was fine. 1 minute 56.5. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, a flurry of pit stops. Ben Tuck has come in out of the lead of LMGT3 in his Proton competition Mustang. That was a really good drive. He sort of went from midfield in the class to the very front, or maybe sixth to the front, so 1/3 of the way back. But at the moment, it's Sean Gelael leading LMGT3. Heart of Racing team in second place. Zach Robichon with his Aston Martin, just 2.5 seconds down on Sean Gelael's McLaren from United Autosports. That's close, and Valentino Rossi another 13 seconds back in third place in class. But so many things have happened. Kevin Magnussen's has just come back out onto the circuit for his second stint. He started the race in second place, fell to fourth after a great little scrap with Ferdy Hasbo, but then that moment that will halt him wasn't his fault apparently, an electrical glitch, and when he needed to disarm the limiter, running around with the limiter on, he couldn't get the restart right, and it just let him away, and then he had quite a slow stint after that. I don't know if it's a little problem that was flicking in and flicking out, but he sort of gradually dropped from 9th down. He had been 4th, fell to 9th, fell to 13th, but the car's been going very well since then, so just look out to see where that will slot in. The number 15 BMW is down in 12th place, but certainly we've seen some very good laps from that car with Dries van Tor in qualifying, and also it's been going very well in the hands of third driver in that group, which is Lello, Raffaele Marcello. So it's just so unfortunate. It's so competitive excuse me, the WEC, that one little glitch and you really do tumble away.
Yeah. Well, I'm still trying to piece together precisely what happened to Sebastian Boe, but he didn't stop, so as in he didn't make a pit stop. Did he have a spin somewhere that caused a local yellow, and that has taken it away from Sean Gelael, and it's no longer a McLaren 1-2. When should we expect the 59 McLaren to be back into the pits on its normal schedule? 24 laps in. Well, that car has done 29 lap stint, so we're about 5 or so laps away from the McLaren needing to pit. Crucially, it didn't lose enough time to take it off the lead lap, so it's still in contention and running a tad wide now out of the sharp hairpin to the left is that recovering McLaren. You've got Zachary Robichon chasing the race leader, Sean Gelael, and Zach in his Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, 3 seconds adrift then of the race leader. Also, though, keeping a keen eye on the fight between Johnny Edgar's TF Sport Corvette, the all-yellow car, ahead of the Bend BMW of Timur Boguslavski. So we know that Yasser Shaheen's done all the time that he needs to do in this yellow, black and red or gold BMW, with a bit of the red because of the M-Power. And Ben Tuck's had a cracking time in the 77 Ford Mustang. He's handed his car back to Bernardo Souza so we can hear from him.
I am down here in Proton with Ben Tuck. A very long stint that was. More than double, you said.
Yeah, so it was always planned to be a double stint. But with the virtual safety car, after I think the first 15 minutes, I basically did double and a bit. So yeah, those tyres are finished. They're either going in the bin or a museum. I don't know which one.
That was an epic drive. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was good fun. I think the virtual safety car then into safety car, I was trying to count the cars ahead, and I was like, oh, I think we've come out of this pretty well. I think we were in the top 10, and then did a few moves. I had a bit of a battle with the Ferrari. He got back past me. I got back past him. And all of a sudden, after the double stint, because we saved the tyres, they said, right, you've come out in P1, so just keep it clean. I was like, oh, okay, no mistakes then.
Absolutely incredible. Temperature's starting to cool. It's obviously getting darker. Not that it makes any difference here, because the lights are incredible, right? But how much difference can you feel it in the car?
Yeah, it makes a difference on the track. As the tarmac temperature drops down, the tyres can take a bit more. I think that also helped with making the tyres last that long for the double stint. Yeah, definitely 2 and a bit is enough, but yeah, in these cooler temperatures it's easier to go longer on the tyres.
Epic drive, Ben, well done.
And I don't think he's finished yet, because he's done a total of 2 hours and 17 minutes, but as a silver you've got to do 2 hours 55 as well, so they're going to have to put him back in for half an hour or so. They might round that up to a full stint, more like 45 minutes. But yes, he began with a short run from lap 51 to 60, which took him about 20 minutes, but there was some yellow in the middle there. Then he did a proper stint of 1 hour and 3 and 53 minutes, so a total of 2:17 back-to-back. Bernardo Souza began with a double, and now he's nearly 3 minutes in to his what will be final stint for the Portuguese, as long as he completes the 2 hours 55 minutes, which he should do comfortably during this run to the next fuel window.
Yes, and I think also when looking at their form in qualifying, they didn't sort of feature at the front end in GT3 by any manner. But in that first stint, you could just see them eking their way forward up the field. Right, car number 46, the BMW, in pit lane at the moment. That was the car started by Ahmed Al-Hati. And we'll see where that slots back in. But a good run there from Valentino Rossi. And birthday early in the week, still sitting on board. Doing that thing, he's cinching the straps, tightening yourself in. You just sort of need to do something while your mechanic's doing something. You keep your focus and just feel... I think you just need to feel involved, because the one time they're not is when they're sitting in the pit lane, albeit not for very long, but just that they don't want to lose any concentration. I think that's why you always have this nervous tugging of the belts.
Race control, or rather the stewards, are still trying to get to the bottom of precisely what happened in an incident that you were away for, but we had cars 4 abreast across the racetrack. From right to left, I'll do it. There was a BMW squeaking through, BMW hypercar, which got through and actually wasn't in the list of cars then being investigated. Next one to the left was Celia Martin trying to stay out of trouble. She was side by side with a 31 BMW of Timur Boguslavski, and Charles Milesi arrived on the scene and thought, where am I going to go? And between the two GT cars, he went in the end. So we had this moment where it was 4 abreast, but then Celia Martin's Porsche and Charles' Alpine tangled, resulting in a big spin for Charles Milesi. It popped his rear right tyre, and Martin had some damage to her Porsche as well. So they pitted immediately, and I knew it was going to be under investigation. It's interesting that Boguslavski's been kind of roped into that, because on the initial message, the 31 car was listed, but now it's been whittled down to, and this is correct, the 35 and the 85 team manager and drivers, and they both, all 4 people have got to go to race control just as soon as those stints have come to a close. John and I found it really tough to call, not that it's not our job to do so, but very difficult to know who turned in on who, if at all, or whether it was just a racing incident. But that's going to be decided over the next half an hour probably.
So who was to blame? I nearly tricked you.
Well, no, I honestly don't know, and there will be a penalty almost for sure, but is that going to happen in the next hour or so? I think there's going to race control, quite rightly, are going to try and get evidence from both sides. They need to chat to the drivers. There might be some additional footage, of course, that's carried by the cars as well, which will give us or give them a clue. Otherwise, I think we're up to date. There was somebody else there was a 54 penalty for the 54 Ferrari, that is, which was going to be served at the next pit stop. And a couple of drive-throughs, one for Dries Vanthoor after he ran into the back of the Fuoco Ferrari and spun it. So a drive-through for the 15 BMW, which will have been served by now, and also a drive-through for the 33 Corvette that's the Johnny Edgar car, is it not? Just have a moment. Yes, it is.
Yeah, going very well, actually, since she's taken it over. And sitting down in, ninth after just having served its pit stop. TF Sport, they lost the sister car very, very early on indeed. Tom Van Rompuy, he'd be going well, but suddenly the car was listed as a retirement out of the race. Boom. That was the first one officially declared. Still waiting for number 87, Lexus, that came in after only 6 laps to be thrown to the race. It had all the repairs after contact with the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. It spun the Ferrari round. The Ferrari came back and then clobbered it just under the driver's door, but there were a lot of repairs. It did come out fleetingly after that virtual safety car period, followed by the safety car period, but only for a handful of laps for Clement Schmidt, but still sitting in the pits. The clock carries on, but the car does not at the moment, just waiting for a full retirement. But as Johnny pointed out a short while ago, almost a full regular length 6 hour.
Really good. A little bit rear instability, but not too bad. Traction's dropping a bit, but okay. Front is picking up. Good front grip, so all good.
Okay, that was a positive message from Mathieu Jaminet there, the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And Johnny, I was discussing with John earlier, we had 33 degree track temperature. It's that has fallen to under 22 degrees now, so it's lost a third of its value. But this is a circuit that can potentially have an enormous track temperature difference.
Yep.
But it hasn't quite happened yet. You know, yes, you might say it's lost 11, 12 degrees, but air temperature, what's that sitting at? 17 degrees. That hasn't changed as much. But I think they're fair, you know, within the splay of what it could be, the conditions are quite suitable. You know, there's not this giant swing. Jacques, you know, from his message, trench driver really imparting all's pretty much good right now. And in fact, if anything, the performance is coming to the cars.
Sebastian Boe, if he did have a spin, the car is still very performing perfectly well, because he's just done the fastest lap in the LMGT3 category, a 155.3. Right over the curbs goes the number 20 BMW in its fight with the Peugeot. Now, that doesn't look like it's a Peugeot on the same lap as Sheldon van der Linde, but nevertheless needing to get stuck in to extend the gap. Mikkel Jensen, well, has dropped back a couple of hot spots. Maybe it is Mikkel Jensen on the same lap, as there was a lock-up briefly from Sheldon van der Linde, and Alex Lynn has now got between them.
Well, he lost the place. He locked up, this is Sheldon van der Linde, ran wide out of 6th place, and Alex Lynn playing catch-up after the moment he'd rather probably draw a veil over and the recovery drive, so up into 6th place now for Alex Lynn, or is it still 7th? No, it should be 6th, just waiting for it to get to the next timing sector, but just that tiny little error, locking up very lightly but running wide, and that was enough for the chasing Cadillac to go past the BMW. So all the good work Sheldon van der Linde has put in has been erased.
Yeah. I reckon Malte Jakobsen is just off the lead lap in a Peugeot. The other one remains on the lead lap, but it could well be that they caught Malte Jakobsen at that point where the Sheldon van der Linde BMW was having its moment as well. Very stylish tail lights on the Alpine. On the right-hand side, it's the perfect A symbol for the French team. And left side tyres certainly being changed. Hard Michelins for hard Michelins.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out with these sort of A-shaped lights on the back, they're just little strips on the bodywork mounted at the very rear edge of that bodywork, so it's not like a light unit per se, but very clever. You know, great little bit of styling, and you know what? That shows that manufacturers are in here not just to win races, they're there to make an image as well, so I think it's very good. And Alpine have always been very strong on their image in sports car racing.
Yeah. And the fan village area at Le Mans has been dominated a few occasions over the last few years by Alpine, as they brought the A110 back in its kind of revised form. And then there was the older LMP1 car that needed to be grandfathered from previous regulations, but we knew with its presence in LMP2 that they would be back with a proper hypercar. One of the LMDH machines, remember, it's still a mixture in the category between Le Mans hypercars that have been built from the ground up and the LMH cars built on a chassis from 4 different suppliers, and I always have to remind myself which is in which of those categories. But Aston Martin entering in the Le Mans hypercar division. So at the moment in the World Endurance Championship we have the Alpine, which is an LMDH car based on an Oreca chassis. Porsche for Multimatic with their 963s. The Cadillac V-Series R is an LMH car on a Dallara chassis. Also on the Dallara is the BMW. And still to come, Genesis next year, and then Ford from 2027, which has been the big headline over the last few weeks or so, since Daytona.
What's that sound in the background? It's the building of pit garages at various circuits around the world, because, you know, people have been asking, so, hypercar keeps on growing, does something have to get true 3 class to accommodate it? It probably is the answer to that, but you know what? It's also such a popular category in its own, so you can imagine there's going to be a lot of horse trading in that environment, but, you know, what a position to be in, you know, various times in the past. By the end of... remember 1992? It was the end of an era. Peugeot absolutely dominating who? Who else was still there? You know, and we've been through that since, and Toyota, bless them, have been such staunch supporters of the World Endurance Championship. They remained while others went, but fortunately came back in droves. And here we are, 3rd place at the moment. the number 8 Toyota that started down in 17th position out of the 18 runners in the hypercar class. Their car clearly light on its tyres. The sister car down in 9th. That was the one that Mike Conway had a little rotation in. Most unusual sight seeing him going around. But, you know, they are being rewarded for their longevity in this championship. But we're at a rich vein of form, and the level of competition is as never before. That has to be reiterated, because that's why the smallest of errors here can lead to any of these cars dropping, you know, half a dozen positions. Right, the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari has got a waggling door mirror on the left-hand side. So that car and the sister car, but mainly the 21's been in the walls.
Jules Gounod. The car, a bit tired. How is it out there? The temperatures are dropping as well. So what's the difficulty?
Yeah, for us it's been a bit more difficult than the prologue. Our car seems to like the hot condition, and right now we were dropping quite a lot in the temp, in the tires in the car, so it was quite difficult. We are fighting against trying to bring energy into the tires, so the team is trying a few tricks that we can do in LMDH while we can do some setup in the car, but I think it's going to be our main target to try to bring some heat into the tires. It's pretty cold. We didn't expect that when you come to Qatar for the first race of the season, but it is how it is, so we're going to try and give it a go.
Okay, some points to come in, you think? Can you collect some points?
Well, that's the goal today. We're going to try starting from P14. I have no idea where we are because I didn't ask during my stint. We have enough stuff to do in the car. But I think we are P7, P8, I don't know, somewhere around there. So I hope we can score some points, but still a long way to go. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, have a good end of the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
7th or 8th was about right as Gounod pitted. Now he's handed the car over to Mick Schumacher. The number 36 Alpine is down in 10th place, but there have been pit-stopping cars ahead since then. Just after 20 past 6 in the evening, potentially another 198 laps to go. 137 completed by the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. So during that interview you were hearing from Jules Gounod with Bruce Giovanni, there was another lead change, and that was because Phil Hanson's just taken over the number 83 Ferrari 499P. So that was a big story over the winter period. Phil no longer with Jota, raced their Porsche 963 last year, of course, but now moves across to the satellite team of AF Corsa with the 499P, and it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. But the new race leader is the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco.
One thing that Jules Gounod said there that sort of made my ears prick up a little bit, so I wasn't told what position we were in. It's a long race. Just go out there and we'll concentrate on whatever the problems are as we're going through this transitional time. Try and do everything we can to keep heat in the tyres, and the rest just go with your racer's actions. The thing you've been doing as a pro for the last 10 years or so. But this is interesting. I always thought drivers would want to know exactly where they are. But if they're told you've literally got one car to aim at and one to keep behind you, maybe they're quite happy with that. Right, the number 51 Ferrari enters the pit lane. So Antonio Giovinazzi wasn't the dream couple of stints that he wanted with that drive-through penalty. Was it full course yellow infringement, wasn't it? Or was it a pit lane? I can't remember. There have been so many penalties in this one. I have written it down somewhere.
Let me check. Hang on. And I also was trying to work out whether any drive-throughs, penalties that have been issued, whether any of those still need to be served. But generally the rule is that you get 3 laps to do that. So normally, as they are announced, they should be served very swiftly indeed. Car 51, a drive-through penalty for virtual safety car procedures at 4 minutes past 4. So the breach of said procedures during the VSC, and that was 2 laps or so of virtual safety car, then into the safety car period, of which we've actually had 2 now. They were separated by, I think, a single green flag lap. So the first segment of safety car was 12 minutes and 50 seconds, and then a further one of just over half an hour. That was between the hours of 4 and 5 p.m. local. Since then, though, I think I have been keeping this race in decent shape with plenty of green flag running. There's been the odd incident causing local yellow flags and penalties as a result of that, so still the complexion of the top 10 seems to be changing a fair bit. But back in the hands of Ferrari, not necessarily the Ferraris we would have guessed, though, before we got underway, because it's the 83 that's in a strong position, and Antonio Fuoco now making a stop from the race lead. So that will mean, how close is Mathieu Jaminet? He is ahead of the AF Corsa Ferrari, but Jaminet is going to pit as well. So that means the top 2 placed cars are now in pit lane for scheduled stops. Well, I haven't checked what strategy Alex Lynn is on. He should be able to go maybe a tad further for an extra lap. Off the track briefly there, our sole surviving Lexus. As, yes, Alex Lynn does become a new race leader. It will be only for a lap or so. Bringing quite a bit of dust onto the racetrack, though, is that Lexus that runs wide. It was doing battle with the 95 McLaren, and 78 Arnold Robert just running out of road there, Bruce.
Well, he did. He's dropped to 3rd in class. He was, in terms of car widths, he was about 3 car widths beyond the white line that marks the outside of the circuit. But you know what? When you get on the painted stuff, and it's definitely very dusty as well, you can just imagine your car almost being sucked into the gravel trap beyond. He managed to control it. He's had a good race so far, but that was the first slip-up we've seen from Arnold Robert. But Zach Robichon, thank you very much. Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin whizzed past. So his Aston Martin is into, that's car number 27, into 2nd place in LMGT3, just 2 seconds down on Sean Gallale's United Autosports McLaren. So it's chopping and interchanging, but United Autosports really are looking very strong indeed with at least one of their 720Ss. The sister one was Sebastian Boe, however, is down in 9th in class, but it did have that problem, lost a lot of ground. Did we actually get to the foot of what had happened? Had it just run wide? I think that's probably the answer.
Yeah, it was about half a minute that it lost. So, and I did eventually find that time. It was a 2:37 when normally you'd be doing a minute and 50 second lap times. Is that right for an NMGT3 car? Actually, closer to 1 minute 40. No, 1 minute 50. I was right. I got the wrong line just then. 1:55. What's the best time we've had? 1:55.3. Yeah, and that lap time from Boe was a 2:37, I recall. So it was costly, whatever happened. Race leader Alex Lynn, as predicted, only stayed there for a lap. And Phil Hansen will be the next car through. Already done a pit stop, so this will be the true race leader, number 83 from AF Corsa.
Will also provide an opportunity for Alex Lynn to sit down with Jenson Button.
Good point, yes.
Because they got very close together, but there was that mishap. And it was, well, of course, on camera, and it could be analysed however people choose to do so. But the crux of the matter is the timing of the virtual safety car period, and that sort of slowing down element of the race worked against Ferrari, that was sitting 1 and 2 before that, put Cadillac into 1st and 2nd positions, and as they lined up for the restart, contact with the car 2nd in line. Alex Lynn clouting, and really clouting quite hard, the tail end of Jenson Button's sister car there. Both needed to pit, but a much longer repair for the car that had Button in at the time. But Sebastian Bourdais took that over quite some while ago now, about 30 minutes ago, I guess. So Jenson's had a chance to sit in the pits a little longer than Alex Lynn has. But Lynn rose from, he was down in 13th place, the lowest I saw after that, into the lead. But of course, we're going through those cycle of pit stops, Johnny, so it's not an entirely accurate picture. It is of the moment, but not of the essence of the race.
Good times coming through for Sheldon van der Linde as the Ferrari number 51 ran out wide in its efforts to get ahead of the number 5 Porsche. So ran out wide through the right-hander, then the left-hander that followed again off the track and through the gravel. The sparks were flying beneath the 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi as he did battle with Michael Christensen in the 5 Porsche. Ferrari and Porsche up to their old tricks again.
Sharp intake of breath and then breathe out, because that was one of those moments that could have been a race ender for Giovinazzi, because when the cars go off, it's quite rough on the outfield as well, and his 499P was bouncing around, and it doesn't take too much to just land a little bit sideways, get looped into a spin. He kept it on, not on the straight and narrow, brought it back to terra firma, but anyhow, not wasting a second.
Face just got out of the 83 Ferrari.
Epic stint that was. I just asked you if it was fun out there, and you said fun's probably not quite the right word. How is it for you?
It's always fun and excitement, and the feeling of almost losing control but still being on track. That's the why I'm in this sport. And we did a really good start today. We had a good strategy to come to P3 after the first safety car, and then I managed to manage my pace and managed to take the lead, and now we are leading the race with half distance to go. So fingers crossed. We're pushing hard, and let's see where we end up at the end of the race.
5 hours in, 5 hours to go. What's the biggest challenge now for you to maintain this position for the next 5 hours?
I think there are different strategies from different cars, so we have to always watch out what the others are doing. Outlaps on cold tires are extremely dangerous, so it's always important to stay focused, even if you're leading the race. And then, try to minimize the risk and try to, bring the car in the lead until the end of the race.
At what stage are you going to start switching up these tyres?
Sorry?
At what stage are you going to start switching up these tyres a bit more?
I think as the night comes in, the temperature drops, it will be even harder and harder to manage the tires and to bring them up in the odd laps. And I think that will be the tricky part in the upcoming race.
Great stint.
Certainly was, and it got the car to the sharp end, so as the Chinese driver pitted, he was able to hand the car over to his new teammate Phil Hansen, who obviously dropped down the order a touch, but is now back to the race lead because everyone around them has also pitted. There was a driver change in the 50 Ferrari to put Spanish driver Miguel Molina in for his first efforts behind the wheel, and Molina not involved in qualifying yesterday either, but does feature in our prologue shows. John Hindhaugh was able to catch up with the Spaniard.
Yeah, rear left is quite high side.
The rear left for Mick Schumacher's Alpine is getting quite a bit of wear, according to the German. He's in 8th position now and just taken that 36 car over. So the Alpine's still looking like they've got a strong package beneath them. Mick Schumacher took over from Jules Gounon, who we were hearing from, who didn't really care where he was in the order. I wonder whether Mick is the sort of guy that needs to be informed that he's in 8th place. Or do you just get told, the car ahead of you is the one you're trying to catch, that's on the same lap as you, because it's very easy to get confused with cars that are actually laps down but seem like they're on your sort of pace.
Yeah, I actually do think, I've been turning this over since I mentioned it earlier, but it's maybe that's it. It's such a long race. Right, your job in this stint, your first job is to set off after that car or keep this other one behind you. And actually, as darkness falls, but other circuits, say Spa-Francorchamps, you've got points on the circuit where you, like the long run up the Kemmel Straight, where you can sort of process stuff. But here you're almost always into the next corner and almost always plotting how to get past the GT3 runners. So it is actually, I think, a mentally tiring circuit rather than one that is difficult per se.
Yes.
It's just the format. So yeah, maybe right. You're going out, you're 5 seconds behind. That's your target. Go get, and then we'll reappraise you as the situation changes. But it has been an event. Actually, we heard Alessandro Lugu talking about 5 hours to go. It's best part of 5.5 hours. So these little things make a difference, and how many more stints they'll all have. But it is a long race, as you pointed out before the start of the race, Johnny. The second longest one in the championship after, well, who knows? Must be Le Mans, perhaps.
Alessandro Pierguidi is now the fastest car on track. 141.259 is the new fastest lap of the race, although his team manager is now being told to report to the race director immediately. There is an issue with the rear lights on the 007 Aston Martin needing to be repaired at the next pit stop. It's only one of the lights that is out, the right rear, and now Celia Martin makes a stop in the 85 Iron Dames Porsche. Is that her drive time done and dusted? She can't be that far away, so it might be, after a split stint, that she's got enough time in the bag. Yes, she has. Just ticked over 3 hours for the French woman.
Yeah, and that is the last of the effective runners in this race. We've got the 2 Iron Lynx. Mercedes, in fact, one of them in the last 2 minutes, Christian Reed's car, has been listed as a retirement. This is the one that looped around out of turn 9, and you pointed out, didn't even go over the curbs, and then they were inspecting the left rear hub, so something presumably gave. It wasn't a natural place to be spinning. That's been retired. The sister car, Claudia Schiavone, has got 80 laps on the board. The next car up is now just been taken over by Rahel Fry, the Iron Dames Porsche driver, is a full 46 laps further ahead, so you sort of feel perhaps the second of the Iron Lynx Mercedes will be listed as a retirement, along with the TF Sport number 81 Corvette that went out with 27 laps on the board, and still waiting to see if there are any further laps from Clement Schmidt and the gang in the number 87 a Codis ASP Lexus. And what a race of two parts for them, or of two cars for them, because the sister cars had been going very well indeed. And Arnaud Robin had a little moment a short while ago, a little off-track excursion, but he's sitting there third place in class, and last year they'd have taken that with both hands. They came so close to getting a proper podium, and it was snatched away from them in the final round. But here back on a far stronger footing for 2025, which is good news, because they're a team that's done an awful lot of GT3 racing, run by Jérôme Policon, former Formula 3000 racer, but he's had such an illustrious time since then. But I think certainly last year it was a bit of a learning process in the WEC for Lexus RCF, but of course many moons racing in the IMSA Championship, the other side of the pond, so they know it there, but you still have to adapt to the tracks you're racing on, and also the technique. We saw this with Porsche Penske Motorsport when they came across and got stuck into the World Endurance Championship for a full season and realised the little differences soon add up to the way you run a race versus, say, in the IMSA Sports Car Series.
The other thing that Codis are getting used to are the regulations surrounding LM GT3, and there's this thing called total power that you have to be underneath, and they're now under investigation for potentially breaching that total power amount. So Car 78 is in a good position right now, but if that's investigated and proved that they've been overpowering, in a sense, then they could well get a penalty for that. That's currently being looked at. There are other potential, well, there's a definite drive-through penalty for the number 99 Proton Competition Porsche. That's been found to be overtaking under yellow flags at turn 10 in the previous yellow flag phase. And otherwise, I think we're up to date. 51 team manager, as I said to you, is being told to go to the race director, so potentially more to follow there. But yes, Codis, I agree with you. They've got the pace this weekend. Unfortunately, they've already got one car that has been retired. Officially, perhaps not. The 87 isn't actually listed as an official retirement, but it's been in the garage now for a long, long time. 36th and then some. And now the 78's under investigation, although it is still running third as we speak.
You sort of really hope they've got thick pile carpet on the way up to the race director's office, because a lot of teams have been up several times in this race. I mean, I just think this is a track that creates incident, or in some ways it creates frustration, and frustration can lead to other incidents. One of the Alpines, I think, just not an Alpine, looking at those rear lights. It was. I jumped away. I suddenly thought, I can't see the shape of the A's, but it's one of the Alpines coming in, and it's Charles Milesi coming in from 13th place. Car number 35.
Yeah, with the puncture after the contact with Celia Martin's Porsche, I think that's taken that car away from the strategy of the sister machine, which is slightly more regular. So Milesi's done 33 laps, but he previously pitted after only 17 with that puncture, and they will have put plenty of fuel in it, just treated it like a normal stop. So that does mean that one Alpine last pitted at the end of lap 135, whereas Milesi's stint began on lap 113. So they are about 25 laps apart or so on strategy. And the thing is, again, it's looking increasingly like this race is going to be dictated by the 10-hour limit now. So I suppose that's maybe slightly easier to back time your route to the checkered flag. I did have a moment or two ago a predicted lap distance, and it was well short of the 335 laps. I'll get that back again.
Yeah, well, about an hour and a half ago, I think John reckoned it was 310, but that was just coming out of a slower period. Of course, when they're back to full racing speed, that would have helped increase it from there. But then again, there's the estimation of how much likely time you're going to have at sort of a bated pace always knitted into that equation.
Good point, yeah. Well, I think if we stayed green, we could only get to 314 laps the way we're going. And, yeah, that doesn't account for some of the safety car period of time. We had about 40 minutes of that earlier on. It's I agree with you, this is a track that has the scope for incident, and amazingly we got away with very little of it 12 months ago. But this year there's been some contact, quite a lot of contact, actually, and much of it avoidable. So that has caused yellow flags, much of it to clear up debris, but the safety car to clear up stricken cars as well. To date, just the two official retirements. The Iron Lynx Mercedes number 61, after that ran off the road into some gravel, needed to be recovered, and the TF Sport Corvette, Tom Van Rompuy, was going very strongly as the bronze in number 81, but that all came to a finish quite early as well. Looking like the 87 car is effectively a retirement. The 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, the sister car, has been in the pits for quite some time as well, so we may be down to 30 runners very short.
Every time James Collado was asked to stretch the lead, he did. Now it's run into its own host of problems. So what have we got left on the clock? 5.25 hours remaining. So a regular 6-hour World Endurance Championship race minus 45 minutes. They've got time to make up, and the 009 Aston Martin has looped around, or is facing the wrong way. Just trying to guess where it was on the track for a second. Sitting half in the gravel, so that's a scary place to be for Canadian racer Roman De Angelis. 16th place, and will lose position fairly soon, one thinks, unless they can get it going. Are the lights on, Johnny? Can't quite see from this angle. I think they're not, but we're looking fully side on, and it's early in the lap. It's around turn number 5, I think. Yeah, you've got the double right-hander, and it was the second part of those, and round it went. The sister car, the 007 is in the pits at the moment. That looks like a standard stop for Tom Gamble, and Roman De Angelis has used the gravel, not fallen into it, and he's trying to get the car pointing in the right direction so he can continue. But quite a big lose on the exit. I'm trying to tell if it's the exit of turn 4 approaching turn 5. They do follow quite closely to each other, or just out of turn 5. Anyhow, car facing right way, car going all over again. So the two Valkyries continue in this race. They didn't expect to win it. They didn't expect points. They may get them, who knows, but...
And the 007 a lot easier away compared to previous stops. So I wonder whether they've got that engine restart much more nailed now. Remember, you have to turn the engine off if you're refueling the car, so it has to fire back into life each time. And they've got a bit of contingency in place now, instructing Tom Gamble earlier on, if it does cut out, leave it for 2 seconds before you attempt to refire again. So they're getting more and more used to that, and hopefully it doesn't happen at all, because there have been a number of pit stops where it hasn't disliked restarting, and that's not really what race engines are designed to do, of course. They're designed to fire up, race for many, many hours and then get you to the finish. But if you're shutting it off, then it starts to cool down and there's a bit of heat transfer, and then you're firing it back up again. And it has to do that over and over again, particularly at Le Mans, all the way through the night and into the morning and then into the afternoon to finish the race. And this is a big test for components like the engine, restarting it, cutting it off again for 10 hours in a relatively warm Qatar, although everyone's saying it's much cooler than they expected.
Just thinking about that, though, when the cars were much more fragile, as recently as sort of 10 years ago, the number of cars in the final half a dozen hours at Le Mans, the biggest fear was getting restarted after a pit stop. Everything else might be working fine or something you could manage, but just that moment. So how long do 2 seconds feel like for a driver who's full of stress, sitting and thinking, don't do it for 2 seconds, 1.2 seconds, hit the starter. Better to wait for 3. But what's 3 when you're sitting there, unless you've got someone absolutely counting you down?
And the new driver that will need to know that instruction is Ross Gunn, who's taken charge of the 007 Aston Martin from Tom Gamble. Side by side a moment or two ago between McLaren and BMW in the GT class, and that was the Bend BMW, the WRT car for Timur Boguslavski, battling with Sebastian Boe in his 59 McLaren. They're scrapping over 6th and 7th places. So Ferrari 1-2 in hypercar. 009 Aston Martin, this is the car that spun not too long ago, has made it back to the pits but is returning to the garage as Roman De Angelis, I think, getting out of the car as it is wheeled back into the garage. Now, Ian James was asked earlier on in the weekend, what do you see as a success for this weekend? And he said, honestly, I haven't changed my view on this race at all, even though they've had some good spells for the last 3 days. He said, if we can get one or indeed both cars to the finish of this race, then that is goal number 1 achieved. And at the moment, both cars are still in contention to do that. The 009's in the garage, but that doesn't look like it's a terminal issue. It's been a spin, and they're going to check it out. And as long as it can return to the racetrack, they're still on course for that.
Yeah, lose 2 laps and ensure you finish the race, or give yourself a better shot at that. It's precisely what they need to do. They haven't got the pace as yet. They've got the sound, but not the pace to go with it. To really compete with anybody else, but they're precisely where people expect them to be, because anybody entering with a new car against teams that are several seasons into running these hypercars, clearly they're going to be on the back foot. But lots of teams have had mishaps, and one that most certainly had a mishap was Cadillac Hertz team Jota, and the mechanics on the pit apron now waiting for a pit stop. Their car's running almost nose to tail. Oh dear, that happened once before and it didn't end up at all well indeed. But they're together on the track, 12 and 38, but separated by quite a few laps. The rear bodywork repairs for 38. They've got 143 laps on the board. The sister car running right with them have got 8 laps more. 151 laps completed thus far by Norman Nato's car, car number 12. But they have shown very good pace. They've also showed good fuel economy or ability to run a long stint. But which one will pit next? Well, we'll find out very soon indeed. The Toyota mechanics in the pit lane waiting for one of their white, gold and red beauties to come in. Of course, if you're thinking, they're going so well with the Porsches, you're wrong. It's Cadillac this year running the works team for them. So a big accolade for Sam Hignett's team. 25 years young this year.
Sam is?
Yes, he's got all his business cards and everything.
Terrific. Now, the 92 Ricardo Pera Porsche is under investigation, again for a total power potential infringement, and the 007 Aston Martin for a tyre pressure problem. So all of these things are looked at closely as well. The tyre pressure data beamed back to the stewards. So 2 more cars under investigation over the last 5 minutes or so, as Sebastian Bourdais in the number 38 car, as expected, now makes a pit stop. Looks like they're going to stagger these stops then at Jota. so that one car doesn't interfere with the other, and the 12 car in 12th place, as Bruce has been describing.
I almost wish I'd sort of got a number bingo board for this race, and every time any car gets a penalty, I could put a cross through them, and I wonder how many are left unhindered by any penalties thus far. We're very nearly at 5 hours to go, so very nearly 5 hours into this race, but an awful lot of, they're not big penalties, but almost every single car in this race has got some little infringement against it.
Valentino Rossi's going rather well now, setting the best lap of the 46 race, the BMW's race so far. 156.2 is his time. Sebastian Bourdais did not get out of the Cadillac because he's just rejoined the race, number 38. And as far as the difference between the two Ferraris is concerned, at the head of the order it's about 13 seconds between Phil Hansen and Miguel Molina. Lap times favouring the British driver last time around, but that is tending to fluctuate depending on what they're stumbling across with each of the laps. Still Toyota waiting in the wings to a certain extent, but their pace is good in the 1:43s last time around for Nick de Vries in the 7 Toyota, and the 8 being driven by Ryo Hirakawa now, separated by a little over 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, very competitive times from them that time around. But sitting 3rd and 4th, number 7 is 3rd, that's Nick de Vries, Ryo Hirakawa. Mid-1 minute 43s, and some of the cars in front, including Miguel Molina, 1 minute 44.4, so appreciably slower, but on pretty much every lap there will be 1, 2, maybe 3 LMGT3 cars that, according to where they are on the circuit, could potentially delay you. So don't get excited across individual laps, but if there's a sequence of laps, either they're fortunate enough to have clear air, or there really is a clear advantage. But it ebbs and it flows. We saw that in the opening stint of the race with the number 51 Ferrari. James Collado opening a lead of, 5.5, 6 seconds for ages. Then suddenly it was back to 1.8 seconds. Why? They got into traffic.
Down the inside of Valentino Rossi is Sebastian Boe in his Papaya McLaren, trying to get ahead of the Italian, and it was a nose ahead as they went through the split at the end of the lap. They're still absolutely side by side. The roof level difference is crazy between the McLaren, the low slung British car, and the BMW, which is in essence a touring car. The M4 has come from that side of car design, but the balance of performance means that they are very equal. And Rossi does lose a place, but only just to a hard charging Sebastian Boe, recovering from what we think was a spin, maybe just a brief moment that delayed him on one lap, and he's been fighting back ever since.
Yeah, he's been very quick ever since, and I've been looking at his lap times, very consistent as well.
Let's head to the pit lane.
I am at Alpine with Nasser Al-Attiyah, multiple Paris-Dakar winner. It's delightful to see you here. I know that you've raced yourself a little bit on racetracks, 24 hours of Nordschleife, I think. But is it your first experience in WEC, and what do you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be here, part of the team, Alpine, we know Bruno Fama, he's our boss also for Dacia, Sunrider new project, Just I came today from Abu Dhabi, and we win the race, the second round, and we are leading the world champion now. And nice to visit here in home and to see the 12 hours. Really, it's amazing because never I been and never I watch also, but it's look like really interesting, And yes, I did many times circuit. It's like more fun.
Next thing is to drive this car. You should try it.
We can. Why not? I will ask the boss.
Okay, good luck then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Nasser Al-Attiyah chatting to Bruce Giovanni, who has been competing in the Dakar Rally a little earlier on. He's actually a 5-time Dakar Rally winner, and therefore a sporting icon from Qatar. Great that he could be in his home country for this keystone event to kick off the FIA World Endurance Championship. Another example, Bruce, of the different disciplines of motor racing meeting and appreciating one another.
Yeah, exactly so, Johnny. And he was talking about being in Abu Dhabi. He competed in the 6 hours there a short while ago with an all-Qatari team. And so you do see the growth in the Gulf of not just the number of drivers that are coming to play, but they having their own teams too, and I think that's vitally important. And also the racing's coming to them. Asian Le Mans Series here in the Gulf, the Gulf 12 Hours, Dubai 24, Abu Dhabi 6. There are plenty of occasions for them to go racing, and more of a reason, rather than just having a one-off race to aim for them to put a program together. So it is the growth that people wanted to come, and it definitely is in the Gulf. 77 Ford Mustang in. Either a bit of bodywork just fell off the 99 car, or it flicked up from the road surface in the FAT. No, it is coming from the back of this Porsche, which is breaking up. The rear deck, rear right of it, has had some contact. No, it's as a result of going through the gravel, Bruce. A fast left-hander, but unfortunately not enough traction to complete the corner without running off over the curbs on the outside for Nicolas Varone, and it was an explosion, like a grenade went off, because the car bottomed in the gravel trap, and the right rear bodywork is very battered indeed, and the back of the diffuser is also tattered too. But it was right rear corner that took the big damage, because clearly the wheel went down and powered up to the top of the wheel arch, and that will not help the handling. At the moment it's down in 15th place out of the 18 cars in the hypercar class, so one of the two privateers in this class. One, of course, is doing rather better than the other, because that's actually leading the race. It's the AF Corsa Ferrari in the hands of Phil Hansen leading, but the other privateer in the top class down in 15th and with the damage. Virtual safety car. So this is going to be a safety car ultimately.
10, 9,
and this is to enable
8,
the clear up
7,
of what was left
6,
behind from the number
5,
99 Porsche. But all of a sudden, a 13-second lead for Phil Hansen is going to disappear. So here's the virtual safety car. This will be for about 2 laps to enable anyone that wants to pit to make a stop. They won't attempt to clear up the debris during that unless there's sufficient gaps between the cars. But the difference between a full course yellow and the virtual safety car, is that you get 2 opportunities to make a pit stop before then the field is condensed, closed up behind the safety car, and there will be a wave by. But Nicolas Varone running through the gravel trap on the exit of that left-hander and stripping away much of the rear deck. I mean, with it went the strut for the rear wing, not just the end plate, but the entire vertical piece on that rear right corner was torn away from the car, and it's left an awful lot of FAT-backed Porsche, the privateer entry from Proton Competition, all over the road. It's 7 o'clock here in Qatar. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and it's time for an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
And as we reach the halfway point of surely now a time-dictated race here in Qatar, unlike last year's affair, which got to the full 335 laps, we have an AF Corsa Ferrari leading, but once this virtual safety car is completed, it must be ended with a full safety car period. It remains to be seen how long that's going to be, but this is the chance for all the teams to make their stop, and after that, all the field will be nose to tail at the restart. But for the time being, Phil Hansen leads for AF Corsa with their yellow Ferrari 499P, car number 83, ahead of Miguel Molina in his scarlet Ferrari number 50 from Ferrari AF Corsa. 1 or 2 cars showing as stopped on the racetrack, but that's simply because they're touring around at 80 kilometres per hour. So the 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries is in 3rd. Then the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde in his M Hybrid V8 4th, ahead of a recently pit-stopping number 8 Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa. 2 further cars in the pits that are timed as 6th and 7th. Michael Christensen, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, car 5, ahead of the 36 Alpine of Mick Schumacher. The 93 Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne, his 9X8 is in 8th, number 93. And then it's the 51 car 9th and the 15 car in 10th. That's the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, also now in the pit lane. And Kevin Magnussen's BMW still trying to recover from various difficulties in the opening half of this race. United Autosports McLaren leads in LMGT3. Sean Gelael at the wheel of the number 95 car, ahead of Heart of Racing Team's Aston Martin Vantage for Zach Robichon. The Canadian is now in for that car's latest pit stop, number 27. Nose to tail LMGT3 cars heading for the pit lane as well. Johnny Edgar is in third for the number 33 TF Sport Corvette. Sebastian Bowe in the 59 McLaren recently got ahead of Valentino Rossi, but Arnold Robin is in fifth as well now. So Bowe fourth, 59 McLaren. The 78 Acodis Lexus is in fifth, ahead of Team WRT's Valentino Rossi's BMW. Seventh position for Timur Boguslavski in the second of the M4s from WRT, the Bend-sponsored car. In eighth place, it's the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari for Alessio Rovera, the fastest driver in LMGT3 to date. Ricardo Perez Manthey, first form Porsche, is in ninth place for car number 92. And in 10th, it's the Proton Competition Ford Mustang for Bernardo Souza. Still plenty of stops taking place whilst we're under a 2-lap virtual safety car. We'll try and update you on those in just a tick.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So still cars touring around at 80 kilometres per hour unless they're in the pit lane, and they'll be either stopped or doing 60 kph. Phil Hansen is pitting on this lap, so everyone's going to be full of energy, potentially with fresh tyres as well, in readiness for another nose-to-tail restart, Bruce.
Oh dear, almost don't dare start holding my breath for that one after what happened to the Cadillacs earlier, where they got it wrong. Ferrari got it right at the next time of asking, but there was the amusing moment where Fuoco in the second place Ferrari was reminded that perhaps he'd like to leave a little bit of a space. Don't worry. But, to the lead car, the thought of him following suit and clattering in sort of Cadillac style into the 51 race-leading sister car was too much to to contemplate at the time. Right, just need to see. Now, just bear in mind that the number 8 Toyota was the first one from the sort of leading sextet of cars to make its pit stop, but of course everybody out on the track, as you pointed out, Johnny, will be running at 80 kph. But will they have lost a little bit of time? Did they get in just before, when of course the race was still being run at full speed? If that's the case, they'll fall back. The better place, the two Toyotas at the time, the number 7 is in the pits at the moment. Nick de Vries, I think, still at the wheel, but for them it's a standard pit stop under VSC in terms of everything will be done with no car gaining advantage out on the circuit.
Sheldon van der Linde climbing out of the number 20 car and will be replaced. We'll find out in a tick who that is by. Rene Rast's already done stints. Mind you, Robin Frines has been in that car as well. So are we back to Rast, who began the race? It looked like Rast's nose and eyes, in fact, but he was looking down at the time. So we'll confirm that in just a tick. But mentally, a lot of people up and down pit lane will be thinking, we've done half the race now, and actually we're getting a total reset here. So all that hard work done in the opening half of the race is not quite for nothing, because you want road position, clearly. And Phil Hansen looking like he will hang on to that. Well, clearly, that once the safety car is properly deployed, it will pick up Phil Hansen, I assume. And that's based on the fact that they did a decent pit stop compared to everybody else, of course. But he is still called as the race leader on our timing screen.
Yeah, the thing that's so difficult to get into your head is you think, it's just how long the lap speed is at 80 kph. So what's the best lap in the race? 1 minute 41.2 seconds. Most of the cars out there running around in anything between 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 20 seconds, and 4 full minutes. Quite hard to judge because, of course, every single one of those is either just come into the pits or is just going out. But it was only due to be a 2-lap period with a virtual safety car, but it does make it feel as suddenly to have a 10-minute interregnum in a race, as a sort of interruption where you're running at this abated pace. It's just very hard to fit in with your mind if everything in your mind has been calibrated to cars going around about 1 minute 44s, which would be about average pace for the front runners. But you slow it all down. But the drivers know full well they've got all the messages on their screens. VSC lettering with a yellow background on one of the display screens in their cars, so the message is clear. And of course they've got all the radio communication from the pit wall as well, and the pit garage from the engineers. Even in an empty pit lane, or relatively empty pit lane, I noticed the Peugeot team failed to get one of their cars in sort of parallel with the pit wall, but let's hope that's not interrupting the car behind, because quite often that's because you park at an angle because you had to go around to someone that was already parked outside the adjacent pit garage. And I think for Peugeot's situation, that is precisely what has happened, because Jean-Eric Vergne is in 93 and Malte Jakobsen in 94.
Fresh medium tyres on the right-hand side of Kevin Estra's Porsche, the number 6. It looks like it's going to be hard that it will be replenished. Well, certainly on the rear left. I'm not sure they did anything to the front left on that pit stop. Remember, you only get 32 tyres through the course of qualifying and the race. So, or actually, I'll flip that around. You get it for the race, but you also had to have done qualifying on them as well. If you made it into Hyperpole, that was an additional set of tyres. The other interesting thing was that the only chance that you had of scrubbing race tyres, as we now do go safety car, the only chance of just bedding in a set of tyres was in the qualifying session, maybe on an out lap, and they would come straight back in again, having scrubbed those tyres for a single lap, got rid of the release agent, take them off, and then preserve them for the race. But there's no opportunity to carry tyres over from the free practice sessions into this segment of the week. Thank you to Simon Strang of Aston Martin Racing, who's told us a little more about the 009 Aston Martin, which was brought into pit lane after a dramatic spin close to turns 4 and 5. It was Roman De Angelis who was driving at the time, and Simon now says that they had a vibration, which they're still investigating on the 009 car. Strangy's been doing storming work back with Aston Martin for this season, and a very exciting project to be involved with.
You probably need some quite thick earplugs. It's a joy listening to that V12 engine, but I guess after a while it might do a little bit of sort of oral treating.
Yeah. Phil Hansen does indeed lead behind this safety car, as everyone then is being told, well, will be being told in a moment whether they're eligible for the pass around, and that will ensure that the LMGT3s are not interrupted and nobody is treated unfairly because of where the overall leader is. So anyone in that, as I call it, trapped traffic section between the safety car, if you've got the safety car in front of you but your class leader behind you, you will be permitted to pass the safety car and complete that lap. That otherwise would be this rather large gap driven between you and your class leader, and any scope of winning the race would go, and through no fault of your own. So we'll try to equalise the field with the pass around. It's a little bit like the wave by in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and once the field has been reset, we'll get going again with a little less than 5 hours remaining on the clock.
Quick look at the screen to check if any more driver penalties have been announced, but for now it is all quiet under the final pit stops. I think pretty much everybody did come in. I didn't have a checklist to see if everybody pitted under that virtual safety car period, but they had 2 laps to do it, which gives plenty of time to make your decision when to come in. But of course, what happens after the safety car period that follows the VSC, we have a restart, and it's still fresh in our memory what happened between the 2 Cadillacs, with Jenson Button just about to take the restart, and then unfortunately teammate Alex Lynn locking up, and the 2 cars came together, damaged the rear of one and the front of the other, both called in at the pits. But certainly for the number 38 entry, it's tipped them down to 16th out of the 18 runners in Hypercar. Just the 2 Aston Martin Team Thor team entries, the Valkyries behind them. Ross Gunn at the wheel of one now, and Marco Sorensen at the other. And for those who've been dotting in and out, Marco Sorensen had the unfortunate situation of one of his gull-wing doors flipping open. He couldn't reach it to draw it back down and close it, and that lost them a lot of time. Had to come in to the pits. They were coming in anyhow, just came in maybe too fast, and the wind whipped the upper door off. They had to replace that. They've lost a lot of time with that, not surprisingly.
I'll remind you that once the safety car was deployed, the pit lane is now closed for 3 laps, depending on how long we need the safety car for. And there is therefore scope for the pit lane to reopen on the start of the 4th lap if we get that far. There's been a cancellation of a message, so the car number 92 that was under investigation for a technical infringement no longer is. That was the Ricardo Pera Porsche, which we had a message about it potentially breaching the total power numbers, but that has been cleared now. So clearly that was an error from race control, which they've got to the bottom of. The tyre pressure concern about the 007 Ross Gunn Aston Martin, though, is still present on our screen. And the other thing that's under investigation, we haven't yet had a response about, concerns the 51 Ferrari. But that's no longer leading the race. It's down in 8th because of a number of penalties going the 51's way. And Pierre Guidi and Christensen under investigation for possibly overtaking beyond the track limits at 6:30. So we're about 45 minutes on from that now. But it's been a busy time in race control, so they'll still be looking at that. Actually, what we don't know is, yes, the 92 Porsche, Ricardo Pera, there was the technical infringement that's been waved away, but it's still under investigation for the disrespect of blue flags. And we haven't yet had a resolution to that, i.e. we don't know whether there's going to be a drive-through penalty or otherwise, might just be a reprimand, I suppose. But there's one or two issues still dangling, therefore, and we're waiting for the final decisions on those. Otherwise, I reckon we're up to date. And now, of course, with lots of bronze time already done prior to this safety car, we're leaving it to the silvers and to the platinums and golds in GT.
And with Sheldon van der Linde, the driver of the number 20 Team W2 WRT BMW. A strong run so far, discreet, P5, but really strong, good lap times. What are your expectations for the end of the race?
Yeah, so far I have to say we exceeded our expectations in the race as well. The pace has been really good. The Toyota surprises me a bit because they came from nowhere and they P3 and P4 now. So generally pretty happy with the car. I had a few moments where I thought the race was pretty much over for me. Good fight with the two Alpines and the Ferrari behind me. Unfortunately got spun around in at some point by the 51, but yeah, we're still in the fight. It feels really good to be fighting the big dogs up front and just trying to keep the car ticking around. There's still 5 hours to go, so a lot can happen. So yeah, just trying to stay strong.
Okay, thank you very much for this and good luck for the end.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Sheldon van der Linde with Bruce Giovanni in the BMW garage. BMW were close to some good results last year, but sometimes not through their own making, sort of put out of opportunities, particularly I'm thinking at Le Mans, as Robert Kubica charged his way through in the night. But the BMW last year, the Marciello Vantor and Marco Wittmann BMW as it was, managed the best result of 5th position at the final round at Bahrain. The other BMW, Robin Prines, René Rast, got a top 6 at the start of the year. That was in Imola, but never bettered that. So looking to get podiums for certain this season and potentially a race win, but that looks a little bit of a stretch at this stage.
It does. I mean, the car was showing increasing pace throughout towards the end of the 2024 World Endurance Championship, and it's shown great speed here, but that's not always the answer. It's the ability to keep that speed going through a race duration. 10 hours here, but I think there is plenty to come, because you look at the track record that's been achieved by Vincent Voss's team WRT, the Viets racing team, and it is phenomenal. They get there quite quickly, and we'll wait to see what happens this year. And of course, running a pair of BMWs in the M4 GT3s in the GT3 class, and so busy people, but they've got good brains on their pit wall. They will get there. But certainly, you know, what do you need first from your car? You need speed. Then you need speed across the duration of a race. And the races, of course, here can be very long. This is the second longest of the 2025 season. Of course, Le Mans at 24 hours is the big daddy, but the other races at 6 hours. But this one, 10 hours, and it's another way of going racing. And Johnny, you were saying before the start of the race on Countdown to Green how much you enjoy the mixture of race lengths. It certainly keeps the teams on their toes.
And also the different nature of daylight into darkness that we get. It's a similar situation in Bahrain as well. But yeah, this is an even longer race. There was a time when we had 2 8-hour races. I suppose we've toyed with the Sebring Super Weekend as well, with that long race on the Friday, followed by the much longer established Sebring 12 hours on the Saturday. But this is the new season starter in Qatar, and yeah, a different race duration to battle with, together with the, well, normally very changeable conditions, as in a really hot day into a cool night, but the difference in track temperature particularly has been lessened year on year. This is our 3rd safety car, by the way, and we're just about to tick over a total time of half an hour behind the safety car. Full course yellow is also total 3, but actually only 9 minutes worth. So, I mean, that's the whole point of a full course yellow, is that it's generally going to be a lap and a maximum of 2 laps if the clear-up's going to take longer than that, then the decision is made to go into a virtual safety car followed by a safety car. So it's all about the timing, but full course yellow is meant to neutralise the race for a short period of time. There's nothing to stop us doing a full course yellow, which would close the pit lane, and then that's becoming a safety car, by the way. And there is actually a rule in the regulations that says if it's that way round, full course yellow followed by a safety car, then the pit lane's only closed for 2 laps behind a safety car. But this is the more regular way of doing it, VSC into the safety car, and therefore the first 3 laps of this you are unable to pit. But everyone's had the chance to do that with the virtual safety car segment that doesn't close pit entry road. So I reckon everyone's ready to go now. It's just that the clear-up process is possibly completed. The thing that's slowing us down a tad now is just purely the pass around, but that's been concluded as well.
Yeah, it has.
So
that's been concluded for 2 and a bit minutes now. So I think we're very, very close to the restart of this race, and let's hope it's a nice, clean one. Full darkness, worth emphasising though, floodlighting around the track, very, very bright indeed. Full flood, you would suggest, and let's hope the drivers can keep it on the straight and narrow, because basically there's still, despite the fact they've cleared up any debris that's come off cars with the various collisions, there are still some pretty nasty marbles out towards the edge of the circuit. So the restart's got to be, if you're taking the outside line somewhere, you may not conclude that's been the best approach, but you're a racing driver, that is precisely what you need to try. You need to balance, consider and decide whether to go for it. But right now it's AF Corsa Ferrari leading, Phil Hansen on board, Miguel Molina in one of the works cars is now of course just 2 seconds behind, and before this issue it was a 13-second lead. That's got to hurt.
There's a small element here, John Hindhoff, of almost the Rolex 24 from earlier on in the year, as in we've been racing for just over 5 hours, and you wonder what that actually counted for, other than road position. If you're in LMGT3, you will hope to have burned all the bronze time now and leave it to the semi-pros and the all-out pros, because this is going to be really intense by the end.
It's what Joe Bradley says, isn't it? Our colleague JB says, nice of them to have a 23-hour effectively qualifying race and then an hour-long sprint at the end. Well, we're not quite at that point here, but with 4 hours, 41 minutes and 54, 53, 52, 51 remaining. I know that people are syncing us up to various bits and pieces. It does have that feel, and, you know, obviously I've been keeping an eye on what's going on as I nipped away for something to eat. And every time somebody gets to the front, they either sabotage themselves or there's external influence. I note with some trepidation that the Ferrari number 51 has sabotaged itself and dropped way down the field now to 8th position. Now, way down the field in 8th position is fewer than 10 seconds away from the lead right now, so this is a real Billy bonus for them. And we've still got 11 cars on the lead lap, down to Peugeot Total Energies Malte Jakobsen in the 9X8, the number 94, in 11th position. So, honestly, in hypercar, it's still anybody's race. I am going to rather smugly say at this point, Bruce, I did say that I fancied the Toyotas to get up into at least the top 5, and they're sitting solidly in 3rd and 4th at the moment. In GT3, it's McLaren, Aston Martin, Corvette, McLaren, BMW. Good fight back by both of the M4 GT3s from Team WRT. The Codis Lexus, which was at the sharp end of the field for such a long time, now down in 7th position, Ben Barnicat. The best of the Ferraris, and perhaps this is a bit of a shock, only down in 8th position. As we're back to green flag racing, and down at the front of the field, it is AF Corsa's Phil Hansen and Miguel Molina in the factory car trying to chase him through. A gap of about 1.6 seconds as they went across the line. But more importantly, that bright yellow car at the front of the field with Phil Hansen behind the wheel, who lost all that ground, of course, over 13 seconds. He is battling with... who's that unlapping themselves there? That's one of the Porsches, isn't it? So that's the number 6 car. Is it?
Yes, correct. And then we've got Nick De Vries's Toyota very close to the tail of Molina and Phil Hansen. So they're running second, third and fourth in that train of cars. But the Porsche is a distraction, but he's running absolutely on their pace. So he's going to stay there, and something that this could be very, very important for Phil Hansen to go, you know, I'm a lap up on you, let me by, because otherwise I'm going to be caught potentially by Miguel Molina. But it's clean and tidy at the moment. But it's a sort of distraction Phil Hansen doesn't want, as he's trying to sort of well, he's in the lead, but stretch it out as it was before. 13 seconds clear before the virtual safety car period, and it came down to, as you said, under a second as they started this lap.
And he's got trouble now in the shape of Miguel Molina right behind him. And I think I've given you the wrong Porsche, actually. I think that's Michael Christensen, isn't it?
Sorry, number 5, who's a lap down, correct.
Yes, he restarted behind that yellow car, so he's effectively got the drop on Phil Hansen.
He did. He made the move between turns 1 and 2, got in front, confused me for a second. I saw a flash of red going ahead, and I thought, well,
exactly.
Good move by Miguel Molina. Hold on. Because, of course, you don't have another red Ferrari in behind the AF Corsa yellow one, because the sister car, number 51, is not in the mix at the moment. It's running further back. Pierre Guidi down in 8th place. But, again, as you pointed out, not too far behind. He's only 6 seconds further back, but many positions.
This is the difference between a wave by for IMSA. Now, there's lots of smoke in the number 77 Proton competition. Bernardo Souza, Ford Mustang, and it's going to have to pull to the side. Is this car on fire? Or is there some sort of other issue?
Not another fire in a Mustang. Not another fire in a Mustang.
Oh, is that the...
Yeah, it is a fire in the Mustang.
The extinguisher
it's the same
off.
spot. It's the same spot, just behind the left front wheel. That's exactly what we saw in the prologue earlier in this early part. Safety car's got to come out, and does come out immediately. So this is a direct safety car, JP, not an upgrade from a VSC. So that means slightly different in terms of how the situation works.
Just that the pit lane is automatically closed again for a safety car for the first 3 laps. Is this a direct result, though, of the car having to go around at a slower speed and maybe some heat soak in the front of the Ford Mustang? But
I'd say that's rubber. I say that's rubber on the exhaust behind the front wheel. The terrible news for the Ford and the Proton team. Great news for Michael Christensen.
Yes.
He just nipped ahead of the leader, and that means he's going to get the full lap back when he comes back around. This is fabulous news. Still no fire crew at that car, which I'm slightly surprised about. And the driver is... Bernardo Souza is running across the track to try and get a fire extinguisher.
That may not be a wise thing to do. He's on the inside of turn 1, and it seems the marshals are on the outside. And for this team that's already had to build a car up from a wreckage pretty much, that is immensely disappointing. But this has been a race, John, of gifts. We had Cadillac being gifted the lead, then making a mess of it at an earlier restart, and there for Michael Christensen to get back onto the lead lap. And it'll put him only 20 seconds down on the race lead once all of that occurs. It's just astonishing, this race. I've not known one like this for a very, very long time.
Ricardo Perez coming in the pits, and the pits are closed.
Yep.
So the number 92 Manthey Porsche, now, did he need a pit stop? One has to ask. Let's have a quick look down and see how long he'd been out there. He'd only been out there 8 laps, I reckon. Let me just refresh that and make sure I'm not talking complete nonsense. But why would you come back in? That's a shocker for me, as we're still waiting to see. Yeah, 14 laps, excuse me. So he didn't need it. Now they've taken the bonnet, or the hood, I suppose, it's the American car. And I'm not sure there's fire in the engine bay. I think a GT3 manufacturer for many years now, Bruce, and you've watched as much, if not more, GT3 racing than probably any other three people put together, and yet here they come into a championship despite the fact they've got a tried and tested product here, and it's a different championship. That they've got the added complication of the torque sensors on the drive shafts, slightly different, I accept, slightly different balance of performance as well, but this is not just being balance of performance. This, Iron Link's a team that knows which way is up, and yet they really haven't hit the ground running.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. I mean, from the outside, you think a GT3 car is a GT3 car is a GT3 car. Why you have to think these things three times, I do not know. But there are differences, and you've touched on it. It's balanced performance. It's also the different other elements in the rule book. But I'm slightly at sea, and I don't really understand why Iron Links aren't quite there with the car. I didn't expect it to be at the sharp end. I thought it should be sort of on a good run in the midfield, but they were running squarely at the back of the field. However, we didn't really get through their full cycle of drives to see what the pro in the crew could do with those cars. Because, of course, we start with the bronzes, and here, even though it's a 10-hour race, 2 hours, 55 minutes minimum time for the bronze driver, and most of the teams, as we saw in this race, decided to get that out of the way early on because of this lack of knowledge of when the race is going to end. The target distance, of course, we're not going to get to 18, 12 kilometres before we get to 10 hours. So at least now we know, John and Johnny, that this race should end after 10 hours. And in fact, we're now having an increasing number of safety car periods and so on and so forth. And it is, at least we now have a variable that is no longer variable, if you will. We know that the full time of this race. But I think the Mercedes pace will come. But again, it's not impressive if anyone really comes into it. You don't really want a championship, a world championship, that people come in and do well immediately. You sort of feel they shouldn't be able to overtake the crews, the manufacturers have been here for several seasons. There's a lot to learn, and there aren't that many races. We have 8 races, not so long ago we only had 7. So, racing is the best place to get things, to hone your craft, get your car right, and your drivers right, and your team right in terms of your technique, the way you run. And so it's not just a case of nipping out and doing a 1-hour sprint race in a GT3 car when you come to play on this playing field.
We've also got in GT3 a bit of drama for the second place car at the moment. This is Matteo Drudi in the Aston Martin Vantage. Sarah Rigby will not like me saying this, but the number 27 car's last pit stop about 30 minutes ago, just after 7 o'clock, is under investigation. Now, that doesn't sound good to me.
Bernardo Souza out of his Ford Mustang.
What comes through your mind when you see the smoke coming under you?
We were doing an amazing stint. My first WEC event, so speed was good. Rhythm was good. I was feeling really nice with the car and with the team. And then suddenly we just came a little bit of smoke. We thought it was a debris, so it was burning a little bit of smoke. Nothing special, and then it suddenly started to be too much. So we had to. I just saw a little bit of fire, so I stopped the car and tried to save it. Thankfully, we could, and next to the next event.
I have to say you were very courageous. You crossed the track to go get some fire extinguisher, and you did save your car. So well done on that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there was no extinguisher fire on that side. No one was doing nothing, so I just couldn't be there. Completely stopped waiting for the car to be rescued. It was a safe situation, so I had to do it.
We hope you have better luck for the next race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bernardo Souza talking to Bruce Joani. A little bit of frustration, I think, from the Portuguese in that he thought he'd stopped in the right place and then nobody was coming to his aid. The marshals have been incredibly hard working this weekend, clearing debris at breakneck speed, but this time, he just desperate to get that fire out because they want to preserve that car as much as possible.
Of course they do, Johnny, but I guess, bear in mind his background until the end of 2023 was the World Rally Championship, the European Rally Championship. If your car catches fire, there aren't marshals posts to pull up in front of. So I think maybe a steep learning curve. John, you had the point about the orange markers indicating where there is an extinguisher and hopefully a crew to operate it. But anyhow, he did well, got the car to the side of the track. But I think his reasons are all completely valid. But he'll definitely maybe do a second lap on his track walk next time out when they go to Imola for round number 2.
We were puzzled by the number 92 needing some energy, the 92 Porsche of Ricardo Pera, and I reckon that car did not pit during the window of the virtual safety car, so that was a genuine need for some fuel. However, Ricardo Pera would have only been able to take 5 seconds worth of the nozzle being attached, and once the safety car has been withdrawn, or indeed the safety or the pit lane reopens, he's going to have to come in and complete that stop. Question is, how many laps have we had now behind the safety car, and when we get to that point? Generally, the order of the cars would have been about right. I know they needed to wave by the number 5 Porsche and put it back onto the lead lap of the race. They will have been waiting for Michael Christensen to catch up with the tail end, Malte Jakobsen's Peugeot. And Michael Christensen does now have exactly the same number of laps to his name as Phil Hansen, the race leader. So we should be about ready to go again now. But yeah, the first job for the number 92 Porsche, once the pit lane reopens, and we'll get confirmation of that on the screen in just a tick, that car will have to come in and effectively complete its emergency pit stop that it needed to do. Trudy's number 27 Aston Martin is still under investigation for its pit stop 40 or so minutes ago, and the Salzburg livery Porsche is going to dive into pit lane as well. We still haven't got confirmation, at least on my screen, that pit lane is open yet, but the fact that lots of cars are pouring their way in, I think it must be. So a slight delay on that announcement on my screen at least, because here they all come, Bruce.
Well, providing they are right, otherwise it would be a massive game changer in this race of the pendulum that goes one way and the other. It's largely the GT3 runners that came in. The Porsche that pitted just ahead of that train was Kevin Estra's number 6. That is a lap down, but of course, as you just mentioned, JP, Michael Christensen just managed to be in the right position so he could go from the tail end of the lead lap to the tail end of the hypercar pack, and that gained him the equivalent of about 1 minute 20 seconds or so. So yes, that's a gift. I shall take it.
What's going on with the 5 car? Came in at a weird angle there, guys.
And 5 Porsche. Yeah. Yes, it dropped in ahead of... Well, it was one of the first in, I thought. No, the Salzburg car came in.
6 was in first. Christensen is getting out, so we've got a driver change going on there. Okay. So just as you've got that gift of 1 minute 20 seconds handed back to you, unfortunately for whatever the team decides, you lose it immediately. Disappointing for them.
No, they'll hold on to that because they were waved around, so they're effectively at the back of the line for hypercar, and they'll remain at the back of the line for hypercar.
Yeah, but we thought we were getting to the point at which we might have had all the wave around complete and everyone running in position. Well, we'll see. But I just thought that, well, actually, the fact everyone's dived in, you're probably right. They probably got information. We didn't know the pit lane was open, hadn't had that message. But the safety car in the lap, that is the message that came a while back, but we're just waiting. Safety car, sorry, still leading, so we've got an erroneous message there. Safety car in this lap.
Safety car lights are out though, Bruce, so it is accelerating away. So what they've done at Porsche Penske Motorsport for the number 5, got it back on the lead lap, and then basically they've done their pit stop, and they'll hustle around. Okay, they're not going to be right on the back because there's no split as there would be in IMSA, but they're still on the lead lap and they've done their pit stop. So that's given them a 12 lap advantage in terms of fuel on the cars that are restarting at the green flag right now, Johnny.
Yeah, so it was only a 12-lap stint, but that was a decision because they knew that the safety car was going to be out for longer than 3 laps, get the fuel in, and now you're going to be starting in the ideal scenario, admittedly just a bit further back, but this could prove to be crucial come the end of the race. We are racing again. Ferrari, yellow Ferrari, number 83, leading the number 50 car of Miguel Molina, and then chasing him down, Nick de Vries. There's a bit of a gap developed already between the 2 Toyotas in 3rd and 4th positions, so the top 3 scampering away. Ryo Hirakawa has his hands full because the BMW of Rene Rast is all over the back of the second of those all-black Toyotas for a second year. And nose to tail between Phil Hansen and Molina. This is going to be a stern test to Phil Hansen, who's not very used to this new car for him. He's come from the Porsche that was run by Jota last year. But he's actually, if anything, extending a bit of a gap from the Spaniard.
He is. You know, this is a moment of real test for Phil, precisely for the reasons you explained. But so far in the race, I thought he'd done a really good job. And this is the clearest of examples of how well he's doing, because the cameras are trained on him. He's at the lead of this race. We've got the fact, look, this is sports car racing at its very best. We've got 2 Ferraris, 1 a privateer car. That's the one Phil Hansen's in. That's car number 83. The Works entry, number 50, with Miguel Molina, trying to hang on to his tail. But behind, you've got the Toyotas, the ones that John remembered to mention, or was wise enough to mention before the start of the race. They were nowhere effectively on the grid. We had 1 in the top 10, but the sister car, the number 8, was all the way down in, penultimate position in class. Because of just not getting a time in for Brendan Hartley, but they've fought their way back to 3rd and 4th, so in the mix and light on their tyres. But John, do you remember they were feeling a little aggrieved because of the point at, it was a balance of performance. It was to do with the length of the stint, wasn't it, over which they judged these things?
Yeah, basically they're taking more laps into consideration to make the balance of performance calculations. And it's bringing more factors than just the performance potential of the car into play, which is not really what was supposed to be happening. Again, it's something I feel we'll end up talking about for quite some time in the future. I've got some penalties for you, I'm afraid. The 51 has done it again. Alessandro Perghidi in the car now. That'll be a 10-second add to the next pit stop. Went outside the track limits at turn 15, but that was over an hour ago to make an overtake. There's also a penalty for the 007 Valkyrie.
That was to do with tyre pressures.
Technical infringement, correct.
Yeah, but it was listed as tyre pressures earlier on at 10 to 7 that the 007 was under investigation for some of the telemetry that is sent back to the stewards. And in real time. Yes.
And we've got the Alpine of Paul-Loup Chatin, the number 35 car, with a 5-second add to the next pit stop. That was the contact incident that was turn 15 as well, wasn't it?
With Celia Martin's Porsche, and do you remember when we were 4 abreast? Yeah, it was ages ago, when there were 4 abreast, and we said, that's so tough to call, we're not quite sure. And Charles Lacey was driving the 35 car at the time, and he ended up spinning, rear tyre went bang. But
that's right, it was my first instinct that he had turned across the front of the pink Porsche.
Yeah. So actually 5 seconds, I think he's done quite well there to get away with only that small amount, and it's 5 seconds to the next pit stop as well, so it doesn't have to come in to serve that in isolation.
Good point. Very good point. What we got left, JP? So 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4:17 on the nosy. If you're just joining us, for Performance Global Broadcast Centre, John Hindhaugh, along with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones. And we still are no further forward, gentlemen, are we, in knowing who's going to win either of these classes here this evening?
No, isn't it great?
Yes,
is my analysis of that one. But I tell you, hats off to Phil Hansen. He's stretched an advantage from, obviously, nose to tail at the restart. He's 2.5 seconds now clear of the Works Ferrari with Miguel Molina. So the yellow one with the red flashes, that's AF Corsa's privateer entry, doing a fantastic job. So Robert Kubica will be wringing his hands in the pits, waiting to get back in. He was the start driver in that car. Yeah, Fed took over. And now Phil Hansen. Yeah, Phil Hansen, Ferrari driver. That's something new to sort of consider. But he's doing a really good job. And you know what? Does get noticed if you go faster than the Works drivers. Not just saying.
The safety car generally benefits everybody apart from the race leader, of course. You know, if you've got a decent lead of what Phil had at the time, 13 or so seconds, then you'd be thinking, we've worked so hard to get the car into the lead from 8th place on the grid and build a margin as well. But you have to pull that out of your mind and say, right, concentrate on this restart. And it's been superb to this point. Down in the 141s last time around. Miguel Molina, more conditioned to this 499P, but he's not able to lay the power down quite as readily as the 83 car. In amongst a bit of traffic is the second of the scarlet red Ferraris. Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 car then. And he's having to deal with one or two cars that are out of position as well. But we've still got, how many cars now on the lead lap? As many as 11 with Michael Christensen. Oh no, Christensen's still on the lead lap as well, isn't he?
Yes,
he got back on the lead lap.
Yes.
Yeah, he got back on the lead lap, and he didn't get all the way back around because they decided to make that pit stop. And I thought they'd changed drivers, actually, because I saw a seat insert. I think they changed their mind on that, and they did a timed pit stop with Energy, and I think they've put new tyres on that car because Christensen has been absolutely hammering up behind. He was about just over 1 minute 30 behind the leaders when we went back to green. He's already down to 1 minute 16.9. So he's working his way through LMGT3 traffic, but they are putting themselves in an opportunity. And remember, the key thing here, gentlemen, is that the pit stop that they did has opened up their tactical window, because he is now 12, 13 laps to the good in terms of fuel on pretty much everybody ahead of him, and more actually on the number 12 Cadillac Hertzstein Jota, because Norman Narton was on his 24th lap. Most people are on their 17th or 18th lap out of the pits, and Christensen's actually on his 5th lap out of the pits, so you can do the arithmetic on that yourself.
A minute and 20 seconds in the pit lane, where you compare that to earlier stops for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. It's been in the pits for as long as a minute and a half. So, yeah, did they remove the fuel nozzle slightly earlier to ensure that they held on to the lead lap, but it got some fuel into that car to put them in a much better position from a strategic point of view, closing in on the end of this current stint. It's a while off, but it'll be fun to watch that number 5 car compared to the other cars that a lot of them pitted under the virtual safety car and then chose not to make use of that extra lap that the safety car was out for. You're never going to give up road position, so if you're in Phil Hansen or Miguel Molina's shoes, you're never going to get out of that decent position on the track. But when you've got catching up to do, it's worth rolling the dice from a Porsche perspective.
Well, it's just so critical, having just got back onto the lead lap, not to fall off it. That's precisely why it was short-fueled, came in when they did, and I think it was a masterstroke, and it keeps them in the mix. We've got 4 hours and 12 minutes remaining in this race. It could yet come their way, and bear in mind that neither Porsche Penske Motorsport nor Toyota Gazoo Racing really look to be in the hunt through some of practice, certainly in qualifying, certainly in the pole shootout for the top 10, and yet they're using their track craft.
So how important, Bruce, in the scheme of things, might that overtake to get back in front of the leader between turn 1 and 2 on the restart of boot from Christensen? Heads up driving from him. He was under pressure to give it back because he had the leader straight behind him. He was getting the blue flags, but as the last driver on the lead lap, he's got every right in my mind to defend that position for exactly the situation that happened literally another lap down the road, and that could be crucial to whether they get any points at all, because they were outside the points and off the lead lap. But now, well, literally back on the lead lap, anything happens to the guys in front, they start making up places very quickly.
Yeah, the reward for that, I believe, is a bag of 3 donuts, but not to be eaten until after the race. But Michael Christensen, he knows what he's up to, the team knows what he's up to, but vital, stay on the lead lap. We've still got plenty of time for racing, and as we know, Johnny, in this race, plenty of time for more incident. It's been really, to run back at the end and look through all the messages from race control, well, that'll take us several hours afterwards. I might tackle it tomorrow, not today.
You were right, John. You suspected there might have been a driver change in the number 5 Porsche. That's been corrected now. So Julian Handlauer is in the car. The information about the driver change came through a little later, but it all happened during that stop. There was a driver insert offered.
That's quick.
Because, well, yes. A minute and 20. Again, I'm beginning to think that the variable 5 seconds either side of some of the information we get, but still, in and out there. The driver change happens at the same time as the fuel going in. You were questioning about tyres, though.
Yeah, I think, I wonder if we'll try and get a message to the team and Rebecca and find out if she could give us the nod on that. I doubted myself because I wondered if they'd brought a driver out. Then when it didn't change on the timing screen, I thought to myself, I saw a driver and an insert, but it was just very fleeting, and I couldn't tell if it was Michael getting out or somebody else getting in and then had been waved away. And when you said how quick that pit stop was, I thought that probably didn't do that, but clearly they have. And so that's another, that would suggest to me that they've put tyres on it, because you'd normally give a new set of tyres to the incoming drivers.
Yeah, particularly if they're planning for Andlauer to do a double stint. They'll want the rubber to stretch across both of those.
Very good point.
Phil Hansen no longer with a 2-second lead. It's down to a second and a half. So he was 1:43.2, which is not too shabby at all, but quicker than that, Miguel Molina. And Nick de Vries is quicker than those two in his chasing Toyota. So his gap is 0.6 of a second. They're right together now, in fact, through the last split. 0.2 separate Phil Hansen and Miguel Molina. So is Phil now caught up with a bit of traffic? Not able to describe that to you, but it's getting really intense. Here they come across the line, and all of a sudden the door is opened by Miguel Molina on Phil Hansen. There is quite a lot of traffic in and around, including the mighty 38 from Hertz Team Joe to the Cadillac, trying its best to stay out of the way. And look behind you, chaps. Here comes Nick de Vries, the Flying Dutchman, in the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, 38 needed to get out of the way and did precisely the job. A lap down for Sebastian Bourdais. In fact, many laps down, 10 laps down, of course. So he did exactly what a pro driver should do. Got out of the way, didn't interrupt the lead battle, but it was halfway down the pit straight, the lead changed. So it must have been a far better exit from turn 16 by Molina. But maybe there was a little message to Phil Hansen from the team that we're a privateer team. We race for Ferrari. There's a works Ferrari behind you. Get out of the way. But really the writing was on the wall. Get out of the way soon, because the Toyota number 7 is faster than both of you. And that's in third place now. But de Vries right on the tail. A car length back from Hansen. And again, when you go around the 16 turns of the circuit, the Lusail International Circuit, there are many points at which you're travelling fast and got some cornering to do, but not that many points for passing around the circuit. The real opportunity comes when you catch the GT3 runners, and that's precisely what they'll be doing in about, I would say, the next lap or two. And maybe that's a chance for Hansen to fight back. But having got in front of him, Molina's now galloping away. Best part of a second clear.
So on the main straight, it was a cracking run out of turn 16 and onto the start-finish straight for Miguel Molina. Slight confusion perhaps with the Cadillac in front. I don't know whether Phil Hansen got bogged down by that car looking to overtake it. It was still quite a bit further ahead, mind you, once the overtake for the lead was done, and then the 38 car was staying out of the way, obeying blue flags, no doubt. But the switch around to put one of the factory Ferraris back in front, and what we don't now know is how old the tyres that Phil Hansen is driving on are in comparison to Miguel Molina's and Nick de Vries's. But Hansen's weathered the storm, at least initially. The Toyota's no longer right on the rear wing of the bright yellow Ferrari, as we hear some team radio for Nick de Vries.
Okay, Nick, plenty of energy. Override is available.
Override is available. Plenty of energy for the Dutchman's car as well. In behind is Rio Hirakawa, 20 laps into his stint in the number 8 Toyota. So they've been shadowing one another, really, in their all-black livery, which is somehow quite fitting. BMW, Rene Rast, not that far away either. So we've got 5 for these podium positions. Bigger gap back to Norman Natto's Cadillac in the 12 car. So remember, the 38's not on the lead, or probably not on the lead lap. No, it's not. It's quite a number of laps down. But the 12 car is still in contention from Team Jota.
Right, and if you just nipped out for a while, went away from your radio or which other device you're listening to us on,
yeah,
of course, where have you been? But just get this. It's the fact that the number 12 Cadillac is in 6th place. That was a car that was contesting the lead at a restart, and they ended up, they had clattered into the back of Jenson Button. Button's car, 38, lost all the time with the rear bodywork of that car being sorted and other fixing points. But however you're watching or listening, if you nipped away, that's what happened. So they suddenly were gifted potential lead in the race. It was the lead of the race. And now the number 12 comes into pit lane, sort of out of sequence there for Norman Nato. So comes in from 6th place, but it's still in the hunt. That's the point. But now let's see, is this going to be a long pit stop or a short one? We'll keep the stopwatch running on that, Johnny.
So it's going to drop at least one position, but the speed towards the end of Nato's stint was most impressive. The fastest the 12 car has been, in fact, with any of its drivers, 142.4 prior to that in-lap. And the 12 car is plummeting to a certain extent, but everybody else around that car will pit eventually. The last stop for Norman Nato was a good portion of time ago. Again, did that car pass up the opportunity to make a stop during the virtual safety car, certainly in the gap between? So it didn't pit at the end of the second safety car that we've had recently, whereas a number of other cars did. But again, I think its track position, its road position was too good to take a chance to put some fuel into it. So hold your breath and wait for the next opportunity. Phil Hansen still with Miguel Molina for the race lead, 1.5 seconds the difference. This time around the Toyotas have just extended their gap between them a touch as Nick de Vries hangs on to the coattails of Phil Hansen, John.
Yeah, here's a penalty I haven't seen for a very long time, and certainly not at this level of the racing. Ricard Leeds in the Manthey first form Porsche being given a drive-through for ignoring blue flags.
In fairness, it wasn't Leeds at the wheel of the car when this happened. It was Ricardo Pera. But again, Pera's very experienced, yeah. Just make sure to get that right.
So that eyebrow raised for that. And here's some good news. We were talking just a little while ago about the 2 Iron Lynx Mercedes-AMG GT3s. The yellow one, that makes it the number 60, the one that Claudio Schiavone brought into the pits, a million years ago. They're 100 laps down. That car, wait. Go on. Fire. Oh, it's not. Oh, sorry, I built it up.
No, it's going again. There we go.
Oh, no, there we go. Phew. I thought I'd cursed it there, Johnny. I thought I'd taken your mantle. It's back out. It's trundling down the pit lane now and ready to go. Meantime, Julian Andlauer in that Porsche that got back on the lead lap in 11th, last car on the lead lap now, has gone up a position to 11th place because Norman Nato has stopped. And I've got incoming information in the next couple of minutes about tyres, whether they were taken or not. And he's just done that car's fastest lap of the race. Andlauer put in a I've just lost it on the page. 143.420 in that car last time around. So he's got some pace in that car at the moment. And that would suggest to me that they did put tyres on it, at least of some sport. Oh, now we've got unsafe release
for the second place car.
Oh, in GT. This is Mattia Drudi. They were being looked at for something else earlier on as well, weren't they? That was the pit stop they were looking at, weren't they? 19:01, just after 7 o'clock. So I said Sarah Rigby wouldn't be happy, and that is a drive-through. So they've got to come and do that straight away, JP.
Yeah, and they can do that within the next 3 laps, assuming we're not under caution by that point. So all penalties have to be done whilst the green flag is out. I mean, local yellows don't really count, but anything more severe than that, then you have to wait. But we're doing okay at the moment in that respect. The 88 team manager, which is one of the Mustangs, they are being summoned to race control as well. The Dennis Olsen Proton Competition Ford Mustang, the 77 car, of course, is now out of the race after that dramatic fire for Bernardo Souza at the end of the start-finish straight. 8 o'clock, 4 hours still to go in the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Let's get another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage of the first round of the season of the FIA World Endurance Championship. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and 181 laps have been completed for Miguel Molina's Ferrari 499P of Ferrari AF Corsa, and the 50 car, after a neat overtake, didn't have to force the issue too much on Phil Hansen a few moments ago on the main straight, gave him a lead, but it's still a Ferrari 1-2 with the satellite team, also AF Corsa, but with their principally yellow Ferrari for Phil Hansen, who's driven really well since taking that car over. Car 83 is still in second position, and 3/4 of a second clear of the 2 Toyotas that are next on the road, the 7 of Nick de Vries and the second Gazoo Racing GR010 hybrid of Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 car. Then it's René Rast's BMW, number 20 in 5th. Alessandro Pierguidi in another Ferrari, number 51, is in 6th position, ahead of the best of the Alpines for Mick Schumacher. These Alpine A424s back for a second year in the WEC. Car 36 is 7th. Then 2 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8s for Jean-Eric Verne and Malte Jakobsen, so 93 ahead of 94. And in 10th position as we stand, it's Kevin Magnussen's BMW from WRT number 15. In the GT field, United Autosports still at the helm with their McLaren for Marino Sato, number 95, ahead of Mattia Drudi's Aston Martin. However, the Aston Martin number 27 has been instructed to serve a drive-through penalty at some point over the next 3 laps. Mattia's not yet done that, but will have to fairly sharpish. 27 will drop down, therefore, and that will give the second place position to TF Sport and Daniel Juncker-Deer's Corvette, number 33. Next in the lineup is Sebastian Boe in the McLaren for United Autosports, number 59. Timur Boguslavski's BMW for the Bend Team WRT M4, number 31, is 5th, ahead of the sister car of Kelvin van der Linde, number 46. Ben Barnicoat's Codis Lexus is in 7th, number 78, ahead of the first of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. These are the 296s, the turbocharged cars for Alessio Rivera, number 21. Then it's Richard Lietz in the Porsche, but the 92 car also with a drive-through penalty after his teammate Ricardo Perra was judged to have ignored some blue flags. That was a few hours ago now, but the penalty's only just come through. And Dennis Olsen completing the top 10 with 4 hours to go in LM GT3. His Ford Mustang of Proton competition, number 88, is in 10th place.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So a number of penalties that are either being served or are about to. Mattia Drudi now into pit lane. A couple of seconds ago, BMW versus Ferrari got a bit ferocious as well. The Ferrari off the road after some side-to-side contact with the 46 BMW. So which of the 2 Ferraris would that have been? Alessio Rivera wasn't close enough, I didn't think, to the 46 BMW. Anyway, off the road it went, through the gravel trap, and did eventually rejoin. The 2 Vista Air, of course, Ferraris have actually found one another on the racetrack, even though there's a lap between them. It was the 21, so it was Rivera side by side with Kelvin van der Linde's BMW.
Yeah, and into the gap, Ben Barnicoat moved up a position in his Lexus. That moves him up now to 5th place in class in 78. No, back to 6. Sorry, he's still in. He's battling very hard with Kelvin van der Linde. Barnicoat and van der Linde, well, aces in both of those cars, swapping positions as they go. Fierce racing, but in the LM GT3 class, it's still Marino Sato, it's still McLaren, it's still United Autosports at the top of the pile. Keeping our eyes on the screens for further penalties, though. But actually, the most recently mentioned one from Race Control is that drive-through for the number 27. Aston Martin. They've served that, and Mattia Drudi is out in potentially 8th place. We'll just see if it gets adjusted when he hits the track, but that was when he got moving and crossed the start-finish line in the pit lane.
Richard Lietz into pit lane as well, and meanwhile the Ferrari 2.7 seconds of Miguel Molina leading Phil Hansen. About a second between the 2 Toyotas, 7th and 8th places. And further down the order, Sebastian Bourdais now at the wheel of the number 38 Cadillac, trying to get some of those laps back again, but he's quite a long way back, 10 laps down now, the car number 38, having actually led at a restart when Jenson Button was at the wheel of that car, but significant damage was done to the rear as unbelievably, the two Cadillacs from Hertz Team Jota actually collided with one another at the restart. Some confusion between Alex Lynn, who was behind Jenson Button at the time, and one running into the rear of the other, which meant that frantic repair work needed to be done on both cars. So, inside the final 4 hours of the race, Edo Barrichello's just done the best time in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. It was looking pretty good for Aston Martin in the GT category, certainly for one of their cars. I was mentioning during Free Practice 3 yesterday that there is a maximum on GT entries of 2 from any manufacturer, and generally those 2 cars coming from the same team. But the Aston Martin brand are the exception in that Racing Spirit of Le Mans, they're known as a Swiss team, but they're actually on the entry list as French. And then the other team is the Heart of Racing crew of the USA, with Ian James at the head of that, but also on driving duty as well. And one side of that Aston Martin crew. Sorry, go ahead, John.
To the manufacturer to pick their partner teams, and it doesn't have to be the same team twice. It was an option that was given to all the manufacturers. There are advantages, obviously, in running 2 teams. They're, strictly speaking, they're not supposed to be quote-unquote works teams.
Yes.
It is supposed to be Pro-Am. And, you know, Heart of Racing are certainly involved in supporting the racing spirit of Le Mans. There's some help going backwards and forwards across that as Matteo Drudi comes into the pit. So this will be to serve his drive-through penalty for that unsafe release earlier on at, well, in fact, just over an hour ago now.
Yeah, so it was only a drive-through. I spent quite a bit longer in the pits than I was expecting, actually. So, again, I think there's a bit of a glitch as far as the timing is concerned for the Italian.
There is, because in fact it notifies that he's entered the pits, and 14 seconds later enters it again according to the timing. So we'll wait for that to recalibrate. But the damage was done. We're sitting in second place in LMGT3, so for Aston Martin and half of racing fans, cross your fingers.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned that pit stop actually, even though it needed to be just a drive-through penalty, it's on our data, it took about 4 minutes to complete. So whether he had an issue... But he didn't need to stop with the team. It wasn't as if it was a stop-go and the car then wouldn't restart or whatever. It was just a fly through the pit, so it should have only taken him half a minute or so. We'll try and back that up for make sure that the information that we're getting is actually incorrect. I hope it is incorrect, and that was a much quicker turnaround.
What I can say, though, Johnny, if you're diving back through the figures, is Sebastian Boe had a mishap. We never really quite worked out what it was in the second of the 2 United Autosport McLarens. That's the 59 as opposed to 95, which is leading the class. But he's moved it back up the order. He's in third place in class, and last time around he banged in the car's fastest lap of the race so far. So Boe doing a really good job, the young French racer. And again, you know, in these early stages, the championship drivers change teams. They step up to the World Endurance Championship, and he's one who's really holding up his hand. Yes, I know he did a bit of racing last year, of course, in the WEC with TF Sport, but this year, full season contact and going very well indeed.
I reckon 28 seconds for Matteo Drudi on some refreshed information, so that is spot on.
Right. Yeah. That's the transit time down the pit lane. Actually, I heard one team say it's 26 point something, and I thought that sounds a bit tight. So Joe Bradley always says, I'd rather be half a second or a second over than a tenth under. And, you know, that's, I suppose, small margins, but you want them to go in your favour. It's tightened up again for second, hasn't it, with Phil Hansen, with just a second between him and Nick de Vries, Ferrari versus the 2 Toyotas, within, in fact, both of them within a second and a half, and that's allowed René Rast in the BMW number 20, the Belgian flag-coloured car, Shell Helix actually, it's a classic livery. He's only a half a second further back, and Alessandro Guidi's only another 8/10 back. So I think when he restarted, I remember saying he was 10 seconds or something away. And now he got down to 7.6, now 8.2. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away in terms of the gaps. And there's a similar scrap at the top of the LMGT3. And as I say that, in for a pit stop, Marino Sato out of the lead for United Autosport in the number 95 McLaren.
Yeah, and he was certainly being pressurised by Danny Juncadella, who will now take the race lead in the TF Sport Corvette, number 33. But there's only 0.4 of a second between the two of them.
Next time around.
He will come in next time around, yeah. So that will send the race lead back in the favour of the Japanese driver Marino Sato. Sebastian Boe in the sister United Autosports car briefly up to second position. Only got 3.2 seconds to try and find on Juncadella then to try and close that gap. Alessandro Pierguidi, which is the Ferrari, bogged down in not quite the midfield but in 6th position, now right with René Rast. The other interesting thing is to see the best lap of the race so far in car 5, so it's not an absolute best, but it's a personal best time for that car for Julian Andlauer. But the problem is he's trying to whittle down 56 seconds in order to be with Kevin Magnussen, but still on the lead lap. Correct. And Julian Andlauer has just done the best lap of his race so far, 143.5.
Well, it's an improvement on the best lap because he's already improved the best lap for that car, and he's lowering it all the time. Andlauer, now a works driver, he's shown a lot of form. That's why he is a works driver, but taking it to it like a duck to water. Phil Hansen still in second place, but the real marker there is, remember, he was passed on the restart by Miguel Molina. Molina over 6 seconds to the good. So they've all been affected a little bit once they caught up with the GT3 runners, but certainly doing a better job when the track is clear. Molina is stretching his legs.
And with thanks to the Rebecca Jones, I can confirm it was a full set of Michelin tyres for Julian Andlauer when he got in to that Porsche at the end of that safety car period. So he's making good use of them. I have to say the evidence was there, but I just wanted to check. And again, thank you to the team representatives who have all been brilliant in helping us out. It's not the case of just being able to run down the back of the pits here, and they are actually right at the pit out end of things as well, which is the opposite end from the media centre. So Andlauer making good and carving his way through. He's a minute and 20 seconds away from the lead, but he's gaining on Kevin Magnussen all the time, now down to 52 seconds, and he's taking 2.5 seconds that time around, Bruce, out of Kevin Magnussen. So Andlauer must have found a bit of clear track there after he fought his way through the LMGT3 field, having given up a little bit of track position with that car. The team made the decision, we want a new driver, we want a new set of Michelins, we'll take the pain right now. That'll give us a better run as we're getting into the last few hours of the race, and there's still 3 hours, 47 minutes and 3, 2, 1 to go.
Only one driver out on the track faster than Andlauer at the moment, and surprise, surprise, it's our race leader, Miguel Molina, 1 minute 43 on the nose, so stretching his advantage over second place Phil Hansen. On the last lap it went out to 7.7 seconds, so it ebbs and flows a little bit, but basically on that previous lap, he's followed that with a 1 minute 43.1. Fast, consistent, excellent. Miguel Molina stretching his advantage. It will go out and out over Phil Hansen.
We've had an answer to the 88 car that was under investigation. That's just a reprimand for a pit stop infringement. Yes, I remember the team director being sent to race control. So it was the pit stop at 2 minutes past 7, so well over an hour ago for Dennis Olsen. Under investigation at 5 to 8. We now get information that it's a reprimand 20 or so minutes later. The other incident that's now under investigation is the side-to-side contact between Kelvin van der Linde's 46 BMW in the GT category and Alessio Rivera in the 21. They made contact at turn 2, and at least one of those cars, the Ferrari, went through the gravel trap, semi in avoidance, but that's now being looked at, and we may get a penalty either way in the near future on that. 7 seconds the advantage for Miguel Molina over Phil Hansen, with these Toyotas just a second back. As all of a sudden, are these the same two cars? Yeah, 46 and 21 that had been looked at because of their contact from earlier on, and they are nose to tail again. This is the fight for third and fourth positions, Bruce.
Yeah, Kelvin van der Linde, third place, Team WRT BMW, holding off for now Alessio Rivera, but Rivera did get shunted through the gravel, and ever since the start of this race, those two silver Vista AF Corsa 296 GT3 seem to just have been attracting endless little bits of contact, and actually it started off with one that was absolutely not their fault at all, very, very early in the race, where was hit, shoved off the circuit, and then came back, and that was what did the damage to the car that hit it in the first place, the 87 Codis ASPT Lexus, which is still not listed as a retirement. It did have lengthy repairs, went back out with Clemens Schmidt for a handful of laps, came back in, but is still sitting there with the fewest laps on the board, only 15 completed at the bottom of the chart, but 3 cars above it have been retired, and it still hasn't, they are still sitting ahead. So it really was a short run, but they could still get it out, and they could still get the best part of 4 hours of this race remaining still to go out and play. You might as well.
The current race leader in LMGT3 is now heading for the pits for a scheduled stop in the all-yellow TF Sport Corvette. And once all this shakes out, should see Marino Sato in a good position. The Japanese driver has slipped back to 5th place, but we're expecting pit stops from all of the cars ahead of him, including Danny Juncadella, who's going to stay on board this Corvette.
I'll tell you what, I expected him in 2 or 3 laps ago. That's at the end of lap number. Have they actually crossed the line? I can't remember how far down the pit lane they are. That's poor. Sorry, I've been tramping up and down there all week. No, I don't think they have actually. So I think that's going to be at the end of his 33rd lap. And Sato only got 28, I think, from his last. Yeah, 29 probably as he came through. But still in all, that you're talking about a difference of a considerable difference of 4 laps there. That could play out in the favour of the Corvette and TF Sport. Tom Ferrier been around the block, several blocks, several times in fact. Deserves all the success he can get. He's worked really hard to get where he is, and it's really great to see Tom Ferrier battling against Richard Dean, Bruce, this time as team owners and team principals.
It's a different form of engagement, but they're bringing all the experience to bear, and they also appreciate if it's a really good sort of gloves-off scrap. That's why they do this. They're competitive people. They're just doing it in a different way as people running teams rather than people in the cockpits. But experience counts for so much. There are moments, just small moments, where their ability to make a decision quickly because they've got that bank of knowledge that comes from the years and decades in the sport that make the difference, that propels them to the front. So that's why they still enjoy it. They've still got a role to play that could really make a difference.
I just wonder whether there was an element of a bit of fuel save from Juncadella towards the end of the stint. Then again, that car's best lap, a 155.0, so the Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa has been able to lap 0.7 of a second quicker than that. Not consistently, but just as a best lap of the race. The lap history for car 33, yeah, that's not too bad actually. 55.2, 55.4, 55.2, and it was only the penultimate lap where he reined the pace back, Danny Juncadella, but otherwise he's still been on it, so that's not in a fuel save mode, John.
No, and his variance is, as you were looking at there, is very good. Juncadella, we know, can put a good thing together, and his average over that, what did I say, it was 34 lap stint, is 55.5.
Yeah,
that's his average. That is impressive, given what he's had to deal with and the amount of times that the LMHs come through. BMW in the pit lane is not the number 20, so that makes it the number 15, and that's Kevin Magnussen, who therefore will give up a position here to Julian Andlauer, who put another fastest lap in last time around, down now to 43.493, backs it up with a 43.6. Andlauer, remember, trying to get back into a point-scoring position for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Both Aston Martin Valkyries are on pit road now. 007 Ross Gunn, Marco Sorensen in the 009 car. And they're still on course at the moment to get both cars to the finish of the race, which is precisely what Ian James was aiming towards as an initial run in the World Endurance Championship. 009 has lost a number of laps, but will be, that's a decent stint of 36 for Sorensen to now bring it into pit lane. Ross Gunn pitting slightly earlier. I don't know whether that's actually correct. 36 laps, it's possible, I suppose. Yeah, there was lots of yellow within that for the 009.
Yes, there was. Yeah, there'll be 10 or 11 laps of yellow. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, I hadn't expected that, but yellow assisted. You spot on there, JP. I forgot about that because we've got the lead car at the moment's been out there for 36 laps. So expect to see the Ferrari, both the Ferraris, Miguel Molnar and Phil Hansen, come in. That's gone out to 9.2 seconds now, Johnny. And Molyneux's he's had the hammer down. What we don't know, as Bruce mentioned, is what the state of the tyres and whether Miguel got a new set of tyres last time he was in the pit stop and Phil was doubling, or maybe even a half a set of tyres, because we've seen this side-to-side split tyre strategy, although now we've started at just over 32 Celsius, getting over 33 Celsius. The track temperature dropped pretty quickly down to the mid-20s. It's now down to 19.5 Celsius. Air temperature, I'm not going to say chilly, but colder than when we started. It's 16.3 degrees. Still warm enough to be wandering around with just a polo shirt on and a pair of jeans.
The 46 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde's just had a warning flag for the abuse of track limits, and another one that's potentially going to go the wrong way for car 54. You would have expected maybe a bit more of Davide Rigon to not be disrespecting blue flags. There's that one again. So you wait for a number of races for that message to appear, and then two at once. Sony investigation at this stage, but if they find enough evidence, that will result in a drive-through penalty for Ferrari number 54, which is in ninth position.
That must be for surely that must be for the prototypes coming through, because he's not in a battle with anybody and he's not about to get lapped, is he? So, or is he? I wonder if that's what it was actually, because we've just had a couple of the lead cars pit. So I wonder if he was scrapping to stay on the lead lap, and that's what it is. I haven't got any more information on that, of course. Ferrari standing still in the pit lane. Why was that not moving? The EF Corsa Works car.
Just come in. It's the 51. It's Alessandro Pierguidi's car.
Few, yes. Sorry, I hadn't realised they hadn't actually got to work on it. They seemed to be standing waiting for something, and actually what they were waiting to do, as I glanced between screens, is they were waiting for it to stop.
Some of them do it like that.
Yeah. They try to change the tyres whilst running alongside, I always think, Bruce, don't you?
My dog would try that. Take the tyres off.
So 2 laps to go. We're going to change you for Seb, and then we're going to do a full service next time. 2 laps, push.
That was Ryo Hirakawa's message. 2 laps to go and a full service next time around, and asked for full push. 4.5 seconds between himself and Ryo Hirakawa. As the leader, Miguel Molina, Johnny Palmer, is into pit lane. It's one Ferrari out, one Ferrari in for the Works team.
The other thing that we've forgotten, me included, is that the 51 Ferrari had a 10-second penalty to be added to the next pit stop for overtaking beyond the track limit. So they were standing looking at it and doing nothing, because they weren't allowed to touch it for 10 seconds. Yeah. So
there you go.
That's now been served, we hope, and there will have been a stopwatch on that. The 50 car didn't have a similar penalty, so they can get cracking as soon as that Miguel Molina driven car comes to a halt, getting rid of a lot of tyre pickup from the lower position of the nose of that car. And also in on this lap is the Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen, the number 83 of Phil Hansen pitting at the same time as well. So Toyota now to the fore. It's probably going to be a brief spell for Ryo Hirakawa, but Toyota leading for the first time today in Qatar.
Yep, so driver change for the number 50 Ferrari. Molina out, and I think it looked like Nicholas Nielsen, who was the starting driver in that car. That would be a sensible rotation through the driver order, taking that over. I'd love to look back at the lap chart of this race, the number of cars that have actually led, the number of manufacturers that have actually led. Of course, Ferrari sort of don't quite double up, but they have the privateer team as well. That's just exiting the pit, the bright yellow car. And just double-checking who's taking that over. Well, still listed as Phil Hansen. Was there a driver change, though? It's just come out. It sometimes takes a moment for the screens to flip over, but Phil was driving really well there. Didn't have the match of Miguel Molina, and I think wisely just sort of moved out the way and let him come through. But holding down that second place, really, really good run for him. Long stints, though, weren't there? The 50 Ferrari, 38 laps. Hold on, that's not good enough. The one by the number 8 Toyota, 39 laps.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Just coming 40, in now, in fact. Yeah, it might be 40, John.
40 when he comes in into the pit lane now, that will click over to 40, albeit with, as we've mentioned again, I'm pretty certain that was assisted. Well,
yeah, it was.
It's the sharp end of 10 laps, I would have thought, of yellow in that. But even so, he's still got better. Toyota have still got better than everybody else. So I know they're not happy, but there's more than one way to win an endurance race, and it's not always. In fact, Bruce and I would probably say it's seldom the fastest car that wins. It can happen, but there are other factors at play here, and they've got a car that's quick enough and can do a couple of extra laps. Then, yeah, you've got to keep them in the mix, and with the experience that the Cologne-based team have got, that's invaluable. That is absolutely invaluable. They have seen it all. They've been in situations where, let's remember, Bruce, they've had to rewrite code on the fly in the middle of the night at Le Mans and have it transmitted back to them at Le Mans and reload it.
Exactly. I mean, those are the stories that sort of go under the radar, and it's often you find out after the race when the stories start to be told. Yeah, but, basically, the more cars you put in the field, like 56 cars at Le Mans, whatever, the more opportunity there is for the race to be affected. And, hats off to Ferrari and AF Corse, what they've done in the past 2 years. Don't win other rounds of the World Endurance Championship, but they've managed to be light on their feet and come away with victory there. The race with the most variables. Admittedly, around the circuit at the start, there are more opportunities to overtake. Here you can see there's an element of frustration that sort of creates some of the incidents we've had. But there will be small incidents, but with this race, it really has been a case of small things can drop you 5 or 6 positions. Such is the level of competition. By keeping things clean and clear, that's why we see a Toyota using the experience we were talking of, working their way up the order.
Miguel Molina out of the Ferrari, now talking to Bruce. Giovanni.
Number 50, AF Corse Ferrari, leader of the race. Did you expect the Toyota to be in the mix?
Well, actually, we know that it's always very tight competition, so they have a good experience here in this championship, and we were not doubting that they will gonna pick the pace. So, I'm pretty happy about my stints. The car is looking good. We had a bit of at the middle of the race, a contact with the BMW that was a bit too optimistic, but we could recover. The pace is good now, so we need to do no mistakes for the rest of the 3 hours and a half that we have.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Johnny, I just want to make a quick point about the two Ferraris. The AF Corse car was leading by nearly 10 seconds at the start of that pit stop cycle. It's now down to just over 1.7 now for Phil Hansen. Nicholas Nielsen would have got a new set of tyres when he came out and have to get them up to temperature. I'm going to suggest that Phil Hansen either only had 2 tyres or no tyres on the number 83 car, therefore had heat in them when he came out. And when people say what difference does warm tyres make, well, there's your answer. probably about 8 seconds over a couple of laps coming out of the pits. Of course, Phil Hansen will have to take the pain later in the stint, somewhere around about the mid to late 20s into the early 30s of laps completed, when his tyres are coming to the end of their second stint, and Nicholas Nielsen is still managing his as the fuel load comes off at the end of just stint 1. But a graphic illustration there of the difference between hot tyres and not hot tyres.
Looking at the 21 Ferrari, they've just done a driver change to take Alessio Rivera out, who has proven to be just about the quickest in LMGT3, but Simon Mann hasn't yet done, well, an hour and a half, and ultimately he needs to do 2 hours and 55 minutes, just like the bronze drivers do in LMGT3. Francois Heriot's completed his time, but Simon Mann needs to top the silver time up, and they'll no doubt put Alessio back in then in the closing stages. There is no minimum requirement other than the 45 minutes that everybody has to do for if you're platinum and gold to ensure you get championship points. But basically the absolute pro driver in each of those GT combinations tops up the remaining time. Marino Sato in the McLaren number 95 from United Autosports is back to the race lead as we predicted in the GT category. Danny Juncadella trailing him by 8 seconds. So that TF Sport Corvette trying to just get a little closer with every single lap. But it's going to be tough up against Marino Sato, who's proven to be a bit of a superstar in GTs now, having driven previously in LMP2s for United Autosports.
JP, Simon Mann did a bunch of time at the beginning of the race, though, didn't he? Because I remember he was having that cracking battle with the United Autosports McLarens and the Mustang. So he has done a bit of time early on in the race.
He did do a double, but the first of those double stints was only 20 minutes, and I think it fell that a caution was out or a safety car, so it made sense for him to come in. They kept him behind the wheel. He did a further hour, but I think that at that point the pressing issue was to make sure Francois Heriot had done his 2 hours and 55, so they put Francois back in. The race was started with a double stint for the Frenchman. Then the American racer Simon Mann did 2, but as I say, it was a shortened first stint. Heriot's topped up his time, so we're still looking for about an hour and a half for Simon Mann, and then the final 2 hours will be Alessio Rivera to the finish, I would have thought.
Yeah, spot on. 3 stints, 38 laps, 1 hour 25 minutes and 23 seconds. So yes, you're absolutely spot on. Francois Heriot has done, call it 3 hours, all bar 35 seconds. Alessio Rivera just under 2 hours.
It was a quick radio message to Nick de Vries at the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, expecting the Porsche, which is right on his tail, of Julian Andlauer to be in within the next 2 or 3 laps. So that will take some pressure off de Vries.
Yeah. That's a full green stint from Andlauer, because remember, he pitted right at the end of the safety car. He's on 31 laps at the moment, so 2 or 3 laps again, that'll be delayed a little bit. It'll be 32, 33, possibly 34, so spot on what we've sort of been looking at for green flag racing, and Andlauer's done a pretty good job, actually.
Kelvin, we are watching your car with Valentino at the wheel, who just jumped in, still fighting with the 21 Vista F Corsair. How did it go for you? What are you expecting from the end of the race?
Yeah, we had a very good start to the race. Matt did a great first couple of stints to bring us forward, so we really were fighting for the lead. Now we're a bit off strategy, so we're doing a bit of fuel saving to see how we can end the race a little bit without a splash and dash. So it's difficult. I mean, we struggle a little bit to make the tire work when the temperatures come down now at night, so the pace dropped a little bit since the beginning of the race, which is a bit frustrating, but maybe we can find a solution before the end of the race.
Okay, well, good luck, and we'll keep watching Valentino, who's doing the show.
Yeah, he's doing the show, and he'll do a good job, so I'm excited to watch him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelvin van der Linde there, talking to Bruce Joani. Andlauer's time's absolutely superb, John, now, nearing the next pit stop.
Yeah, 1:43.3, down into the 43s. He's matching the times of Nicholas Nielsen and Phil Hansen in the Ferraris at the head of the field. I just love the different sounds of the engines. And they do sound different at night. They're absolutely fantastic. I think it's been a really interesting tactic from Porsche Penske Motorsport and the guys in the number 5 pit. They've rolled the dice and put themselves back off strategy again, and I just wonder if they need a little bit of help or where they're going to be. I'm not saying they're going to win this race, but they're obviously looking at what a 31 laps at 141. That's 100 seconds. That's going to divide the race up slightly differently for them than for everybody else, Bruce, and that could just give them a little bit of an advantage when we get to the end of the race. If they can save a pit stop, they're going to save a minute, maybe a minute and 20 seconds, and guess what they are behind the cars ahead of them? That would be about a minute and 20 seconds. Could work.
Yeah, they're right on the outside of that particular envelope. But look at this race. How many incidents have we had? We've had various safety car periods, and it really has mixed the field around. But it's also people just making errors, committing errors and on-track crimes, whether the one you hadn't seen for years, the not respecting blue flags. But we've had a large number of penalties, and it really has just slightly concealed the true picture of this race. But
that's a good point.
You know, I think the thing I'm trying to say, John, is what is the true picture of this race? Because it's been chopped and changed so many times, because we had, you know, for example, the number 8 Toyota in penultimate position in the hypercar class after qualifying, you know, Hartley not getting a time in, you know, and Porsche Penske Motorsport not really being in the mix either, but they are coming good through the course of the race, notably Toyota. And I think without the mishaps, there are always going to be mishaps, thrills and spills, but, you know, it's very hard to extrapolate the full picture. The clear thing is Ferrari is very handy. You don't have to be a genius to know that. You've got 2 in the front 2 positions. Cadillac have showed their hand and then thrown it away somewhat, but yet there's still one of those, number 12 in 6th place overall. There are so many little things moving up and down the order, but it's not a normal race. And the fact it's stretched out over 10 hours, it gives more opportunity for things to chop and change. So what's the big picture? Maybe we'll find out at Imola. It might be Spa.
Yeah. There's a couple of things I think to underline there, Bruce, and I completely agree with what you're saying. It's not a usual race because of the distance. It's probably not a usual race because it's the first race of the year, and it's certainly not a usual race because of the nature of the track and its surface, where tyre degradation does not play in to the calculations of the team in anywhere the same amount as it will be for the rest of the year. And that also means that the balance of performance here is skewed, because the balance of performance that has been set for this race for everybody bar the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Valkyrie is taking tyre degradation into account, and therefore if there's no tyre degradation, the advantage will be with the cars who don't hold onto their tyres at normal circuits. So I'm looking at you, Ferrari. Are you going to have to get this to work here? Because it won't be quite the same when you go to Imola or Spa. Toyota have done, I think, better than they expected, but there's been other factors around that, as Bruce rightly says. BMW, I think they're kind of where they expected to be. Cadillac might be a little bit disappointed. Porsche, not sure. Porsche, again, they're very good on tyre wear, and therefore the new balance of performance regulations does not at least give them any advantage. Whether it disadvantages them or not, well, you be the judge of that. Meantime, in GT3, Johnny Palmer, we still have a cracking battle. You were absolutely right that Marino Sarto went back to the lead, now by 6.1 seconds. He lost 2 seconds last time around to Daniel Humbert in the TF Sport Corvette, the number 33. Then it's BMW, then it's the second McLaren, Sebastian Boe, then Matteo Drudi for Heart of Racing, despite their penalty, still in the top 5. And the remaining Lexus is in 6th position. Good spread of cars. The shocker for me is the relative lack of performance of the Ferraris and the Porsches.
And the other news we're just getting through is that the incident that involved the 46 BMW in LMGT3 and the 21 Ferrari has been waved away with no further action. That was when those 2 cars got side by side. And again, 2 very different differently designed cars, as in the roof levels are completely at different points, similar to when Bruce and I saw earlier on the McLaren versus the BMW as the M4 towered above the 720S. We're talking about this being an unusual race. It is as well, in the sense that there is no success ballast yet. Success ballast is still in the regulations, but it looks like that whole system has been tweaked. So rather than it being based on the 2 previous results, if you have that many, and the championship positions, looks like success ballast is going to be readdressed. But what I don't understand yet is the precise direction we're going to go in that. There's lots of crossed out information year on year. So I've got the corrected regulations, and it just says success ballast will be imposed for LMGT3 cars entered in the championship. It'll be in effect at all competitions except the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The calculation system will be determined by the WEC committee before the first time session of the prologue. So it sort of leaves it quite wide open in the regulations, but that system of 15 kilos, 10 kilos, 5 kilos for first, second and third in the previous race looks like it's been scrubbed out for the time being, and might be slightly more fluid, therefore, as we head through the season. But it's still going to be in place in some way. This, therefore, is the only race of the year where everyone is at their base weight. And a good reflection of who's going to have a good season, perhaps. The Codis by ASP have rather drifted. Finn Gerset's been impressive. I'll be looking forward to looking at his times once we're done here, because I think it's going to be one of the quickest drivers in that 78 Lexus. The other car is effectively out of the race, still not an official retirement, but with all that damage to the left-hand side sill after there was some contact early in the piece. But McLaren and United Autosports will be very happy with the speed of particularly their 95 car. They could still squeak the 59 onto the podium by the finish as well.
We heard from Aston Martin talking about how their ambition for this race was to get 2 cars to finish. Let's not go there yet, but they have passed the 6-hour mark in the race. They've nearly got to the 7-hour mark, and 6 hours is the regular length race in the World Endurance Championship. Both cars still going, one of them somewhat delayed. Marco Sorensen's car, that 009, had a door fly off it. It flapped up, and Marco couldn't reach it from the far side of the cockpit, and thought I'd get back to the pits as soon as possible. Unfortunately, came back a little fast, and the wind whipped the door away. Time was lost, but they managed to get a repair effected, and still going in the race. The sister car 007, somewhat further down the order, Ross Gunn at the wheel, but it's been in the pit for quite some while now, so need to get to the foot. I can't remember why exactly it's lost so much time. Perhaps that's something that will wing its way to John.
Which car was that?
The 007, the 007 Aston Martin. It might have had its main mishap when I was away from the controls for a short while.
Yes, it had a spin, didn't it, the 007, and lost some time there. I'll chase that one up for you. Still in the pits at the moment, the 007.
Yeah, bodywork off completely front and back.
After thou shalt receive, Bruce. I didn't realise they were listening to us in the truck.
Well, just as long as they don't want technical advice from us on how to fix it, it'll be fine.
Gearbox, that is.
Yeah.
I reckon they're having a look at the gearbox or the rear suspension. Actually, it looks like they might have had the back end of that car off. The way they were looking underneath, and the diffusers off, and just what they were doing there and holding on to the rear assembly, the whole rear end assembly. Do we have a bit of a battle going on the circuit here? This is Raffaele Marchiello, and he is looking at the back of Mick Schumacher, and that is indeed a battle, Johnny Palmer, for 8th and 9th position in the overall.
Yeah, and from the qualification times yesterday, one or two of you might have expected this to have been slightly further up the field, because Alpine got one of their cars into hyperpole. Both BMWs made it, but the highest place of the WRT cars is in the hands of René Rast in 5th. The 15 car has been through the mill, not least after a bit of contact from Dries Vanthoor when he was driving the 15 to the rear of the 50 Ferrari. And a wry smile from Miguel Molina when he was chatting to Bruce Giuliani about that incident. In the end, the 15 BMW was judged to be at fault and had to serve a penalty for it. But Lello Marchiello is at the wheel of car 15, hunting down Mick Schumacher. They're both going to have to dive underneath the Aston Martin Racing Spirit of Le Mans now, which they do, the number 10 car. Nick de Vries and Rio Hirakawa, having been nose to tail for a number of laps, are now separated by as many as 10. So Hirakawa dropping back down the order in the 1 minute 46s. That might have started, of course, by just catching the traffic in the wrong place, and then it's butterflied to a much larger gap.
Nick de Vries and Hirakawa falling back away from, actually the impressive thing here, they're falling away from Phil Hansen, who's holding down second place, but Hansen actually is lapping marginally faster than race leader Nicholas Nielsen.
Yeah.
3 seconds between them, so Nielsen, I expected, they came out of the pits almost nose to tail, so Nielsen did escape, but Hansen is hanging on there, so I think he's really earning his spurs. Changing team is one thing, changing manufacturer quite another as well, so I think the young Brit's really giving it a very, very good shot, and you can only succeed if you live up to the challenges ahead of you, and he's doing precisely that. So 2 Ferraris in the leaded field, the Works car number 50, or one of the 2 Works cars in the lead, the AF Corsa privateer car with Phil Hansen in second place, and the second of the Works Ferraris, Alessandro Pierguidi, down in 7th place overall. That does put him only 27, nearly 28 seconds down on the race leader, so still there could be a bit of ebb and flow there, Johnny.
Looking for the next pit stop, or likely to be the number 12 of Norman Nato. So again, the Cadillac from Hertz Team Jota has eked its way into the top 6, but that's purely because it's pitting at a different time through the course of the hour. And 39 laps a maximum, but lots of yellow in amongst that. Let's go to Peugeot land. Malte Jakobsen.
94, Mate Jakobsen, who's just come out of a fantastic stint. A long stint, though, but for your debut at WEC, how was it?
It was a great first day with my new team, Peugeot Total Energies, and obviously doing my first WEC race in hypercar. It was quite chaotic with the 2 safety car restarts, managing the cold tires in the cold conditions with the sun gone down already. So there was quite a lot of stuff to manage, but I had a blast out there. So much fun, and I'm already looking a lot forward to Imola, the next race.
I bet you are. Just how tough is it to manage those? Well, first of all, to manage the length of time that you were under the safety car, and then the release.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, especially here now, managing with the hard tires, the medium compound, which compound to go on. And in the end, we ended up with a mixed set. So to be able to manage not starting any graining on especially the front tires is kind of difficult, but also to keep the car on the track without making any mistakes. As you can see, some drivers having a hard time out there, and I tried to keep it all clean and make sure I could bring a car over to Loic, who is carrying over now and running in 11th position.
Yeah, well, both of you, both Peugeots, 10 and 11, that's very consistent and puts you in very good stead to pick up some nice points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for now, the team's goal is to make sure we can have both cars in the scoring points position, so in the top 10. As here, there's a bit more points to score than the 6-hour races. So let's see. There's still more than 3 hours to go, and it's still a very long race. Thank you very much.
We've always known he's a bit of a star, haven't we, Bruce? I remember a number of years ago picking him out at a sort of 16-year-old, and he was lighting LMP3 up in those days, and unsurprisingly has become now a factory hypercar driver.
Every single season he's impressed. Sometimes drivers burst on the scene and then they step up a level and it just doesn't work for them, but he just grabs it with both hands and, to be rewarded. Now, are the Peugeots advancing up the order? Well, they started 10th and 12th. They're now 10th and 11th, so not giant steps, but if they have one problem for any of the cars ahead, even a small problem, another safety car, for example, and they may incident that triggers that, they may get both cars into the points. How much left to run? Just over 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, 3 hours and 11 minutes to go in this 10-hour season opener. I can say 10 hours now because we know it was either the target distance of 1,812 kilometres or 10 hours. We are not going to achieve that desired distance before we get to 10 hours. So 10 hours is the stopping point in this race. Is it going to be Ferraris at the front? Well, quite possibly. They've looked good all along. And will, sort of with stealth and great tactics, Toyota managed to get up with them. On the restart, they were there or thereabouts, but they're now sliding back a little bit, almost 7 seconds between the second of the 2 Ferraris, that's Phil Hansen's car, and Nick de Vries's Toyota. And then another 5 seconds or so back to the second of the Toyotas in 4th place, Rio Hirakawa. So, again, they've got there by stealth. They put some faster cars behind them, but it's about your average pace across the 10 hours, as we know. John was talking about this earlier, it's not always the fastest car that wins the race. if Nicholas Nielsen does in one of the works Ferraris, it probably is the fastest car that wins the race this time. But actually, it was the sister car, 51, that showed the great pace early in this event. They've had their setbacks, their drive-throughs. Alessandro Pierguidi doing a great job in that at the moment, but he's in traffic, and therefore he is losing time relative to the two that are at the front of the field. Nicholas Nielsen, Phil Hansen, so works driver, privateer driver. But for now, Pierguidi's down in 7th. He's actually just losing out in traffic all the time. His target is Norman Nato in the 6th place Cadillac, but at the moment, Nato is lapping faster. So, whatever's happened with the 51, in Colado's hands, it was absolutely fantastic, but at the moment, it's languishing a little bit.
Yeah, Pierguidi is a no slouch, as we well know, so it can't be to do with him. He'll be trying to drive the wheels off it, but the car, for whatever reason, not responding. Good fight for 8th and 9th still between Mick Schumacher and Raffaele Marciello. Both cars on a combination of tyres again, so right side mediums, left side the hard tyre offered from Michelin. There are 3 different compounds that the French tyre manufacturer have made for the season, and the soft will be available certainly at Le Mans. All 3 compounds you will be able to use in France, but each of the 2 possible tyre compounds for each of the other meetings announced about a week or so before, and then you need to stipulate how many you want of each, but without breaching the total amount. For this race, the only 10-hour race of the season, as many as 32 individual tyres, but that's still only 8 sets for a 10-hour race, so you do have to be cautious and conservative perhaps for the start of the race, leaving that best set and potentially scrubbed set for the closing stints. But your opportunities to scrub tyres are really slimmed out for this season. No crossover required, or no crossover permitted from free practice into the race and the qualifying segment of, as it is, the week rather than the weekend. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday we have had track action here at the Lusail International Circuit. 2.5 seconds separating 2 similar Ferraris, one in the scarlet red, one in the bright yellow, and Phil Hansen has weathered that storm after the early initial attack from the 2 Toyotas. They have drifted away in 3rd and 4th positions. BMW number 20 in 5th place, right on the tail now of Ryo Hirakawa. In fact, less than a second separate those 2 cars, so that's the next scrap to focus on, 4th and 5th positions. And Norman Nato looking to get involved as well, but he may have to pit before an opportunity to overtake, because remember that number 12 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac has done more mileage on this particular stint. How many laps completed? Is it a 30 now for Nato? 32, in fact. So, yeah, expecting him in the next 2 or 3 laps.
One of the things I just want to point out, guys, I meant to say this earlier on because I've been nosing around some of the cars. Here's Norman Nato on the radio beforehand.
3 laps before driver change.
Okay, 3 laps. 3 laps before the driver change, and he is saving. That'll only give him 30 laps on what would have been a full green flag run, so they're not quite getting the mileage there. Bad news for Iron Lynx number 60, the yellow and black AMG back into the pit lane. The rear view mirror on the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars is not actually a mirror, it's a camera pointing backwards, and it's I think the company's called Gentex, and it's I've noticed this on a few street cars at the moment, and the guys tested a Cadillac Escalade 600, which is the long one, when they went to Daytona. It has the similar technology in the road car. The Cadillac Escalade, by the way, 600, has the unique and possibly niche attribute of being able to sleep 4 pit reporters all at the same time. You were in that car, JP. Not only could it have sat 6, but it could have had the luggage for 6 people quite easily.
I mean, the seats folded down in all sorts of different combinations, so you effectively had a double bed in there, I think, at times, and it's perfect to take to a racetrack for a race that is 24 hours in length, because, yes, you forget you're in a car. You could be in a small house frankly. It was a superb way to get ourselves from Orlando Airport to Daytona Beach and back again in sheer comfort. And Peter Mackay, fresh from his crazy golf victory, couldn't shut up about it on the way home.
Oh, he didn't take the crazy golf victory. The man actually has got a decent golf handicap.
But the thing that made me laugh is that you know how professional golfers sort of go down to knee level to assess the run of the ground to the hole. He was doing that on a crazy golf course.
No,
name and shame. You've just done that.
Yeah, they're taking this a bit too seriously. But then the numbers on the back nine for him were just unbeatable, and we were just standing there in awe. So
was he good
through the windmill?
Through the windmill, through the 5 tunnels. But the thing that got me actually in Peter's road test of that, it was 5.4 meters long.
5.4 metres long, 5.7 litres in capacity. I'm going to take back what I said about Norman Nato and the Cadillac, because he's actually about to complete his 35th lap. So I thought I'd better refresh and make sure that my strategy screen was up to date. So actually that's a full green flag run, which is about to be 35 laps for the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Number 12, which is sitting in 6th position at the moment, but he is due into the pit shortly. Where are we on time? 3 hours and 4. Tell you what, 3 hours and 4. This might be their third last pit stop for that Cadillac, and we've got to start thinking now, gentlemen. A little bit of back of the envelope calculations about how many more pit stops to go. If he can get somewhere near 3 hours to go, JP, which is only 3 minutes away till our next update, then it'll only be 2 more pit stops after that.
Yeah, and that's assuming we stay green to the finish, and I think you've got to have that calculation as your plan A, and then you adjust accordingly if anyone does have an incident along the way. But I've been very impressed with the ability of these hypercars to make the 60-minute marker even on full green stints. Didn't expect that, whereas the GTs are struggling to do about 50 minutes. So, yeah, when we get to this point, and if you are going to be stopping roughly around the hour, which the 12 car, their race has developed into that, fairly simple figures to then be conjuring with in the closing 3 hours of this race. Ferrari, it's slightly more complex in that they'll need a splash at some point. I would have thought 16 laps in, so we're about halfway through a stint for Nick Nielsen. Same goes for Phil Hansen in the chasing 83 Ferrari. And a lap ahead, or rather Nick de Vries came in a lap before that, so he's just over the halfway distance, whereas Rio Hirakawa should be 2 laps better off. So the Toyota pit stops last time around were staggered, but not by a lap, by 2 separate laps in fact.
Yeah, but looking at the front end of the field, the car that's sort of out of sync is the one we've just been talking about, Norman Nato.
Indeed.
Because he's coming to the end of his, and they're just over halfway through their stint. That is the big difference. Wind it back to the start of the race. Remember, we had the number 5 Porsche coming in very, very early on. 13 laps, I think it was, if I look back at my notes. So that made it very different. Everyone else was going north of 30 laps, and that became an outlier. But despite the best efforts of Julian Andlauer, notably, it's way down the order. We said it might be one of those flukes where you've been forced, your hand has been forced, but it just hasn't worked for them. 3 hours remain.
LMGT3, Marino Sato in the McLaren for United Autosports, number 95, is still out front, and the way things are working out from a strategic point of view there, 24 laps in for the Japanese driver. Danny Juncadella pitted 3 laps after that, but I would expect Sato and Farfus either in on the same lap or a lap apart. Farfus driving the 3rd place BMW car number 31. It's 9 o'clock. There's just over 3 hours still to go then, so we're going to be finishing marginally after midnight when the checkered flag will be displayed. But time now to catch up fully with the current standings. Here's an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The
Nicholas Nielsen leads the way in the second ever running of the 1812 kilometres of Qatar, live from the Losail International Circuit. 215 laps completed. The Danish driver in command at the moment, but that's also owing quite a lot to his teammates in the 50 car of Miguel Molina and Antonio Fuoco, leading by 6.3 seconds over Phil Hansen's 499p Ferrari, the bright yellow car, also from AF Corsa, number 83. Then two of the Gazoo Racing Toyota GR010 hybrids, Nick de Vries, 14 seconds better off than Ryo Hirakawa, but they trail the two for the second best of the Ferraris by almost 10 seconds now. But Toyota at the start of the day, possibly looking unlikely podium finishers. Well, they've got both cars in the top four, and it could get better, I suppose, were there to be drama up ahead. Rene Rast in the number 20 BMW is in fifth place, the BMW M Hybrid V8 run by WRT. Then the third of the Ferrari 499Ps is Alessandro Pierguidi in his 51 car, sixth. Alpine, Mick Schumacher's A424 is seventh, car number 36. Then it's the 15 BMW of Raffaele Marciello, to some degree recovering from earlier incidents and as a result penalties when Dries Vanthoor tagged the back of a Ferrari and spun it around, and he was pinged later on for that. The ninth place car is the 93 Peugeot 9X8 of Paul Di Resta, and the sister car inside the top 10 now, Loic Duval driving the number 94 car, ahead of the best Porsche 963, and worth mentioning that, only good enough for 11th currently in the number 5 car of Julien Andlauer. LMGT3 was headed by Marino Sato. He's just reached the end of a stint, car number 95, his McLaren, so will lose the lead consequently, but obviously we'll get it back again once everyone else has pitted around him. But the Corvette now to the front, in fact, Daniel Juncadella in the TF Sport number 33 as Sato drops to second. Augusto Farfus's BMW from the Bend Team WRT crew, number 31, is in third. Codis ASP Team's Lexus for Finn Gersitz is in fourth, number 78, ahead of the Vista Ferrari of Simon Mann, number 21. He's back in again to top up his silver driving time. Was about 90 minutes short before he got on board for this will surely be a double. Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW number 46 Team WRT rather is in sixth, ahead of Gregoire Sosi, but he's just made a pit stop as well in the second of the McLaren's number 59. Heart of Racing Team 8th for Zach Robichon in the Aston Martin number 27. They were right up there, but then given a penalty, Mattia Drudi had to bring it through the pit lane once, and that's dropped them to the lower order of the top 10. Davide Rigon's Ferrari for Vista again, number 54, is in 9th, and then it's Dennis Olsen completing the top 10 in the best of the two Ford Mustangs. Car number 88 completes the top 10 with 3 hours to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Daniel Juncadella just put the Corvette Z06 LMGT3R's best lap in for the number 33 car, 1:55.031. Best lap last year in this race for a GT3 car was Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari, 1:53.529. So we've still got a way to go for that. Clearly not the same conditions in terms of the track. 8.4 seconds now, again, as Nicholas Nielsen spreads his wings a little bit at the front of the field. And we are under 3 hours to go. If you're syncing up, 2 hours 56 and 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30. Out of the pit lane for United Autosports number 95, McLaren. Sean Galale back in that car. Also going out, Valentin Asclo for Aston Martin Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That's the number 10 car. They've dropped down to 12th position. Still this battle going on, Bruce Jones, between Rene Rast, which he's now a BMW driver, of course, still really getting grips with that. In the number 20, it's the Belgian flag-coloured car, and he's just 0.8 of a second behind Ryo Hirakawa, battle for 4th and 5th, and he's got Alessandro Pierguidi coming up in his mirrors as well, so three quality drivers in three very different prototypes battling for 4th, 5th and 6th, and this has been the race all the way through.
It really has, but Pierguidi is the quickest of that trio. He's the back of the trio. He's down in that 6th place, but closing in by a second a lap on those in front of him. But it's also how and where they find those gaggles of GT3 cars. So every time Pierguidi gets a little bit close, he loses out again, but he's now got clear line of sight up to the tail of Ras BMW up in front of him. But again, it's turn right, turn. You know, those three very fast right-handers towards the end of the lap, 12, 13 and 14. And through there, he's visibly gaining on the BMW in front of him. But all the time, looking up the track, what's up ahead? Oh, the GT3 car. Can I use that car? Maybe when we get down to turn 1. Out of turn 16, the final corner he goes. But the motion of travel, the direction of travel is definitely that 51 Ferrari trying to gain a few more positions. Just under 3 hours remain. He's got time to pick off a few, maybe a podium finish.
Davide Rigon, by the way, has been cleared of the disrespect of blue flags. The 009 Aston Martin has taken a reprimand for a technical infringement which I've not seen before, differential usage, and we're still trying to get to the bottom of the 007 being in the pit lane for such a long time. That car is still in the pit lane for Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Ross Gunn was the last driver in it, and they were desperate to try and get two cars home, and it was a transmission problem. I've just heard from Simon Strang, thanks Strangy, that it was a transmission problem, and sadly that car has been retired. So they were looking to the rear axle and the drive of that car, as we surmised, Bruce Jones. Nevertheless, they will have learned. They will have learned. Pit stops now. The Bend BMW. This is in from 4th position. Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian ace, brought the car in, and it leaves on the rev limiter, having completed. Let me see. That's the number 31 car. I haven't scrolled down far enough, of course, to check that one out. But that seems to have been a slightly shorter length stint than I would have expected. Let me just check that one again. Normally getting something in the region of just under 30 laps, and that was in fact only 18 laps from the BMW M4 GT3. So that's going to be a question for Emma. I feel like a quizmaster here, so this is a question for Emma.
Yeah, they never know when the question's coming their way, do they?
No, but they don't.
Okay, let's look at the clock.
BMW short.
Yeah, look at the clock though, John. We're looking at just under 3 hours remaining, so if they do pit stops on the next hour and the hour after that, that will get them to the finish. I think that's why we're seeing these adjustments, but in quite a few, looking up and down the lap chart and the positional chart, quite a few teams are running, for example, at the front end, all the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars are now running on a very, very similar strategy in terms of where they are. But then you get the ones that are sort of out of kilter and running in. But this is, I think, about the point, or maybe an hour later from now, we'll have the final readjustment, I think, in terms of who has to drop in a shorter stint or do a full stint.
That's a good point. We were talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 and Julian Andlauer. He's done a brilliant, he's just in the team, remember. He's done a brilliant job in this middle part of the race. Often these are the stints that are forgotten about because we get excited about the start of the race. We get excited about passes for position towards the end of the race. He has quietly put that car in a position with a bit of fuel saving and some decent driving after that tactical change at the end of the last safety car. He's put that car in a position to go to the end, possibly on only 2 more stops. And I think everyone else has got 3 stops. Even though the last stop will be shorter, it could be a time stop. Then comes the question is, do you want to put tyres on? And what will that do to your pace in the last few laps? The track temperature has remained relatively constant over the last hour and a half at just on 19 Celsius.
Yeah,
the air temperature has stayed at around about, has actually dropped a couple of degrees. It's about 6, no, it's about 16. Nick Damon would still just about take his motorcycle out at 16 Celsius. But that track temperature now has evened out, Bruce. It's not dropped anything at all in the last hour and a half.
No, it might have fallen slightly less than 1 degree Celsius, so that is negligible. Now, you were just talking about, okay, do you keep a set of tyres on with a sort of like a half stint to take you to the finish? I think here you can. We've talked many times through the duration of this entire meeting about how this isn't a track that really has a lot of tyre degradation. Bigger problems might come from contact. Actually, there's just been some out on the track. 15 and 36 side by side. It's the Raffaele Marcello BMW getting up too close with Mick Schumacher. He's been hunting him for laps, and now they've got together.
I'm next to it. Keep your head down, mate. We're on it. Keep your head down. We have everything.
He wasn't happy.
No, sorry.
Raffaele Marcello
Snipped the nose off that, but the message was still clear thereafter.
I don't even think he had to hear what he said. It was just the tone of his voice. To be honest, they're battling and have been for a while over this 6th, 7th and 8th. And as suggested by you before the update, Peg Eady's gone through. Peg Eady's gone through in the 51. So he's gone by the pair of them and is now in 6th position. His next target will be René Rast, who's only 3/4 of a second up the road. Those two have cost themselves a wee bit of time, but they're not really going to fall into the clutches of Paul di Resta, who's scoring. Peugeot scoring points here, by the way, albeit for 9th and 10th, but Paul's about another half minute behind and almost 9 seconds ahead of his Peugeot Total Energy 9X8 teammate Loic Duval. Still keeping an eye on Andlauer, who is now only 2 seconds away from a point, from the final points playing position. Still the last car on the lead lap. Interestingly, because he's out of kilter, he's now 132 behind the leader, when he was hovering around about 120, 122 behind the leader. But he's on a different part of his run plan, so that has been a bit more elastic. What's interesting is he's continuing to close down on the cars in front by about a second or a second and a half per lap. So there's performance in that Porsche 963 number 5, Bruce.
Yeah, there is. Actually, my attention was just drawn away by Marcello having got past Schumacher at last. So he's gone up into 7th place and is actually pulling clear quite quickly. So clearly he's being a little bit bottled up, but it was a good half dozen laps that battle was going on. But finally, a gap opened up, or he made a gap, and that's what's really important. But the message that comes through from the drivers here, and you'll have heard it all the time they're on the track, it's very hard to overtake here. You can get very close, but you've got to hunt down, and a lot of the time you just have to look up the road and go, right, GT3 car coming, this will give me a potential option, and that's when they choose to pounce. He got very close and almost, it got, as we heard from Raffaele Marcello, the frustration was boiling over, but then within moments he'd found the place, made the move, got it done. Up to 7th, and of course, 7th place in a regular 6-hour round of the WEC pays certain number of points, but here you get more. It's a factor, 1.5 times the points for a 10-hour race. So every point gained is a 1.5 gained in many ways.
He should be Chancellor of the Exchequer, really. He should.
Well, I think I'll give it a better go, but anyhow, we won't go there.
Farfus did 27 laps last time in that stint, so not quite as short as I thought, but maybe a lap or two. But I'm told again, thank you, Emma. Engineer says everything is going to plan with the Bend Team WRT. That car, having done that pit stop, it's 8th time down the pit lane. Augusto Farfus staying in the car, sits in 7th position. And what's that? 14, 17, 21, 26, 34, 50, 40, 50, about just under a minute away from the front of the field. There's another fastest lap. That's Simon Mann again. Simon Mann, who needed some time in the Ferrari 296 GT3 from Vista AF course, at 2nd position, jumps in the car, and a 1:54.7 for Simon. and he's coming to the end of a stint. He's done 23 laps, so another 5 or 6 laps before he jumps out. He's still got a tiny bit of time to do in that car. Currently, he has completed, bear with me for a second, scroll down to that number 21 car. He's completed 2 hours and 8 minutes, so he's not going to be able to fulfill his 2:55 in this stint, but if he does a double here, or the better part of a double, he will have done his 2:55.
Numbers, they are important in racing, particularly in endurance racing. Now, some very, very tight action indeed in the battle for 5th place, and it's Alessandro Pierguidi making the moves on René Rast. Sorry, battling for 4th place, and he took a second out of him on the previous lap, but still hunting down Rast. The Germans still staying in front, but for how much longer? They are absolutely flat out looking for GT3 cars to pick off, but Rast works it better, gets in front of the remaining Lexus, and that's an important car in the race because that has got Finn Gersitz on board and it's leading GT3, so it doesn't want to be taken out by the hypercars coming through.
And he's being caught at the moment hand over fist by Simon Mann. He took over a second out of him. Down to the pits. Oh, that's Pierguidi again. Sorry, on the radio. My apologies. 2 3/4 hours to go. 2:44, 19, 18, 17, 16. As we head towards the closing stages. And when we say the closing stages, as soon as you've only got a couple of pit stops to go, the cars at the front of the field are coming round to pit stop time. So the leader is on its 30th lap. Nick de Vries in second in the Toyota Gazoo racing machine. He's on his 31st lap. And these are all full green flag races. We're predicting 84 laps to go in the time that remains.
Yeah, the important thing, John, is that Phil Hansen had just arrived at the pits and got out of the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow one, car 83, and driver change there, and we will see that go on. Great couple of stints from Phil Hansen, but the driver that started the car, Robert Kubica, on board now.
So 2:43 to go. Let's say you can get an hour. I can do that. 1:43, even a bit over an hour, maybe 1:40. And then you come in a bit over an hour, maybe 1:35. You've still got 2 pit stops to go.
Exactly.
At the front of the field here.
Anytime you have a fraction next to an integer, it's not a good thing. It's a question of how big that fraction may be.
Yeah. And I'm still not counting out Andlauer, who's going to be a lot. He's on 22 laps. He's got another. Well, we've seen that car do 33 laps, haven't we? As Andlauer takes a position there with the Peugeot just having made its pit stop. Yeah, he's done 33 laps. So effectively, he's got another 10 laps. That's another 10 and. That's another 18 minutes. So what's that going to take it to? That's under an hour and a half. He's if he can keep doing these stints at 33 laps at the pace he's doing, he's actually in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and actually just looking at the length of the stints there, Phil Hansen came in after 28 laps. Others are coming in after 31, 32 laps. Many teams are doing it in different ways, but I think Phil Hansen's car, of course, the yellow Ferrari, has every opportunity in this race, and I think he's done the hard yards. Now back to Robert Kubica, but it's very unusual. I guess the longer the race, John, the more you can stray away from a traditional length of stint. There have been safety car periods, but not for a while now. We should be back to the point. We've had drivers doing, 37 laps. So they're counting back from the end. 10 hours is the duration of this race. We've got 2 hours, 41 minutes remaining, and they're doing the maths up and down the pit lane.
They're probably on version 128 or something of the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
We're into it's 9:20 here at the Losail Circuit at Qatar, and there are still plenty of questions to be asked, as Nick de Vries has pitted, Per Guidi has pitted as well, out of 3rd and 4th position. So the 2 Peugeots are going to move up. They've not yet made the stop that they need on this cycle. You're sort of looking down the final column of our timing screen. It says how many times cars have been in the pits, and the 51 of Per Guidi has been in 9 times. You've got to remember, I think at least 2, possibly 3 of those were penalties.
Yeah, at least 2.
So it's not always the exact arbiter of who's done well and who hasn't. Leading 2 cars only on 7 laps, 7 times down the pit lane at the moment, but that will be 8 next time around. As far as the intervention of the Porsche safety car, we have been running now since 20 minutes to 8, and now it's 20 past 9, so that's 40, an hour and more than, sorry, check that, 20 minutes to 8, that's 8, 9, so that's the length of the green flag at the moment. There have been 2 safety car interventions for 8 laps. The time is probably more important there. 16 minutes for one and 13 minutes for the other. The yellows and VSCs as well around that. So the VSC was nearly 9 minutes as well, which was then of course upgraded to a safety car. So that was well over 20 minutes, that first intervention. You had the VSC on the beginning of it. So in comes Nicholas Nielsen. Worry not about the sounds of squealing tyres in the background. That's just a replay that's going on from our colleagues at television. James Collado is back in the number 51 Ferrari 499P for Ferrari Air Corsa. Mike Conway has been installed in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing, and I would be thinking now, Bruce Jones, that these the drivers are going to take these cars to the checkered flag, despite the fact that there's over 2 hours to go, 2.5 hours or thereabouts to go. I think these drivers are going to the end from here, at least for them, if not for the exactly perfect numbers of laps that they can do in terms of pit stops.
No, entirely so. I think from now on they've just got to not consider the fact there'll be any stoppages. They've just got to go flat from here, and if they can put their finishing driver in, so they are doing. And certainly with that advantage at the front of the field that Ferrari had with Nicholas Nielsen's car number 50, it's been into the pits, out of the pits, and continues on its way. Ria Hirakawa, though, leading for Toyota. Yes, the number 8 Toyota that started 17th out of 18 cars in the hypercar class is leading this race. We knew they were light on their tyres, but they've sort of gone under the radar to an extent, but they made their progress early in the race, and then as darkness fell, their black cars were hard to pick out, but the Toyota's going very, very nicely indeed. Not just making excuses for my poor eyesight.
They've done, I think they've run a very, very clever race, and Rio Hirakawa now comes into service from the lead of the race, and you look at their best time, it's a 1:42 flat for Rio, and a 1:42.2 for the Conway car. That's all right. There are cars around them. That Peugeot 9X8 is 1:42.9. The Alpine, a 1:42.9. Yeah, okay, the Ferraris have been doing 41s, and I think one of the BMWs did a 41 as well, didn't they? Yes, they did. That was the Rafa Marciello car, the 15. So it's full service for the Toyota, and that's medium tyres on the right. And now they took hard tyres off the left. I honestly didn't see what they put on there, but with the temperature coming down, it might be possible to put mediums both sides. There was an awful lot of split tyre strategy going on early on.
United Autosports have had a fantastic race, but things can happen at any point. 95, one of their 2 the car that was leading the class, Sean Gallel, shoved wide off the circuit, lost a bit of time, got dirt on his tyres, dust on his tyres, gravel on his tyres, but he has rejoined. But it was a hip and shoulder, as John Watson would say, and he's rejoined the circuit. But they've had an exemplary race, United Autosports, running first and fourth in class, but little moments like that can make it all disappear in a puff of smoke.
Thank you to Giulio at Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen out in the number 50 car after its latest pit stop, the 8th time down the pit lane at the Zerl International Circuit. It is 4 tyres, left-hand hards, right-hand mediums. So still with that split strategy that so many teams have been employed.
Gap behind 4 seconds.
And that was Nicholas's race engineer speaking to him. It's nearly 5 seconds now, actually, in the time that it's taken for that to get to us. Investigation for that incident between Mick Schumacher and Raffaele Marciello in the Alpine and the BMW. That was 9 minutes past this hour, 25 past now here. And so that's being looked at the moment. Doesn't necessarily mean anything will come through. Robert Kubica is in the 83 AF course of Ferrari. A bit more yellow, that car, this year. It was very much yellow and red last year, rather than the red and yellow of the factory cars. It's yellow with a bit of red this year. There's much more differentiation between those two cars. Listen to that Aston Martin go by. You cannot be anything else.
It's just fantastic. A mic open somewhere around the circuit off some of the cameras, and we love it. And that little game I used to play in the early times going to endurance races, close your eyes and guess what car's coming over the hill. That's a bit of a 10-point in the bag job, isn't it, with the Aston Martin? Well, 12 I suppose.
Dead easy. And all of a sudden Nielsen's pulled out a couple of seconds as Robert Kubica hit a bit of GT traffic, and now it is 7 seconds at the front of the field. Rafa Marciello is hassling the back of Will Stevens' Cadillac, and in fact, in the time I've said that, he's actually gone through. So Marciello's just gone through and taken 7th position from Will Stevens' Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. It might be perfect, the 25 characters including the spades, but it's been abbreviated, I noticed, on the TV graphics to Cadillac HTJ.
Fantastic stint. Again, super high level of performance. Were you expecting to be in the mix like this before the race? Because again, you're there. You're always there.
Certainly not. Actually, it's been a very challenging weekend for us, and I think we were pretty pleased with P7 in qualifying, and the start of the race was very challenging, and we didn't actually look that competitive. Obviously, there has been a lot of chaos and drama. We managed to stay out of trouble so far, touch wood. But had pretty clean stints and put ourselves in a decent position. But it's still a long way to go.
You don't even look tired.
3 stints. It's just a little bit. You feel the pressure on the shoulders. But no, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nick de Vries with Bruce Joanny down in the pit lane. I'm just thinking about actually what Bruce was saying there, and also what Nick de Vries was saying. Toyota in 4th at the moment. There has been a bit of carnage, but the only 2 cars that have... All right, 3 cars maybe, because the 51 car's been the architect of the own down forwards and penalties, and the 2 Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs that see above comment, they could have been ahead as well, so that would have knocked it down maybe to 7th position for the best Toyota Gazoo racing car. Maybe they have had a bit of the rubber degree. BMW Team WRT, Sheldon von der Linde in 3rd place at the moment, is 6 seconds behind Robert Kubica, who's now nearly 9 seconds behind Nicholas Nielsen. So that the leading 2 Ferraris just beginning to stretch out, and the fastest lap of its race for the number 50 Ferrari leading a 1:41.536. Now the best lap for a hypercar last year was a 44.4, and that was John Eric Byrne in a Peugeot, believe it or not. The best lap overall in the hypercar class was posted by an LMDH car. That was Matty Campbell's 963 with a 1:39.7. We're getting a bit closer to that now, but quite clearly track conditions aren't conducive to that. 41.2 is the best lap we've had, and that was from a purpose-built hypercar, bespoke hypercar, the Ferrari of James Gallardo, the number 51, and that car at the moment down 28 seconds off the lead in 5th position. Just looking for some other battles. Kevin Estre coming up on Fred McAvecchi, two drivers who've known each other very well down through the years. Fred spending 11 years as a Porsche driver. Kevin Estre still in the Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. And just as he started to get in and hove up into view, Estre has to pit. And again, 2 hours 30 to go. That car's not getting home on one more stop without any assistance. That, an hour and 15, no, is the answer to that, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, just remember that was a car that was not on the lead lap. That was the one that lost out early on and has just been sort of running outside. It actually just came in from 10th place, but that's a sort of slightly artificial position because several cars really realistically running ahead of it have sort of resumed their position. But it's just been a cruel race for them. And just remember the sister car, number 5, with Michael Christensen still on board at the moment. That was the one that just managed to get back onto the lead lap and stay there. They had to adjust their pit strategy to stay on the lead lap, and that could cost them as well. We could have neither Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 in the top 10. As it is, they're 12th and 13th, and that isn't a result you'd predicted. Bear in mind, hold on, who won the championship last year? There we go. Yeah.
Two championships, one drivers, one manufacturers, split between Toyota and Porsche. Michael Christensen is just into his stint, but it was only 26 lap stint for the number 5 car last time around, and that was a bit short. That was all green flag. So what do they know that we don't?
An awful lot, John.
Well, yeah, fair point, well made and beautifully presented, Mr. Jones. So back out and on the circuit for now Lawrence Van Toor in that number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. An absolutely phenomenal garage setup that they've got down there. However, I think my top marks for garage has to go to the brand new Heart of Racing, or 4, Valkyrie Aston Martin Racing Garage. They've got a proper long Formula 1 style corridor from the back of the garage down to the front, and then there's a little viewing area there as well with some screens and for their VIPs. Very impressive for their first event.
Well, it's important to make a splash, so...
Yeah.
But good to go. Right, we haven't really talked about LMGT3 for a while, but we had a little... The last mention was Sean Gallel running off the circuit. He's still leading the class, though. He's got a margin of just under 10 seconds over Johnny Edgar in the number 33 TF Sport Corvette. So it's the McLaren number 95 leading the way. And they've just had such a good meeting so far. They've changed the appearance of their car, different race livery. It actually stands out a lot more. It's a bit more blocky in the format that they've applied the colours. Sorry to the person who designed it, but actually it comes across crystal clear in daylight and under night light here in Qatar.
2 hours 27 minutes to go. Johnny Palmer has rejoined us in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I get a sense here, JP, of a little bit of a calm before the storm. As people, I think, are in a bit of fuel save mode at the moment, trying to get as close as they can. Oh, hang on a second. This could be significant. Debris on the track on the right-hand side of the start line. Now, is that going to be able to be cleared without the need for some kind of intervention? I was just saying people are stretching here, JP. There's a few people that could do with a little bit of help to make it on one more stop from here.
Yeah, so if this debris causes more of an issue and there's the need to neutralise the race, this could be absolutely dreamland stuff for certain teams up and down the order. So keeping an eye on that, right-hand side of the start line. So off the racing line, as most cars are moving out towards the white line to driver's left. So maybe they're just going to see how long that can be left for. If everybody's aware of it, then they'll know to try and avoid any overtaking movements, and that's easier to do on a straight, which is of a reasonable length. So we'll keep a close eye on any decisions that need to be made. Heading underneath the starting gantry that much earlier on displayed 335 laps to go at the start of the race. That's now turned into time to go, which is 2 hours and 25 minutes left on the clock. And fingers crossed for the realness of this race that we can stay green for as long as possible. If it's a full course yellow and everything can be dealt with on the main straight within 2 laps, then that won't interrupt matters, but it could be much more influential if those letters are VSC.
Yes, absolutely. The computer says at that time and at this pace 75 laps to go. Now the guys at the head of the field, so let's just forget about time at the moment and start talking about laps again, JP. The guys at the front of the field are doing between 32 and 34 laps in the hypercar class. And I might not have been great at arithmetic at school, but that's not an easy division of 70, what did I say, 72 laps. Twice 32 is 64, twice 34 is 68, and we're still nowhere near. So there's going to have to be a little splash somewhere. And I'm just trying to work out who might be in a slightly better situation in terms of where they are. Nielsen's on 7 laps of his stint. Kubitz is on 11. Van der Linde's on 9. Mike Conway's on 8. Collado's on 8. Hartley's on 6. Marciello's on 10. Will Stevens is on 21, so he's got about 9 laps to go. So what's that, about 12 minutes? I don't think there's anybody who's going to make this easy for themselves if we stay green. Where's the Christensen car? It's in 12th position. How many's he done at the moment? That is not going to tell me. It's started to be temperamental. Thank you very much indeed, Machine. There he is. Because that car he did 26 last time around, so there's something going on with that one that I'm not sure about. But I still think there's something to play out here, because somebody who can stretch a bit, it would look to me that there's a bit of saving going on. Last laps 44-6, 44-8, and here is full course yellow.
So this is for the start line debris, but also a moment or two ago, Raffaele Marciello had a wide moment and went through the gravel.
On the main straight, we're totally left.
There you go.
Marshall's exposed.
So the debris, as we've established, is on the right-hand side, and as he says, Marshall's totally exposed, so please stay as far left as you can without leaving the racetrack. But Raffaele Marciello, just to finish that point, was really pushing hard to try and close that gap, maybe aware that the full course yellow was going to come out. He's trying to catch the tail end of Brendan Hartley's Toyota, 7 seconds down, and ran off the track through the gravel, and that delayed him even further. So the Marshal's having to time this. It's only a very small piece of debris, but clearly that's been identified as a potential puncture maker.
Yeah.
So down the little narrow strip in the Qatar colours of that sort of deep purple, as the Marshal made his way down, found precisely the bit of bodywork that was causing the concern, and then jumped out to pick that up very efficiently indeed. Yeah, indeed. And that's the beauty of this full course yellow. Yes, it closes the pits, but it means that little small things like that could ultimately turn into a big issue can be solved really swiftly.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Green. Remember, we were talking about this earlier on, though, Johnny. Even that's going to, I think that'll only be scored as a single lap of full course yellow. And we've seen how much difference that can make to people's fuel runs, and so that is going to make a difference. That might add. I'm not sure it'll add a full lap for everybody, but let's see, because he was so fast for so much of the time here. We've got a battle going on with Mike Conway right up with Sheldon van der Linde, and it's the battle for the last step on the podium. BMW number 20 in the Shell Helix colours, ahead of the GR010 hybrid of Toyota Gazoo Racing, and as they're heading round to complete the first part of the lap. And we've again got cars under investigation in full course yellows. The Mustang number 88, Marco Leverato, and Simon Mann in the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. That car has been at the centre of many things, not always of its own making, to be honest, but we do seem to have been calling its number an awful lot, and yet it's still trying to stay in contention, sitting in 6th position for Simon at the moment.
Yeah, I think that benefiting from that second safety car it was, at about half distance, so they'd had 2 lots of contact which had severely delayed them, but crucially they'd stayed on the lead lap, and then when the safety car came out, bunched everybody up, and they were back in the main game again. But Simon Mann under investigation, that tends to lead to a penalty. Rarely do things like that get flagged up and investigated and then waved away.
Yes,
but we'll have to wait and see, and I'm interested in Mike Conway.
Much older tires.
So that's the car ahead, isn't it? Yeah, the number 20 BMW on much older tyres. So just informing Mike that the next car on the list for him is the BMW, which may not quite have the same performance.
And when he says much older tyres, that car's on 44-lap-old tyres. Mike Conway on 11-lap-old tyres.
Just checking the driver stints for Ferrari number 21. Simon Mann still needing to do about 20 minutes to get to his 2 hours and 55. Once those 20 minutes are done, that'll take us to 10 o'clock local time, and Alessio Rivera can finish things off then with a double. Well, it'll be slightly more than that, because you're lucky in a LMGT3 to do a full hour.
That surprised me. That tells you how much flat-out racing there is here. Simon's 10 laps into what should be a 26, maybe 27 lap stint. What did you say he had left to do?
22 minutes. Yeah. He's on 2:33.
So if he finishes this stint, he'll have easily completed. And then they might. Then the question will be: does he just come in after 22 minutes? After another, let's say, 10, 11 laps, and then they recalculate from there, or do they leave him in? I suspect they'll be talking to him, seeing how he's feeling. The outside temperature has come down to just on 15.5 Celsius, and we're still tracking. This track is still rather showing just under 19 Celsius, 18.6. Sean Galale and Robert Kubica have come together in the 95 McLaren, and the Ferrari, the privateer Ferrari, number 83, second place car overall, and first place car in GT3, and they're having a look at that at the moment, and that was at turn 13. Turn 13 is the middle of those 3 very quick right-handers that form almost the top part of a pentagon. If you had a straight between turn 15 and turn 11, it would almost be a perfect pentagon at that part of the circuit.
So they've obviously had some sort of incident. They're going to look at that.
I can't remember seeing that, to be honest.
It was 25 minutes or so ago. Yeah. But whichever way that falls, if there's blame to be assessed, then that's going to majorly affect the podium. I mean, crucially, it's going to take potentially the 95 car out of LMGT3. On the other hand, if it's judged to be the 83's fault, out of second place. Anyway, Daniel Junkadea from the Corvette crew now in the pit lane.
Yes, I'm here in TF Sport with 33, Daniel Juncadella. What a stint that was, and put you right back in contention.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it out there. I think, the car has been really coming alive during the race. We were very strong last week in the prologue, and this beginning of this weekend we were struggling. We were missing a bit of balance, but I think in the race we made a really good step forward, and P2 right now, so fingers crossed that we can bring it home in a podium position.
What's the biggest challenge now for these final couple of hours?
I think it's just finding out what the different strategies, or where the different strategies put us. I think some guys pitted during that last safety car and got a little bit out of sequence, so I'm not entirely sure where we are right now in terms of strategy, but car's quick. Johnny's doing a great job, and I think we'll be right up there. Don't think we can beat the McLarens on pure pace, but I mean, a good result to start the year would be standing on the podium.
Some nice points in the bag. Well done, Daniel.
Yeah, remember, increased points for these slightly long, or rather a big time longer than the 6 hours. The 8 hours is obviously an increase as well, but they're both judged to be 1.5 your normal amount of points from a 6-hour race, but this is a significant increase, nowhere near as much as we get in June, where double points are on offer, but 38 for a race win today. And all of a sudden there's a bit of jeopardy, because if the United Autosports McLaren is on the end of a penalty, then that will massively open the door to the 33 Corvette crew, now back in the hands of Johnny Edgar. As we said, we didn't really see the incident, so it's tough for us to call at this point, but it could affect either the 95 or the 83 Ferrari running second in hypercar.
Or neither. I suspect it won't be both. The cars that we called out before, the number 88 Proton Ford and the number 21, that's the Simon Mann Vista EF Corsa car, they are 11th for the Ford and 6th for the Ferrari in GT3. They're getting drive-through penalties for full course yellow infringements. So that he's going to take them out. It's been a tough up and down sort of day for Simon Mann and the rest of the Vista EF Corsa number 21 team. When they've been going well, they've gone pretty well. But they've had to fight their way through. Didn't seem to have the pace, all of the pace we expected maybe in the qualifying. And again, they've been their numbers have been called rather too many times. Right, let's pick up another battle as Jenson Button makes a pit in the 3Bs. Button, Bamber and Bourdais. And it's the B for birthday car as well today. It is Sebastian Bourdais' birthday, not where he would have liked to have been to celebrate this evening, sitting in 16th position, 9 laps off the lead after their issues earlier on, caused by their teammate Alex Lynn running up the back of them. Jenson Button leading on a restart after the safety car. The battle that I was about to draw your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, was that for 11th position, where Michael Christensen on his comeback drill in the number 5 Porsche that had its slow puncture early on, 13 laps in, front right, went off strategy. They've continued to go off strategy and roll the dice, knocking on the door of some points here, and Christensen is right up behind now Loic Duval, half a second between them. So the Peugeot number 94 and the Porsche number 5 battling for 11th position, JP.
Yes, and well, they will hope for slightly better than that, judging by their speed earlier in the weekend.
Compound on rear
Brendan
left.
Hartley.
The least is front left, but still quite a lot, so you can abuse the tires to bring them in the window.
That's one of the best messages that a driver can hear, isn't it? Not needing to go easy on the rubber beneath. A couple of moments ago, one of the McLarens ran out wide after maybe clashing with an Alpine, either the 35 or the 36. Now, I didn't catch which McLaren that was. However, one car's just come in, and that's Greg Sose in the 59 car. So Sean Gelael still leading the category. His last lap was very respectable. So I think the off-track moment will have been for Sose. Yes, it was. Well,
yeah.
Bear in mind, it was an in-lap as well, but it's about a 10-second deficit as he comes into pit road at the end of this stint.
It was the one with the orange light in the windscreen, if that helps.
I'm still learning those.
Yeah, me too. I can't find the piece of paper that I wrote that down on. I tell you what, it was a really heads-up piece of driving by the McLaren driver.
Yes.
Because he went off, and instead of running through the gravel, he just stayed to the left of there and ran, albeit off track, but it's all hard standing, and didn't put any of his Goodyear tyres into the gravel. I thought that was really, really smart there. Here's the fastest lap just come in. Johnny Edgar, second position in LMGT3 for TF Sport in the Corvette. 11.5 seconds behind the leader, but he's just put in a 1:54.852, and that's brought it down to 9.2 seconds between himself and Sean Gallale. So I think it was probably Sean Gallale that was off the track there.
Okay, so Gallale delayed, we think now. The 95 car still with that decision to be made. It's no further action between the 95 and the... Oh, but that was the 15 car, and we were talking about 95 and 83. Were we not? So were there two incidents that were being looked at? And well, turn 13 was in the original message, but that's not the same two cars that have appeared in the no further action message. I think it's probably fair to say that is that same clash, if indeed it was that far. But
meantime,
yeah, go on.
Valentino Rossi under investigation for his 5th track limit,
and that is a drive-through for Valet.
Yeah. If that is confirmed, that'll take him out to 8th position. Looks like he's not adding to his 2 wins and 6 other podium finishes that he scored here on 2 wheels this weekend. Celebrated his 46th birthday for the man who made 46 famous on the 16th of Feb. And now in his 4th. Yeah, there it is. The confirmation of that drive-through penalty. Now
he's actually just done it as well. So
has he really? Yeah. Well, that's a good idea. Get it out of the way, because there are battles out on the circuit now, and people are starting to ramp up. 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 47, 46, 45 to go, and now that number 5 Porsche, Michael Christensen, Porsche Penske Motorsport. He could not be any closer. If he was any closer to Loic Duval, he'd actually be sitting in the Peugeot with him.
Yeah, phenomenally close. Just half a car length between the 9X8 and the 963. That follows it, and Christensen will be assessing where Loic Duval is a little quicker and a little slower than the Porsche, and working out precisely where his best opportunity to get by for 11th place. Porsche were hunting a much better result than the 11th, but that is where their highest placed 963 is currently. Car 6 is 14th, and the 99 privately entered 963 just in behind. Did it get pretty close just then?
Well, as they were coming up on some traffic coming down towards the end of the lap, just coming out of turn 15 and into 16, the Peugeot of Loic Duval jinked to the left. It looked like he was defending to the right-hand side of the track, jinked to the left, and right there in front of Michael Christensen was the Porsche of Manthey First Foreman, Ricardo Pera, the blue number 92, and Christensen had to react very quickly, and there's almost a touch now as they're on the opening part of the lap, heading onto the far side of the circuit. Let's remind ourselves, this is for 11th and 12th position. There's not even points at stake right now here, and this is Peugeot versus Porsche, Loic Duval versus Michael Christensen. They're just going past the motorcycle penalty loop and heading back to the far side of the circuit and coming back towards us, and there's been some very close calls between them. There was a bit of an overlap there. There might have even been a left front, yeah, there was left rear to right front clash between the two cars there, Johnny.
Yeah, and that could have potentially wrecked a little portion of the Porsche on the front right. They might have just got away with that, but late on the brakes, Michael Christensen, and then leaving the tight left-hander. It was as the Peugeot was looking for enough clearance into the next corner that it swung out left slightly too much, not really realising perhaps the two cars were overlapping at that stage. There's still been no firm overtake, so Christensen still frustrating for him to be sitting in 12th position and displaying at times that he's got the quicker of these two cars, but no way by at this stage. So Peugeot do have one car in the top 10 currently. That's Paul Di Resta, about half a minute up the road from this fight. Other close battles in amongst the top 10. Sheldon van der Linde's BMW from the Toyota of Mike Conway aren't too far away. And further back, 1 second between Fred Makovici and that Peugeot that I've already mentioned, Paul Di Resta. So Makovici, remember, changing teams over the winter period despite being already or still in contract with Porsche. It was his decision to step away, and to his home team, Alpine Endurance team with their A424, and thoroughly enjoying his time there, as now in from the race lead in LMGT3 arrives the United Autosports McLaren of Sean Gallale, Bruce.
Well, he's had a few exciting times in the last 20 minutes or so, but anyhow, in from the lead, but certainly a really good run from Johnny Edgar behind. Johnny is now leading the class for TF Sport in his Corvette, but he certainly put in some very, very tidy laps. But will United Autosports come away with the victory? They've looked good in the LMGT3 class from the moment they hit the tracks with their new liveries, but it could yet get away from them. But I think it was a pit stop at the right time for Sean Gallale, and we'll see how that runs out towards the end of the race. 2 hours and just a handful of minutes remain in this 10-hour season opener.
And who is going to be in the best position when they bolt in? Well, LMGT3 teams will be bolting in their platinum or gold drivers for the closing stages, some of whom are already at the wheel, but Johnny Edgar needing to top up his silver time, for instance. So the 33 car being driven by the Cumbrian again, as we can catch up with Marino Sato now, who has been driving his McLaren so well.
I am with Marino Sato, a leading car of the GT category. I saw you were looking at the pit stop with a lot of intention and a little bit of scariness. Is everything running fine? And can you have a read through the strategy already and know whereabouts you are? Because you're leading, but I know that with the strategy it's a little bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 2 hours to go. We just lost quite some time in the pit stop, so I'm not quite sure where we are. But yeah, till now I think the team has done great. Both Darren and Sean has been very impressive, and then they set it up for me to hand me the car in first place. So yeah, there's still a lot to play for, but yeah, hoping for a good result now.
Okay, fingers crossed for you.
Thank you very much.
So Marino saying they lost some time in the pit stop. That's the 95 car that has just headed back out again. I'll have to check the time of that and whether maybe they couldn't get the tyre guns, the wheel guns on the car, or fuel was a bit sketchy going in, but we just lost a bit of time. It was the quote, so let me just select the right car and we'll try and get you a time for that latest pit stop. Sean Gallale was retained. I have it as 1 minute and 2 seconds, so it's not too shabby. And back again. Yeah, that is the correct pit stop, so just over a minute. Maybe he was only talking about a handful of seconds, if that, but they will all count now as we focus in on the closing 2 hours of this 10-hour race. Gregoire Sauce has just done the best lap so far in LMGT3 across the board, so he's pushing hard. The 59 McLaren doing a 154.1. Johnny Edgar's going to pit from what is at the moment the lead in LMGT3. He was running second, remember, but the car ahead of Sean Gallale pitted first. Johnny Edgar will follow suit. And the question also is, how long can each of these stints be eked out to in the GT category? They have struggled to make 50 minutes, let alone an hour. So from this point on, we're looking at probably 2 more stops for LMGT3 cars.
It does seem to be that way, but the battling on the track, it doesn't really matter where the director puts the camera because there's still something going on, but the battle that's giving in terms of action is still one for just outside the top 10. It was Loic Duval holding on to 11th place in the number 94 Peugeot, and Michael Christensen throwing everything bar the kitchen sink. I think he's already thrown the kitchen sink actually at him, but a fantastic scrap. You know, will either of these even get points? Quite possibly not at this point in the race, but you know, they're racing drivers. They do what they do, and it's certainly entertaining under the lights, the very, very bright lights here at the Lusail International Circuit. But, you do have to say that it does look as though with a 9-second margin at the head of the race that the number 50 Ferrari has got things fairly under control, because also Nicholas Nielsen, when he came back out onto the track ahead of Robert Kubica, stretched the advantage. He's got that margin, 9.1 seconds now. They're lapping as fast as anyone else behind them, so no one's got a performance advantage. Actually, as I say that, the best lap last time around was from the car in 8th place, Will Stevens, in the number 12 Cadillac, down in the 1 minute 42s. But as long as the front runners stay in the mid 1 minute 43s, they should be fine on this stint. But then, of course, you have to look and just double check and keep on doubling back. We know the end of the race is after 10 hours, and just looking at stint lengths and where they stand, they're so evenly matched on that. But bear in mind, Nicholas Nielsen is 4 laps. He's only 20 laps into this stint, whereas Robert Kubica pitted 4 laps earlier, or was handed the car 4 laps earlier. So that could have a factor to play in terms of the length of that final pit stop.
And the general pace surely is now going to be turned up as we head towards the penultimate stint for so many of the hypercars. We're working lap 250. Let's hear Michael Christensen's team radio.
Behind is the leader.
I can do nothing.
Just do your best. I know.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly.
Nicholas Nielsen leads in the number 50 Ferrari on lap 250 with a gap of 8 seconds over Robert Kubica's yellow Ferrari 499P. That's the 50 car leading the 83. Then the 20 car of Sheldon van der Linde, his BMW running in 3rd spot, about the same distance back again on the same lap. And then the first of the 2 Toyotas that for so long have been 3rd and 4th. They've dropped back to 4th and 6th now, respectively. Mike Conway's the first of them in car number 7. Wedged between them is James Collado. Relatively small distances in terms of time, actually, separating the 7 Toyota, the 51 Ferrari, and then the Brendan Hartley number 8 Toyota in 6th. Ahead of the 15 car of Raffaele Marciello, number 15 BMW Hybrid V8. Then it's the Alpine A424 of Frederick Makovici in number 36. 9th position for Paul de Resta's Peugeot 9X8. And the sister car, number 94, is in 10th position for Loic Duval. LMGT3, headed at the moment by the Acodis ASP Lexus for Finn Gersitz, but that's a slight false reading of where LMGT3 sits currently because of the pit-stopping Sean Gelael, although Marino Sato reporting to Bruce Giovanni that they did lose some time in the pit stop, and Gelael is now running 3rd. The pit-stopping Johnny Edgar has re-emerged in 2nd position, so that's an indication that Sean Gelael has lost some real spots there. And once Finn Gersitz makes his pit stop, it'll be the Corvette from TF Sport that will lead the race in LMGT3. Behind that Corvette, Simon Mann in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21. Then Gelael and his teammate Gregor Sose, both in McLaren. So 95 still ahead of 59, but they are 4th and 5th positions. Behind them, Zach Robichon in the Aston Martin Vantage Harder Racing Team number 27. It's Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari for Vista AF Corsa number 54. Team WRT's Valentino Rossi for his BMW number 46 is 9th, ahead of Ricardo Perez Porsche from Manthey. First Form number 92 is 10th.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
And talk about contact. We've had about 3 or 4 bouts of it between the Peugeot number 94 and the Porsche number 5. And there was a quick team radio message before we headed into that hourly update to say Michael Christensen could do absolutely nothing about upping the pace. Here he is again.
Just do your best, mate. Coming behind.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it on track, yeah. Because you tried so hard into me. I'd like someone to take care of it.
Well, it must be said that several times Michael Christensen has put his Porsche around the outside and just duked it out around there, and several times Loic Duval has had a little bit of contact, a little bit of body rubbing, and in one of them the tail of the Porsche really kicked out into the gravel. Michael Christensen kept his foot planted and continued, but one does feel there may be another message coming up on the screen quite soon, because Loic Duval is hanging on to that final points-paying position. By hook or by crook, he's determined to get it, but it has been robust, been very entertaining, but it has been robust, that's all I'll say.
But the major concern from Porsche was falling off the lead lap, because if there is a safety car now, they are completely out of it. It was so valuable to try and stay ahead of the 50 Ferrari, but the first message from Christensen was, yeah, I can do nothing in terms of his pace compared to Nicholas Nielsen. They are nowhere compared to the 499P, and he knew that, but I think he was quicker than the Peugeot, but Loic Duval was having nothing of it. He did not want to allow that Porsche pass, probably for the same reason. So he went around the outside, did Christensen, and Duval went, no, sorry, I'm not going to let you through. And that's eventually what put the Porsche off the lead lap.
Yeah, but that very moment, Nicholas Nielsen must have been thinking, which way are these guys going to go? And then half a gap, because, of course, Christensen wasn't on the circuit. He was off on the circuit. Left-hand flank, rejoined, and then straight after that, Loic Duval was the next target to be put a lap down by our race leader, Nicholas Nielsen. Hasn't managed to do it yet, and if he must be thinking, hold on, I saw how robustly he was protecting his position on the track. I hope he noticed it's a red Ferrari behind him, not a white and red Porsche, because I'd like to come through without the sort of robust little battle that went on for a good half-dozen laps.
And whereas a little bit of slack might be given in the direction of Loic Duval for his treatment of Michael Christensen, if he starts those antics with the race leader when he should be getting out of the way of Nick Nielsen, then that could be far more severe. Off the road goes the 36 Alpine into the gravel trap of Fred Makovici. Are we reaching the end of quite a long tyre run for a number of these cars, and that's the reason why they just have no grip to play with?
Yeah, I think so, and actually he wasn't that far up the track. I'm trying to work out who got past him. Was it actually Loic Duval getting close enough to pass him? No. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. I beg your pardon. He's held on to 9th place. It was Paul Di Resta who went past him up into 8th. So one of the Peugeot gains the position, while the sister car is hanging on to that, has just lost that final point, because Christensen now ahead of Loic Duval.
Yes, he finally did it, didn't he? Because Duval was thought, well, I've lost the lead lap now, so I'll let you have it slightly more easily. Or whether he realised that he was incurring the wrath of the stewards anyway, so try and keep it as neat and tidy as possible. There was again a little bit of side-to-side contact, I think, but the Porsche better on the brakes. Now outside-inside trick from Michael Christensen. So it was a blinding overtake in the end for 10th position, but that puts the Porsche 963 up a spot, and therefore in a sort of French sandwich now, with the Alpine up ahead, 40 seconds up ahead of Fred Makovici, and the Peugeot in behind. It's the meat in the baguette.
The Riette. No,
Riette.
Real
yeah,
meat.
Could be the Riette in
Riette.
the baguette.
Very good for you, apparently. Like health food.
5 seconds, the margin between Nick Nielsen and Robert Kubica. 10 seconds back to Sheldon van der Linde. BMW looking like they're toying with a podium, certainly, but Mike Conway is the fly in the ointment there. He's only a couple of seconds off the back of the BMW as the Toyota starts to make its mark for the podium once again. We had a couple of cars, one on, one off those podium positions for the Japanese brand, and they've deserved a podium purely because of their strategy without being particularly explosive. I mentioned earlier on that the two Toyotas felt like they were going beneath the radar, but getting potentially very good results and points from a weekend where I think they would freely admit they've not got the quickest car. 1.8 seconds, a gap between Sheldon van der Linde and Mike Conway. Is this his chance to pounce, therefore, and force the issue a little bit to muscle third position away from WRT?
3 laps to go. Gap to the lead, 11 seconds. Gap to Nielsen, 5.
So 11 seconds behind Robert Kubica, 5.5 seconds up ahead to Nicholas Nielsen. And generally speaking, the satellite crewed yellow Ferrari, also from AF Corsa, has been in a similar performance window to the race leader. It's the 51 that's had a lot of bad luck or incurred quite a number of penalties, whether through bad luck or poor driving at times. There has been some contact and also some infringements along the way, whether they be in full course yellows or in the pit lane, and that's what's really held the 51 crew up. But at the moment, Ferrari looking very, very strong for, well, the Scarlet Ferraris have struggled to win any other race other than Le Mans, but on course at the moment to get great points and potentially a trophy at the end of this.
You know, when a race is as long as 10 hours, what went on in the first hour can almost seem irrelevant, but we just have to think back to the opening 2 stints with James Calado pulled away from pole position. The pole had been gained by Antonio Giovinazzi, and it all looked under control at every chance. It was stretching away from Nicholas Nielsen. It looked to be the one that just had a bit more speed in the bank, but you rotate through three drivers in your per car, and it just hasn't worked for them. It got to the sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th stints, and that's where they started picking up the problem, picking up the penalties. And in a championship as competitive as the WEC, any setback is going to take you off the podium. Multiply that 2 or 3 times as you get drive-through penalties, and to even finish in the top 10, you're doing fairly well. But the pace is there. Calado's back in the car, that number 51 Ferrari. It's back up to 5th place overall. Just 2 seconds down on Mike Conway. That's the target. Could it yet be an all-Ferrari podium? Possibly.
Now then, the 95 McLaren, currently of Sean Gelael, had ridden a storm earlier on when it was hooked into an incident that either involved the 15 BMW or the 83 Ferrari. We had different messages with different cars involved, but that was a no further action. However, there is now a potential unsafe release for the number 95 McLaren. Remember, Marino Sato said it looks like we've lost a bit of time in that pit stop, and whether in trying to get the car back in the race as quickly as possible, it's been waved into the path of another. But that pit stop infringement is going to be looked at, and so often we get a message like that and almost a penalty is certain. But we will wait and see. Hope that they can avoid it, because they're already behind. They've lost the lead in the 95 McLaren. It's now with a Codis, but the Lexus is due in to the pits before the Corvette, so that should put the 33 TF Sport Corvette into the lead of the race when this gets to the end of the fuel window. Big question now is, though, how much is the 95 car going to be further delayed?
Wow, how the pendulum can swing. You think the first 6 hours of this race, there was first and third was basically the positions of United Autosports McLaren, but the TF Sport Corvette got in the mix. That's their number 33 car. Johnny Edgar doing great job, and young Finn Gersit's doing a good job. He is being caught actually quite quickly by Johnny Edgar. The gap though is 17 seconds, but there is time aplenty with the rate of gain of more than a second a lap for the British driver to get on to the tail of the young German. But for a Codis ASP, this is sort of heady territory for them. And look, the clock counts down. Under 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining in the race. They're leading the class. Of course, we have different length pit stops, different length stints, but they're at the front when it counts. And the car that was sitting pretty for so long, that 95 McLaren, suddenly things going wrong for them.
Michael Christensen's just set his car's best lap of the race. So where he was really struggling for any sort of forward momentum, and he said, I can do nothing regarding the oncoming Nicholas Nielsen about to lap him. All of a sudden he's found a bit of pace. I'm just checking that he's actually not pitted the car between the last message and now to take new tyres. He hasn't. So that car's lighter, obviously, as the fuel burns away, and we're getting pretty close. 13% of energy remaining on board the number 5 car, so not as close as some others needing to make a stop. For instance, the 15 BMW in 6th place is down to 3%. And the Alpine a similar number, car number 35. So they will be the next cars in. From second position, though, the 83 Ferrari, Bruce.
Yep, suddenly you've got a BMW in second position because the AF Corsa Ferrari number 83, the yellow one, Robert Kubica, brought it in, stayed on board, goes back out. Right, what's on the clock? 1 hour and 47 minutes. He's not doing that without another further pit stop. So chalk that one up. We could see that one coming, but it's going to be a question about how late other people come in, how close they are to the end of their stint. But the writing's on the wall there. Would it be second place? Of course, the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari took victory last year at Qatar. Doesn't look as though that's going to happen today, because you have to say the number 50 works Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen on board is sitting pretty in the lead of this race.
Just need to check how long that stint was for the 83 Ferrari. It was 32 laps and 56 minutes. Now, we had a bit of yellow. There was a single lap of full course yellow in the middle of that. So the Ferraris not able to do much more than about 50 minutes, I would wager, on a green flag stint, and therefore even this stint will take us through one more stop, yes, and that's not going to be enough, I don't think, so it's going to be 2 more, 1 more on a splash to get the 83 Ferrari to the finish. And the same goes for Nicholas Nielsen, who is on his 29th lap now at the head of the order. Gap slowly coming down between 10th and 11th in LM GT3. So that is in 10th place the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Edo Barrichello in his Aston Martin, number 10, ahead of Ricardo Perez Sky Blue Porsche from Manthey First Form, number 92. Nicholas Nielsen expected in the next 3 or so laps. Already into pit lane, Raffaele Marciello's BMW, with car number 15 getting a driver change. That's back to Dries Vanthoor in car 15. And also a stop for the 35 Alpine, Paul-Luc Chatat, getting new tyres. And it'll be Ferdy Habsburg to take charge of car 35, possibly to the finish now. Remember, there are no restrictions in terms of amount of drive time that each of these pro drivers need to do in the hypercar categories, as long as you've done 45 minutes, and therefore you're eligible for championship points. The sliding scale and the variables much greater in the hypercar division. Remember that LMGT3 is intended to be a Pro-Am category, and therefore your non-pro drivers having to do a sufficient amount of time, just short of the 3-hour marker. So 3 hours, call it 3 hours, 2 lots of those 6 hours, and then the remaining 4 hours and actually 10 minutes is mopped up by the pros.
You've got to do your sums, you've got to get them right, you've got to an extent, build in that scope to react to incidents during the race, to those periods where you're not running at out-and-out pace, you're stuck behind a safety car, you've had the VSC, etc., etc. But it must be said that Ferrari showed pace last year. They didn't come away with a win, apart from that one win in France that stood them in good stead. But for them to not get the monkey off their back, but to actually go and win a race that isn't Le Mans, which is, of course, the hardest of all, but they come here. This should be the second hardest, being the second longest race. But if they can do it, then they'll really be able to... They don't have doubters, but it was just a coincidence, maybe, perhaps. Maybe they just didn't get their tactics right before. But if you're watching the World Endurance Championship, listening to the action, you've got to understand variables come from all sorts of angles, and it's how you deal with those as much as the pace of your car that really ends up and guides you to a top result. And certainly what we saw last year with the Porsche Penske Motorsport, they had put a really good learning year in. They got the WEC under their belt and they attacked it and they came out with victory. But it is with an awful lot of thought and ability, Johnny, to adapt as things change. Think on your feet.
Yeah, and there are so many scenarios that could have been thrown at the teams in this race alone. We talked about the different durations, the different types of track we're going to be visiting. This is corner after corner. You don't really get any let up apart from on the main straight. Think about where we're going to next, though, if you like corners and less so long straights, although Imola's got a long straight-ish with a couple of kinks in it, but otherwise you're spending an awful lot of time slowing, turning the car and keeping it within those white lines, because there's really not a lot of runoff around that place. And it gets very tight when you're catching batches of LM GT3 cars when you're in a hypercar.
It does, but, you think about the format here. They've got just the start-finish straight. The rest is all corners, but there is that notional space out beyond the edge of the track, and some of the drivers have been using that. You get that overriding feeling at Imola, particularly, the speed differential between the hypercars and the LM GT3s, that you get frustration. But actually around here you have it as well. You just... maybe have a little bit more scope, because if you do get it wrong, well, you could be pinged for exceeding track limits, but you haven't stuck it in the wall. So I guess there is a difference, but it's a sort of notional one in many ways.
51 Ferrari, James Collado into the pit lane for the anti-penultimate time, I think. 50 minutes. We've got 1 hour 42 left, so that will take us... Well, no, actually, it might be about right for this stop to be the penultimate. One more after this, and if you can fuel save a little bit along the way, certainly a full course yellow for just a lap would massively help out so many teams.
No, it really, really would. But, how can you predict how many of those full course yellows you may get. It's the eternal question in the World Endurance Championship. It didn't used to be such a factor when the championship wasn't as competitive as it is now, and that is something you just have to keep reiterating. You know, you could afford to have a bit more scope. You know, literally half a dozen years ago when you had 3 manufacturers tilting for it, but now with so many manufacturers in the top class, it's another game entirely. It's not just the number, it's also how competitive they are. So, you know, it's a much, much harder game than it was just in very recent history.
A rather warm Valentino Rossi has just got out of his number 46 BMW, completing 3 hours and 23 minutes of drive time, so that is more than enough. Handing the car back again to Kelvin van der Linde, who will be on board now for the closing couple of stints, and 46 BMW rejoining in what is 11th position at the moment. Remains to be seen whether that will improve with cars ahead of that car needing still to make their penultimate stops.
Yeah, I think he's looking at a handful of points from maybe 9th position, because the Proton competition Mustang that's holding down 10th place in LMGT3, Gianmarco Leverato at the wheel, that had been further down the order, and I think that one in the shuffle will move down the order.
Yeah, so 9th place perhaps at best that the 46 crew can hope for. It is better for the 31 BMW, 10 seconds away from Gregoire Sausset's McLaren. Sean Gelael fighting back now in the 95 car after the pit stop for the McLaren crew didn't necessarily go to plan. But remember that the 95, it has been observed that there may have been an unsafe release for that car, and we haven't yet had a decision either way. The incident that involved car 95 and a hypercar of some description, either a Ferrari or a BMW, that is no further action. So they got rid of one potential concern, but then unfortunately acquired another one, which is still to be resolved. Race leading Ferrari 499P is into pit lane. They're going to do a driver change here as well on the factory entered car. One thing I haven't told you about the 83 pit stop, which was a little while ago now, that was just fuel and no need for tyres or a driver change. So they brought the car in and serviced it as quickly as possible. The torch is being shone into the wheels just to make sure, possibly brake wear, or is it more to do with tyre pickup of the number 50 car, which still has hard Michelin tyres on the left and mediums on the right. At least it did. Yeah, new mediums on the right-hand side. And I'm not sure they're going to... there's an issue with the front right there, which cost them a couple of seconds there, Bruce.
A couple, but they are sitting on a fairly tiny margin, but do not do that next time around. So, rejigged the order. Niklas Nielsen came in. His advantage was actually quite sizable, because Robert Kubica, who's now listed in 2nd place, had just made a pit stop a handful of laps ago. Right, Antonio Fuoco's taken over the number 50 Ferrari, back out onto the track. Nice clean exit. The remaining Lexus from Akonis ASP just sweeping up to it, but not going round it as they go between turns 1 and 2, but does at turn 2. So a little bit of caution there, but suddenly the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow Ferrari, is right with the car that had been leading it by about 9 seconds, sweeps around the outside, tyres up to temperature. That could have been the difference of that 2 seconds lost with that front right corner.
Yeah, they either couldn't tighten the wheel nut on the front right, or it was the wheel gun that wouldn't release from the centrally mounted cap there. So, and then you're putting medium tyres, fresh medium tyres on the right-hand side, which will take a bit of time to build up from ambient temperature. Remember, no tyre warmers permitted in this championship, and as Nick Nielsen was, or rather Antonio Fuoco was just easing his way in to his first stint, sweeping around the outside Robert Kubica to take the race lead and potentially deny either the 50 or the 51 another race win within the championship apart from Le Mans.
It's a thought, isn't it? And there I was just moments ago, just before that penultimate pit stop for the number 50 Ferrari, thinking they've got the job done, they've got the pace as much as Kubica pushes. But imagine the AF Corsa crew, Kubica's crew, didn't have much time to tell him that he might actually be coming out very, very close because of the delay for Antonio Fuoco when he couldn't get away because that front right wheel just wouldn't quite attach. 2, possibly 3 second delay, and that was enough for the pole to take the lead of the race. And he will not be a driver who's particularly keen on yielding, giving it back. But he'll probably have his final pit stop just a little bit earlier than the former race leader. So for Occo, he's got a mountain to climb. Gap between first and second, because Robert Kubica had more heat in his tyres, more time, 5.25 seconds. It's come out from nowhere. Now, how can Fuoco attack? How can he adapt? How can he feel confidence his tyres are up to temperature and really get going? But that is a huge margin, 5.3 seconds now.
Yeah, looking at the sector times, more will be revealed just as soon as those two Ferraris go through the first sector once again. BMW, the engine note in the background, which is the Robin Freins M Hybrid V8, and Loic Duval just ahead of him has come into pit lane in the 94 Peugeot now for its 8th pit stop of the race. So stopping the fewest amount of time so far. Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota, one less than Sebastian Buemi, and the Peugeots, how do they compare? 8 and 9, so about the same. Ferrari, James Collado, that's actually pitted 10 times now. Was one of those a drive-through? Yes, it will have been for car 51, at least one of those.
Two. Because they had, let's go through it in the correct order. First penalty for VSC procedural errors. Second one, pit lane speeding. That's the one that hurts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Team managers the world over, they'll be reaching for the pliers.
Rahel Fry's on board the 85 Iron Dames Porsche now, and Fry's another name that will need to make sure she's done 2 hours and 55 minutes as the silver within that. So let's just check out the driver times for car number 85. I feel like she's got to do a little bit longer. Yeah, a further hour, in fact, for Rahel Fry. So we started off with what was effectively a triple for Celia Martin, but separated by a couple of yellow flags. So she actually did, her second stint was split into two. Then Michelle Gatting did a double. Martin back at the wheel for about an hour and 15 minutes to complete her bronze drive. And then Rahel Fry's been in for a triple, Michelle Gatting for a double, and Rahel quite possibly now to the finish of the race. That glorious sound in the background is the naturally aspirated 6.5 litre V12 of one of a couple of Valkyries that have entered for the first time in the World Endurance Championship. 007 is no longer running. That is a retirement now, but the 009 is the car you can hear, and Alex Riberas driving that. So still on course for Ian James's hope that one of their cars, ideally both, but one to get to the finish would be success in his mind. And they've got this far, almost within the final 90 minutes of the race.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough target to try and, in a regular 6-hour race, if they'd had a 6-hour race, they'd have pretty much got them both to the finish. It's a 10-hour race, a much longer challenge. If they get one, that'll be fine. 2 was a wish list, but they will have learnt so much. It's all the silly little things that crop up in a race from which you really learn. The procedural errors are one thing. It's just the small parts of the cars that have issues and stuff. It's stress testing, it's race stress testing, and it's team testing. But, you got to learn.
Here's Brendan Hartley.
Number 8 Toyota with Brendan Hartley. Brendan, what looked like potentially a little bit of just a damage limitation weekend for Toyota is turning into a very good one.
Yeah, actually we're very surprised to be sitting in 4th and 5th right now. I mean, clearly Ferrari and Cadillac have been in a league of their own on pace. But yeah, we've kept it together. There's been almost no mistakes. I was having a lot of fun out there. Honestly, it was qualifying laps every lap. No energy saving. It's actually pretty cold here, so we're trying to keep energy in the tyres. And yeah, even if we're not winning the race, I had a lot of fun. I gave it everything. I pulled back in the other car a bit, which was nice. And I mean, after 8 hours or so of racing, there's 2 or 3 seconds between the two cars, which is, yeah, I can tell you we're pushing hard. But at the moment, we don't have the pace for the Ferraris. And every time I got a bit closer, it felt like he was just playing with me a bit, honestly. So,
you look remarkably fresh and alive this time today.
You know what? It's pretty cool here. It's not too hot. But yeah, I was in a good mood. I had a good rhythm and I had a lot of fun. And as I say, if we can finish P4 and 5, it's a massive result from the pace we expected coming to the race and damage limitation. So there's a way to go. If we can finish there, we'll be happy. But obviously, we'd love to get a podium. Let's see if the Ferraris start fighting each other. I don't know.
Thanks, Brendan.
It was Sebastian Buemi who said earlier on in the week that this was just a track that they felt just didn't suit the Toyota, and if they can get away with points, both cars in the top 6, then that would be great, because we know we're going to be stronger later on in the season. Well, they're 4th and 5th, as Brendan Hartley's just said, and it could get better yet, but, well, yeah, he's keeping his fingers crossed that any one of those 499Ps up ahead start to get involved with one another. We'll wait and see.
But it's so interesting. You think over recent years where the Toyota's been setting the pace or always in the mix in the championship, you'd never have heard him talking about things being fun. It would have been really, really intense and talking about small things won or lost in incidents. But here, the fact that they didn't really have any hope because their car is so light on its tyres, which will give them an advantage when they get to more abrasive circuits where tyre wear is an issue. Here, they were sort of not winging it. They were just going to see what they can get. And they started, just remember, his car started down in 17th position. So if it comes home in 5th, that is a massive thing. Plus, you get extra points for the longer races, a bigger multiple. So it will be a big, big gain. And also listening to Sebastian Buemi very early in the race after his opening couple of stints, he was, for Sebastian, who can be incredibly intense, he was quite sanguine as well. So really, they're not kidding anybody, because they're just being completely honest. We're here, and if we can pick up points, let's do it.
Couple of penalties coming through. First of them was for the 009, which is going to be a stop-and-go penalty for 5 seconds, and that is because of a technical infringement related to differential usage. The 94 Peugeot has been pinged for the contact between it and the Porsche of Michael Christensen, the number 5 car. Remember, they were at it on a couple of occasions. It was assessed at turn 2 at just after 10 o'clock tonight, so half an hour ago, and that's going to be a drive-through for the number 94 Peugeot, driven by Stoffel van Dorn now. And car 46, Calvin van der Linde, under investigation for the abuse of track limits. That's his 5th offence, so might result in a drive-through penalty as well. But that's yet to be decided. Still no answer regarding the number 95 McLaren. Marino Sato's now down in 6th position, and I don't quite know how that's happened, because he's not had another stop, but has fallen behind Gregoire Saucet and out of the top 5 positions.
Well, Saucet was just driving faster. He was closing in, chipping away. If there was an incident that then reversed it as well, I don't know, but Saucet was putting in some really good laps, so reward to him.
Yeah. But when Charles Galel was at the wheel of the number 95 car, he was at least in 4th position. Maybe that's genuine pace from people like Ben Barnicoat in his Lexus and Zachary Robichon in the number 27 Heart of Racing team Aston. Might have been, of course, that the hiccup involving the number 95 in the pit lane that Marino Sato described was more costly than we had thought. Also, it's being investigated for an unsafe release. So did the 95 have to get out of the throttle anyway to eventually kind of make room for the car, and that cost him even more time? But McLaren, having been 1-2 for a significant portion of this race, still have a very good placed car, the 59. Gregoire Saucet is hustling on, and remember, he's the gold driver, more experienced in these GTs than Johnny Edgar, who's only made the step across from LMP2, out of single-seaters, LMP2 for a single year, and he's back again in those cars, I believe, in other championships, but also dovetailing this GT drive with Corvette. So leading at the moment, but that 14 seconds could well come down in the final hour and 28 minutes.
No, for sure. In fact, on the last lap, a second was gained. That was the one before last. The last lap, 7 tenths of a second gained by Saucy. So he's chipping away, but the clock is counting down. 1 hour and 27 and a bit minutes remain in this race. But all you can do is keep on pressing. And also, the eternal factor in the World Endurance Championship is what happens when the hypercars come through. How do you react? You're supposed to keep your line, they're supposed to go around you, but so many times you see GT3 cars having to suddenly lift off the throttle to avoid incidents, particularly when you've got a couple of hypercars coming through together, like we saw with Loic Duval, who's been penalised for that contact with Michael Christensen. They certainly were occupying a lot of track as they were trying to go side by side. It did come to light blows, but the punishment I would suggest is fairly fair.
So the next time these cars pit, it will be Kubica in a few laps before the chasing number 50 of Nick Nielsen. what was the gap? About 4 laps last time around. Kubica pitted at the end of lap 256, and Nielsen 261. So
That's
yeah, 4 laps, 5 laps, somewhere in that ballpark.
I jotted it down as 4. I don't think
Fine.
it's changed. Let's hope.
And now the new drivers, Kubica and, of course, Antonio Fuoco. That was him on the team radio. So sticking with the 83 at this stage, as long as he keeps him within his sights, then game on. But after that slight fluff or the equipment not fully obeying its operators in the pit stop, the 50 car lost a small amount of time, and that's the reason why we have this gap of, what is it, across the line, 0.6 of a second. So it's really coming down again now as Fuoco's properly in the groove once more. And crucially, his tyres all around are fully up to temperature. Mediums on the right, hards on the left. Is Kubica's Ferrari running the same combination, or are they hard tyres all around? I actually have forgotten what they put on for that car. Kubica stayed on board, of course, but just that small difference of brand new mediums on the right-hand side could be the crucial factor here.
It could. It just took a few laps to come in, and that's where Fuoco had to just keep his patience. You suddenly thought, Kubica, he's got the whiff of potential victory in his nostrils, and he's really nailing it. But it was about not going off too hard too soon on that fresh rubber, and well, let's see how it goes.
If I'm behind you, I will start even more. We have to protect me too, no? Tell him to relax instead of flashing.
Information about the 95. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for the McLaren of Marino Sato for an unsafe release at 9 o'clock. So that was a long time ago. The previous pit stop, in fact, rather than the last one. And it will put the 95 car even further down the order. It's only 6th at the moment. Lower reaches of the top 10, quite possibly. Also a drive-through penalty for the 46 BMW. That was all to do with the abusive track limits. As now the 2 prototype Ferraris squeeze down the inside of one of the GT cars from Vista AF Corsa, and unsurprisingly, driver of which gave both Ferraris plenty of room. Johnny Edgar's just entered the pits from the lead of LM GT3, and Gregoire Sauce in together. So they're not going to make the finish from here. Far from it. This will be their penultimate stops, but a straight fight on pit road here. What do they do in terms of giving Johnny a few more tyre? I think he's got to stay at the wheel of the car. Let me just check on driver stint times for that particular Corvette. Number 33, Edgar. No, he's done 3 hours and 9 minutes, so he can get out now and hand the car back to Danny Juncadella.
Yeah, Danny's been used fairly sparingly thus far, but has shown great pace and certainly propelled the car up the LMGT3 order when on board. Doesn't take too much of a genius to work out that's what he tends to do, because you look at his track record, brilliant in single-seaters, European F3 champion, and just been so rock solid in GT3 ever since. But, you know, fleetingly, he was talking recently about having sort of slight doubts and losing his confidence, but certainly it appears to be back.
Copy.
I didn't copy, but
no, because it was about 2 words from Kobayashi as the graphic came on the screen, and we heard more from his engineer. But lights flashing, the Ferrari in second place. Antonio Fuoco came out just behind, well, in fact, just in front of Robert Kubica, but had to get heat in his tyres. He backed it off and then waited. Now he's closing in, 1.2 seconds down, but Robert Kubica leads the race in the privateer Ferrari. That's car number 83 from AF Corsa.
Marino Sato's in the pit lane, and really frustratingly for him, he probably saw the sister McLaren leaving pit lane from its pit stop. Now, the unsafe release for the 95. This was about an hour and a half or so ago, and it was right into the face of the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, car number 10, which was trying to move across to its pit bay. So McLaren had completed its stop, the Aston wanting to start its. And certainly the run into the pit bay for the Aston was severely compromised.
Yeah, really was. So decent driving to avoid that. Now, Fuoco continues to chase, but his target, Robert Kubica, is 2 cars ahead of him because one of the A Cadillac is between them, the better place for the Cadillacs. Car number 12 is in 8th place overall, and 38, the sister car. Long delays for that, and that is somewhat further down in 16th place overall. Jenson Button, who was driver on board when it was assaulted by the sister car, just as they were about to get going, or as they did get going before at a restart after a safety car period, and that was a lot of time lost, around 10 laps or so. But in between, we've just heard it from several drivers that it was Brendan Hartley, wasn't he, saying, well, the Ferraris and the Cadillacs are on another plane in terms of pace.
Yeah, and sometimes you've got to hold your hands up and say, we just haven't got the same tools at our disposal, but make the best of a bad situation. You'll be incredibly glad of these points. If they can finish with both Toyotas inside the top 5 as things stand, then that could be very, very useful come the end of the Bahrain 8 hours, much later on in the season in November. Nose to tail between the rejoining LMGT3 car. So these were the two that were duking it out for the lead, and this should become the lead just as soon as Augusto Farfus has pitted. But Farfus and his teammates actually in the 31 crew have done really well to get a BMW that looked out of contention many hours ago into the mix. Yasser Shaheen did all his bronze time. Then of course there was a safety car at about half distance, the second safety car of the race at that point. But credit to Yasser, to Timur Boguslavski, and certainly to Augusto Farfus. We are never in doubt about the speed that can be offered by the Brazilian. Been racing BMWs for so many years, both in touring car racing, European and world touring car racing, and then on into GTs and indeed prototypes as well. So Farfus leads by 13 seconds over Zach Robichon, Ben Barnicoat, but they're all going to pit relatively shortly to equalise their pit stops with Danny Juncadella and Greg Sosi, who are still nose to tail.
Yeah, and Sosi, just as he got close onto the tail of the Spaniard, Juncadella in the yellow Corvette in front of him, a hypercar comes through and he falls away. Now he's fighting back again. But, you know, it really does. Sometimes it favours you, sometimes it favours the driver you're chasing. But the real matter is he seems to be closing in again. It looks like there's about 0.7 of a second between them, and this is going to play right through to this final pit stops. But they're running exactly the same pit stop sequence, and well, we'll find out if one car is going to pit a lap before the other, because if the McLaren gets close, feel it's being held up, maybe they'd just pit a little earlier for their final pit stop and see if that can ping them out ahead. But you pit earlier, you just put a little bit more fuel in, so that should theoretically take a little longer. You've got to gamble.
Yeah, when do you take that final stop? Leave it as late as possible to potentially benefit from a safety car, but some of that's taken out of your hands these days with the pit lane closed for the first 3 laps of a safety car, so it'll need to be a lengthy one for that to fall into your lap. Corvette and McLaren evenly matched all weekend, and we're paying close attention to the fight between Daniel Juncadella and Gregoire Sosi, because this should be the lead fight from a net perspective. Farfus, Robichon, Barnicoat expected to pit precisely when. Augusto Farfus is up to 21 laps on this stint, so Robichon in second will be in first in the 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston. Then it'll be Farfus a handful of laps later. Ben Barnicoat's only 10 laps into his stint, so could be in the strongest position potentially. What's the time left? An hour and 18 minutes. If we're thinking about 45, 50 minutes on a stint for an LMGT3 car, then that will take us to the half hour, 30 minutes to go. So yes, they'll have to pit, the top 3 will have to pit twice, whereas Juncadella and Sosi may get away with just one more stop now in their positions currently of 4th and 5th, but eventually that will unwind to the 1st and 2nd places in a net perspective. Zach Robichon is the first to pit, as expected. In fact, they're going to do a driver change here as well. So this will be, in the 27 car, Mattia Drudi to retake the wheel.
And this was a car, don't forget, was interrupted. Oh, no, it was the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car that we saw being interrupted on its run into the pits. That was the other Aston Martin. But nice and tidy this time around. Gap between first and second has been yo-yoing as they go through traffic. Robert Kubica now 2.3 seconds clear, but the previous lap he actually had a larger lead, so it really is ebbing and flowing at the front. But if you're joining us late in the race, 3 Ferraris in the top 3 positions. It's yellow from red. It's the privateer entry that is leading the way. It took a victory at Qatar last year, but this time with a different driving crew, simply because we got Phil Hansen on board alongside Yaya Fay, and Robert Kubica in place of Robert Schwarzman is leading the way.
Here's Fuoco.
So less brake bias and less pushing in high speed. Let's look after the front left. We want to carry it to the end.
So concerns about the front left, maybe wear or maybe air pressure within that tyre, but adjust the brake bias is the advice to Antonio Fuoco if you want that tyre to last to the checkered flag, which is still an hour and 16 minutes away. And this is the kind of real-time information that is being looked at all the time by the engineers on the pit wall, in the garages, and has to be relayed to the drivers as quickly as possible so that they can adjust their driving style. And Fuoco almost being told to just rein things back a little bit, purely to preserve the car rather than hunt down Kubica. If it is affecting the second place car, then it surely is going to affect Kubica's as well if he's pushing a bit too hard. We're talking about a hard tyre on the front left in the case of the number 50. Preparations, or rather continued work, possibly nearing the finish now for the 009. Well, they're pulling away at the door, which was the problem for that car earlier on. I think there's a hope, maybe. Well, having said that, is it not an official retirement 009? No, it's not. Beg your pardon, that was the 007.
007,
yes.
Yeah, that was the one that had all the rear bodywork off and
of course.
Transmission problem. But it's very much, they're clearly going, we will get this at the finish. Alex Ribeira's brought into the pits. Let's just do a little check over, because the last thing we want to do is stumble in the last, what have we got left? Hour and a quarter. And not make the finish. We said we wanted to finish with both of our cars, the Valkyrie on its World Endurance debut. If we get one, well, that's not so bad. Get it to the finish.
Yeah. So they are hoping to get the car back on the track as soon as they possibly can, but they want it to be right for Alex Ribeira as well. Get some photographs to stick in the archives of it crossing the line. Kubica's team radio. Very.
Yes, rear is fine, and you can go rearward on brake bias.
No, thank you. I need temperature in the front tires.
On top of the game there. No, thank you. Not quite echoes of Kimi Räikkönen. Leave me alone. All those years ago. But, concise, but, just totally on it. And he's stretching his margin. It's yo-yoing a little bit in traffic, but 2.5 seconds the gap between him in the privateer Ferrari, that's Robert Kubica, car number 83, from the number 50 works car of Antonio Fuoco. But the car I'm really interested in at the moment is the one in third. James Collado is beginning to close in. The top 3 cars covered by just 6.6 seconds, but Collado is just edging closer to the number 50 car, the sister car with Fuoco on board. And bear in mind, Fuoco, 2 laps ago was starting to complain about one of his front tyres and not feeling fully confident, but maybe that's just the nerves that come to a driver as you approach the end of a long race.
But Kubica being given what sounded like the same advice actually that Fuoco was having, so adjustment of brake bias needs to be done. But Kubica said, no, I want the temperature in the front tyres, otherwise I'm not going to get the rotation required, I think was the insinuation. The problem is he going to be a bit too greedy about the front end grip that he wants, and will the tyres last? How many more tyres are there to be able to throw at that car? Are they expecting, is he expecting there to be a freshen up at the final pit stop for car number 83? Rear bodywork going back onto the 009 and driver in place. So we're hopefully going to see the Valkyrie rejoining the race very shortly.
Doors closing. Double check the closing of the door. Obviously, after this car lost one early in the race, and you just feel the frustration. And actually, think back to even GT3 cars with gull-wing doors. Remember the Mercedes SLS, where certain races the door would go up and the drivers couldn't reach them. They'd be leaning, but every time they slowed for a corner, it would be flapping away from them. Just so painful.
Yeah, they look fantastic when the car is in the pit lane and having a service, a driver change when the gull-wing door pops up, but it's no fun when it's on the wrong side from the cockpit position and you just cannot reach it and slam shut. And in the end, as Marco Sorensen continued round, the door actually being pulled off because of the amount of airflow across the top of the car. But he gave a great line many hours ago. You can officially say that he drove the doors off the Aston Martin Valkyrie on its debut. So medium tyres on the right-hand side for this rejoining 009 Aston Martin, which does spark into life and sounds fabulous as it does so. 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12, and it gets going again, a blaze of light as it rejoins from pit road.
Well, just cast your mind back, Johnny. It was at the end, at the exit, I think, of the very first pit stop for 007 that it just didn't get away, and it sat there in the blocking the pit lane for a little bit and then fired up. But since then, all has been okay on that front. But it's a learning process. They keep on pressing, and I'm sure we'll see advancement. But one to the finish, well, that'll be fine.
Fastest of the three Ferraris again, James Collado in third position, a 1:43.3. Fuoco's time 1:43.7. That's both of them faster than Kubica's previous lap. He was in the 1:44s.
Well, it's come down to 0.9 of a second, probably less than that. They're coming around at turn 60 to finish what will be lap number 277. I reckon it's going to be only half a second between them. Across the start-finish line, waiting for the timing interval to crop up on the screen, but maybe... Well, maybe the pendulum is actually moving the other way. It looks like Kubica had things under control. He sounded confident. However, maybe that's just bravado.
Another car under investigation is Ben Barnicoat's Lexus now, the 78, for a total power technical infringement. Potentially, the stewards are looking at the data as we speak. Edo Barrichello's just got out of the number 10 Aston Martin, by the way, and handed over to Valentin Hasclot now for what will be a stint and a bit for the Frenchman. Earl Bamber's exchanged driving position, or rather Bamber getting in and Button getting out, Jenson Button, of the 38 Cadillac Hertzstein Jota V-Series R. That car showed real promise at the start of the race, but now down in 16th position. The 12 is the better of those two gold caddies, but only 8th for a brand new run for Jota with this different manufacturer. They're now the Works Cadillac entry, and learning about those cars all the time. An interesting crossover between ex-Jota drivers, i.e. Will Stevens, and then Cadillac specialists like Alex Lynn and Earl Bamber have been brought into the team.
But you can't help thinking, 8th place at the moment for the number 12 car, Alex Lynn on board. If it hadn't been for that clash into the back of Jenson Button, it could be out at the front. He's only, what is he, 44 seconds down on the race lead. He could be challenging the Ferraris at the front of the field. How different would that feel? However, one slip up, big slip up, and the sister car is way down the order in 16th. 11 laps down.
Back across the line, Kubica slightly quicker this time than Antonio Fuoco, whose run out of the final corner was slightly compromised, you might say, by the McLaren. They were doing nothing wrong, but couldn't get the power down. Here's Kubica on the team radio.
You can go forward, you can move, you can push. We are not limited now.
Okay, but I need to know what I have to do for the tires, because if I push,
Copy. Information based on you. If you think left can do another stint, yes. If you think we need to change, then no.
But I told you only if necessary I can try. I mean, I don't know the car is behind us, so what else I will do.
Or what Toyota will do, which is an interesting question. We're not ruling out the Japanese cars. I suggested that Fuoco's line out of the final corner was a tad compromised by the McLaren. Well, it absolutely jumped to the right and almost at 45-degree angle to the prescribed line. So was that Fuoco realising he was getting very close to the McLaren? He couldn't use the full width of the racetrack because of that GT car sitting there.
Yeah, the back end of the car wagged like the back end of a very, very, very happy Labrador there, but it was a massive save, but clearly he had to come off the power. The fact he was only lost about 0.2 of a second is quite extraordinary. However, that won't have helped his tyres at this moment when they're really trying to nurture them. But the big question for Kubica, can you do the final stint on this set of tyres? course, he's going to have to back off his pace by a tiny amount, as little as possible, to try and keep the Ferrari behind him. But he has got a GT3 Ferrari between him, or did, because they both flashed past it, and Antonio Fuoco. Onto another lap, almost bang on 1 second between first and second place. Kubica still prevailing from Fuoco. Where's this one going to go?
Two decisions being made regarding these infringements. First of all, the lesser of the two is the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. That's going to have to serve 5 extra seconds in the next pit stop for a previous pit stop infringement. The big damaging one, though, is the 78 Lexus, currently second for Ben Barnicoat. It's a 5-second stop-and-go penalty because of that total power infringement. So coming into the pits, stopping with the team for 5 seconds and going again will take the 78 car off the podium.
Well, he's at the moment nearly 30 seconds down on the class leader, but there's a different pit stop strategy for those quicker ones behind, but that's going to cost him effectively 35 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, so once all that is worked into the mix, Daniel Juncadella potentially... Well, we said Juncadella versus Sose was really the race lead. That's still 1.3 seconds, and even more so now that Ben Barnicoat's being taken away from that battle. Here comes Ben down pit road now, and he'll have to stop with the team for 5 seconds. Also, already in the pit lane for a more normal, regular pit stop is the Augusto Farfus driven The Bend BMW M4. Noticed, I think, the bright yellow Mercedes further up the road. Matteo Crisoni has just brought that Mercedes AMG GT3 for Iron Lynx into pit lane as well. But yes, Jérôme Policon's team, Acodis ASP, will be wondering how they've let this slip through their fingers. Both cars looking very, very strong. Unfortunately, the Lexus was an early retirement, number 87. Still actually not labelled as a retirement, weirdly, but we haven't seen that car in the race for many, many hours now. Clemens Schmidt was the last to drive it, and it was a misjudgment from Petru Umbrarescu, the Romanian, after he outbraked himself or went for an overtake on a Ferrari. Didn't expect quite the Ferrari to pinch the line as much as it did, and contact was made. But it was more about where that contact had been initiated on the Lexus, because it did damage to the sill, and that's precisely where the exhaust is, and they just could not repair that in the time allotted.
Yeah, and I saw some very long face for Jose Maria Lopez. Didn't even get into the car in this race at all. So he's out. But right, let's consider what's happening at the front of the race. It's down to half a second, the gap between first and second. One of the TF Sport Corvette getting out of the way because the lights were flashing from Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari. He's hunting all the time, but both of them are probably considering the same equation. But what we do know right now is that Robert Kubica is further into his stint. He's actually debated it was 4 laps, and looking back, it is 5 laps, the difference between them. Kubica has done 16, nearly 17 laps on this set of rubber, only 11, nearly 12 for Antonio Fuoco. And now, without anybody forcing the tail out of his car by interrupting his pace through turn 16, he's got more of a chance. He's flashing the lights down the start-finish straight. They're picking off a GT3 car, but the pole, Kubica gets into turn 1, still in front, and the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari from GT3 absolutely does what it doesn't want to do, and it gets right across the nose of Fuoco. Advantage Kubica, but in turns he's been slightly compromised by the Iron Dames Porsche. He flashes around the outside to turn 3. They cannot back off in any single corner now. It's maximum attack.
So it's 0.6 that separates Robert Kubica and Antonio Fuoco at the sharp end of Hypercar. And look down to LMGT3, it's about the same margin. It was 0.6, it's now 0.7 that separates Daniel Juncadella's bright yellow Corvette from the Papaya McLaren LMGT3 Evo of Greg Sose in his United Autosports car. They're 18 seconds clear of Alessia Rivera, who is certainly not hanging around in the 155.2s last time around, but maybe just too big a gap to catch those leading duo in GT.
But one of the reasons we should really keep our attention on the GT3 lead battle is Juncadella and Sossi, as you said, separated by 0.7 of a second, but they're on exactly the same number of laps in this stint. They don't have the overlap that Antonio Fuoco has as he hunts down Robert Kubica for the outright lead in this race. So for Juncadella and Sossi, straight fight.
tell me what is gaining, and we are just losing time.
So Robert Kubica not happy at all by the sounds of things. We are just losing time. Tell me where Antonio Fuoco is gaining, and that's going to then help them in their final decision with one more pit stop to go for both the yellow and the red cars at the sharp end. And in a sense, Fuoco committing to a new set of right side tyres, the mediums that were freshened up for the Michelins on his number 50 car, had fully committed to a decision, whereas, I don't know, is the 83 a bit more reactionary therefore, and they're just wondering, if Fuoco is gaining enough time, then we'll do the same thing. It might cost us time within the pit stop, but ultimately is that the better decision to make? And how much information is crossed between the teams? I can't imagine that the factory arm of AF Corsa are actually giving too much information to the crew of 83. I might be wrong.
Well, they might have done if it was running in 6th place, but not when it's leading the race ahead of them. But where has in previous laps, Fuoco's actually lost a bit of time on this lap through traffic, but he seems to gain in the middle sector. And if you know your circuit, it starts out beyond turn 5 is the start of sector 2.
Here's Kubica again.
Is closing back up, and we risk a victory for Ferrari as a team. This is the reason.
Yeah, but Toyota will check tires. Tell him to check the tires, and he can push in 5 laps. Guys.
So clearly, Kubica's biggest concern is actually Toyota at this stage. They're 12 seconds back from the leading car, the bright yellow car, but I suppose the benefit they have is that they're further back down the road and they can react to whatever Ferrari do. So, that's the downside of leading a race, is that you are the trendsetter, and if it's a bad decision, or it could be made a bad decision by the chasing cars, then Toyota will absolutely grab that opportunity.
Yeah, they're running in 4th and 5th positions. Kobayashi's 24 laps into a stint, whereas Kubica's 26 laps into his, and Buemi 1 lap fewer, 23. They've got scope.
1 hour to go. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Whilst all of this is being mulled over by the drivers and the engineers in question, let's grab our final hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Well, Ferrari, you would have thought, from the outside looking in, are in an incredibly strong position with 3 of their cars occupying the top 3 positions. They're all 499Ps, obviously, but they're not necessarily in the order we might have expected, almost in the words of Eric Morecambe. Robert Kubica leads in the 83 car by 1.5 seconds over Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Scarlet Red Ferrari, and then the chasing James Collado, again quicker than both of those runners out front. So Collado in the 142.2s, which is 0.7 of a second quicker than Robert Kubica. What can Toyota achieve in their 4th and 5th places as things stand? 12 seconds adrift of Robert Kubica, but the gap from Collado to Kobayashi is about 8 seconds as they go through the latest split. So car 7 is 4th. 5th position is the 8th car of Sebastian Buemi. Then it's Dries Van Toor in the number 15 BMW M Hybrid V8. Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW is 7th, ahead of Alex Lin's recovering number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car. The Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Michael Christensen firmly in the top 10 now. Car number 5 is 9th, and Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot 9X8 is currently in 10th position. Sister Porsche 12th, that's car 6, and the other Peugeot is down in 14th spot. And if you're an Aston Martin fan closely following the exploits of the Valkyrie making its debut in the FIA World Endurance Championship, well, it's still running. The 009 had a lengthy spell in the pit lane, but it is in 17th position and on course at the moment with less than an hour to go for at least a race finish, which was Ian James' target ahead of this weekend. TF Sport and Daniel Juncadea's Corvette leads LMGT3 by 0.9 of a second over Greg Sauce's McLaren for United Autosports number 59. So less than a second separating the top two. The bigger gap of 18 seconds back to the third-placed Alessio Rivera and his Ferrari for Vista AF Corsa number 21. Then Ben Barnicoat, having had to serve a 5-second stop-and-go penalty recently in the Lexus number 78, so he's dropped to fourth. Then it's Marino Sato in the second of the McLarens, number 95 for United Autosports. Timur Boguslavski's BMW, the Bend Team WRT entry number 31, is in sixth, ahead of Heart of Racing Team's Aston for Mattia Drudi. So the pro back in for the final stint and a half. Francesco Castellacci is now pitting the 54 Ferrari. That'll be the final stop. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, actually, considering the recent pace of LMGT3s, governed by energy more so than fuel. So we'll see whether the 54 requires a further splash to get it to the checkered flag. Ahead of Kelvin van der Linde's number 46 BMW in ninth, and Valentin Hasklow for the second of the Aston Martins, car number 10 from Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Round one of the World Endurance Championship, all of it being brought to you live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And Robert Kubica leads by 1.6 seconds, I should say. I'm reading the word hours and getting very confused. And that's because pit stops for the 499P of number 83 AF Corsa, 283 laps. The 50 car of Antonio Fuoco, 1.4 seconds adrift. And, well, those gaps have changed again, actually, after the 9-hour marker. So the gap is 1.6 seconds, 2.4 back to James Collado. And then the chasing Toyota is 8 and a bit seconds further back. But again, lap times for the Toyotas in the 143s and with great consistency, Bruce Jones.
Consistency, I don't think it's going to be enough, but they're definitely going to get closer than they are at this point in the race. An hour to go, but the nerves we're hearing from Robert Kubica, he wants firm advice. Let's listen to Fuoco.
The limitation will be front left if we have to triple.
So they are looking to try and triple stint these tyres, but the one that's got the most excessive wear on the number 50 for Fuoco-driven Ferrari is again the front left. And once more, concern raised for Fuoco. He'll be needing to feed back some information as well as to whether he can feel a vibration, maybe, or excessive wear from that corner of the car.
Well, he was the one who, in that latest radio message, seemed much calmer than Robert Kubica has been feeling. And as he was speaking, there was a shot of Kubica, his front end of his car, washing away in one of the tighter corners at the start of the lap. And I'm not sure he's going to want to do another stint on these tyres. I think he wants clear advice from the pits at the moment. He's got all the years of racing, but he wants a backup to maybe suggest the same thing as he might be thinking. I don't think he's got the confidence, and that's simply because we thought his eye was on Antonio Fuoco. He does seem to match his pace at the moment, but he's got more laps on his tyres, so he's going to pit first, and Fuoco's got 4 or 5 lap advantage in terms of when he can make that final pit stop. But the fact that he named the name, that Toyota is what he's looking at, how much further can they go? And just to give you an example, this is 26 laps into this stint for Robert Kubica. The Toyotas are 24 and 23 laps. They've got that little margin of scope, but you tot up the seconds behind them, between them, and the better of the Toyotas in fourth place is 12 seconds down on him, 12 and a half seconds down on the race leader. And into the pits comes our man, Kubica, into the pits.
Now then, decision time for the 83 crew. They have been wondering precisely which direction to go in. My other concern was that I think the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco was just lapping the sky blue Porsche number 92, but off the road. So that is often considered as an overtake, and if he's done that the wrong side of the white line, then they may well be drawing attention to that, the stewards, and having to have a little look at it. If it's his first offence, he may get away with that, but you don't want to be playing those games when it's going to be so tight as it is between the 3 Ferraris at the sharp end. One of them's dropped out of contention just for the time being because Robert Kubica getting his latest amount of energy. I love these new LED panels on the side of each of the all the cars, because it's almost like when you plug your phone in, that the charge slowly goes from red to amber to green, and then the fuel hose is released, and away goes the hybrid, semi-hybrid powered Ferrari.
Yeah, no new tyres.
Indeed. So they decided to gamble and not give the opportunity to either the Ferrari or the Toyotas about copying the 83 car, or, of course, if the 83 did do tyres, then the chasing Ferraris will think, well, we won't bother. We'll save time in that respect and potentially leapfrog the bright yellow Ferrari.
So in one way, he's removed that option for them, and the other way, it might be the inspired thing to do. And bear in mind, of course, that when we get Fuoco coming in from second place, he can do it in quite a few more laps from here, 4, maybe 5 laps further into the race. And that also means when he comes out without changing his tyres, he's got less life on them. Sorry, more life on them than Kubica has on his, because he did a longer stint this time around.
Waiting for the 7 Toyota, so they will have paid close attention to what the 83 crew did. No new tyres on any of the corners for Robert Kubica's car, and the lollipop is being dangled to show where Kamui Kobayashi needs to stop. Absolutely on his marks. Couldn't see any tyres waiting at the side of the car, Bruce.
No, looking. There are some lying on the in front. I think they're just placed there. They're by the refueling unit. Obviously, they can't be put on just yet. But I think they've had their hand forced in this. They've got to go to the finish without changing that rubber.
Well, wheel guns are already positioned into the. I think hard tyres on the right-hand side. Yes.
Okay.
But it looks like we are only going to be talking about right side Toyota tyres. Ferrari eagle-eyed on the number 7 to precisely what they're going to do.
Well, the mechanics are on their guns. They're waiting for permission. They're coming to left side, and they've got a set of. Let's have a look. Those are hards going on there.
Yep.
The red flash means it's hard, yellow flash means it's medium. So that is a point of intent. Now they can really, really push. But that was a roll of the dice.
So I'd imagine the right side mediums have done a stint, the one we've just witnessed, and the hard tyres could well have been on for a double. The issue now, though, of course, is there's no tyre temp at all on the left side for Kamui Kobayashi, so it's going to be tippy-toe stuff. The BMW rejoining in behind is Dries Vanthoor. Here comes the 51 Ferrari of James Collado then from second position, so Fuoco is going to stay out. And they're going to leave that decision for the very last moment. Do they do tyres at all? Remember, they're very concerned on the 50 Ferrari of Fuoco about that front left. And this is the chance, I suppose, to send, well, potentially the 83 crew down a blind alley. Because if they start some antics on this particular car and then don't necessarily copy them with the 50 car, that will add some confusion. It's a driver change in the 51 Ferrari. And Pierre Guidi
getting in, Collado getting out. And Collado, bear in mind, had been edging marginally closer to the second place sister car of Fuoco, and gradually also closing the gap to the previous race leader, Robert Kubica. So Kubica back on the track, and the number 51 sitting stationary, but driver change through to the finish.
And the 8 Toyota also in, fuel going in at the moment. They're going to do tyres probably on the left-hand side of the number 8 Toyota to copy the strategy on the 7. Left side, certainly one tyre was done on the Ferrari. Surely they did both and freshened up those hard tyres on the left-hand side. Away goes the 8 Toyota. Now, that wasn't actually in my vision to confirm that the left side tyres were done, but again, they'd put the wheel guns in those centrally mounted nuts, so I think similar to the 7, they will have hopped around to the outside of car number 8 and applied brand new hard tyres. We can judge, Sebastian Buemi's all over the road as he gets down towards turn number 1, so has had those tyres replaced on that left-hand side.
Yeah, and looking at the sister car when it came out of its pit stop, you can see Kobayashi, even before he'd left the pit lane, was trying to weave left, right very quickly before the pit lane jinks to the left and then straightens out. But that was even before the fusing line. Right, what's happening out on the circuit? Fuoco pushing, pressing. He can see the car he's chasing it, but he's biding his time, waiting to choose the moment when he comes in. He's got probably another lap in his pocket before he pretty much needs to dive into the pits. But he'd try and make it 2 laps. That gives his crew more of a chance to sort of work out precisely what everyone else did and do the sums through to the end of the race. Haven't talked about BMW for quite a while. Into the pits is one of those at the moment. That's in from second place, Robin Freitz, but that will be propelled back to 6th place by the time the Toyotas have completed the next lap, and all 3 Ferraris. The AF Corsa one that leads the race, and the 2 Works cars that came in from 2nd and 3rd position. But we're waiting for the one, of course, of Antonio Fuoco. It's leading now, but it had been running 2nd, but it'll be in this time, Johnny, or perhaps the lap after this.
Yeah, as the yellow, red and white BMW is getting some energy for the final time. They will hope for the final time in this race. The 12 kilometres of Qatar. We won't quite get to that distance that we achieved in 2024 on course at the moment. Ideally it was 335 laps for the full distance, but we realised fairly early on that we wouldn't get there. 3:15 there or thereabouts, so another 24 laps. It's a good number to be talking about ahead of what's set to be a very, very busy June. As many as 3 back-to-back 24-hour races later on in the season. We'll be bringing you, obviously, all of the build-up of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which will be round 4 of this championship, together with test day, as it happens, the Sunday before. And then straight after that race, heading to the Nürburgring, to the Eifel region, for the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring that is the following Saturday and Sunday. So an awful lot of long-distance endurance racing to look forward to. But we've been fully invested in this one since 2 o'clock this afternoon. A different chunk of the day being utilised compared to last year, racing all the way through to slightly beyond midnight. The 2 Toyotas are now in a different order. Sebastian Buemi's got ahead of Kamui Kobayashi, and that might be just as a result of these new tyres affecting the initial performance of the 2 black cars. They are currently 6th and 7th, but remember the Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen will have to come in. Dries van Toor's just done a stop, hasn't he? But Robin Freins will pit, the number 20. No, that's just done a pit stop as well. So once Freins properly rejoins, will we be back to a top 3 of Ferrari? That's looking likely, as Alessandro Pierguidi has now got his half of the new tyres that were put onto the car at the previous pit stop back up to temperature. Here, as promised, is Mikkel Jensen into pit lane. The 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco now coming down pit lane to make this car's final stop. And this is another big question. What are we going to do as far as tyres are concerned? Remember, the 83 crew did not change anything. So kept the rubber, which will be very old by the end of this, you would have to imagine.
2 tyres sitting on the pit apron, waiting. Is it a decoy? The decision must have been made. They can't make it when the car's in the pits. They had an extra 2 laps to digest what their rivals, at a minimum of 2 laps. But at the moment, our mechanics reaching for the air guns, not at the back of the car, but they're bending down.
They're going to do just the front left,
yeah,
which is the one that's been the issue. There is a hard tyre waiting there. I can't see one towards the rear of the car, though. Well, there is one, but it's a long distance away, so I don't think that's even anything to do with their pit bay.
Well, I couldn't see the mechanic at the back end of the car holding an air gun. Gone with none.
Wow.
Gamble.
Big time.
Had to do it, I think.
Yeah, even though that front left could be severely compromised. Think about the constant radius corners around this place. Right-handed principally. But the softer tyres remain on the right-hand side, those hard tyres on the left. But the biggest concern, and that's been reiterated a couple of times on the radio, is that the front left could be really compromised towards the end. Now, Kubica over the line and is going to have to chase down the number 50 car of Antonio Fuoco. Less fuel needed to go into that car, less energy, and that is why it's now got ahead during the pit stops of the number 83 Ferrari. So what can Kubica do? How much has he got left to fight with? 62 laps is the mileage.
On that front left, we have 1 full stint to go.
Right, so 62 laps.
26 laps to go. 26 laps. So you take it easy on the front left. Next car behind is 83. You are in the lead. I confirm you are in the lead.
that's confirmation of how easy Fuoco is going to have to be as we work our way towards the 300 lap marker and beyond. So 28 laps to go according to Fuoco's engineer.
Right, here are some numbers to throw at you. 5 laps is the extra number of laps, the number of tours that Robert Kubica has put on his tyres. They've both come out with no fresh tyres. Just keep that figure in mind. But we heard complaints earlier from Fuoco than we did from Kubica about their tyres. But what we don't know is how much Fuoco was just feathering it a little bit for those laps before the pit stop, just to try and buy a bit more of a margin. Or is he pushing just as hard as Kubica has? Or has Kubica been feathering it? You know, because the trouble is, as they were coming on the GT3 cars in the field, the gap was going backwards and forwards, but what we saw was the number 51 Ferrari was catching the pair of them. That could yet have a role to play in this race. It does look as though it could be 3 Ferraris on the top 3 steps of the podium. Just looking to see where the Toyota Gazoo racing cars get to at the end of this lap, but I think their chance has maybe gone away from them, and as we saw for at least one of them, no fresh rubber put on.
Yeah, and the cars that did freshen their rubber, the Toyotas on the, well, certainly the 7 got new outside tyres, and I reckon probably the 8 copied, because there's still 0.8 of a second between them, which does rather indicate their pit stops were pretty much the same time.
Yeah, just to reiterate, they came out with fresh rubber. Didn't see how many went on. I think in some cases just 1, but they were weaving like mad to get heat in, but then they lost time over those out laps. That's what often gets forgotten in this. But for Toyota, they came here with actually low hopes, and throughout the course this weekend their hopes got lower and lower. But if they can come home 4th and 5th, that will be a massive gain for the team. But the fact is they're close enough to trouble Ferrari, and that's something they should be remarkably relieved about.
And the other interesting thing is that Dries Vanthoor could yet upset a full lockout of Ferrari onto the podium, because he's only 3 seconds behind Alessandro Pierguidi. Pierguidi last time was the quickest of the 3, though, and mind you, that includes Fuoco's out lap, so that's still settling down on lap 294. Italian racer Fuoco for Ferrari, leading by 7 seconds then over Robert Kubica's AF Corsa 499P, and then it's Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 car. They did not do tyres on that car either, or did they do left sides on the 51? Certainly the 83 and the 50 went without replacing any of the rubber, because too good an opportunity to pass up. But the big question is, do they live to regret that?
We must take it in front left. Could have a failure otherwise. I confirm, we just control now. Take it easy front left, and we bring it home. We are not afraid of competitors at the moment.
Blue flag.
Okay, that message to Fuoco actually was remarkably, protect your tyre, but the comforting words were, we're not concerned about competitors. So what you have is what we just need to concentrate on.
Yeah, they are trying across the AF Corsa crews to get a Ferrari win, and ideally podium with Ferraris. Doesn't really matter what order they finish in, but of course, when you're associated with a particular car, the 50, the 51 or the 83, you are desperate to take what is a big win in the early part of the season and get your championship challenge on track nice and early. 38 points is the offering, and it's quite a step back to the 27 points you get for a second place finish. In LMGT3, now the Bend Team WRT BMW to the front. Car number 31 for Timur Boguslavski, but I'm expecting that BMW to need to pit before it can get to the checkered flag. Let's just check how many laps are on the clock for the 31. Actually, 13. When did this stint begin? 4 minutes to the hour, so I think that's too much of a stretch for the BMW to stay out front. Mattia Drudi pitted even earlier than that, and Danny Juncadella and Greg Sose have just made pit stops, actually. So those will be the final stops for the 33 Corvette and the 59 McLaren, and they're still not quite right together, although that's still settling down, isn't it? Juncadella pitting a lap later than Sose, so a gap of 8 seconds may become absolutely nothing. They've been glued to one another for many hours, actually, and for different drivers as well. But those the Corvette and the McLaren number 59 have not been too far away from one another at any point in this race.
No, it's strange how that can happen in a race full of incidents and the various points where you've had cars off the track. Actually, very few of those. We've had a few safety car periods or virtual safety car periods as well, but it's actually been a remarkably clean race. But there's been really, really good jousting through it, so it's been enthralling. But then, of course, just the countdown towards the end of a 10-hour race with the drivers on a set of tyres they rather wish had been left in the pit lane and some fresh rubber put on board, but you just cannot afford to lose even a fraction of a second here in the closing of the race. So gambling was required.
There was just a moment for me to observe precisely what happened between the two Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs, which I'd not seen clearly because I was away from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre as that happened. It did seem like the lead car picked up the pace and Alex Lynn kind of copied him and then all of a sudden couldn't stop, outbraked himself perhaps. That will all be looked at in post-race by Jota, but it destroyed both of their cars in the moment, and thankfully both were able to limp back to the pit lane to get the necessary bodywork replaced. Ever since then, it's been try and scoop up as many points as you possibly can, and Alex Lynn's back in the top 8 places. However, the 38 car, its race spiralled out of control from that point, and Earl Bamber is still ticking off the laps, but down in 16th position, so well out of the point-scoring spots.
Yeah, repairs cost the 38 Cadillac best part of 10 and a half laps, so no way you're coming back from that, and no way he's actually going to improve just even one position. So no points for them today, but the big question is, let's look at the gap at the front of the race. 5.8 seconds the good Antonio Fuoco, his shorter stint length in to the end of the race. He pitted later, means that he could get out ahead, less refuelling to be done. So he's ahead of Robert Kubica, but it's Ferrari in third place. Alessandro Pierguidi. We saw James Collado closing in, but that gap's actually gone out through that final run of pit stops, and he's another 12 and a half seconds behind Robert Kubica. But the margin is 4.5 seconds. That's one we need to keep our eyes on between him and Dries Van Tor, the better of the two BMW drivers, the first non-Ferrari driver, but unfortunately for the Belgian, he's marginally slower than Pierguidi. So unless something picks up towards the end of his stint, it's not going.
Here's James Collado in the garage. Get thoughts from the British driver.
James, what can we expect? We know that the leader, Antonio Fuoco, is on an older tyre. You're on a fresher tyre, catching up slowly. Is there anything that can be played still?
Who knows? I mean, actually, it was probably right to stay on the old tyres, but for Ferrari, it was better to split the strategy, just in case something happens, Tripling the tyres is a risk, of course. Not in terms of performance, but in terms of the danger of any punctures, so we decided to split the strategy. And I guess, they don't want us attacking each other, so it was probably a good decision.
Okay, right. Well, sorry, but well done so far, and fingers crossed for the end. Another 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a hectic race, so we'll see.
Thank you.
Well, you could almost hear the smile on James's face. Bear in mind that his car has had 2 moments it had to come into the pits for drive-through penalties. And no wonder it tumbled down the order, but they've chipped their way back. They know they've got good pace in the car. It is closing on Robert Kubica's car in front as the fresher rubber really starts to pay for the 51 Ferrari crew. But at the moment, I'm not sure the increment of gain is going to be enough in this final 33 minutes this race to let them close in. Let us find out what's going to happen, though. Gap between first and second, they're almost lapping at identical pace. Actually, a better lap for Kubica. He gets it down to 5.6 seconds, but again, that is simply down to traffic. But those first two crews, tyres that are old, tyres that are on a triple stint, Collado pointed out quite rightly, and we heard it from the Ferrari mechanic, race engineer, that it's a bit of concern doing a triple stint here. Pick up you're really going to the outer edge of the performance limits on these tyres. But the fact that Robert Kubica came in, he pitted first, and that was the gamble they took, and it had to be followed, had to be copied by Fuoco. Fuoco, by pitting later, came out ahead because his final pit stop required a smaller amount of fuel going on board, and that gave him the lead of the race. But they're both on tiptoes, both just, and looking back as well as forward for Fuoco, he constantly will be asking the crew, right, is Kubica gaining on this lap? Is he gaining? But at the moment, the margin is almost absolute level for the past 3 laps. 5.5 laps has become seconds, 5.4. So Kubica closing, but at this rate, it really is ebb and flow. But the big question is how much Pierre Guidi can start to haul them in. He is faster. He's got the fresh rubber on the number 51 Ferrari, and that was the gamble. But just hearing from James Collado there, he was pointing out, Johnny, just how they had to do it, because he said they didn't want us together. We have to have different stints. But also he's covering, because if either of those first 2 Ferraris, the sister car of Fuoco and Kubica in the AF Corsa entry, number 83, do have a blowout because they've pushed their tyres onto this triple stint and it's just proved too much, they'll be there to pick up the pieces.
Buemi all over the curbs in his team radio.
KPH, gap ahead 10.2, gap behind 6.5.
So that was a team message to Buemi about the gaps in front and behind, but it's very slim indeed back to Kamui Kobayashi. Hence the reason why Buemi's driving style has become slightly more erratic than compared to the opening few hours, let's say. Pierre Guidi versus Dries Vanthoor in the chasing BMW. That's starting to open up a little bit now. It was a couple of seconds, it's now 4.5. So Pierre Guidi has weathered that storm and helped by the newer tyres that he's got on one side of his car. And that's they're fully up to temperature now. In time for the final 30 minutes of the 18-12 kilometres of Qatar. Here's Pierre Guidi's team radio.
Curbs, penalties, etc. Let's keep everything safe.
So the message to Alessandro, keep the car off the curbs as much as possible, keep everything safe. Ferrari and AF Corsa's strategy is quite clearly to try and just keep all the cars in their current positions and pull off a dream result for the Ferrari AF Corsa crew as a whole to lock out the positions with their 499Ps. But for Antonio Fuoco, it's still a lot of jeopardy that he is playing with, considering the state of that front left tyre. And he is using quite a bit of the curbs here and there, maybe more so than Pierre Guidi at this time.
Yeah, quite interesting. Maybe it's just he actually ended up pitched a little bit deeper into the corner because the front end doesn't want to turn in. That's certainly a factor in the start of a treble stint. It suddenly makes Fuoco's driving style look really, really flamboyant, but I think he's hanging on there. What's he got left on the clock? Almost precisely 30 minutes, half an hour, in which, well, we don't know which way it's going to go. 4.2 seconds now is his margin. It's come down to Kubica.
Laurens Vanthoor's just been in pit lane for his final stop. The other thing that I'm not sure I mentioned, but you may well have done, Gregoire Sausset's now got the fastest lap in LMGT3. He set that about 5 minutes ago in his hunt for what should become the race lead in LMGT3, just as soon as Timur Boguslavski and Mattia Drudi have made their pit stop. So Danny Juncadella and Gregoire Sausset separated by just 2 and a bit seconds. And that could get even closer if Sausset keeps up this pace. They were very, very equal for the last lap around in the 155.6s. But Drudi, 19 laps into the stint, as I said at the time, those 2 cars, first and second in LMGT3, pitted before 11 o'clock. And to make an hour and a bit is a stretch in this modern era of LMGT3 cars, because remember, the rules say that it's no longer judged purely on fuel, it's judged on the amount of energy burned across the stint, and that's brought down a GT stint to well beneath an hour.
Does it make you suddenly want to be a team manager? No, there's so much to think about, all these elements. It's much simpler. What's the fuel left?
Yeah,
that's what you're dealing with. Add another element like that. However, some very clever brains down there.
Yeah, the introduction of the torque sensors is costly, but also affects the strategy hugely as well. And when and where you make your key decisions through the course of a 10-hour race. 300 laps now completed for Antonio Fuoco. He's got a 4.3 second lead in his 50 Ferrari over the chasing Robert Kubica in the bright yellow car. Lights frantically flashing from Fuoco then to warn the Porsche number 6 that it's about to be lapped. So this is Laurens Vanthoor.
Very good lap for Kubica. He's got it down to 3.1 seconds. He gained best part of a second there. 9/10 of a second. All he can do is chase, and also just pay attention to that front left corner, the one that's a problem for him and also a problem for the race leader. But the car that's giving chase in third place, Pierre Guidi, he's brought it down yet more. He lapped another 1.4 seconds faster than Kubica. Kubica, what's on the clock? 27.5 minutes. He can do this, you know.
Yep. Yeah, there's so much more that could change. What's the gap between the two Toyotas? It's still only 1.6 seconds separating Sebastian Buemi and Kamui Kobayashi, but they are just drifting away a little bit now from the Dries Vanthoor-driven BMW. Equally, the BMW M Hybrid V8 is now a 6-second gap between it and Alessandro Pierguidi, who is in the much stronger position beneath the 1 minute 43 marker. This is potentially going to cause huge decisions to be made for those looking after each of the individual Ferraris. Ferrari have not won a race outside of Le Mans, barring the 83 car. It did take a victory last year in one of the 6-hour affairs, but 50 and 51 are desperate to win. But it would be one heck of a kind of turn of fortunes for this to slip away from either the 50 or the 51, but there's still scope here for the two Scarlet Red Ferraris to be somewhat embarrassed by the satellite crewed car of Robert Kubica, who led for such amount of time. And then the downside of leading a race is that you've got to make the key decisions on tyres, and everybody else can react to that. They didn't do tyres, and is it the fact that Kubica's performance is now falling off a cliff? Not necessarily compared to Fuoco, but both are struggling because Pierre Guidi's tyres are a little newer.
Right, another element that could be a factor in the remainder of this race is where they find the GT3 traffic. Will they have them coming, obstructing them into the first corner as they come out after a pit stop? Still a few of the GT3 runners doing precisely that, and a fantastic scrap at the moment for the final podium position in GT3, but when a couple of rivals come into the pits, including one that's just stopped from second place, Matteo Drudi, in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. That means the TF Sport Danny Juncadere Corvette goes up to second in class, followed by the United Autosports McLaren into third, but that should be first and second when the Ben Team WRT Timo Bogoslawski, the Russian driver, comes in from the class lead. Good scrap. 3/4 of a second between first and second in GT3, going through to the finish now.
And yes, we've had a few safety cars along the way. The one at the 5-hour marker really did bring some cars that were out of contention back into the mix. But, I mean, when was our last neutralisation of the race? I'm focusing in on this gap, which is well less than a second now. And considering the amount of hours that we've been under green, there was a brief sliver of, I think that was a full course yellow. Let me just home in on it. Yes, it was a full course yellow for less than a lap. But either side of that, we've had 2 hours of green flag running, and then since then, almost another 2 hours of green flag running. So the full course yellow will not have affected the gap. So after 4 straight hours of racing, all out racing, the gap between what will become the race leaders in LMGT3 is 0.3 of a second. Amazing, and testament to the balance of performance. Statisticians and clerks who have to work all this stuff out, then apply it, and to not necessarily very different cars, both mid-engine, one from the US, one from the UK, but they are nip and tuck into this final 30 minutes of the race.
Saucy is marginally quicker than Danny Juncadere. However, the Corvette's still ahead. He was helped a little bit as a couple of hypercars came through, but every time Saucy gets a little bit closer, oh no, here comes some more hypercars, and it's happened again. Another 2 onto his tail. He's still going through turn 1, about half a second down on the bright yellow TF Sport Corvette, but he's got to let 2 hypercars go through. He's got to get onto his tail all over again. But if there's another car, maybe, just maybe, when one of the Toyotas came through, he got very close to trying to dive through after it. But Juncadere, he knows what he's up to. He's raced before,
Those 2 hypercars that wanted to get through, the 20 and actually not the 12 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac, but the 38, so there are many laps between them. I had thought for a moment that we got a bit of a battle on for 7th and 8th, but actually there's a 12-second difference between Robin Frines in the yellow, red and white BMW and then Alex Lin's Cadillac V-Series R, which remains on the lead lap, but as I say, about 12 seconds adrift of the 7th-placed car.
Last few laps, much better for Antonio Fuoco than Robert Kubica. It's gone from 3.3 seconds, the lead of the race, out to 4.3, and that's almost identical margin back to the 3rd place Alessandro Pierguidi, who's closing on the pair of them. 9 seconds covers the top 3 runners. Only difference between them? Not the type number, 499p. That's what you need. 3 of them in the top 3. All 3 of them in the top 3.
Yeah, we're not far away from the gaps between the 499Ps being at 4.9 seconds. In fact, just needs to be slightly more between the red and the yellow cars that lead the race. BMW is almost double that margin back again for Dries Van Tor. And the 15 car, remember that was done for at least one penalty after contact with a Ferrari when Dries Van Tor was at the wheel, so could have been a very different story for the WRT. Vincent Voss run M Hybrid. Good run for Gregoire Sauce, forcing the Danny Juncadella driven Corvette into defensive mode into the first corner of the Lusail International Circuit. So well aware of the whereabouts of this McLaren is now the Spaniard up ahead. So say the Frenchman, briefly being shown as stopped. Now, has happened to the Gregoire Sauce car? No, it's still running. I was concerned there that my timing screen was either slightly ahead or behind some of the pictures we were viewing, but it was delayed for some reason, just the information coming through into the timing system, but they are absolutely together still.
Yes, that's extraordinary, isn't it? Is running or stopped, so say the Swiss driver.
There you
now
go.
Has resumed, so it says. Clearly resumed. He's right on the tail of the car in front.
I think just some information from the transponder was slightly later than the timing system was expecting to receive it, but it's not slowed at all on the racetrack. Maybe because it was just absolutely with the Corvette, and as they crossed the line together, perhaps the timing and scoring system couldn't deal with both transponders arriving virtually side by side. Timur Boguslavski is still leading the race in LMGT3, but we would be very surprised if he can stay there. That car's going to need fuel, and it would have been massively into fuel save if they were trying to get it to the finish ahead of these two cars. 23 laps completed now, but crucially this stint began at 3.5 minutes to 11 o'clock, and so many of the GT cars during green flag runs have not been able to get beyond the 50-minute marker. Even if they're able to eke out a bit of extra mileage, they won't get to the hour and 4 minutes required. And then, of course, it's dependent on where the overall leader is. They might need to go around again, of course, if the overall leader is tucked in right behind them as the checkered flag comes out.
Yeah, but at least they know that the target is 10 hours, because it's a unique race with one or the other, a distance you need to get to, or the 10 hours, whichever comes first. But at least now they've got a finite time for the end of the race, so they can calculate. But certainly the bend, BMW's been out a whole lot longer than its rivals. 22 laps into its stint, on the 23rd lap, whereas Juncadella and Sosi 9 and 10 laps respectively, and that's meaning they should sweep through into first and second position. In which order, we can't tell. It's still the orange papaya and black McLaren pushing the yellow TF Sport Corvette around the circuit through the tighter corners, opening it up as they go through. Clear track ahead of them, but really the key, JP, is who's behind them. How many more hypercars are going to come through in the next few laps? There's one about 4 or 5 seconds further back. That will trouble them towards the end of this lap. But you just want that battle for GT3 honours to go right the way to the finish. It's a cracking scrap. And bear in mind, Sosi, it's only his second season in GT-type cars. Before that, great success in single-seaters, but he's made the move and he's looking very at home in his second year with United Autosport.
Now, the second best of the WRT BMW GT cars is going to have to come into pit lane shortly and serve a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. That is as a result of Kelvin van der Linde's 6th track limits offence. So he was under investigation for the abuse. Here's Sosi's radio.
Copy that.
I have to admit, I did not hear that fully, but some information about where perhaps Gregoire Sauce thinks his McLaren is quicker.
Yeah, he said, I've got to think about where to pass him. I think that's what I read. He was quite faint, the Swiss driver, but Well, he's had a chance to exactly follow right in the wheel tracks of the Corvette for what, about 10 laps now? Yes, we know it's 10 laps. He pitted a lap earlier than the Corvette. Corvette came out in front of him, and they've been together ever since. So enthralling end to their race coming up soon. We've got 17 3/4 minutes up front in the race. It's down to 2.5 seconds. Kubicza's closed in the last couple of laps. Actually a much slower lap for Fuoco. So did he have a moment with that front left tyre just not wanting to do a lot more, or was it simply traffic for him that the pole didn't catch in second place? And in fact the top three cars, with both being caught by Pierre Guidi, the gap from first to third, 5.9 seconds, coming down with every lap.
A penny for the thoughts of Ben Keating and Johnny Edgar, who are sharing this 33 car with Danny Juncadella, the Corvette Z06. I'm sure it's much easier for Juncadella to take all the information on board, but they are literally standing in the garage, their eyes are glued to the timing screens and the live feed of the race, just hoping that Corvette gets through the next corner, gets through the next split, still ahead of the McLaren. Now, is Gregoire Sauce deliberately delaying his overtake until the last possible moment, the final few laps, to then limit Juncadella's options for a fight back? I suppose you don't want to make the overtake too soon, and what he's doing is learning precisely where his car is slightly better in the few places around the racetrack that it is.
I mean, it's not an ultimate slipstreaming circuit, this. It's not like Monza in the pre-chicane days, where the last thing you want to do is lead onto the final lap. In fact, you didn't really even want to lead into the final corner, but it's certainly nip and tuck. But I just sense Sauce's a little more performance in his McLaren, or out of himself, than Danny Juncadella has in the Corvette. However, it just also depends where they meet traffic, what the prototypes do as they come on through. A little bit something I thought flapping off the back of Kubicza's car.
More advice to Fuoco regarding the tyre on the front left. Very vulnerable indeed inside the final 16 minutes of the first race of the year. It's the FIA World Endurance Championship, brought to you once again with every single moment live and as it happens on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer, earlier joined by John Hindhoff, and still down in the pit lane for us, Bruce Joani and Alex Le Guy. They'll be bringing us reaction in a little over 15 minutes time. But the gap between the Corvette of Danny Juncadella and the McLaren chasing down of Gregoire Sauce is less than a car length. Still, the second and third places being shown on the light boards on the side, these brand new LED squares, one on each side of the car, because the first place car, we shouldn't forget, is Timur Boguslavski. He's not really in fuel save mode though, although last time around he did do a 1 minute 56.4, but surely now needing energy. Yeah, he's down to 3%. So our estimation that this BMW will need to pit at some point, and he's going to come in now. So the final stop for the 31 BMW. What is the gap? It's 20 seconds. Now, how much energy needs to go into this car? Clearly, the Ben Team WRT BMW think that they might have enough here. The two cars behind are not going to need to pit again, but the Corvette and the McLaren are already on the start-finish straight. The BMW's not been sent away yet, and they are going to give up the race lead as a result, because the BMW's not moving now, and those two cars have overtaken it. So it'll be sent back into the race, probably in third. Yeah, it's 47 seconds back then to Alessio Rivera. So as expected, the BMW gives up the race lead, desperately needed energy / fuel, and the TF Sport Corvette and the United Autosports McLaren are left to duke it out for the final 14 minutes of this race, and change depending on where Antonio Fuoco or whoever the overall leader is by the time the race is done.
Yeah, Team WRT, the Ben Team WRT, waiting as late as they could, making that penultimate stint for Timo Boguslavski as long as they possibly could. 25 laps are on the board, and he brought it in.
The gap with 83 in front of you. We are happy with the position. We are happy with the position.
So no need for Alessandro Pierguidi to get any pressure to close the gap. We are happy with this third position is the message to Alessandro Pierguidi. He sounded quite surprised about that.
What?
I want to go for the race win, let alone second place. He might be given no option, though, because there's more performance in the 51 Ferrari, now having to dive by one of the Ferrari GT cars. But, I mean, the danger here is that Alessandro Pierguidi reins back the pace. He's only got 8 seconds to toy with to Dries Vanthoor, who's surely not going to be hanging around. And here's Kubica's team radio.
Robert, you're free to use ALS and also reduced region for front right brake temp.
Yeah, but how much reduce?
80.
He's always got a follow-up question, Robert Kubica, I've noticed.
He wants precise answers.
Yeah.
It's on such a knife edge at the moment. He just doesn't want to be the one that, when he told me to back off, not that much.
Yeah.
You know, he really needs clarity. And again, I think it's just how clearly he thinks. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance when the margins are so small at the moment. What's he? 3.6 seconds down. He lost a whisker last time around to Antonio Fuoco. I think Fuoco actually. Well, we know his tyres are 5 laps fresher or less unfresh. If you want to turn it the other way around.
Okay.
A treble stint.
Yes, and neither the 50 or the 83 crews decided to change tyres, whereas Pierguidi's chasing Ferrari is in better shape. Last time around, not quite as quick as Kubica, but is that a sign that Pierguidi's starting to just measure his pace? The first of these 3 Ferraris have now found the battle at the head of the order in LMGT3. So this is a hope for Gregoire Sauce that in the lappery of these Ferraris, it will just give him an opportunity. As one car looks to side its way by the Corvette, could the McLaren follow it?
And look, Pierguidi is almost right on the tail of Kubica. This is his opportunity, but also for United Autosport, it's their opportunity potential. 1, 2, the first 2 cars have gone through, the first 3 Ferraris have now gone through, but they've got one more car to pass. It's the class leader in GT3. It's Danny Juncker. Doesn't look as though they interrupted his pace. So, for sure, for the last few moments, United Autosport's been looking at those first 3 Ferraris coming up, not in the rearview mirror, looking on the track map and seeing where they were, where they'd passed, but it hasn't given them the advantage they were looking for.
And good news for us is that as Pierguidi looked to get by these 2 GT cars, I feared that might have been compromising the McLaren and benefiting the Corvette, giving it a slightly bigger lead, but actually they have come back onto the main straight, absolutely together. A good run for Gregoire Sauce, but doesn't quite have the straight line speed or indeed the slipstream effect to get on the inside of the Corvette into turn number 1. Speed traps, top speeds, interesting. The LMGT3 fastest car through the speed trap was actually the Ben Barnicoat Lexus, which has slipped back to 5th position. But we have known that the Lexus has been showing really good speed all weekend, both the 78 and the 87 that sadly we lost very early in the piece after some contact. And that 30-second stop-and-go penalty for Lexus number 78 has taken it off the podium and dropped it to 5th place, 2.4 seconds away from Alessio Rivera. So that's still a bit of a fight on, in fact. And Timur Boguslavski's only 2.2 seconds ahead as well. So 3rd and 4th and 5th in LMGT3 are not quite nose to tail, but they're occupying the same sector as they go on to lap 281.
Yeah, you really have. If you're just coming across this race and you're thinking, gosh, every time you look up, the wonderful battle, it's almost side by side for the GT3. It is side by side, near contact, and at the same time, the remaining Aston Martin Valkyrie sweeps around the outside, and Juncker just hangs on. It's the compromising position on the circuit. And the previous lap, when we had the McLaren Sosi closing down the start-finish straight, he couldn't make a dive because one of the Porsches from the hypercar class was coming through. So it's so many things to think about when you try to brake as late as possible. Your tyres are feeling a little bit weary, and then a bit more. But just so enthralling at the end of the race. And likewise, the battle for second position overall is closing right up, because Pierguidi apparently doesn't hear his radio message about holding position. He's right on the tail. He's under a second. He's a 2/3 of a second now behind Kubica in the battle for second place.
Well, he's going to be forced into a decision here just because the performance of the 51 car is so much better than the 83. It's all related to tyres, we'll remind you. and not wanting to give up great track position, the 83 team had a decision to make. They decided to just leave the tyres on that car, but with that comes massive risk, and perhaps not as big as a risk as it's related to the 50 car, because the car that leads the race, Antonio Fuoco, front left tyre, very second-hand indeed. How long will that last? Fuoco will be loving the fact that in his mirrors he can now see Kubica and Pierre Guidi separated by an awful small amount of real estate, 0.4 of a second, and as those two cars scrap away, that will just give Fuoco a bit more breathing space. Through one of the splits, Gregoire Sauce was scored as the race leader. It wasn't done across the over the start-finish line, but the McLaren had got just ahead and therefore technically led the LMGT3 category in this closing stint. Once again, though, a hypercar getting in between the two of them. This is the Kamui Kobayashi Toyota. The McLaren should be able to close that gap, but it's forced a bit more of a division between the two, maybe 5 car lengths, as now again Alessandro Pierre Guidi is right with Robert Kubica as they deal with the Iron Dames Porsche, putting a lap on that car. It's a change of manufacturer for the World Endurance Championship mount for Rahel Frey and Michel Gatting, welcoming in Celia Martin because Sarah Bovey had her grading changed over the winter from bronze to silver. Sarah is here in Qatar this weekend, though, doing quite a lot of social media appearances, and that will be going out on the various feeds related to the Iron Dames. Still part of that crew, just not here in the World Endurance Championship.
Danny Juncadere is unflappable. He's confident in where he's placing his car, and he's under extreme provocation. Gregoire Saucy pushing so hard in the United Autosports McLaren, but what's left on the clock? Well, 6 minutes remain, so 3 more laps, possibly 4 for them. They're early in the lap, so yeah, maybe 4. But up front, though, 2.8 seconds covering the top 3 Ferraris, the 3 Ferraris that lead this race. Antonio Fuoco, the privateer car of Robert Kubica, and Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Pierre Guidi only a third of a second down on the yellow Ferrari of Kubica. He's pushing, he's probing, and he's forgotten something that the pits told him. Hold position. Ha! As if.
We'll see whether he obeys in the final 5.5 minutes, and where in relation to the LMGT3 leaders will the overall leader be, and will that force these GT cars to do an extra circuit, which could be so crucial when you're in the seat of Gregoire Sauce. He's been assessing precisely where his Corvette, or where the Corvette ahead of his McLaren, is better and worse. There will be certain areas, almost Sauce thought about a charge down the inside, then he had a glance in the mirrors and realised there was a Cadillac Hertzstein Jota car that was probably going to go to the same area of the racetrack.
And then just moments later, Juncadere ran a little bit wide, kicked up some gravel, kept it on the black stuff, but only just. But it's so tricky because the speed differential, the lap time differential, is about 12 seconds between a hypercar and a GT3 car. So 1 minute you look in the mirrors, nobody's there. The next moment there's someone about to challenge, about to pass, and you don't want to ruin anyone's race. But at the moment you're starting to think, how much longer can Juncadere stay in the lead? He's under such severe provocation, but he's leading GT3. Can he make it last for the final 4.5 minutes?
2.6 seconds the gap from Fuoco back to the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica, who has totally his hands full now with Alessandro Pierre Guidi large in the mirrors. The red Ferrari, remember, its driver has been given the instruction, just stay where you are. We are happy with third position. But Pierre Guidi may be given little choice but to try and overtake the yellow Ferrari for fear of being held up too much, although the gap behind to Dries van Doorn has grown by a further 3 seconds. So these 3 Ferraris now will take some catching regardless of what order they're going to finish the race in. McLaren, that is in second position in the GT category, is about a car length further back now from Danny Juncadere. 0.6 of a second very nearly. 29 seconds is the gap to Timur Boguslavski. There's quite a queue developing though behind Boguslavski's BMW. Alessio Rivera is 1.2 seconds further back in the number 20 Ferrari, and he's got company in the form of Ben Barnicoats recovering Lexus after that pit stop that was a 30-second drive-through. Now Kubica, has he gone the wrong side of the 46 BMW as he's trying to lap it? Yeah, here comes the 51 Ferrari then around the outside of Alessandro Pierguidi. They were fully alongside, and 3 abreast is not the sort of look that the 499P crews want to see. They want to keep their cars as straight as possible, although looking at the mechanics, they don't seem to be bothered at all.
No,
this is just normal behaviour.
But just remember, Kubica's got a tyre that's on a set of tyres on their 3rd stint. It's a triple stint, whereas they're being chased down by Pierguidi, who's got some fresh rubber on at least one corner of his Ferrari. But that surely was the moment. But the clock continues to count down. 2.5 minutes remain until the 10 hours will be complete. It does look as though Antonio Fuoco also on a treble stint on his tyres, but importantly 2 and a bit, 3 seconds clear now, because the pressure is telling on Kubica. But that was so close to the number 46 BMW, right in the middle of their pass. Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel.
No change in the top 2 in LMGT3. Corvette up against McLaren. The gap's a lot tighter than it was a short time ago. So 0.5 of a second has become 0.2 of a second now. Any change in the order for 3rd place? Boguslavski, 0.8 of a second clear of Alessio Rivera. And in behind him is still Ben Barnicoat. We might get a change for 4th, but Boguslavski is hoping that he can cling on for a podium in the Bend Team WRT BMW M4. I think if he loses 1 place, he'll probably lose 2 in the process, because Barnicoat's so close to Rivera. Still no change in these 2 nose-to-tail fights. 1 in hypercar between Kubica 2nd from Pierguidi in 3rd. And Pierguidi not really sure how to play this. He's been told by the team hold station, but clearly his car is faster than Kubica's. There's 1 minute and 18 seconds still to go.
Yeah, but even if he's just sticking in 3rd place, what he's doing, he's delaying Kubica, because Kubica can't run the 9 he wants to run on his tyres that are so tired. And it does mean that he's just necessarily losing a 10th or 2. And with every lap as he approaches the end, he can see an ever smaller number 50 Ferrari in the lead of the race, because Fuoco is able to escape. He's teetering around on the edge of adhesion, but right now his teammate is doing a very good job of keeping Kubica very, very occupied.
45 seconds still to go, and therefore this hasn't been called the final lap yet, and that's probably because it's not. 30 seconds to go until the end of this current lap. So we're working lap 317. We should get to 318, therefore, by my calculations. Antonio Fuoco leading by 5.2, but this gap, 2nd to 3rd, is less than half a second now. Robert Kubica back to Alessandro Pierguidi. It's about the same, the scrap between Daniel Juncadella and Gregoire Saucet, and still no change between Boguslavski, Rivera and Barnicoat for the final step of the podium.
Well, squeaking onto the final lap by just a matter of a couple of seconds goes our race leader, and that's Antonio Fuoco, 5 seconds back, but it's still Kubica in 2nd place, still hanging on, and still Pierguidi following team orders as requested. Come home 3rd, but maybe don't push the car in front off the track. That's also a Ferrari.
But that'll mean, as long as these Ferraris don't lap the fight in LMGT3, and the LMGT3 leaders are in the middle sector currently, then they're going to complete this lap and have to go round again. The question is, how quickly are the Ferraris catching up with both Danny Juncadella and Gregoire Saucet? They'll catch the Frenchman first, of course. Timur Boguslavski is in 3rd position, 0.8 of a second back is Rivera, and Ben Barnicoat 0.3. Just getting a feeling now that maybe those 3 drivers are settling for their current positions. They don't want to risk giving away valuable points in a 1.5 times the usual points race. And the same really for Kubica and Alessandro Pierguidi. 0.4 of a second the difference still, and that is starting to stabilise.
And I'm just looking up the track to see who they're catching. I think they're catching that wonderful battle just for the final podium position in GT3. That's the one with Ben Barnicoat still pushing around in 4th place, in 5th place in the Codis ASP Lexus. Alessio Rivera, the meat in the sandwich, and Timo Boguslavski. At the moment, the Ben Team WRT BMW driver is heading for 3rd in class.
So the lights are flashing for Antonio Fuoco, who will now see the checkered flag after the 10 hours have been completed, after not quite reaching the 1,812 kilometres, fireworks being let loose in the background and cementing their second and third place finishes. Robert Kubica in the number 83 yellow Ferrari 499P, and in third position Alessandro Pierre Guidi. But every credit to Antonio Fuoco for nursing his 50 car to the finish. We're still waiting for the duo at the sharp end of LMGT3. The third, fourth and fifth place fight has already crossed the line, but these cars that will finish a full lap ahead of Timur Boguslavski et al. In fact, Barnicoat got Rivera at the flag. I did say that was going to be close, and Ben Barnicoat in the Lexus squeezes into fourth position in the final dying moments, but not enough to usurp Boguslavski from the podium. But is it going to be Corvette or McLaren? They've still got a few more corners to go, and Daniel Juncadella has driven so well. It's very easy to be sucked into those rear mirrors and be far too reactive to what the McLaren was up to. But Gregoire Sauce, the man from Switzerland, has tried every trick in the book. He was actually level at one point and just beyond the Corvette through one of the splits. But all of the laps in the last hour or so have been led by the number 33 TF Sport Corvette, and it will be Danny Juncadella together with his teammates Ben Keating and Johnny Edgar on a GT debut in the World Endurance Championship who take victory by half a second over the 59 McLaren of United Autosports. James Cottingham, Sebastian Bowe and Gregoire Sauce with a terrific drive, just not quite enough laps left in it and just not enough ideas, I suppose. Danny Juncadella had them all covered off, Bruce.
He really did, and actually what was quite good, they'd been harried and hassled and passed by the hypercars for about the last half dozen laps, but the final lap they were completely clear, no one immediately in front, and so it just boiled down with no trouble coming from behind them as the hypercars would flash through, and therefore it just removed the opportunity for United Autosports to try and snatch back victory. But for Tom Ferrier, who wasn't so well earlier in the week, he had to stay away from the circuit. What a reward for him. Victory in the GT3 class. And if you're a Ferrari fan, member of the Tifosi, you're almost as happy as their mechanics in the pit lane, because they've just taken the top three positions in the opening round of 2025.
And that monkey regarding races outside of Le Mans not being able to win any of those 6-hour or 8-hour or 10-hour races, the monkey for the Scarlet Red Ferraris is finally off the back, because 10 hours they got a trophy and they've got 38 points, which will certainly get their manufacturer's challenge nicely on the rails for 2025. You score with your better placed car of the two, remember, so it's a maximum of 38 points, although they get the pole position. Yes, they will get the pole position in the manufacturers for yesterday as well. So it's turned into a dream weekend, locking out the podium positions, and the 50 car of Antonio Fuoco is looking pretty concerning at that final stop. Were they going to change the front left or not? I think if they had, that would have been waving goodbye to this victory. But an excellent result for the 499Ps, and it's looking daunting for everybody else, although I think BMW should have had a better result than they ended up with. The 15 car minus those penalties would have been well amongst the podium finishers. Toyota making the best of a difficult situation where they admitted their car was not particularly strong here in Qatar on a low degradation circuit, and actually what they revel in is when the tyre deg really kicks in, the car is still very stable, but they just didn't have that drop-off in tyre performance. But they finished in 5th and 6th places. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota is a strange one, because they had a very rapid car this weekend, but shot themselves in both feet, if you like, by running into one another at a restart.
Well, we heard from various drivers from other manufacturers, and they were going, well, it's the Ferraris and the Cadillacs, but to take yourself out, they will have the confidence they've got the pace, but to have a self-inflicted wound and to do it in the opening round as well, that's really very, very bad luck. But I think BMW should actually draw quite a lot of confidence from this race. I mean, their best result last year was a second place at Fuji, but that is their next best result, the 4th place. And Dries Van Toor doing a fantastic job at the end of the race. But for Antonio Fuoco, he had his concerns, and his teammates leaping up and down in the pit lane as he comes in. He'll pick them up because he's driving the wrong way down the pit lane, as is the style, back towards the podium. Pure delight from them, and as Johnny pointed out, they tend to win Le Mans, and nothing else in the championship, but this year they've absolutely nailed it. Of course, the AF Corsa Privateer car did win a round last year at Qatar, so Ferrari can do it in races apart from Le Mans, but they did it, and they came first, second and third. So Ferrari, what a result for them.
Yeah, superb from a driver's points scoring position as well. Looking back on last year's results, this combination of Fuoco and Molina and Nielsen, their best result after Le Mans was a couple of third-place finishes at Spa and at Qatar. Here they finished 6th, a pole position at their home race. And Imola last year was a strange one because that was very much going Ferrari's way, but changeable weather conditions and some questionable strategy decisions as well. Rather let that one slip through their fingers. But properly starting the season as they mean to go on now. I like these race suits as well. They're almost soccer-esque with the drivers' names emblazoned across the back. And Nick Nielsen and Miguel Molina embracing the finishing driver Antonio Fuoco. Love to be able to home in on that front left to see particularly just how bad it is, but not doing that just yet. There is, of course, an aperture in the top of the fender, top of the wing, to allow the airflow to escape if the car gets sideways, and that should prevent the car from flipping over, is the theory, together with that dorsal fin across the back. But in these constant radius corners, it's always going to be the front left, and I suppose the rear left to a certain extent, that was going to take the most amount of punishment. Ben Keating, yet again, in a winning combination. He must have driven so many different types of car in the old GTE era, and now the LMGT3 history of the World Endurance Championship. And what about Johnny Edgar as well? I mean, first of all, Ben can't half choose the teams to be with. And Danny Juncadella and Johnny Edgar doing his 2 hours and 55 minutes. They've all gone together as a machine, really. 3 drivers working in complete synchronicity and coming home with a cracking result to start off their season.
I mean, Ben would be delighted with that, but I'm really pleased for Johnny Edgar. His career has been a little bit stop-start with a bit of illness, and he's bounced back, and he's just really laid down a marker there. And so it's not just Ferrari celebrating, it's Chevrolet with their Corvette. So the bright red and yellow Ferrari sitting in front of the podium with a 1 board in front. That's for the hypercar class. But Ben Keating, when he's working out after the race, picking up Danny Juncadella, who's done such great things in GT3, but just getting used to another manufacturer and delivering big time. The pressure from Gregoire Saucy was huge, but he resisted it.
Big grin on both Ben Keating and Johnny Edgar's faces then. Johnny Edgar coming here to the WEC as a champion in the European Le Mans Series. No plans for him to be back into that championship. Fully focused, therefore, on this WEC, the full 8 races, maybe a dabble in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. And definitely another driver whose career is on the up. But a significant step forward for Ferrari over the winter period. And whether it's just that the Qatar circuit suits the 499P, or are we going to start to see this domination from the Italian mark? Bruce Giuliani is going to catch up with probably all 3 drivers right now.
Well, I'm going to start with you, Antonio. An amazing race. You were steadily waiting behind Robert at some stage, saved your tyres and managed to bring the tyres to the end. An amazing drive and a fantastic 1, 2, 3, 4 Ferrari.
Yeah, I think today we did a really good job with Miguel and Nick. We managed really well the race, and I was just managing behind Robert because I know we were better than him on managing the tyres, and at the end he was working really well. So I'm really happy for the team. 1, 2, 3. We did a really good job, so we keep going on this direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. Your last win was at 24 Hours of Le Mans. You must be delighted to be winning here at the start of the season.
Yeah, that's very important to start the season in this way. We experienced a very nice feeling in Le Mans, and now we will like to feel that in the first race of the season. So it's the right way to start, and now it's only need to keep going this way.
Yeah, and this is probably the best way to start the championship. Not only winning Le Mans, interesting, twice in a row. Now maybe it's time to head for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, like the guy said, finally we got a victory in a race that is not the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and
I mean, what a way for us to start the season, not just for our car, but for the whole team.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and please go celebrate on the podium.
And the thing is, they'd want to be in good shape in a couple of months' time, heading for their home race at Imola. It's not Monza, it's not the Temple of Speed, but they'll get so much support from the Tifosi in Imola, in Emilia-Romagna as well, and a very strong position to be heading there off the back of a 3 out of 3 podium. So they'll be looking to replicate that on the weekend of the 20th of April. Definitely. That goes back to a more traditional Sunday race that you can hear live here again on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, the 3rd weekend of April. Next trio to catch up with in just a short time then is the 3 from the 33 Corvette that ended up winning by a very slim margin over the McLaren trio. And your heart goes out a little bit to James Cottingham, Sebastian Bowe and Gregoire Sauce, who started on the front row at 2 o'clock this afternoon and have been in and around the podium positions. The big disappointment, I suppose, for United Autosports is seeing the 95 car drop back, because that was just as quick. And in fact, it was Sean Gelael together with Darren Young who earned them the first pole position of the season in LMGT3. So maybe United Autosports have a similar story to perhaps Cadillac in the hypercar division, rather. They got a quick car, and although they finished with one car in second position, it could have been so much more.
Well, it absolutely could, but just remember it's a 10-hour race, not a 6-hour race, so there's more opportunity for things to go wrong if you're choosing to be a glass half empty sort of crew. But I'd say United Autosports can take a lot of succor from this race, because I think they've shown great speed. And we'll see how they fare over the shorter races, see how they fare over the big one, Le Mans 24 Hours in the middle of the summer in June, in that flurry of 24-hour races. It goes Le Mans, Nürburgring the next weekend, and Spa-Francorchamps. So for endurance racing fans, make sure you're full of vitamins.
Yes, and get the rest in the on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and don't think about sleep at all then when we get to the race weekends. I wonder if some of you are even thinking about visiting all 3, so not just consuming them from home perhaps or from work at times, but it will be possible, of course, to drive between all 3. You'll need some fuel in your belly and some fuel in the car as well. But good luck to you if that's the plan for June. And think about some other stories coming out of this weekend. I expected maybe a little bit more from Peugeot. They got one car in the points, which was the 93, finishing in 9th place. Mikkel Jensen bringing that home. Porsche Penske Motorsport, for whatever reason, in the 963 have really struggled when this was a very strong race last year. I mean, it was actually a top 3 locked out by Porsche 12 months ago.
One forgets so quickly. Alpine also fell from the pace. They only had one car qualifying. They qualified in the top 10. That was in 9th and 14th, but they ended up tumbling down the order. But maybe they just promoted themselves at the start, where Ferdi Habsburg gained 5 positions on the opening lap, got up into 4th place, eventually climbed to 3rd. But through the course of the race, they simply kept on dropping away. And Peugeot, likewise, we saw Loic Duval being incredibly robust in a battle with Michael Christensen's Porsche. They also ended up outside the top 10. Better place was the Stoffel Van Dorn car number 94, which he shared with Duval, coming home in 12th place overall. Sorry, rubbish. 9th place. Mikkel Jensen's car was further up. I couldn't read. I skimmed past it, but they would have been hoping for a few more points. And a lot of pressures on Peugeot, because they haven't delivered what had been hoped from them. And they've got to keep on pressing on, but they keep changing the format of their car, with a wing, without a wing. But right now, tail end of the top 10. And don't forget, in this longer race today, of course, we were waiting. You get extra points for the longer race, so not scoring hurts all the more.
Before we disappear, a worthwhile mention about the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which did get to the finish. The 009 car of Alex Riberas, Marco Sorensen and Roman De Angelis. That was their biggest wish on the list, was to keep the car going. And if you can get to the end of a 10-hour race, that's a massive step in the right direction. Yes, they've done lots of long-distance testing. The Cosworth V12 has been on the dyno for as many as 30 hours, I think, but it's never going to perfectly replicate putting the car into a motor race with 34 other cars And to get the 009 to the finish, after big dramas along the way, that is testament to all of the men and women looking after that car in the garage, also back at base, and of course the driver lineup that I've already mentioned. I was hoping that we might be able to hear from the 3 drivers in the number 33 Corvette, but before that the podium is now taking place, so it's all Ferrari, as we have detailed. On the 3rd step of the podium, the 51 crew, which is Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi. 2nd place to the bright yellow race suits for Robert Kubica, Ye Yifei and Phil Hansen. But the 1st place and the first time that a Scarlet Ferrari has won a race away from Le Mans, it is the 50 crew of Antonio Fuoco. There you go. There are the 3 names, and that's the reception from Ferrari fans and from the Ferrari team beneath the podium. And let's stick around for the national anthem. You know this one. Antonello Coletta front and centre in Ferrari's celebrations, who's one of the team chiefs then now at Ferrari AF Corsa, looking after this 499P project. And the 4 personnel on the top step of the podium now about to receive trophies. So the car's engineer, number 50 Ferrari, is joining its 3 drivers, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. So in LM GT3, as the trophies are now being presented, BMW did manage to get one of their cars onto the podium, the 31 The Bend Team WRT M4. I think no secret that Yasser Shaheen was a little frustrated by qualifying yesterday, not able to get into the top 10, but that doesn't matter sometimes. Over a 10-hour race, you know, a lot of focus on a Thursday as it was on Hyperpole, but it just shows you can come from really anywhere in the order and get a good result, Bruce.
Keep your nose clean. There were hardly any cars that didn't pick up some penalty of some form, whether it was a drive-through, time added to a pit stop, but they pretty much sailed through, and it really did pay dividends for them, guided by Team WRT, of course. So the best placed of the, or better placed of the BMW GT3, 3rd on the podium.
Officially there were 4 retirements, really make that 5, with the 87 Acodis ASP Lexus leaving the race early on because of that contact on the left-hand side, which destroyed the sill and, more crucially, the exhaust outlet. And then the other retirements, the 81 TF Sport Corvette, which will be the one frustration for Tom Ferrier and his crew, to have won the race with the sister car. Really annoying to have lost the 81 car after just 27 laps. Iron Links, Christian Reed, there is some suggestion that it was a technical problem that threw the car off the road and into the gravel, and even though it was able to limp back, they then could not change or repair the cause, and the effect was the spin rather than the other way around. But the 61 Mercedes out after only 59 laps being completed. A dramatic fire, not the first time we've seen that on a Ford Mustang, for the number 77 Proton competition car of Bernardo Souza as he was heading into the first corner. And the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie did not make the finish, but 181 laps completed by that car is again going to give them a huge amount of data heading for the next round in just less than 2 months' time at Imola. And of course a shorter race at 6 hours, so Aston will be confident that they can get both cars to the finish, having completed the 10 hours with one of their cars, the 009.
And there's no doubting the Tifosi, after that 1-2-3 finish, will be pouring into Imola for round 2. But you know what? I think that Aston Martin V12 engine will steal their hearts just a little bit as well. Make them look twice.
So it is a gap of 11 points for Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen, because they did not take the pole yesterday. Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, James Collado getting the single point for that. Giovinazzi did the pole time, but everybody gets the points across that trio. BMW finishing in 4th position ahead of 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 hybrids, and then Cadillac ending up in 8th place with their number 12 car, down in 16th position for the 38 car. It's 66 points for the Ferrari once you tally all of them together, 35 for the BMW, 33 for the Toyota. So having said that you score with your best car, that's not actually true, is it? It looks like there's been a change as far as the points are concerned in the Hypercar World Endurance Manufacturers Championship, counting... Oh, no, because it increased points, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Maybe I am right in that it's the best placed of the two cars. Well, I've been hanging around for some reaction from the TF Sport trio, and we haven't yet had that, even though Bruce Ioane was standing ready to speak to the 3 winning drivers. But for 3rd position, the Bend Team WRT number 31 crew of Yasser Shaheen, Timur Boguslavski and Augusto Farfus finish in 3rd position. 2nd place, the 59 trio from McLaren of James Cottingham, Sebastian Bowen, Gregoire Sauce. And here are the winning drivers.
Please welcome team representative Chris Gregory and Ben Keating, Johnny Edgar and Daniel Junqueira.
TF Sport, the British outfit, and therefore, even though it's very much an American car, here we go, British national anthem. So less than 2 months to wait until the second race of the season. Remember, we're into a spell of 6-hour races now. Imola and Spa-Francorchamps, which will be the lead-up to the 24 hours of Le Mans. Trophies about to be presented here in Qatar to the LM GT3 top 3. And as that happens, I think we will catch up with the winning drivers in LMGT3, but at a later date. That's presumably gone straight into the can. But lots to look forward to, Bruce. Just summing things up over the last 10 hours. That's difficult to do. We might need a bit of thinking time. But, I mean, we have had a change in the guard. Ferrari are in a much better position, and there are some other cars that are no doubt going to have a strong season. That was just not necessarily borne out today.
No, I mean... The last couple of years, you've seen various manufacturers showing splashes of speed from time to time. Elements to be knitted in, of course. BMW showed great speed, and in fact, Dries Van Toor dragged them up to 4th place. The Toyotas didn't expect anything from here, and they came away with 5th and 6th. I think that's quite important. Cadillac, they blew it, frankly. For Porsche, last year's Driver Championship lineup, coming away with a better placed car in 10th place. Something to consider. Alpine, not in the mix. Peugeot, not in the mix. But Aston Martin, they've joined the gang. They've brought a great sound. I think there's so much to look forward to. But for Ferrari, not just to win the race, but first, second and third, for a team, for a manufacturer that has only won with their privateer car before, that was a dream result to launch their season. But I'm absolutely excited. Only 7 rounds to go now.
Indeed so. It's going to be a long season, stretching all the way through to the 8th of November. My thanks to Alex Legui and Bruce Giovanni providing the interviews and reports from the pit lane, to John Hindhaugh, who was in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre earlier on in the day. Confirmation that TF Sport will lead the championship by 11 points over the United Autosports 59 crew as we head for Imola. But from Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you in Imola towards the end of April for round 2 of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. Bye-bye.